Yin Xiao traversed into a parallel world, discovering that it was an era where humans and elves coexisted harmoniously. Trainers had become the most esteemed profession, with countless secret realms awaiting exploration and innumerable opportunities waiting to be uncovered. While his peers were preparing for the Elf College entrance examination, he awakened a divine grade modifier. As long as certain conditions were met, Yun Xiao could directly alter an elf's traits, base stats, and even its evolutionary path. Ding! The trait of the elf lazy old man has been modified. Current trait: Hercules. Ding! The evolutionary path of the elf Caterpie has been modified. At level 20, it will evolve into Rayquaza. Ding! The host character skills have been modified. Congratulations, host. For acquiring Power of Eternity, optimized version. Effect increased tenfold. Thus, a legendary champion star began to rise in the public eye. Chapter 1. The Divine Modifier. In the Yin Kingdom, Jiang City, within a rented room, Yin Xiao was roused from slumber by persistent ringing. Groggily, he awoke. Who is calling at this hour? Do they have no sense of decency? He muttered, pressing the answer button absent-mindedly. On the other end of the line came a hurried voice. Brother Yin, have you really decided not to take the entrance exam? Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The caller was his acquaintance, Wang Ming, a brother he had grown up with. Yet, having graduated for years and with his company about to go public, what need had he for an entrance examination? As confusion clouded his mind, a cascade of memories suddenly surged within him. Moments later, Yun Xiao grasped the situation. He had traversed into another world. This was a parallel universe somewhat akin to Earth, with the notable distinction that it was an era populated by secret realms. For centuries, a wondrous species had continuously emerged from these secret realms into human society, what he recognized as elves. In contemporary society, human life was inextricably intertwined with elves. Strolling down the street, one might observe an elderly lady walking her EV or a Pidgey flitting through the air. Careers such as trainers and breeders had become the most prestigious, with nations taking pride in possessing elite trainers and champions. In short, this was an era dominated by elves. The entrance examination Wang Ming referred to was the Elf College entrance examination, which Yin Xiao, having just turned 18, was expected to take. On the phone, Wang Ming's voice continued to ring out. Hello, are you asleep? Yin Xiao picked up the phone. I'm busy, I'll hang up now, wait. With that, he ended the call, setting the phone aside, feeling a headache as he began to analyze his current circumstances. Now he could confirm that he had traversed into a parallel world and returned to the age of 18. This was fortuitous, for Yin Xiao had been an elf enthusiast since childhood. He could recite various strategies, skills, and tactics with ease. Arriving in an elf world, he was poised to showcase his abilities. However, the start seemed less than ideal at his age. According to league regulations, he could participate in the Elf College entrance examination to enter a university for trainers. Yet, based on his memories, it seemed the self in this world had, due to solitude, struggled to survive and had never considered becoming a trainer. With the examination looming tomorrow, he had yet to capture even a single starter elf. One must understand that the practical segment of the entrance examination required candidates to prepare their own elves. What was he to do? Just as Yin Xiao was grappling with this dilemma, an object resembling a game controller unexpectedly emerged from his pocket, hovering before him. Isn't this the modifier I used last night? Yin Xiao instantly recognized it. The night before his traversal, he had idly opened his computer to play Pokémon Emerald to pass the time. He had casually clicked on a modifier and had done something rather audacious. He modified a Caterpie to be perfect in every aspect, with an exceptional personality and high base stats as a starter elf. Moreover, he had altered its evolutionary form to Rayquaza. Initially, he had merely tinkered with it for amusement, but now, seeing the familiar modifier appear, Yin Xiao was taken aback. Could it be? In the next moment, the hovering modifier vanished. A synthesized electronic voice suddenly resonated in Yin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the Divine Modifier system. This system possesses numerous modification functions, aimed at assisting the host in becoming the world's strongest trainer. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Please check immediately. Before Yun Zhao's eyes, a massive gift pack icon prominently materialized. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to touch the icon. The pack exploded, radiating a burst of golden light. Ding! Novice gift pack successfully received. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS level character skill, All-Knowing Eye. As the system's voice echoed, Xiao felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes, an incredibly pleasant sensation that a stream of information flooded into his mind, allowing him to comprehend the usage of this skill, and a surge of joy welled up within him. All-knowing eye, SSS. The holder can see through the detailed information of any elf, enhancing vision, night vision, and dynamic image capture abilities by tenfold, as well as piercing through all disguises. This is a divine skill. But it seems the rewards of the novice gift pack do not end here. The system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host, you have received the item, Shiny Perfect Caterpie Egg. Note, all modifications made by the host of this elf have been retained, including evolutionary path. No sooner had the words left the system's mouth than an egg, housed in a hatching jar and emanating a mysterious aura, adorned with deep black patterns, appeared in Xiao's hand. Before him, a series of data also materialized at elf egg status, good. Estimated hatching elf, Caterpie, shiny, estimated elf quality, divine beast level. Estimated individual values, perfect estimated hatching time, 24 hours. Gazing at the egg in his hand, Xiao was already brimming with excitement that it truly aligned with his expectations. He had been fretting over his lack of elves, and now had directly obtained an elf egg. If it were a regular Caterpie egg, there would be little to celebrate. However, the distinction lay in the fact that this Caterpie, modified by him, would not only exceed the base stats of the starter trio upon hatching, but would also evolve directly into Rayquaza at level 20, because that was precisely how he had modified it the previous night. In the context of this world, this was immensely significant. For, according to his memories, although numerous powerful elves had emerged into public view with the continuous arrival of secret realms, when it came to divine beasts aside, from the 3 legendary birds and a few others, no other stronger divine beasts had yet come into existence. In this extraordinary circumstance, Xiao found himself in possession of a Rayquaza. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, the system's notification chimed once more, refreshing his senses. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired an SSS-level item, Delta Meteorite. As the words echoed, a black stone, roughly the size of a palm and riddled with imperfections, materialized in Xiao's hand. This level item, Delta Meteorite, a mysterious meteorite said to have fallen from the heavens. When carried by Rayquaza, its attributes are enhanced by 50%, its special effects are amplified, and it possesses the potential to evolve into megaform. Xiao lowered his gaze to observe the Pokémon egg in his left hand, then glanced at the meteorite in his right. His expression was a tapestry of complexity, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he lightly touched his nose and murmured to himself, with such a remarkable beginning. If I don't strive to become the world's strongest champion, I would feel I have let myself down. Chapter 2. The Initial Sprite. The voice of the system continued to resonate. The novice rewards have been successfully distributed. Now this system will introduce its functionalities to the host. Upon acquiring this system, whenever the host's actions evoke a sense of astonishment in others, shock points can be obtained. By consuming a certain number of shock points, the host can effect modifications to reality. As soon as the words left the system's interface, a series of panels materialized before Xiao's eyes. Basic modification. Consuming 100 shock points will randomly yield items, currency, clues, or special rewards. Intermediate modification. By expending 500 shock points, the host can alter a sprite's individual values, innate talents, up to champion level, traits, and mastered skills. Advanced modification, locked, requires an additional 2,000 shock points to unlock. Divine modification, locked, requires an additional 10,000 shock points to unlock. 4 distinct tiers of modification effects were presented, of which only 2 had been unlocked thus far. However, these 2 were sufficient to leave Xiao wide-eyed with astonishment. Remarkable. The basic modification was akin to a lottery. Whatever one drew would be a matter of chance. With a stroke of luck, it was entirely possible to draw a master ball. The intermediate modification, on the other hand, could directly influence the sprite's traits, individual values, innate talents, as well as skills. This was indeed impressive. Each sprite, from the moment of its birth, had its talents, traits, and individual values largely predetermined, which significantly influenced their potential future limits. Yet now, with the system in play, these constraints were rendered moot. As for the 2 locked modification features below, they further ignited Xiao's anticipation. If intermediate modifications were this formidable, could the more advanced ones possibly allow for direct alterations to levels, or even conjure legendary beasts from thin air? Perhaps even the common functionalities of infinite wealth and an endless supply of Master Balls could be realized? The more he pondered, the more elated he felt. As for how to acquire shock points, Xiao believed it would not be a challenge. With the current sprite, which could evolve into a Caterpie, he estimated it would render many speechless. The system's voice continued. Task panel has been unlocked. Another brand new interface appeared before Xiao. The panel was divided into two sections, daily tasks and main tasks. He first directed his gaze towards the daily tasks. Strive for progress. C-Rank utilized the modification function once. Task description. Isn't it foolish to possess a modifier and not use it? Task reward. One instance of basic modification functionality. This task was currently unachievable for Xiao, as he lacked any modification opportunities. Consequently, he shifted his attention to the main tasks. New arrival. Novice task: acquire your first sprite within 12 hours. Task description. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Surely you don't believe the egg will hatch in time? Task reward. Random SSS level character skill. One instance of intermediate modification. Note: failure to complete the task within 12 hours will be regarded as a failure, and subsequent tasks will be inaccessible. The rewards for this main task were indeed lavish, providing Xiao with much-needed opportunities for modification. However, as he read through the task description, he was struck by a glaring issue. He pulled out his phone to check the time, 5 p.m. The Caterpie egg required 24 hours to hatch, meaning it would not be ready until tomorrow afternoon. Yet the college entrance examination would conclude before noon tomorrow, whether for the sake of the examination or the task's reward. He had to find a way to acquire a sprite. He needed to act swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao carefully tucked the Delta meteorite into his pocket. This was a crucial item for the subsequent mega evolution of the Caterpie. He could not afford to lose it. Next, his gaze fell upon the sprite egg. The hatching capsule provided by the system appeared to be of good quality, alleviating any concerns about a failed hatching. He cautiously locked it away in his cabinet and began to contemplate. In this world, acquiring a sprite was not as simple as it was depicted in animations or games. Upon reaching the age of 10, one could receive a sprite for free, meandering around and exploring. However, the power possessed by sprites in the real world was often devastating. A champion-level sprite, unimpeded, could obliterate the city center in less than half an hour. Even a sprite of lesser strength could pose a significant threat to humanity. Consequently, the world's largest organization, the Sprite Alliance, had established stringent regulations. Only professional trainers could freely capture sprites, and there was a limit to the number they could possess. Ordinary individuals were not permitted to capture sprites. They had to register and purchase sprites through official channels, such as breeding houses, and could not own those with destructive capabilities. Under these rules, the only exception was students. Every individual enrolled in a sprite high school could prepare an initial sprite independently. Those from affluent families naturally sought rare sprites with high base stats. However, not every family possessed such means. To accommodate this, the Alliance officially provided initial sprites to students. By paying a fee far below market value, one could obtain a sprite. Nevertheless, even so, Xiao found himself in a predicament. Although the fee was considerably lower than market price, it was still substantial. The more one paid, the better the sprite one could receive. Conversely, failing to pay meant one would only receive the lowest tier. Reality was harsh. No one would pity him. According to his memory, Xiao's entire fortune amounted to a mere 2,000 yuan. This paltry sum was insufficient to meet even the minimum threshold of 5,000 yuan. Xiao felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he would have to settle for what remained. The lowest tier sprites were, to put it bluntly, merely fillers, the ones others had discarded. Their qualifications and individual values were the weakest. Selecting such a sprite for the entrance examination would undoubtedly yield poor results. However, Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, I possess a modification system. Why should I be concerned about these matters? Low qualifications? Low individual values? I can simply modify them. Having made up his mind, Xiao adjusted his mood and promptly set off towards the school's breeding facility. At this moment, the time was drawing near for the entrance examination, and the school naturally granted students a break to recalibrate. However, in a world like Xiao's, where he could scarcely afford rent, he was evidently the only one residing in a dormitory. Throughout his journey, he encountered not a single soul, arriving at the entrance of the breeding facility. Good afternoon. Elder Zhang, Xiao greeted an elderly gentleman at the entrance. This elder, named Zhang Xiong, was responsible for managing the breeding facility and distributing sprites. Even during the holidays, he remained at the breeding facility to care for the sprites, as many were distributed by the Alliance. Thus, he and Xiao had interacted quite a bit, and had become somewhat acquainted. Zhang Xiong lifted his gaze, somewhat taken aback. Xiao Yun, what brings you here? Yun Xiao got straight to the point. I wish to obtain a Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiong was momentarily stunned. Weren't you reluctant to do so before? What has prompted this sudden change? He found it perplexing, as the child had previously expressed no desire to claim a Pokémon. Come on, Uncle Zhang. Let us take a look. Yun Xiao blinked, deftly redirecting the conversation. Observing this, Zhang Xiong ceased his inquiries and nodded. All right then. However, I must inform you that, as someone who hasn't paid, you can only choose from the remaining Pokémon. Follow me. Chapter 3, Champion Qualities. Zhang Xiong led Yun Xiao into the breeding garden. Along the way, Yun Xiao beheld numerous Pokémon thriving in the simulated natural environment of the garden. When his gaze fell upon a Pokémon resting beneath a tree, a series of data immediately materialized before him. Pokémon, Scyther. Qualities, King level. Strength evaluation, LV10, entry level. Attributes, Bug Flying. Ability, Bug Sense. Increases the power of bug-type moves when HP is below 1/3. Skills, Swords Dance, Inherited, Quick Attack, Pursuit. Individual values. Average, Physical Attack, 20, Special Attack, 25. Speed, 19, HP, 0, Physical Defense, 0, Special Defense, 3. According to the rules of this world, a Pokémon's qualities are categorized into 7 distinct tiers. Entry, Official, Professional, Elite, Gym Leader, King, and Champion. While a Pokémon's qualities do not solely determine its potential strength, those with higher qualities find it easier to transcend class barriers. Conversely, a Pokémon with entry-level qualities faces significant challenges in advancing to King level. Although the quality of this Scyther did not strike Yun Xiao as particularly impressive, it was nonetheless considered quite good within this world. However, its individual values were rather low, with several attributes nearing 0. The maximum individual value for each attribute is 31. The closer a Pokémon is to this number, the better its performance in that category. Thus, Yun Xiao held little interest in this Scyther, despite possessing a modifier. The cost of a mid-level modification was over 500 points, which seemed rather steep. Noticing Yun Xiao's gaze, Zhang Xiong interpreted it differently. He sighed, somewhat helplessly saying, Ah, Xiao Yun, Pokémon here require at least 30,000 in fees. They're beyond your reach. Let us move on. Unable to clarify his true thoughts, Yun Xiao merely nodded and followed Zhang Xiong. After walking for a while and traversing several areas, they finally halted before a relatively small section. Alright, this is the area where you can choose Pokémon for free. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao peered inside. As he expected, the Pokémon within were predominantly of low base stats, quite common, and with mediocre talents. Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow. After examining for some time, he found not a single Pokémon with qualities exceeding the entry level, and their individual values were generally low. It was only to be expected. What could be of quality when left behind by others? He began to ponder seriously. Although Yun Xiao had access to a modifier system, he valued each Pokémon he captured, treating them with care as they grew stronger together. Therefore, he held certain standards when selecting companions. Individual values and qualities could be modified, but it remained uncertain whether base stats could be altered. Among this batch of Pokémon, the one with the highest base stats in its final evolution appeared to be Pidgeot. Its final evolution, Pidgeot, is often referred to as the quintessential home bird, having been temporarily released by a foolish individual and yet to be reclaimed. Its total base stats reached 479, significantly surpassing those of Rattata and Spearow. Yun Xiao contemplated this and had nearly settled on the idea of selecting one of the Pidgeys from the area. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed a peculiar Pokémon. In the center of this area stood a tree, and just beneath it lay a white figure. With a languid gaze and a body covered in white fur, it was a sloth Pokémon. Its data immediately appeared before Yun Xiao's eyes. Pokémon, Sloth. Qualities, Champion level. Attributes, Normal. Strength evaluation, LV9, entry level. Ability, Lazy. In battle and during actions, it may fall into a lazy state without being constrained. Skills, Scratch. Individual values, Rare, Physical Attack, 31. Special Attack, 20. Speed, 18. HP, 31. Physical Defense, 29. Special Defense, 25. Yun Xiao's eyes widened slightly. Champion level qualities. Rare individual values. How could such a Pokémon appear in this area? This Pokémon was a true rarity, and upon its emergence, every trainer would be driven to madness. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Xiong spoke up at that moment. Xiao Yun, you're not considering this fellow, are you? His expression was somewhat peculiar. Oh, this sloth Pokémon actually has quite commendable qualities according to machine assessments. Unfortunately, it is a sloth. The last part of his statement was uttered in a hushed tone, as if he didn't wish to discourage the sloth. Xiao listened intently and glanced back at the sloth, suddenly realizing where the issue lay. The sloth, in its final evolution known as Sloth King, possesses extraordinarily high base stats, rivaling even those of mythical Pokémon. Although this is the real world, and base stats are merely a reference. In a true battle, mythical Pokémon remain undeniably more powerful. However, Sloth King's base stats could be said to surpass those of many rare starter Pokémon. Yet, still, no one was willing to train such a Pokémon. The reason was simple, its ability. Both Sloth and Sloth King possessed the ability Lazy. Regardless of the circumstances, they exhibit extreme laziness in battle and everyday life, to the extent of falling asleep during fights. Such a Pokémon, no matter how impressive its base stats, poses an extraordinary challenge in training. To my recollection, I have yet to hear of any top trainer who has successfully trained this Pokémon. It is no wonder that this sloth, despite its promising potential, was overlooked by all. For even if captured and trained, the sloth's ability renders it virtually untrainable. Bringing it into battle would only serve as a source of ridicule. Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao. Just because others cannot train it, does not mean he cannot. With a mid-level modifier, he could directly alter the Pokémon's ability. As the ancients say, if a mighty Sloth King is to be, it can either steam the fatty fish or tear apart those that cannot fly. This is truly a remarkable sloth Pokémon for me. Xiao immediately devised a plan. As soon as he acquired the sloth Pokémon, he utilized the modification opportunity granted by the task to change its ability. Subsequently, he intended to enhance its innate talents and individual values. With this thought in mind, Xiao extended his hand, pointing at the sloth Pokémon. Xiao, I shall take this sloth Pokémon. Zhao Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he pulled Xiao aside. Have you lost your mind? That is a sloth Pokémon. I assure you, not even the champions of our Dragon Kingdom dare claim they can train such a creature. Xiao, I have made my decision, Xiao replied, shaking his head. You truly are something else, Zhao Xiong said, appearing somewhat anxious, furrowing his brow before relenting. Listen, I understand you wish for a better Pokémon. How about this? I can lend you 5,000 yuan to help you select a slightly better Pokémon. Something like a Jigglypuff or a Mewtwo would be quite suitable, easy to care for, and with potential for growth. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, recognizing that Zhao Xiong was considering his well-being. However, he shook his head again. No need, Xiao, I have already made up my mind. You stubborn child. Zhao Xiong sighed, his brow knitting in frustration, seemingly a bit irritated. Very well, take this Pokeball. When switching to another Pokemon, you might need to engage in a conversation to see if the other party is willing, but with this one, you can simply capture it. He shook his head and sighed, tossing a red and white ball to Xiao. Without hesitation, Xiao threw the Pokeball, successfully capturing the sloth Pokemon within it. The ball didn't even shake. It was uncertain whether the sloth Pokemon chose not to resist or was simply too lethargic to do so. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. New arrival. You have obtained a Pokemon. Would you like to claim your reward immediately? Chapter 4. The First Modification. With someone present, Xiao refrained from hastily claiming his reward. After capturing the sloth Pokemon, Zhao Xiong assisted him with the registration, and from that moment forth, the sloth Pokemon became his. Pokemon captured in such a manner cannot be abandoned or sold. Trainers must take lifelong responsibility for them, or risk imprisonment. As Zhao Xiong watched Xiao's retreating figure, his brow furrowed into a line, troubled. I had hoped this boy had finally gained some insight and was willing to try this path. Yet, he begins by selecting such a Pokemon. He's essentially doomed unless a miracle occurs. He sighed, wishing for some kind of miracle to unfold. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao slammed the door shut and secured it with an additional lock. He then opened the locked cabinet and glanced inside. Excellent, the egg is still there. Come forth. Sloth Pokemon. He tossed the Pokeball, and a flash of white light revealed the sloth Pokemon before him. It slowly lifted its head, seemingly observing and assessing its new trainer. However, Xiao's emotions were somewhat complex at this moment. Strictly speaking, this was his first genuine capture of a Pokemon. The sensation was entirely different from that of a game. Xiao took a deep breath and tentatively extended his hand to stroke the sloth Pokemon's head. It offered no resistance. Instead, it comfortably squinted its eyes, appearing quite fond of Xiao. I am Xiao, and from now on, I shall be your trainer. I look forward to our journey together. Xiao smiled. The sloth Pokemon, in a daze, nodded slightly before staring blankly into the air, seemingly lost in thought. It was not that it wished to ignore him, Rather, it was simply too lazy to react further. Xiao observed this with a touch of exasperation. Yet, soon, this would no longer be an issue. His gaze sharpened. System, claim the task reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS level skill, Aura Power. Aura Power, SSS level, a mysterious and formidable force. Theoretically, the pinnacle of human potential in Aura Mastery can be further enhanced through the system. Xiao's lips curled into a smile upon reading this notification. Aura Power. This ability is also possessed by a certain Pokémon, Lucario. It is precisely due to this unique capability that Lucario stands as a being comparable to demigods. Aura Power allows one to perceive the surrounding terrain and circumstances, communicate with Pokémon, and even amplify their abilities during battle. This is essentially an enhanced version of a psychic ability. If one were to pinpoint a limitation compared to psychic powers, it might be that this force cannot be used to launch attacks or provide protection. Even those humans who have mastered Aura Power to its utmost have never been seen utilizing it for offensive purposes. However, as Xiao pondered the subsequent line of text following the notification, he grasped the implications. This power could be further developed through the system, transcending human limitations. As his thoughts surged, a brilliant blue orb suddenly appeared in the air and merged into Xiao's body. In the next moment, Xiao felt a peculiar power manifest within him. He closed his eyes, and an intangible aura radiated outward from his center, enveloping all surrounding areas. Scenes and images began to materialize before his eyes as if rendered in a model. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that almost the entire floor was encompassed within his power, and this was merely in an unrefined state. Xiao murmured with excitement, with a few more practice sessions, I can transform into a human radar. Everything around him would be under his control. Moreover, this was just one application of Aura Power. He turned toward the sloth Pokémon and activated his ability once more. A moment of clarity suddenly dawned upon Xiao. He could directly engage in mental communication with the sloth Pokémon. Hello, sloth Pokémon. He attempted to convey in his mind. You can actually speak to me directly. The sloth Pokémon expressed surprise. However, its tone was exceedingly slow, akin to an elderly lady crossing the street, leaving Xiao feeling quite anxious. This was likely a consequence of its lazy nature. Nevertheless, this matter could soon be rectified. With a wave of his hand, Xiao commanded, System, initiate intermediate modification. Change the sloth Pokémon's ability. He utilized the modification opportunity acquired from the task. Ding. The modification opportunity has been consumed. The following are modification options. Option 1. Remove the original ability and randomly acquire one non-legendary ability. Modification requirement. Sloth Pokémon must reach level 10. Option 2. Remove the original ability and randomly acquire one positive ability from non-legendary Pokémon. Modification requirement. Sloth Pokémon must reach level 20 and achieve 10 battle victories. Option 3. Remove the original ability and grant it the Strongman ability. Modification requirements. The Lazy One must reach level 20, achieve 20 victories in battles, and secure 5 victories in overleveling battles, one of which must be against an opponent possessing the Strongman trait. Xiao gazed at these 3 distinct options. Lost in contemplation, he had assumed that activating the modifier would allow him to directly alter the Lazy One's attributes. To his surprise, there were additional prerequisites. Given this, it appeared that modifying the trait to Strongman would be quite challenging, setting aside the need for the Lazy One to reach level 20. The requirement for overleveling battles alone was quite a formidable task. With the Lazy One's current trait, not to mention overleveling, even battles at the same level were exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he must defeat an opponent with the Strongman trait. As far as Xiao knew, only the Digging Bunny and Marilioli belonged to this specific trait. Coincidentally, neither of these Pokémon could be found in the vicinity or the secret realms surrounding him, although the Mega Gulpin also possessed this trait. Mega Evolution had yet to manifest in this world. Thus, Xiao found himself in quite a predicament. Perhaps he should opt for the first modification method and arbitrarily change to a different trait, as long as it wasn't something absurd like slow start. It would surely be better than laziness. Just as Xiao was mired in indecision, the information before him suddenly flickered. Detection indicates this is the first modification attempt by the host, hence the difficulty has been significantly reduced. Modification requirements have been updated. No sooner had the words been spoken than the last modification option underwent a startling transformation. Option 3. The Lazy One loses laziness and gains the Strongman trait. Modification requirement. The Lazy One must reach level 10. Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. Was there even a need for deliberation? He promptly declared, System, I choose the third option. Chapter 5. Is this even possible? Ding. The host has selected the modification content. Accompanied by the system's prompt, 3 lines of information swiftly dwindled down to the final line. Modification content. Grant the lazy one the strongman trait. Modification condition. The lazy one's level must reach 10, current progress, LV 910. This was it. A faint smile crept across Yun Xiao's face. With the strongman trait, the lazy one's strength would undergo a monumental transformation. The pressing concern now was how to elevate the lazy one's level by 1 to meet the modification conditions. Just as Yun Xiao pondered this, the system's prompt reappeared. Ding. Daily task. Striving for excellence has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a basic modification opportunity X1. Ding. Mainline task has been updated. Beginner task 2. Making a mark. Difficulty C. Task description. As a transmigrator, if you cannot achieve a commendable result, the system feels ashamed on your behalf. Task requirement. In the upcoming Pokémon Entrance Examination, strive to achieve the best possible score. The better the score, the more substantial the rewards. After a few seconds of contemplation, Yun Xiao grasped the situation. He had just utilized a modification opportunity, completed a daily task, and gained another basic modification opportunity. The mainline task required him to attain a good score in tomorrow's examination. The better the score, the more rewarding the outcome would be. Judging by the system's tendencies, the rewards for this task would undoubtedly be generous. Therefore, Yun Xiao resolved to strive for the highest tier of rewards. With determination set, he began to contemplate the intricacies of the Pokémon Entrance Examination. The examination consisted of 2 parts, a theoretical test and a practical combat assessment. Regarding the theoretical portion, based on his recollections of various mock exams, he should face no challenges whatsoever, and even scoring full marks would likely be a walk in the park. After all, when it comes to theoretical knowledge about Pokémon, not even the examiners combined would rival his expertise. However, the practical combat assessment posed a significant hurdle. Yun Xiao would need to command his Pokémon in battle and score based on their performance. Thus, to achieve a commendable score, he must alter the lazy one's trait today. Once again, the conundrum returned to its origin: how to elevate the lazy one's level. Generally speaking, there are 2 methods to raise a Pokémon's level. The first is through training, which over time leads to a gradual increase in level. However, this method is exceedingly inefficient. Even a single day may not suffice to elevate the lazy one's level. Moreover, as long as the lazy one retains the trait of laziness, coaxing him to train would be akin to moving mountains. Hence, this method was promptly discarded. The second method is far more efficient, engaging in battles, which grants experience points regardless of victory or defeat. This aspect bears some resemblance to the mechanics of games. Yet the issue is that Yun Xiao realized he currently had no suitable opponents at hand. Even if he found one, the question remained whether the lazy one could hold his own. Furrowing his brow, Yun Xiao contemplated. In fact, there exists a third method. This involves providing the Pokémon with energy-rich treasures, cubes, and other items that can directly enhance their level. However, even the most basic treasures cost upwards of 10,000. Energy cubes, a single can of which costs over 1,000, are beyond his current means. At this moment, he seemed to have reached an impasse. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yun Xiao. Had he not just acquired a basic modification opportunity? According to the system's description, basic modifications yield random rewards. If he were to draw money or treasures, he could use them directly to elevate the lazy one's level. Moreover, should he happen to draw some miraculous candy or experience cards, it would simplify matters immensely. With this thought in mind, Yun Xiao promptly opened the modification panel and selected the basic modification. The host has consumed 1 basic modification attempt. Rewards are being drawn, accompanied by the system's prompt. A spinning wheel materialized before Yun Xiao, beginning to whirl rapidly. He could vaguely discern that the wheel was divided into 4 segments. The items section occupied a substantial portion, while the money and clue sections nearly split the remaining area evenly. The final section, which was almost a mere 20th of the wheel's size, was marked with. Recalling the system's earlier introduction, this should be the special reward section. With a 1/20th chance of drawing it, Yun Xiao held little hope. Furthermore, what he truly needed at this moment were items or money. As the wheel spun at breakneck speed, it gradually began to slow down. The pointer glided over the item section. It then slowly passed through the money section. Ultimately, it landed on the clue section. Yun Xiao let out a sigh. Well, it seems he would have to devise another plan to elevate the lazy one's level. Just as he furrowed his brow, the wheel suddenly spun again. In that almost imperceptible moment, the pointer deftly slipped out of the clue zone and landed in the next area. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Tremendous luck. You have received a mysterious reward. Yin Xiao could not help but widen his eyes. Is this even possible? Chapter 6. Simulation's Secret Realm, Evergreen Forest. Yin Xiao never anticipated that a mere 1 in 20 chance would grant him such luck on his very first draw. The system's notification continued to resonate. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired a special reward. Simulation's Secret Realm, Evergreen Forest. A simulation secret realm? Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What exactly is that? Secret realms have existed in this world since thousands of years ago, presenting extraordinary spaces. Creatures such as elves emerged from these secret realms, gradually entering the human realm. Each secret realm is teeming with countless resources, including ores, treasures, rare fruits, and elusive elves. Any ordinary person who manages to retrieve even a single item from a secret realm can instantly attain wealth. However, exploring these secret realms is fraught with peril. The elves within are not universally friendly to humans. Many may even launch attacks. Some elves seem to be in a frenzied state, harboring great hostility towards humans, rendering them exceedingly dangerous. According to statistics from the world's largest organization, the Elf Alliance, hundreds of thousands of trainers perish within secret realms each year. Yet, countless individuals willingly venture forth into these realms, hoping to reap rewards. Consequently, the Alliance has imposed stringent restrictions on entering secret realms. Only professionally certified trainers who have passed formal assessments may enter. This is the extent of Yin Xiao's understanding of secret realms at present. Nevertheless, he found himself perplexed. What exactly does the system mean by simulation secret realm? Amidst his confusion, the system provided a direct answer. To the host, a simulation secret realm, as the name implies, is a virtual space generated by this system based on the secret realms that exist in the world. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao paused in astonishment. Does this mean he can enjoy the resources of an entire secret realm all to himself? Yet, given his current strength, he would still hesitate to enter. Even the lowest level secret realms are inhabited by powerful elves. Just as Yin Xiao was mulling over this, the system's notifications continued. All-terrain elves and resources within will synchronize with the secret realms in the real world. The host cannot take anything out from the simulation secret realm, but can gain battle experience points. Moreover, if the host encounters danger within the secret realm, they will be instantly teleported back to reality. So that is how it is. At this moment, Yin Xiao experienced a moment of clarity. This simulation secret realm feature, while not allowing him to extract items, nevertheless provides a safe environment for his elves to gain experience through combat. Furthermore, this feature carries a deeper significance. Since the simulation secret realm synchronizes with the real secret realms, he can risk-free uncover the locations of treasures, rare elves, and ores within the simulation. He could then venture into the real secret realms to directly seek out these items. Excitement gleamed in Yin Xiao's eyes. This is truly a remarkable boon. While others risk their lives, nervously entering secret realms to level up and search for resources and rare elves, for him, the endeavor has transformed into an effortless, game-like experience. Free from pressure, he could even level up rapidly within the simulation secret realm before exiting. With this thought, a smile crept onto Yin Xiao's lips as he gazed at the newly appeared panel. Simulation Secret Realm. Unlocked Secret Realm. Evergreen Forest, 1 star. Description: a dense forest populated by grass-type and bug-type elves, featuring simple terrain and a relatively small area. Precious resources, mysterious tree fruits, grass-type treasures, high-quality grass and bug-type elves. Recommended level: 5 to 20. Note: elves meeting the recommended level will receive double experience points while battling in the simulation secret realm. Secret Realm Unlock Level 0. Additional rewards will be granted upon reaching a certain unlock standard. Double experience points. Additional rewards. Yin Xiao initially thought this feature was already outrageous. Little did he expect such a delightful surprise. No wonder this secret realm was a special reward with only a 1 in 20 chance of being drawn. Moreover, this made leveling up his Slothmon much more feasible. With that thought in mind, Yin Xiao decisively declared, "System, enter the simulation secret realm, Evergreen Forest." No sooner had he spoken than he and his Slothmon vanished from the dormitory. The host has arrived at the simulation secret realm, Evergreen Forest. Exploration map has been updated. As the system's notification echoed, Yin Xiao opened his eyes. He found himself standing upon a lush green meadow. Surrounding him was a dense jungle, exuding an enchanting scent of nature. It truly is a perfect replica. He could not help but exclaim in wonder. On the luminous screen before him, a map materialized. This map was nearly enveloped in gray, suggesting that Yin Xiao must continuously explore the secret realm to unlock its routes. He glanced at it briefly before shifting his focus. There was no urgency in unlocking the secret realm just yet. His immediate priority was to find a suitable opponent for Slothmon, allowing it to level up to 10 and complete its modification. He closed his eyes, extending his aura. In the next moment, he sensed the presence of an elf lurking in the bushes to his left. Concentrating his energy, the figure of the elf materialized before Xiao. It resembled a green caterpillar, sporting two Y-shaped red antennae atop its head. It was none other than the most common wild elf, the Caterpie. Perfect. This creature was just right for Slothman's first opponent. A surge of joy welled up within Xiao. Caterpie possesses an exceedingly low base stat and is considered rather weak in the real world, although it can rapidly evolve into its final form, Butterfree. Many novice trainers choose to cultivate it for this reason. Few seasoned trainers would ever rely on it as a primary companion. Slothmon, go. Use tackle on that one. Xiao pointed toward the patch of grass where the Caterpie was hiding. However, the anticipated scene of fervor did not materialize. Slothmon, dragging its body, awkwardly raised its paw and ambled towards the thicket. Unfortunately, it tripped over a stone, losing balance and tumbling headlong into the foliage. Xiao watched this unfold, momentarily at a loss for words. He was now experiencing firsthand why no one would ever choose Slothmon as their initial elf, under the influence of his unique characteristics. Even a Pokémon of exceptional talent like the lazy slug exhibits such behavior. Oh dear. As the lazy slug toppled over, a Caterpie, Lirmaochong, hidden in the grass, was startled and immediately emerged from the underbrush. A series of data instantly appeared before Xiao's eyes. Pokémon, Caterpie. Qualification, beginner level. Type, bug. Strength evaluation, LV4, utterly weak. Ability, shed skin, immune to additional effects from attacking moves. Moves, string shot, tackle. Individual values, common as dirt, attack 3, special attack 7, speed 10, HP 9, physical defense 0, special defense 8. With an evaluation of utter weakness, none of its individual values exceeded double digits. If the lazy slug could not triumph over such a Caterpie, Xiao would find himself at a loss. He gazed at the dazed lazy slug, still struggling in the grass, and offered encouragement. Lazy slug, keep going. Your opponent is feeble. This is your first battle, and you will surely prevail. Minutes passed. Xiao watched the Caterpie lying on the ground, its eyes spiraling in confusion, and let out a deep sigh. The entire combat process had been a pitiful sight, reminiscent of two preschool children ineptly pecking at each other. Fortunately, the Caterpie possessed almost no offensive capabilities, and after several attempts, the lazy slug finally depleted the Caterpie's stamina. However, after just a few minutes, the lazy slug seemed utterly exhausted, lying flat on the ground, motionless and panting heavily. To an observer, it might appear that the lazy slug had just endured a cataclysmic battle. Yet, through the power of aura and communication with the lazy slug, Xiao discovered that it did not wish to perform so poorly. For reasons unknown, it found itself unable to exert its strength during combat. This seemed to be the influence of its lazy ability. Xiao felt a mix of emotions. He looked at the lazy slug and reassured, "Do not worry. I will soon resolve this issue for you." The lazy slug, taken aback, pondered how its trait could be remedied. Xiao remained silent, lifting his gaze ahead. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Lazy Slug has achieved victory in battle. Experience gained, 20 by 240 points. Congratulations, your Pokémon Lazy Slug has leveled up to level 10. The system notification brought a profound sense of relief to Xiao. Thankfully, it appeared that the lazy slug merely needed a bit more experience to level up. Otherwise, the thought of seeking new opponents while carrying it would have been daunting. Modification conditions met. Would you like to proceed with the modification immediately? Modify, Xiao declared, clenching his fist. From this moment forth, the lazy slug would no longer be hindered by its trait and could engage in battle normally. A radiant light enveloped the lazy slug, swiftly vanishing as if nothing had transpired. However, in Xiao's view, the trait section of the lazy slug's data had unmistakably changed. Trait, strongman, physical attack doubled, body becomes more robust and powerful. Finally, the modification succeeded. Lazy slug, how do you feel? He inquired, looking at the lazy slug beside him. The lazy slug narrowed its eyes and, feeling the change, suddenly exclaimed in wonder, Machi? The restriction that had hampered its strength and swift movements had vanished. Not only that, but it also felt significantly sturdier. It stood up, attempting to throw a punch and run. Everything felt normal and fluid, and it experienced no fatigue whatsoever. Machi, the lazy slug, became instantly exhilarated. It could finally move like an ordinary Pokémon. Machi Machi, it leaped onto Xiao's shoulder. affectionately nuzzling against its trainer to express its joy. Observing the lazy slug's newfound agility, Xiao couldn't help but reach out and stroke its head, smiling. Well, you certainly appear much more normal now. He paused, adding, however, we have a practical assessment tomorrow. Since we still have time, let us seek out a few more opponents to level up. Let us go. Machi. Together, the trainer and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 7. The examination begins. Lazy Slug, use Tackle. Xiao commanded, pointing at a Spearow, Leerchit, blocking their path. Machi, the lazy slug, which had previously moved sluggishly, suddenly surged forward with an unexpected burst of speed, racing towards the Spearow, its claws gleaming as it struck down heavily. Caw! The Spearow, caught off guard, was instantly defeated, rendered incapable of battle. Ding! Congratulations, your Pokémon Lazy Slug has achieved victory in battle. Experience gained, 80 by 2160 points. Your Pokémon Lazy Slug has leveled up to LV13. The system notification flashed by, and Xiao wore a satisfied expression. Just as he had surmised, the Lazy Slug, with its exceptional qualifications and the newfound strongman trait, displayed combat prowess far exceeding that of its peers. The Spearow they had just faced was not weak, having reached level 10. Yet, under the influence of the strongman trait, it had been effortlessly defeated by the Lazy Slug's ordinary move, Tackle. After several battles, the Lazy Slug's level had risen to 13. While it had yet to learn any new moves, its combat strength had increased tenfold compared to when Xiao first acquired it. With this, tomorrow's practical assessment should pose no challenge. Xiao mused. Generally, the Pokémon used in practical assessments are around level 10. With the Lazy Slug at its current level and the advantage of the strongman trait, it need not fear any Pokémon of the same level. Let us call it a day. You've worked hard, Lazy Slug. Xiao nodded at the Lazy Slug. Machi. The Lazy Slug waved its claws, appearing somewhat fatigued. Despite its excitement over the new strongman trait, which freed it from the lethargy that once plagued it, the numerous battles had taken their toll. Rest well. Xiao returned it to its Pokeball and glanced at the mysterious map displayed before him. From the point where he had just set off, a small area around him had unveiled gray mists. These regions not only indicated pathways, but also marked the locations of wild Pokémon, such as the Spearow they had just encountered. According to the system's explanation, these Pokémon would reset their stamina when Xiao re-entered the simulated secret realm, making it incredibly convenient to challenge them again simply by referring to their locations on the map. The exploration progress of the secret realm had also changed. Exploration progress, 9. This indicated that he had traversed 1/10 of the evergreen forest. However, due to Lazy Man's recent alteration in characteristics and his unfamiliarity with combat, Xiao primarily guided him while searching for opponents at the periphery. Upon his next visit, he would delve deeper into the mysterious realm. The creatures within the depths boasted higher levels, which would significantly accelerate the pace of leveling up. Contemplating this, Xiao silently recited, "Exit the simulated secret realm." In the next moment, he vanished from that ethereal space. Upon returning to his dormitory, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Leaning against his bed, Xiao casually grabbed a bag of bread to suffice as his dinner. As he ate, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He was now a trainer responsible for the care and sustenance of his Pokémon. To ensure their healthy development, he could not allow them to consume human food. He needed to procure specialized Pokémon nourishment or provide them with energy cubes. Previously mentioned, energy cubes were beyond his current financial means. However, while Pokémon food was not inexpensive, acquiring a small quantity was manageable. Without hesitation, Xiao retrieved his phone and ordered a 3-day supply of Pokémon food online. Half an hour later, a Pidgeot swooped down from the sky, hovering outside Xiao's dormitory window. The bird, having undergone professional training, had taken on the role of a courier. Xiao extracted the package from the pouch strapped to the Pidgeot's back, expressed his gratitude, and watched as it soared away. He opened the package, retrieved a portion of food, and summoned Lazy Man. "You must be hungry. Come and eat." Machi. Lazy Man eagerly devoured the food, while Xiao furrowed his brow, troubled. This single portion of Pokémon food was sufficient for a normal-sized Pokémon for 3 days, costing $500. Tomorrow, the Caterpie would hatch from its egg, yet he had barely 2,000 left. Such a meager sum was evidently insufficient. The first method that came to Xiao's mind for obtaining money was the basic modification. However, he had already exhausted his modification attempts and, as of now, had 0 shock points. Moreover, even if he had enough points, the basic modification might not yield any monetary rewards. He fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it's best to wait until after the exams tomorrow. The night swiftly passed. The following morning in the heart of Yunlan City, at a high school designated as an official examination site for Pokemon trainers, hundreds of students gathered beneath the teaching building. Hey, have you made up your mind? A plump figure emerged from the crowd, patting Yun Xiao on the shoulder. This was his close friend, Wang Ming. You scared me. I thought you were actually going to give up, but here you are. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I suddenly felt the urge to become a trainer. That's the spirit. By the way, you must have received your Pokemon by now, Wang Ming remarked, shaking the Pokeball in his hand. This little Snorlax, you know about it. What about you? What Pokemon did you receive? He asked curiously. Wang Ming's family was quite well off, having spent a considerable sum to secure this Pokemon for him. Most people couldn't boast such a fortunate start. Yun Xiao glanced at him and replied coolly, I adopted a lazy man from the breeding center yesterday. Wang Ming's expression instantly turned rigid. Are you serious? He never expected Yun Xiao to choose such a Pokemon. Lazy Man was notoriously difficult to train, renowned for dozing off during battles. As he prepared to continue speaking, a voice filled with mockery rang out from the side. Huh. I thought some people had decided not to show up, but here you are after all. Choosing a lazy man as your Pokemon suits you perfectly. The speaker was a tall youth with bangs, clad in a black jacket. Yun Xiao glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brow. According to his memory, this individual was Xiao Fulong, a classmate. There were no grudges or interactions between them. Xiao Fulong was simply a restless character who, due to his affluent background, had always acted arrogantly. He held disdain for those he looked down upon. Many found his attitude intolerable, yet few dared to confront him. Especially since Xiao Fulong's father was the deputy mayor of Yunlan City. His voice was raised, drawing the attention of those around. Yun Xiao has come? I thought he had given up. He really chose a lazy man? My goodness, he asked bold. The crowd buzzed with murmurs regarding Yun Xiao's choice of a lazy man as his initial Pokemon. After all, everyone was well aware of the notorious reputation of this Pokemon. In their eyes, Yun Xiao's decision was akin to sabotaging his own future. Amidst the chatter, Xiao Fulong nonchalantly retrieved a Pokeball and released the Pokemon within. In a flash of white light, a creature adorned in vibrant green, carrying a massive seed on its back, materialized before the crowd. It was a Bulbasaur. See this? This is the Pokemon my father prepared for me. A Bulbasaur, he proclaimed, beaming with pride. The gaze of the onlookers was irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. Is that a Bulbasaur? I've heard these rare starter Pokemon cost at least 400,000 to 500,000. They murmured, their expressions tinged with envy. Xiao Fulong reveled in their attention, casting a smug glance at Yun Xiao, eager to belittle him. Yet, he soon realized that Yun Xiao's focus was not on him. At that moment, Yun Xiao was examining the data on the Bulbasaur. He muttered softly, level 9 gym leader quality, but the individual values are rather low. Not a single one exceeds 20. It shouldn't be able to defeat lazy man Xiao Fulong. Didn't he catch the earlier part of his statement? But he clearly heard the last line. Defeat lazy man? Xiao Fulong froze, then simmered with irritation. Hey, Yun, what do you mean by that? Oh, you heard? It's nothing much, just stating the facts. Yun Xiao shrugged, his expression unperturbed. Based on the data, that Bulbasaur would be toyed with by lazy man. To the other students, especially Xiao Fulong, Yun Xiao's words were utterly ludicrous. Lazy man toy with Bulbasaur? Impossible. Xiao Fulong, instead of being angered, laughed derisively. All right then, during the practical assessment, do you dare to team up with me? I'll show you what a real difference in skill looks like. The practical assessment involved two candidates sending out their Pokemon to battle in front of the examiner. The better their performance, the higher the score they would receive. Typically, pairs would consist of trainers of comparable strength. If there was too great a disparity, one would inevitably receive a poor evaluation. Xiao Fulong's challenge was a direct affront to Yun Xiao, confident he would not dare accept. Unexpectedly, Yun Xiao lifted his head and regarded him with an odd expression. You wish to team up with me? Very well, I have no objections. I was just lamenting the lack of suitable partners for our battle. An ordinary opponent would scarcely reveal the prowess of the lazy old man. Furthermore, although Yun Xiao possesses a benevolent heart, he does not mind imparting a lesson to someone who has brazenly invaded his personal space. Chapter 8. The Theoretical Examination. Results Announcement. Xiao Fulong was utterly taken aback by Yun Xiao's attitude, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a deep male voice suddenly interjected. What is all this commotion? Silence. This is an examination room. Instantly, the students fell into a hushed stillness. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clutching a stack of books, Yun Xiao's homeroom teacher, who also served as the head of the grade. Even towards Xiao Fulong, this stern director commanded respect and fear from all students, and with his utterance, no one dared to speak. The man's gaze swept across the students. pausing momentarily upon noticing Xiao, seemingly taken aback. "Students, today marks the final day of your high school journey. I have a few words I wish to share with you all." The man began, adopting the customary motivational tone typical of homeroom teachers before examinations. Meanwhile, Wang Ming discreetly nudged Xiao with his elbow, his expression fraught with concern. "Hey, I'm not actually planning to battle that scoundrel, are you? Though he may be insufferable, that Bulbasaur is one of the starter Pokémon, far superior to my little Snorlax. If you truly find him intolerable, I can take your place." Evidently, he was quite apprehensive about Xiao's earlier remarks. Yet, Xiao remained composed. "No worries, fatty. I only engage in endeavors in which I am confident." Confident? Wang Ming thought, incredulous. Using the lazy old man to contend with a starter Pokémon? Is that what you call confidence? He opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. "All right, Brother Yun, don't overextend yourself." He could only weakly utter this last remark. On the other side, the homeroom teacher's address was nearing its conclusion. "The upcoming 2 examinations will significantly impact your future. Therefore, you must exert your utmost effort. However, I trust that even without my admonition, you all comprehend this. In 15 minutes, the theoretical examination will commence. Please ensure you have your admission tickets ready to enter." With that, the homeroom teacher waved his hand. The students dispersed in a flurry, hastily making their way to their respective examination rooms. "Brother Yun, I'm off to room C. Best of luck," Wang Ming called as he departed, his examination location some distance away. "All right, good luck," Xiao nodded. His own room A was conveniently nearby, merely a floor above, so he felt no urgency. Suddenly sensing something, he turned to find Zhao Fulong glaring at him with malice. "Just wait. In the practical segment, whoever runs away is a coward," Zhao Fulong declared. "Fine by me," Xiao shrugged, proceeding towards the examination room, leaving Zhao Fulong behind. Room A was a vast multimedia classroom, accommodating at least 100 examinees. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Not a word was spoken as everyone sat in their seats, bracing for the ordeal. Only one person stood out, Xiao, who was curiously observing a yellow creature stationed at the front of the examination hall. Creature, Alakazam. Type, Psychic. Qualification, Champion level. Power evaluation, LV 55, Intermediate Champion. Intermediate Champion. According to his recollections, this Alakazam was designated as the proctor for the examination. No attempt to cheat, whether through psychic abilities or other means, could escape the detection of this champion-level Alakazam, unless someone had procured a champion-level psychic Pokémon to facilitate cheating. What was the point of even participating in such an examination? With idle time on his hands, Xiao took a moment to attune himself to the formidable aura emanating from the Alakazam, nodding in acknowledgement. Even from this distance, he could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. A champion-level Pokémon is certainly among the elite within the current ranks of trainers. He pondered how long it would take him to reach such a standard. As Xiao's thoughts wandered, the announcement echoed throughout the room. The examination is about to commence. This session will last for 120 minutes. Candidates are advised to answer diligently. Once the papers were distributed, Xiao glanced over his and exhaled in relief. Steady. These questions posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Queries regarding the effects of abilities, the additional effects of moves, species-based stats, and primary training directions were all trivial matters. He flipped the paper to the back and paused abruptly. This question is rather intriguing. Half an hour later, the tension in the examination hall was palpable. Aside from the sound of pens scratching, there was an eerie silence. The candidates were deeply engrossed in their answers, and 2 hours was insufficient time. Suddenly, a hand shot up. "Teacher, I wish to submit my paper early." Without waiting for a response, he placed his test paper down and exited the examination room. The entire process lasted barely 3 seconds, yet the hall erupted into astonished murmurs. Had someone truly submitted their paper early? While everyone else struggled to utilize the full 2 hours, this individual had finished in half an hour. What did that signify? The invigilator furrowed his brow and approached the student's desk. According to examination rules, early submissions were permissible, but it was unprecedented for anyone to do so. The theoretical examination for Pokémon was notoriously challenging. Even top scorers had to optimize every precious minute. Yet this student had submitted his paper in a mere half hour. Moreover, the difficulty of this year's questions surpassed those of previous years. Was this examinee merely throwing in the towel? Contemplating this, he couldn't help but glance at the paper on the desk. But upon doing so, his gaze became riveted. For he was astonished to find that the paper was meticulously filled with answers, devoid of any blanks. Furthermore, a cursory glance revealed that every answer was correct. The invigilator frowned and scrutinized the paper for a moment longer, unable to suppress a deep breath. He marched directly to the front of the examination room, approaching the Alakazam. Alakazam, did you notice the one who submitted their paper early? His implication was clear. He harbored suspicions that this student was cheating. Yet Alakazam shook its head. While he does emanate a peculiar energy fluctuation, he did not utilize it and has been answering normally. The Invigilator, upon receiving the information through Alakazam's psychic communication, could no longer maintain his composure. Half an hour, answering a set of questions far more challenging than usual, and getting them all right. This transcends mere genius. Wait a moment, thought the Invigilator as he glanced towards the end of the examination paper. This was a bonus question, one that held a substantial weight of 10 points. However, these points were not easily attainable. Each year, this question presented a series of exceedingly challenging inquiries, all rooted in the realm of professional trainers. Topics such as effective team composition and tactical synergy were among them. In pursuit of these 10 points, numerous candidates prepared diligently each year. Yet only a scant few actually succeeded in earning any credit from this particular question. Furthermore, this year's bonus question was deemed even more arduous than in previous years. The topic at hand revolved around constructing a rain dance team, a methodology centered on creating an entire team structure around the phenomenon of rain. To be frank, even the cohort of teachers responsible for crafting the questions felt that introducing such a topic into the theoretical examination was somewhat excessive. After all, even among the elite trainers, the concept of a rain dance team was merely nascent. They themselves had yet to fully grasp it, so expecting candidates to respond was somewhat far-fetched. Thus, the question-setting group anticipated that it was virtually impossible for any student to score on this question. Yet, as he scrutinized the paper before him, he was astonished to find it densely filled with responses. The candidate had elaborated on the construction of a rain dance team, emphasizing the enhancement of water-type moves during rainfall, the significant increase in accuracy for thunder and storm moves, the remarkable speed boost for Pokémon with the swift swim ability, and the stamina recovery for those with the dry skin ability. The team composition began with Pelipper as the rain setter, accompanied by Kingdra as the primary attacker, and supported by Ferrothorn for dual defenses. This elaborate response spanned several hundred words, extending to the very edge of the paper. Upon reaching the conclusion, it seemed the student had not yet finished their thoughts. Meanwhile, the Invigilator stood frozen in place. The contents of the answer were unprecedented. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that every point made was entirely logical. What on earth was happening with this student? Could they possibly be the illegitimate child of a champion? He found himself murmuring. Outside the examination hall, Xiao was seated beside a flower bed, offering a can of Pokémon food to Snorlax. Eat slowly. You look like a starving ghost reincarnated, he chuckled. Machi. Snorlax was too engrossed in devouring the food to lift its head. With an hour left. This wait is becoming rather dull, Xiao mused to himself. The difficulty of this examination was indeed greater than usual, but for him, it felt akin to a primary school arithmetic test. As for the final bonus question, that was where the real intrigue lay. The world's understanding of team tactics seemed to be quite rudimentary. Concepts like dual defense and weather teams were only just beginning to circulate among top-tier trainers, let alone obscure tactics like toxic stall. The thought sent a thrill through Xiao. Once the time came, could he not simply select a tactic to employ, yielding extraordinary results? After all, these strategies had yet to see the light of day and would surely catch others off guard. Moreover, once these advanced tactics were unveiled, they would undoubtedly garner him a wealth of astonishment points. However, those matters could wait. He was merely at the outset of his journey. After a short while, Xiao suddenly remembered something. Today marked the second day, and his daily tasks should have reset. He promptly opened the system panel to check. Daily task, Joy of Victory, C grade. Task requirement, achieve victory in a battle, simulated dungeon battles do not count. Task description, when someone irks you, just give them a good beating. Task reward, 1 chance for a basic revision, and 5,000 Pokémon coins. 5,000 Pokémon coins, not bad, Xiao thought. Elated at the reward, just what he needed at the moment, as he was somewhat short on funds. Yet, the task description felt oddly suggestive of something. Just as he pondered this, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received 1 point of astonishment from the Invigilator. Xiao was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. The Invigilator? In the next moment, he realized that it must have been the Invigilator's reaction to his paper. But only 1 point? Wasn't that a bit stingy? The 2 hours of the examination passed swiftly. As the theoretical exam concluded, the students poured out of the classroom and into the open space below. The expressions on most students' faces were not particularly bright. Several emerged grumbling, and a couple even broke down in tears. The difficulty of this year's questions had far exceeded their expectations. Wang Ming, too, approached Yun Xiao with a furrowed brow. Sighing heavily. Hey, Yun, what were they thinking? This exam was way too difficult. Especially that last question about the rain dance team. I had never even heard of it. However, he suddenly noticed that Yun Xiao appeared quite composed, seemingly unperturbed by his results. Wang Ming was puzzled. What? Do you think it wasn't difficult? Did you do well? Yun Xiao glanced at him. Think about it. Although the questions were tough, everyone faced the same challenge. It won't have a significant impact. Wang Ming considered this and realized it made sense, easing some of his tension. Just as he was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out beside them. Yun Xiao, you submitted your paper early? The homeroom teacher had appeared beside them without either of them noticing. Yes, Yun Xiao nodded. The teacher's brow furrowed tightly, resembling a twisted knot, as he admonished, why would you do that? Did I not instruct you that even if you cannot answer a question, you must at least provide an answer? You cannot leave anything blank, and certainly not submit your paper early. This is a matter of attitude. His reprimanding voice was loud enough to attract the attention of surrounding classmates. Upon realizing what had transpired, murmurs began to circulate once again. This exam was so difficult. And someone submitted their paper early? I guess they just couldn't write anything anymore. Honestly, I only managed to scribble for half an hour before hitting a wall, right? But Yun Xiao really is bold, daring to submit early in this kind of exam. Is he not afraid of Li Shizhi getting angry? Li Shizhi was the nickname students had given to their homeroom teacher, Li Guanlan. Facing Li Guanlan's inquiry, Yun Xiao contemplated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Teacher, I finished the exam in 25 minutes and spent another 5 minutes reviewing it. His sincerity was evident, but to the ears of others, particularly Li Shizhi's, it bore a different significance. This exam was so difficult, and someone claims to have finished it in half an hour? Even took the time to review? Unbelievable. You think you're something special now, huh? Getting a bit too cocky. Li Guolan trembled with anger as he gazed at Yun Xiao, expressing his frustration with a tone laden with disappointment. I had hoped that you had finally grasped the significance of the college entrance examination. Yet it appears you are still treating your future as a trivial matter. Alas. He shook his head repeatedly. Not difficult. Finished in half an hour? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that everyone else is a fool? Meanwhile, from the other side, Zhao Fulong's distinctive, acerbic voice rang out. He approached Yun Xiao, laughing heartily, struggling to catch his breath as he exclaimed, First, you received that worthless lazy spirit, and now you utter such words. Yun Xiao? Have you been under some sort of duress lately? What he failed to notice was that when he referred to the spirit as worthless, a peculiar glint appeared in Yun Xiao's eyes. Turning his head, he shrugged and said to Zhao Fulong, Remember your words. I did not initiate any insults towards anyone. I insult everyone. Zhao Fulong replied, his expression one of confusion as he pointed to himself. Oh, so you're saying you speak the truth? That we are all fools. At this moment, Li Guolan could no longer contain himself and opened his mouth to shout. Just then, a girl suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Look, the results are out. Behind a crowd, a massive electronic screen displayed the scores and rankings of the candidates in this examination room. The theoretical assessments typically consisted of straightforward questions, and with machines and psychic spirits jointly grading, the results were released swiftly. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the scoreboard, eager to discover who had secured the top position in this examination room. Soon, someone called out, Isn't that the dark horse Wang Qingshan from Yunlan City? 130 points? Wow. Considering how difficult the questions were, achieving such a high score is quite impressive. Another voice chimed in. Wait, how can he be second? Such a high score and still not first? Suddenly, another person let out a wail akin to a ghost's cry. Hold on, am I seeing this correctly? Look who the first place is. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the top of the screen. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. Each person wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost, staring at the line of text. First place, Yun Xiao, A examination room, rank 1 in the city. Score 150 points. Chapter 9, results announced. Just 3 moves. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, enveloped in utter silence. Who could have anticipated that? Given the high difficulty of the questions, Yun Xiao would return with a perfect score without uttering a word? No, wait. It seemed he had claimed from the outset that this set of questions was relatively easy for him, which is why he submitted his paper in just half an hour. However, no one had believed him when he first made that assertion. Gradually, the crowd began to regain their composure. So, what Yun Xiao had said earlier was, in fact, serious? In an instant, everyone was left speechless. Each of them harbored the same thought. How is this possible? The class teacher, Li Guolan, stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Moments ago, he had criticized Yun Xiao, branding him as someone who disregarded his future and treated the college entrance exam as a joke. But now, with Xiao achieving the top score in the city, if not the nation, in all the years of the spirit examination, there had never been a case of a student scoring a perfect score, because even the true academic elites could not possibly answer the final bonus question perfectly, at most scoring 7 or 8 points. Yet Xiao had attained a perfect score of 150. This meant he had also scored full marks on the final bonus question. This was history in the making. Li Guolan's mind raced, struggling to comprehend how an ordinary student could suddenly produce such a terrifying score. Meanwhile, Xiao Fulong, who had laughed the loudest moments ago, now wore a frozen smile. The scores displayed on the electronic screen had undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to his face. Even now, disbelief lingered in his heart. A perfect score? Xiao? How could that be possible? His expression shifted through various shades, from pale to purple. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he pointed an accusing finger at Xiao. You cheated. You must have cheated. There is no way you could have achieved a perfect score otherwise. He bellowed. Xiao glanced at him, ready to speak. But Wang Ming suddenly laughed and stepped in front of Xiao Fulong. Xiao, are you confused after seeing Yun's score? Every examination room has a king-level spirit overseeing it. Who could possibly cheat under such circumstances? Do you really believe Xiao possesses a champion-level psychic spirit? Wang Ming's words struck a chord, and Xiao Fulong began to understand. Indeed, with a king-level psychic spirit supervising, the possibility of any candidate cheating was non-existent. He realized he had been overly anxious, forgetting such a fundamental truth. At that moment, as he caused a commotion, all eyes turned toward him, leaving him in an undeniably awkward position. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fulong shifted his gaze back to Xiao, stubbornly declaring, Yun, don't get too complacent. Even if you scored full marks, so what? The theoretical exam results are merely a part of the overall score. Don't forget, you still have to face me in the practical assessment. Are you brave enough? As he spoke, the pallor on his face lightened slightly, as if he had regained some confidence. The theoretical score accounted for only 40 of the final result. The remaining points depended on performance in the practical assessment. Even if Xiao achieved a perfect score in the theoretical exam, if Xiao Fulong could decisively defeat the lazy spirit during the practical assessment, Xiao's theoretical score would be rendered meaningless. In his mind, Xiao Fulong was certain Xiao would shy away from this invitation. However, if he declined with so many witnesses present, it would signify his defeat. Conversely, if he accepted in front of the crowd, he would have no choice but to follow through, and once he defeated Xiao in battle, it would affirm his victory. Xiao Fulong's plans were meticulously calculated. What he did not anticipate, however, was that in response to his challenge, Xiao merely nodded calmly and said, All right, didn't we agree on this? He then raised 3 fingers. My lazy spirit can defeat you in just 3 moves. With that, Xiao beckoned to Wang Ming. Fatty, let us go. It seemed Wang Ming had just returned to his senses and followed Xiao away. Xiao Fulong remained rooted in place, stunned for a long while. Finally realizing the provocation in Xiao's last words. As a wealthy scion, he had always been arrogant. But this was the first time he had been so thoroughly humiliated by someone. Grinding his teeth, he spat out a few words through clenched jaws. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't bear the Xiao name. With that, he stormed off. In the open space, only the gathered students were left behind. The recent events have left them all profoundly shaken. Xiao not only achieved a perfect score in the college entrance examination, but also secured the top position in the entire city, making history. Moreover, he boldly proclaimed that he would defeat Xiao Fulong in 3 moves during their upcoming battle. Under normal circumstances, such a declaration would have been met with disbelief. Yet, following the recent occurrences, some began to waver. Could Xiao, accompanied by a sloth Pokémon, truly accomplish such a feat? Surely not. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Ming was breathlessly trying to keep pace with Xiao. Ge slowed down. Only then did Xiao ease his stride to allow Wang Ming to catch up. To be honest, I've begun to suspect whether you might have cheated. Your skills are far too concealed. A perfect score, truly remarkable, he exclaimed, panting with excitement. You doubted my integrity? Yet you defended me when Xiao Fulong questioned my abilities, Xiao teased. Of course, I stand by you. That arrogant brat. I just want to land a couple of punches on that pretty boy's face. Wang Ming replied indignantly, yet a flicker of concern crossed his features. Ge, you aren't actually considering teaming up with him for the practical exam, are you? His Bulbasaur was specially chosen by his father, while you have your sloth Pokémon. Rest assured, I have everything under control. There's no need for you to worry, Xiao reassured him, waving his hand nonchalantly. Specially chosen? Bulbasaur? Given my sloth Pokémon's current level, Combined with its individual values and the thick fat ability, if I cannot overcome my opponent, it would be a matter of changing my surname. Xiao shook his head, diverting the topic. But what about you? How did you fare in the exams? Huh, me? The theoretical exam. Well, you know how it goes. Wang Ming replied with a rueful smile, then clenched his fist. But in the practical assessment, my little Snorlax is no pushover. Go for it. I believe in you. Xiao encouraged, patting Wang Ming on the shoulder, though his gaze lingered on the notification before him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 shock points from the astonished students and teachers in the current examination hall, totaling 2,000 participants. This shock point was, of course, a result of his perfect score. However, Xiao furrowed his brow, silently questioning the system. Why did the invigilating teachers yield 1 point each previously, while now, with 2,000 participants, I only receive 100 points? The system promptly responded, Host, the higher the level and social standing of the shock targets, the more points you can accrue. As the invigilating teachers just now were ordinary students and teachers, the points awarded were relatively low. Upon hearing this, Xiao understood immediately. The invigilating teachers in the examination hall were all at least professional-level trainers, thus just one could yield a single point. Nevertheless, Xiao was not anxious. Within a day, his examination results would spread nationwide, and the shock points he would accumulate would certainly be substantial. Not long after the theoretical assessment concluded, the practical examination commenced in the stadium. This was the second significant component of the Pokémon College Entrance Examination, where pairs of students would form teams and battle in front of the invigilators. The invigilators would score based on the performance of the Pokémon displayed in battle and the students' command abilities. Generally, students of similar strength would team up, allowing for a balanced competition that would yield commendable results for both. Soon, groups of students stepped onto the battlefield at the stadium's center, fighting under the watchful eyes of hundreds of examinees and invigilators. On a high platform before the battlefield sat 4 individuals, each displaying varying expressions as they observed the ongoing battles. They were admission officers from 4 different schools, seeking exceptional candidates. To the left sat a young woman with red hair, while to the right was a man clad in a suit. Both observed the candidates closely, seemingly in search of suitable talents. In contrast, the 2 seated in the middle appeared disinterested. One was dressed in casual athletic wear, while the other sported a slicked-back hairstyle and sunglasses, resembling a vacationer rather than an invigilator. The 2 seemed indifferent to the battles unfolding before them. The man with the slicked-back hair nudged the athletic figure beside him with his elbow, murmuring in a low voice. The quality of this year's freshmen seems to decline with each passing cohort. In the past, there were a few candidates worth noticing, but now, truly disappointing. The man in athletic wear nodded lazily. Indeed, if it weren't for them insisting I come, I would have preferred to avoid sitting here all day. It's dreadfully boring. How about we hit that hot pot place after the invigilation? My treat. Sounds good to me, the other replied. Despite being in the midst of monitoring the Pokémon College Entrance Examination, the 2 conversed as if they were simply catching up. However, the 2 admission officers beside them looked at these men with eyes filled with admiration and awe. The reason was straightforward. These 2 men were the directors of the admissions offices from the 2 premier Pokémon universities in the Dragon Kingdom, Magic Capital University and Capital City University. They were, in fact, gym leader-level trainers. Although Yunlan City may not be considered a remote location, it was only natural for these 2 to find the candidates unimpressive. After all, Magic Capital and Capital City were home to the largest number of trainers and possessed the highest overall strength in the nation. Those who could gain admission to Magic Capital University and Capital City University were undoubtedly among the top performers nationwide. As they continued their conversation, the battle between 2 candidates on the battlefield reached its conclusion. A small Drowsy lay on the ground, incapacitated, while its opponent, a tadpole Pokémon, was panting heavily. The prowess of both Pokémon was rather mediocre, and the candidates' commands were quite unrefined. Let us give them a C grade. A D would be too harsh. Let us encourage them, the slick-haired man remarked as he raised a placard, marked it, and waved it toward the 2 candidates. I think that seems about right, the athletic man shrugged, also picking up a matching placard. The other 2 invigilators, witnessing their scoring, promptly mirrored their actions. A C grade was certainly not commendable, but it was not entirely negative either. The 2 candidates breathed sighs of relief as they exited the arena. Oh, these trivial battles have been dragging on for over a dozen rounds. Can't we have something more stimulating? The slick-haired man lamented, glancing at the list on the table. Let me see, the next contender is Xiao Falong. His Pokémon is a Bulbasaur, not bad. I'm finally feeling a bit of anticipation. He then noted that the opponent was named Xiao. Pokémon is Sloth Pokémon. Chapter 10. Sloth Pokemon. As a gym leader-level trainer, he was certainly familiar with the sloth Pokemon. His reaction stemmed from the understanding of just how unique this particular Pokemon was. The expression in his eyes shifted significantly. He could only wonder which unfortunate child had chosen such a starter Pokemon. The latter half of their life would undoubtedly be challenging. The man in athletic wear, upon hearing the term sloth Pokemon, turned to meet the gaze of his slick-haired companion. From the glances exchanged between them, they discerned an unusual meaning. Nevertheless, this battle was destined to unfold. Let them come forth. The man with the slicked-back hair gestured to the staff beside him. Soon, Xiao and Xiao, under the guidance of the personnel, stepped onto the battleground. Xiao cast a glance at Xiao, a smile gracing his lips. "Yun, I truly didn't anticipate that you would dare to face me. Your courage is commendable." Xiao, uninterested in banter, retorted, "Enough of the trivialities. Let us settle this in 3 moves." Xiao scoffed, "With your lazy Pokemon. If I were to lose, I'd bow to you." Xiao, shedding any pretense of amiability, adopted a serious demeanor. Initially, upon discovering that Xiao had indeed teamed up with him, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Xiao had some hidden strategy that allowed him such composure. However, after inquiring around, he learned that the lazy Pokemon Xiao had chosen was a creature from the school's breeding grounds. One so devoid of battle prowess that it had remained unadopted for 2 years. This revelation eased his mind completely. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. The 2 candidates would engage in a one-on-one battle. The contest would conclude once either Pokemon was rendered unable to fight. The examiners would evaluate their performance during the battle and assign corresponding scores. "Now, you may release your Pokemon," the referee signaled. "Bulbasaur, show no mercy." Xiao's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he tossed the Pokeball, and Bulbasaur materialized on the battlefield. The sight of this Pokemon caught the attention of the 4 examiners, who scrutinized it closely. It appears to have decent characteristics. Its potential seems promising, already surpassing that of most, one of the examiners whispered. Obtaining a starter Pokemon like this certainly gives one an unfair advantage at the outset. The man with the slick-back hair mused. However, the Pokemon examination is inherently designed to filter out exceptional talent, and socioeconomic background is part of the assessment. Becoming a trainer necessitates substantial financial investment in nurturing Pokemon and acquiring various resources. For those of modest means, pursuing this path is inherently challenging. Students entering elite institutions like Magic City University and Capital University certainly come from well-off families. Wealth is one of the fundamental prerequisites for becoming a trainer. In stark contrast, the other young man's choice of a lazy Pokemon was effectively one that nobody would desire, even if it were given away for free. This lad must be truly desperate to resort to such a Pokemon. It wouldn't be easy for him, facing an opponent like this. Perhaps he might receive a mere C grade, just as a gesture of encouragement for the unfortunate child. As he pondered this, Xiao had also released his Pokemon. "Lazy Pokemon, it's your turn." A flash of white light revealed an exceedingly lethargic creature, sporting a benign smile and an expression of utter vacancy. As if lost in thought, the appearance of this Pokemon elicited peculiar reactions from the 4 examiners, while the onlooking students began to murmur among themselves. "Wow, is that really a lazy Pokemon? I was skeptical, but it's true." One exclaimed. "What is Xiao thinking? Capturing a lazy Pokemon as a starter is one thing, but to claim he can defeat Xiao's Bulbasaur in 3 moves? I thought he was merely boasting, but he is serious. This is reckless." Even if he aced the theoretical exam, overall he is unlikely to achieve a good score. The news of the duel between Xiao and Xiao had already spread throughout the entire grade, causing quite a stir. At this moment, nearly everyone held little faith in Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao stood opposite him, laughing heartily. "Haha, I must say, this guy does look rather daft. Just as I mentioned before, he is truly suited for such a rubbish Pokemon." Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. With both Pokemon in position, the referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the battle. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip," Xiao declared, brimming with confidence, envisioning his imminent victory. Bulbasaur, following the command, 2 vines sprouted from its back, swiftly lashing towards the lazy Pokemon with formidable speed and force, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, quickly approaching the lazy creature. Yet, Xiao appeared remarkably unfazed. He calmly issued a command that left the onlookers perplexed. "Catch it, then throw it away." Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the seemingly sluggish lazy Pokemon sprang into action. Maintaining its nonchalant demeanor, it extended its claws and effortlessly grasped the incoming Vine Whip. Then, with a powerful tug, it flung Bulbasaur away. Boom! Bulbasaur was sent flying, crashing against the edge of the battlefield, sending dust flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Bulbasaur lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. A swift and decisive victory. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. The lazy Pokémon had just obliterated Bulbasaur? Was this a dream? Amidst the astonishment, Yuan Zhao's voice rang out, "My apologies. I seem to have miscalculated. It appears one move sufficed." Chapter 11. The Moment of Harvest. Capital University and Magic City University compete for talent. Simultaneously, two notifications appeared before Yuan Zhao. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 100 astonishment points from the 2,000 present candidates. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 104,050 astonishment points from the 4 examiners. Another 150 points of astonishment were credited to his account. Furthermore, he had also completed his daily tasks. Ding. Congratulations. The host has completed the task, Joy of Victory, C grade. The host has received a reward, 1 opportunity for basic modification and 5,000 Pokemon coins. The Pokemon coin reward is stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. The outcome of this battle was, of course, within Yuan Zhao's expectations. The data on Bulbasaur was indeed commendable. However, when pitted against his lazy Pokemon, which had undergone extensive training in simulated environments and had gained the Berserker trait, defeat was the only possible outcome. Yet, to the onlookers, such a spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. A lazy Pokemon unleashing an overwhelming power to annihilate Bulbasaur in one move. Moreover, it had relied solely on raw physical strength, without even using a skill. The crowd was left in a frenzy of disbelief. This is no lazy Pokemon. It's a Snorlax in disguise. Undoubtedly, among the crowd, the most bewildered was none other than Xiao Fulon himself. The Bulbasaur, a carefully selected initial Pokemon, was a prized possession prepared at great expense for him by his family. Since its acquisition, it has been nurtured with various resources and energy blocks. Its combat prowess is such that it far surpasses its peers of the same level. In several battles against others, Xiao Fulong had not suffered a single defeat. Yet today, before the eyes of so many onlookers, the Bulbasaur was unceremoniously thrown aside by a sloth Pokemon, never to rise again. At this moment, Xiao Fulong felt utterly dazed, his mind a blank, and he was at a loss for words for an extended period. He even forgot to retrieve his Bulbasaur, which had succumbed to unconsciousness. On the spectator stands, the two teachers on either side wore expressions of shock, seemingly unable to shake off the recent spectacle. Meanwhile, the man with the slicked back hair and the one in sportswear had their eyes wide open, fixated on the sloth Pokemon still standing in the battlefield, exuding an air of nonchalance. Both were gym leaders, seasoned trainers who could easily discern the extraordinary nature of this sloth Pokemon. Firstly, contrary to its seemingly lazy demeanor, this sloth Pokemon could overcome its lethargic trait in battle. Secondly, it possessed an almost terrifying strength, capable of effortlessly catching the Bulbasaur's vine whip with its bare hands before delivering a devastating throw. Unbeknownst to them, the sloth Pokemon's ability had been modified by Yuan Zhao, transforming it into a powerhouse. Thus, there was no trace of laziness, and its strength was astonishing. However, due to their ignorance, the two men found themselves as bewildered as if they had seen a ghost, utterly perplexed by the situation. After a considerable pause, the man with the slicked back hair regained his composure and raised his sign towards Yuan Zhao. An S rank. This was the highest evaluation in the practical assessment. Generally, candidates aiming for this rating must demonstrate extraordinary strength and commendable tactical skills. Yet, he had directly attributed this evaluation to Yuan Zhao. The prowess exhibited by the sloth Pokemon warranted such an accolade. The man in sportswear, without hesitation, also picked up the S sign. The combat assessment was designed to evaluate the comprehensive battling talent of trainers, and in theory, it should be impossible to discern much beyond sheer strength in defeating an opponent in a single move. However, the fact that they had nurtured a sloth Pokemon to such a level indicated that other aspects were secondary, with both esteemed figures having expressed their opinions. The remaining two examiners naturally had no objections and also awarded the highest S rating. At that moment, a staff member hurriedly approached the stage and whispered something in the ears of the 4 examiners. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes widening as they fixed their gazes on Yuan Zhao. The next instant, the voices of the slicked-back man and the sportswear man rang out in unison. "Student, are you interested in joining our Jingda University of Magic?" After speaking, both were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, the slick-back man suddenly shouted, "Damn it, old Zhao. I'm telling you, This student is the first in history to achieve a perfect score in theory. Such a promising talent should undoubtedly be ours at Jingda. You won't have him. Not a chance. The man in sportswear retorted defiantly. Why should that be? His practical assessment is also an S rank. How does that make him your promising talent? I don't care. If you can test this, I, Wang Daxing, will sever ties with you. Fine, let it be. This student is definitely ours at Modi University. The two men began to argue vehemently at the examiner's podium. The other candidates watched in astonishment, gasping. Modu and Jingda were two prestigious Pokémon universities that countless individuals dreamt of entering. Countless people repeated years of study just to gain admission to these institutions. Yet even so, each year, countless candidates failed and gave up. This was because the admission requirements of these two universities were exceedingly high, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet here they were, witnessing the two recruitment teachers from Modu and Jingda publicly squabbling over a single student. In a sense, this scene was as shocking as the earlier moment when the sloth Pokémon annihilated the Bulbasaur. Perhaps, the latter was even more staggering. In any case, a chorus of envy, admiration, and exclamations echoed throughout the examination hall. So, the one with a perfect theoretical score is actually this Xiao? My heavens, he is monopolizing all the good fortune. Xiao, standing in the arena, felt a twinge of headache. He hadn't anticipated the situation would evolve into this. However, the simultaneous offers from Modu and Jingda were indeed a stroke of good fortune. Both of these Pokémon universities were among the finest in the country, and gaining admission would provide him with ample resources and opportunities otherwise inaccessible to ordinary individuals. His current dilemma lay in deciding which institution to choose. From memory, while both Jingda and Modu trained trainers, their focal points differed. Jingda primarily cultivated trainers' battle awareness and methods for nurturing Pokémon, ensuring they possessed extensive knowledge to handle various situations. In contrast, Modu encouraged trainers to engage in battles, with a prevalent culture of competition, frequently organizing student explorations into secret realms. For Xiao, he should be inclined towards Modu University. After all, as a transmigrator, he did not require others to impart knowledge about Pokémon. However, the knowledge he possessed was solely based on gaming and anime, encompassing information about Pokémon and tactics. In this real world, learning how to nurture Pokémon was equally crucial. Thus, Xiao found himself in a quandary regarding which school to choose. At this moment, the slicked-back man and the sportswear man were embroiled in a fierce argument, seemingly on the verge of physical confrontation. Meanwhile, a man in a suit hesitated briefly before cautiously addressing Xiao. Classmate Yun, our Yunqing University. His words were abruptly cut off as the slicked-back man and the sportswear man glared at him fiercely. Faced with these two formidable figures, he could only resign himself to silence, abandoning his intention to interject. At this juncture, a red-haired teacher, seemingly unable to bear the scene any longer, spoke up with a hint of exasperation. I must say, you two, your bickering will ultimately depend on the students' willingness, right? The choice lies in their hands. Upon hearing this, both men appeared to come to their senses simultaneously, immediately redirecting their attention to Xiao. The slick-back man declared, Classmate Yun, our Jingda University is ranked first in the nation for overall strength, with an abundance of facilities, welfare programs, and educational resources. You will certainly not regret your decision to join us. The man in sportswear immediately retorted, ranked first in overall strength? Ask around and see how many champions Modi University has produced. They possess it, and so do we. Moreover, if you are willing to join us, we offer an annual financial grant of 1 million, with all resources in our repository available to you, at a 20% discount. Xiao, this seems quite appealing, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, the slick-haired individual quickly interjected, Classmate Yun, if you enroll at our Beijing University, the benefits I just mentioned are equally available to you. And you can also select a top-tier Pokémon egg for free from the nurturing garden. As soon as these words were uttered, the candidates present felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath them. A top-tier Pokémon egg has a market value of at least several million. Furthermore, top-tier Pokémon are incredibly rare. At times, even wealth cannot secure one. Yet now, this treasure lay before Xiao. You can truly provide a top-tier Pokémon egg? The athletic-clad man was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, we can also offer you a top-tier Pokémon egg, guaranteed to possess king-level potential. Additionally, we will cover all nurturing resources for the first 2 years. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. A king-level potential Pokémon egg. Not only are top-tier Pokémon rare, but the resources required for nurturing them are exorbitant, often amounting to 200,000 to 300,000 a month. The average person could scarcely afford such expenses. Yet now, the Magic University is even willing to assist Xiao in his nurturing endeavors. This was truly beyond envy. Chapter 12. Xiao Fulong felt a wave of darkness envelop him. Upon hearing this, even the slick-haired man was taken aback by the conditions proposed by his opponent, momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. "Old Xiao, you are quite ruthless," he muttered. Then turned to Xiao. "Alas, in terms of the quality of Pokémon eggs, our Beijing University cannot offer anything of such caliber. Those conditions I just mentioned are already the best I can extend, but for your sake, I can arrange for half a year's worth of top-tier nurturing resources. Furthermore, I can enlist the principal's assistance to grant you a temporary professional trainer's certificate on the day of your enrollment." At this revelation, the assembly of candidates erupted into a chorus of gasps. The temporary professional certificate allows its bearer to enjoy the same privileges and benefits as a professional trainer. With this certificate, one could navigate through life with ease and comfort. Typically, even esteemed institutions like Long University and Magic University only issue such certificates to long-standing students with exceptional performance. Those who manage to obtain such a document can be counted on one hand. Yet now, Xiao might receive it merely upon enrollment. They could not help but feel overwhelming envy, wishing that it was themselves standing before those two instructors instead of Xiao. Once both parties had made their offers, they turned to Xiao, awaiting his response. Although they were reluctant to let go of such a prodigious talent, the final choice rested solely with him. No matter how much they spoke, if Xiao were unwilling to attend either institution, they could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Xiao displayed a contemplative expression. "Please allow me a few minutes to consider." Both men nodded, remaining silent as they patiently awaited his decision. In his heart, Xiao began to deliberate. In terms of the offers presented, it was evident that Magic University was more advantageous for him, with a king-level potential Pokémon egg and a substantial nurturing financial subsidy. However, in the long run, the 20% discount on resources from Beijing University, coupled with the potential acquisition of a qualification certificate, also held significant merit. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary. While he hesitated, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The host has triggered a side quest. Make a choice. See level. Quest description. Joining the Pokémon University will assist the host in becoming a formidable trainer. Selecting different schools will yield varying quest rewards. Choosing Beijing University grants a random SSS level clue and a random SSS level character skill. Choosing Magic University grants a permanent double experience card. Please make your choice, host. Xiao glanced at the information before him, and his mind instantly clarified. Initially, he had been somewhat indecisive, but upon seeing the reward for choosing Magic University, he no longer hesitated. A permanent double experience card. Whether considering future gains or the present situation, this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Even with the two SSS level rewards, they paled in comparison. With this thought, he raised his head and declared, "I have made my decision. The teaching methods of Magic University suit me better. My apologies." Upon hearing this, the athletic-clad man's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Ha ha ha, welcome aboard. I am Xiao Qingsong. Please, just call me Old Xiao." The slick-haired man appeared somewhat dejected but waved his hand and said, "It's all right. The choice of school is entirely yours. However, if you change your mind, feel free to contact me." As he spoke, he handed Xiao a business card. Xiao accepted it politely and nodded. What no one noticed was that another individual stood awkwardly in the arena, his face pale. Xiao Fulong felt as though he might faint from rage. Being publicly humiliated had nearly driven him to the brink of collapse. Now, with the two recruitment directors from Magic University and Beijing University surrounding Xiao, vying for his attention, he felt completely sidelined. Having not even received a score for his battle assessment, he found himself in a predicament, neither able to leave nor remain. "Teacher, you have yet to score Xiao's battle assessment," Xiao suddenly interjected. The slick-haired man, already in a sour mood from missing out on this exceptional talent, recalled Xiao Fulong's arrogant demeanor from earlier and frowned. While the initial Pokémon is decent, he displayed a complete lack of composure, underestimating his opponent and failing to showcase the true potential of his Bulbasaur. "I would rate him a D level." Xiao Fulong, upon hearing this, was momentarily rendered speechless. Underestimating his opponent? His lazy Pokémon had effortlessly dispatched Bulbasaur in a single move. What difference did it make whether he was cautious or not? It was a one-hit knockout. A wave of suppressed emotions surged within him, and he felt darkness closing in as he fainted. Thus, the Pokémon Entrance Examination for this year drew to a close for Xiao. Similarly, for some, their examination also reached its conclusion, albeit with less favorable results. After receiving his evaluation, Yun Xiao exchanged contact information with Zhao Qingsong from Magic University and waited for Wang Ming's battle to conclude. Wang Ming faced a female classmate, and their match was not particularly spectacular, but it was decent enough. Both received an A-grade evaluation and happily exited the stage. As Wang Ming stepped off the battlefield, he rushed towards Yun Xiao, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Brother Yun, you are utterly incredible. Did you see Zhao Fulong's expression? Ha ha ha, he nearly fainted. What on earth happened with your lazy Pokemon? Was it transformed by a Ditto? Suddenly, I feel like my good brother has become a stranger." Yun Xiao reached out and patted his shoulder. "What are you talking about? Regardless, our relationship remains intact. Your recent performance was commendable. Which university do you intend to attend?" Wang Ming pondered for a moment. "I'm still discussing it with my family, but I suspect I will be heading to Zhejiang University. It is indeed a prestigious institution nationally. Although it may not rival Peking University or Shanghai Jiaotong University, it is still a top-tier choice." "That's fine. Zhejiang University and Shanghai Jiaotong University aren't too far apart. Do visit when you have the time," Yun Xiao remarked with a smile. Wang Ming chuckled in response. "Absolutely. However, Yun Gu, let us not change the subject. What is the situation with your lazy old man? How did you cultivate it? You didn't use hormones, did you?" Yun Xiao feigned mystery, waving his hand dismissively. "Not to be disclosed, not to be disclosed." After bidding farewell to Wang Ming, Yun Xiao returned directly to his dormitory. He sat on the floor beneath his bed and opened the system panel. A flurry of notifications promptly appeared. "Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task and making a choice, C rank. Host has received a reward, double experience card, permanent. From now on, the experience gained by the host's Pokemon in battles will be directly doubled." Gazing at this notification, Yun Xiao couldn't help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Double experience essentially meant his progress towards strength would accelerate significantly. Furthermore, when combined with the inherent double experience from the simulated realm, it would result in quadruple experience. This was precisely why he decisively opted for Shanghai Jiaotong University upon seeing this reward. However, this time, he had achieved more than just this task. He continued to examine the panel. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner task, making a mark. Task completion rating, SSS rank. You successfully attracted 2 of the country's top universities. Task reward, SSS rank skill, Pokemon Affinity. Special simulated realm, Lava Canyon, 3 stars. 1 skill, 1 simulated realm." As expected, the rewards for this task were certainly not meager. Yun Xiao thought to himself as he glanced at the skill description. SSS rank skill, Pokemon Affinity. All Pokemon will find it easy to develop a fondness for you, including legendary Pokemon, thereby increasing the likelihood of rare Pokemon appearing nearby. This skill, unlike Aura Power, is predominantly passive. However, its efficacy is undoubtedly promising. As a trainer, he would frequently interact with various Pokemon. With this affinity, he could potentially avoid numerous complications. Moreover, it would enhance the chances of encountering rare Pokemon. Splendid. Yun Xiao smacked his lips and turned his attention to the other reward. Simulated realm, Lava Canyon, 3 stars. Note, this realm is a special one, containing numerous undiscovered treasures and rare items. The host is advised to approach with caution. Suitable Pokemon levels, LV30, LV40. Pokemon of this level will receive double experience points while battling within the simulated realm. After reading the description, he was somewhat taken aback. According to his memory, the actual location of this realm seemed to be situated in the vicinity of Shanghai. Moreover, it was said to harbor many undiscovered treasures. Treasures are special items scattered throughout the realm, imbued with powerful attribute energy, capable of significantly enhancing the strength of the corresponding attribute Pokemon. High-level treasures could even directly elevate a Pokemon's potential. Though Yun Xiao possessed a modifier that allowed him to alter potential at will, it required consumption of attempts and conditions. If he could find some high-level treasures from this realm, he could elevate his Pokemon directly. Furthermore, the value of these treasures was considerable, making them a lucrative option for sale as well. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Yet ultimately, he restrained himself from the impulse to venture into this simulated realm. A 3-star realm poses a considerable risk for professional trainers. Given his current strength, he would likely be promptly returned by the system upon entry. With this thought, Yun Xiao dismissed the notifications before him. It was imperative to enhance his own strength, as that was the path to success. At that moment, a new task refreshed on the system panel. Ding! All beginner tasks have been completed. Main quest officially initiated. Main quest, breakthrough to professional level. A rank. Task requirements. Within half a month, at least 2 Pokemon must reach professional level. Current progress, 02. Task Rewards. Intermediate Modification Opportunity X1. S Rank Clue. Task Description. What are you staring at? Do you have plenty of time? Shouldn't you be training? Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the task description. He realized that while his system was generous with rewards, it always delivered a few sarcastic remarks when issuing tasks. Nevertheless, he had indeed been granted substantial benefits. Shaking his head, he considered the main quest requirements, which were not trivial. He needed 2 Pokémon to reach professional level within 2 weeks. However, with a quadruple experience boost, it would be somewhat embarrassing if he failed to complete this task. Speaking of which, Xiao unlocked his cabinet and retrieved the egg along with the container. After a full day, the egg would hatch in a few hours. He felt a surge of anticipation. Staring at the Pokémon egg for a moment, Xiao carefully placed it on his bedside and began to assess his current situation. Upon his arrival in this world of Pokémon, he had been too preoccupied with the impending Pokémon examination to contemplate his circumstances. Now, finally, he found himself with some free time. Xiao fell into deep thought. Having entered the Pokémon world and awakened a system, he was determined to become the most formidable trainer globally. Not only that, he also aimed to find a way to interact with the legendary Pokémon. After all, capturing legendary Pokémon would be the ultimate romantic endeavor for a man. The initial gift of a Rayquaza doesn't count. That was too easy. With his goals firmly established, Xiao continued to contemplate. In this world, the most powerful trainers were the champions from various nations. Unlike the original storyline, each country boasts at least 4 champions, while the Elite Four comprises dozens of members. In truth, over the years, many powerful trainers have emerged. However, one cannot be recognized as an Elite Four member with only a single elite-level Pokémon. To earn the title of Elite Four recognized by the League, one must triumph through the yearly Elite Four Challenge, defeating all members to attain such a status, which is exceedingly challenging. Similarly, champions must meet the same criteria. For Xiao, his immediate goal is undoubtedly to become a champion of the Dragon Kingdom. Progressing further from there, to achieve this, he must assemble a champion-level team. A team consisting of merely 6 Pokémon would not suffice. In this era of big data, engaging in a battle with others means that the secrets of your team can be instantly grasped. There will always be those who can discover methods to counter your squad. Thus, it becomes imperative for him to cultivate several Pokémon, enabling him to adapt and construct varied teams at any moment. Of course, this is a long-term endeavor. Presently, aside from Lazy Man and the soon-to-hatch Caterpie, Xiao possesses no other Pokémon. Considering the quasi-divine Pokémon egg he will receive upon enrollment in a month, he will only have 3 in total. Nevertheless, even in this situation, Xiao finds himself somewhat troubled. Raising Pokémon demands a substantial amount of funds. At the moment, after accounting for the system's rewards, he is left with just over 6,000 Pokémon coins. With the Caterpie about to hatch, it would be unthinkable to let a newborn Pokémon consume the most rudimentary of Pokémon food at such a critical time for its growth. Furthermore, the college entrance examination has concluded, and the school will soon close its doors. As a graduating student, he can no longer reside in the dormitory. With more than a month until the start of school, he can only stay in the dormitory for 5 more days at most, during which he must find a place to live. With so little money, and the need to support 2 Pokémon while also securing accommodation, he concluded it was imperative to devise a plan to earn some funds. Furrowing his brow, Xiao was suddenly reminded of the beginner modification opportunity granted to him as a reward for completing his daily task after defeating Xiao Fulong today. This was a chance to modify the Pokémon coins. System, expend 1 beginner modification opportunity for extraction. Receive. The familiar spinning wheel reappeared before Xiao, beginning to rotate. However, this time, it seemed that fortune was not on his side, as the pointer ultimately landed on the item section. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-grade item Moo Moo Milk X5. Well, it's not money, but at least it alleviated some financial pressure. Xiao sighed as he gazed at the 5 bottles of milk that had suddenly appeared on the table. Moo Moo Milk, derived from the premium milk of large dairy cows, is particularly suitable for providing energy to newborn Pokémon. These 5 bottles alone are worth at least 2,000 yuan in the market, quite expensive indeed. At this moment, Xiao still had 250 astonishment points. After some contemplation, he decided to expend 200 points for 2 modifications. Yet, as if cursed, he drew items consecutively. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-grade item Ultra Ball X5. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-grade item Imitation Herb X1, consumable. When the opponent gains a boost in abilities, using this item will allow the Pokémon held to receive the same level of enhancement. Holding 5 Ultra Balls in his left hand and a green herb in his right, Xiao wore an expression of helplessness. Is there truly no issue with this probability? Having failed to draw any money, he could only stow the 2 items in his backpack, resting his chin on his hand and pondering further. Unfortunately, he could not conceive of any immediate avenues for earning money. He let out a deep sigh, realizing that he could only await tomorrow's daily tasks with hope. At this moment, the time had passed midday. Xiao casually found a bag of bread, released Lazy Man, and handed him a box of Pokémon food. Lazy Man, you've performed well today. Keep it up. Machi. Lazy Man nodded, expressing his happiness. Since the modification of his trait, he appeared lethargic on the surface, but in reality, his speed of action had significantly increased. Lazy Man tore open the food and began to eat voraciously. Meanwhile, Xiao nibbled on his bread, quietly observing the Pokémon egg. Suddenly, the egg quivered imperceptibly. Then, a crack appeared on its shell. Xiao immediately set aside his bread, eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on the egg. Is it hatching ahead of schedule? Chapter 14. The birth of the world's strongest Caterpie. Xiao was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that the system's 24-hour estimate was merely a projection. It appeared that the hatching time of this Pokémon egg had indeed been expedited. Crack. As Xiao pondered, the egg in the container cracked further. He hastily retrieved the egg, placing it carefully on his bed, his eyes locked onto it. This was his first time witnessing a Pokémon egg hatching, and naturally, he felt a surge of excitement. As seconds ticked by, the frequency of the egg's movements began to quicken, and the cracks on the shell grew denser. Ultimately, the upper half of the egg completely separated from the lower half. A figure emerged, pushing through the shell. Mau. It was unmistakably a Caterpie. However, unlike other Caterpies, this one was not the typical dark green nor the shimmering white seen under special conditions, but rather a striking light red, reminiscent of flames. Its antennae were of vivid crimson, and the gradient of colors gave it an unexpectedly dashing appearance. Not only that, but this Caterpie, just hatched from its egg, was notably larger than its counterparts. A series of data began to materialize before Xiao's eyes. Pokémon, Caterpie, Shiny Variant, Special, Ability, Bug Sense, when HP is below 1/3. The power of Bug-type moves significantly increases. Strength Evaluation, LV1 Newborn. Talent, Divine Beast Level. Individual Value, Attack 31, Special Attack 31, Defense 31, Special Defense 31. HP 31, Speed 31, extremely rare. Learn Skills, Tackle, String Shot. Special Note, this Pokémon will evolve into Rayquaza upon reaching level 20. Special Note, this Pokémon's base stats have been modified, with a current total of 540, each stat at 90. Divine Beast Level Talent, Full Individual Values. Modified Base Stats. The system had indeed preserved all of Xiao's modifications to Caterpie. To be honest, at this moment, Xiao felt a tinge of regret for not being more extravagant that night. For instance, he could have altered Caterpie's skills to include moves like Cut, Origin Pulse, and perhaps even a finishing touch. Yet, even in its current state, it seemed more than sufficient. Xiao was certain that this Caterpie was undeniably the strongest in the entire world, without a doubt. As his thoughts raced, the Caterpie, still bearing the remnants of its shell, opened its eyes and spotted Xiao before it. Mau. It let out a tender call, struggling slightly as it squeezed out of the shell and promptly leaped into Xiao's embrace. Whether it was because it saw Xiao as its parent upon emerging or due to Xiao's Pokémon affinity, this Caterpie exhibited a strong sense of closeness towards him. Xiao carefully cradled the Caterpie, an uncontainable smile spreading across his face as he softly spoke. Caterpie, welcome to this world. I am Xiao, and from now on, I shall be your trainer. I look forward to our journey together. Mau. It was unclear whether Caterpie understood him, but it raised its head, excitedly letting out a cry. Come, drink this. Xiao cradled the Caterpie and placed it on the table, then poured a bottle of moo milk into a bowl, setting it before the little creature. The Caterpie tentatively took a sip, its eyes instantly sparkling with delight as it buried its head into the bowl, gulping down the milk eagerly. Observing the milk diminish at a visibly rapid pace, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Take your time. There's no one else here to compete with you. Don't choke. Meanwhile, the lazy old man, having finished his meal, immediately noticed the new arrival. This is our new friend. Caterpie, Xiao introduced. Machi, the lazy old man nodded, curiously inspecting the somewhat unique Caterpie. He welcomed the new member of their team with a friendly greeting. With one person and 2 Pokémon, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Upon finishing the milk, the Caterpie did not succumb to the typical drowsiness that befalls newly hatched Pokémon. Instead, it was brimming with energy, playfully frolicking with the lazy old man watching the two Pokémon chase and play within the room. Xiao fell into contemplation. Was this Caterpie overly spirited for just having hatched? Well, it seemed reasonable. After all, this creature was destined to evolve into a Rayquaza. How could it be compared to ordinary Pokémon? A thought struck Xiao. Given the Caterpie's exceptionally impressive stats, what might its strength be? He pondered. Promptly calling up the system panel, and with both Pokémon in tow, he entered the virtual realm of the Evergreen Forest. Without much effort, he found a suitable opponent for the Caterpie, a fellow Caterpie at level 3. Caterpie, I want to see what you're capable of. Go on, use tackle against that one. Xiao encouraged the little creature. He felt a bit uncertain. After all, the Caterpie had only just hatched an hour ago and might not perform well. However, the Caterpie raised its head and nodded. Cater! It shouted boldly, lowered its head, and charged at the wild Caterpie not far away. What unfolded next left Xiao utterly astonished. The wild Caterpie, caught off guard, was knocked away, soaring through the air in a graceful arc. So strong? Xiao was momentarily speechless. The system promptly chimed in with notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Pokémon has achieved victory in battle, earning 15 by 230 experience points. Congratulations. Pokémon. Caterpie has leveled up to level 2. Impressive. At this rate, it won't be long before Caterpie evolves. Xiao felt a surge of joy and quickly made a decision. Let us go, Caterpie, we'll find you another opponent. Chapter 15. The conclusion of Evergreen Forest, New Discoveries. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye within the simulated realm. Caterpie, use String Shot. Restrict its movement. Lazyman, jump up and use Scratch. A strand of silk flew upward, ensnaring the wings of a Beedrill mid-flight, causing it to lose balance. Simultaneously, a gray figure leapt up from below, delivering a decisive blow that sent the Beedrill crashing down. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Pokémon has won the battle. Lazyman gained 260 by 25-29 experience points, currently at level 23. Caterpie gained 200 by 4800 experience points, currently at level 17. Well done, both of you. Xiao praised with a smile. Throughout the week, he had guided Caterpie and Lazyman in leveling up within the simulated realm. Thanks to the quadruple experience boost, their levels rose rapidly. Lazyman had reached level 23, officially entering a new tier. Caterpie, having only recently hatched, was still at level 17, but that was already quite impressive. Xiao glanced at the Beedrill lying on the ground, feeling relieved. This Beedrill was likely the most formidable Pokémon in this realm. During his first encounter with it, he and his Pokémon had been utterly overwhelmed by its level 26 and aerial advantage. After several days of leveling up, the duo had finally succeeded in defeating it today. At this moment, the exploration progress of the entire Evergreen Forest realm had finally reached 100%. According to the system's prompt, upon achieving full exploration, he would receive an additional reward. Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. It has to be something valuable. Right now, I'm in dire need of funds. 5 days had passed, and not only had Lazyman's food been replenished, but Caterpie had also finished its moo-moo milk. Given that he could no longer stay in the school dormitory, Xiao's finances were dwindling perilously. In the midst of his hopeful contemplation, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward item. Beautiful scales, grade A. Beautiful scales, adorned with intricate patterns. When used on a Pokémon, it significantly enhances that Pokémon's beauty value. Is it really this item? Xiao was taken aback. The primary function of this item was to enhance the beauty value of a Feebas, allowing it to evolve into a Milotic. Moreover, the means of evolution for Feebas in this world remained a mystery, and the concept of beauty value had yet to be introduced. Milotic had become an exceedingly rare Pokémon, even more so than the starter trio. Now, Xiao could potentially cultivate a Feebas into a Milotic using this beautiful scale, but that seemed unrealistic. Holding the scale in his hand, he found himself momentarily speechless. In the long run, cultivating a Milotic with this scale and unveiling the process to the world would undoubtedly create a sensation, garnering him immense attention. Yet, in the immediate situation, he was struggling to sustain his 2 Pokémon. The notion of beauty value was completely foreign to the people in this world. Even attempting to sell the scale would be futile. What to do? Xiao pocketed the scale, furrowing his brow. As a trainer, the quickest way to earn money was to seek out rare Pokémon or treasures and resources within the realms. However, those treasures and resources were not easily found. After completing an entire simulated realm, he had yet to encounter anything of value, likely long claimed by other trainers who had ventured in before him. Furthermore, he wasn't even a trainer yet, rendering him unable to access the realms. With a sigh, Xiao was preparing to exit this simulated realm when a glimmer caught his eye. It was a deep, gray crystal lying beside the incapacitated Beedrill, emanating a faint blue glow. Upon sighting the object, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ding! Host has discovered a rare item. Bug-type treasure. Bug Cry Crystal, low grade. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Even the most inferior attribute treasure can fetch a price of around 300,000. Just this one piece is sufficient to alleviate his immediate predicament. However, Xiao quickly realized that he was in a simulated secret realm, and everything within it was beyond his grasp. In the current circumstances, it seemed that within the Evergreen Forest secret realm, a large Beedrill was in possession of this treasure. If he could just enter the real-world Evergreen Forest secret realm and defeat the Beedrill, he would acquire the treasure. Yet, after pondering for a moment, another problem arose. He was not a professional trainer and lacked the qualifications to enter a secret realm. What was he to do? Chapter 16, Temporary Pass. At present, Xiao was unaware of the situation within the Evergreen Forest secret realm, yet he was certain that as a one-star secret realm, numerous trainers entered it each day. If someone else discovered and defeated the Beedrill, he would miss out on the bug-type treasure. Thus, he had to act quickly and enter the secret realm without delay. However, acquiring the qualification to enter the secret realm was his utmost concern at this moment. Previously, Jing University had mentioned that if Xiao joined, they could facilitate the issuance of a temporary professional qualification certificate, allowing him access to such secret realms. But even if Xiao were to join Jing University, by the time the semester commenced and the certificate was processed, the treasure would likely have already been claimed by another. Moreover, Xiao had already chosen Modi University. Furrowing his brow, Xiao ultimately decided to call Zhao Qingsong, the admissions director at Modi University. The call was quickly connected, and Zhao Qingsong's warm voice came through. Xiao Yun, ha ha ha, what can I do for you? His enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that as the admissions director, securing a top-tier student like Xiao would yield substantial rewards. It's nothing much, Zhao Gu. I just wanted to ask if there is a way for me to enter a secret realm? Xiao promptly expressed his request. Zhao Qingsong replied generously. Are you curious about secret realms? Haha, rest assured, when classes commence in a month, Modi University will take the new students into a secret realm for military training. Throughout the semester, there will also be various trials that require entry into secret realms, so you need not worry. Evidently, he misunderstood Xiao's intent, thinking he was merely a newcomer intrigued by secret realms. Xiao frowned and interjected, Zhao Gu, I meant right now. I need to enter a secret realm as soon as possible. On the other end of the line, Zhao Qingsong paused, seeming a bit embarrassed. Well, Xiao Yun, secret realms are under strict control by the Alliance. If you want to enter one right now before he could finish, Xiao's voice cut in. But didn't Jing University say that if I joined them, they could issue me a temporary qualification certificate, allowing me to enter a secret realm? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingsong suddenly froze. He realized that although this top student had chosen their university, the paperwork had yet to be completed. If this issue was not resolved, Xiao might very well end up at Jing University. No way. Zhao Qingsong gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Their qualification certificate is notoriously difficult to obtain. What I mentioned before was merely a possibility. Let me consult the principal. He should have a solution. After saying this, he hung up, seemingly reaching out to the principal. Xiao, unperturbed, leaned against a nearby tree, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingsong hurriedly contacted the principal of Modi University, relaying Xiao's situation. On the other end of the line, a deep male voice responded. You say this new student of ours wishes to enter a secret realm? Is he unaware of the dangers involved? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Qingsong replied, How would I know what that kid is thinking? But if we don't accommodate him, he might very well seek out Jing University. The deep voice fell silent for a moment. Indeed, such a talent must be retained at Modi University. Let us do this. I will arrange a slightly lower-level qualification certificate for him. That's the best I can do. Zhao Qingsong's face lit up with joy at this response, and he nodded eagerly. Great. But soon after, he expressed concern. But principal, if you issue this qualification certificate and allow him to enter a secret realm, what if something goes wrong? The deep voice reassured him, no worries. This certificate will only permit him entry into a 2-star secret realm at most. Besides, do you think this student is foolish enough not to understand how dangerous secret realms can be? Lao Zhao. He is the first student in many years to achieve a perfect score in theoretical exams. Very well, I will handle the paperwork for the certificate. You can send him the electronic version once it's ready. With that, the call ended. Zhao Qingsong still felt a twinge of worry, but given the circumstances, he had little choice but to proceed. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of kilometers away, in the principal's office at Modi University, a middle-aged man picked up his communicator. "Gu Tianlong, I have a favor to ask of you." A cool, melodious female voice replied. "Please, go on." The man continued. "We have enrolled a new student with a perfect theoretical score and an S in practical assessments. Extraordinarily gifted. He is about to enter the secret realm using the qualification certificate I provided, and I hope you can ensure his safety from the shadows." "Certainly, no problem." The woman's voice was crisp and resolute. The man added, "Thank you. This child is special, and it is imperative that his safety is guaranteed. Not to worry. Modi University has done me a great favor. I will certainly act as you request." The man concluded, "In that case, I will inform you as soon as he enters which secret realm." The communication ended there. The middle-aged man rose from his chair and approached the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant sky, murmuring to himself, "What a fascinating new student." Chapter 17, Evergreen Forest Secret Realm. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yun. "The electronic qualification certificate has been sent to you. Just present this to the staff at the checkpoint, and you will be allowed to enter the secret realm. However, this only permits entry into a 2-star secret realm. Safety must be your utmost priority." Zhao Qingsong's voice rang out before the call ended. Yun Xiao glanced at the electronic qualification certificate he received and exhaled in relief. With this, he could set off immediately to obtain the treasure. As for safety, he harbored no concerns at all. First, given the current levels of Lazy Old Man and Caterpie, even if they were to encounter a pack of wild Pokémon, they would be more than capable of handling the situation. Second, utilizing the features of the simulated secret realm, he had already mastered the terrain, routes, and Pokémon distribution within the entire Evergreen Forest. What was there to worry about? Not to mention, he also possessed the powers of Aura and Pokémon Affinity. After 5 days of training, Yun Xiao could now use the former to sense his surroundings within a 50-meter radius and launch attacks using Aura. Based on his estimations, his attacking power could reach at least the level of elite Pokémon. The latter can directly avert many unnecessary confrontations. Under multiple layers of protection, Yun Xiao naturally harbors no concerns regarding his safety. "Caterpie, Sloth King, we have work to do." As soon as the words left his lips, the figures of one person and 2 Pokémon swiftly vanished within this simulated secret realm. Each secret realm is a peculiar space that transcends the original laws of physics. In the real world, secret realms do not possess any actual territory, they merely have an entrance. The essence of a secret realm resembles an alternate dimension, accessible solely through its entrance. Correspondingly, to exit the secret realm, one must return through this very entrance. This undoubtedly heightens the peril associated with exploring secret realms. Over the course of several centuries, the Pokémon League has established bases at the entrances of most secret realms. Trainers venturing into these realms can rest, share information, or sell items acquired within the confines of the secret realm at these bases. Among the most renowned secret realms in Yunlan City is the Evergreen Forest. As a 1-star secret realm, it presents a relatively low exploration difficulty and is not particularly vast, posing minimal exploration risks. For this reason, countless trainers have traversed its depths, leaving little of value behind. Nonetheless, many professional trainers still choose to enter this realm. Their aim is to utilize this lower-tier secret realm to familiarize themselves with operational methods in other realms, thereby augmenting their exploratory experience. After all, in this line of work, even a moment's carelessness can cost one their life. A touch more experience means a shade less danger. Within the Evergreen Forest's secret realm base, the atmosphere is lively and bustling. Various trainers congregate, exchanging intelligence. "Oldly, how have you been lately? I heard you discovered a tree bearing fire berries and made a fortune. Just lucky, just lucky. Haha, old Qian, you shouldn't speak. Didn't you recently capture a gym leader quality shelter?" In a corner, several burly men sat together, laughing and sharing their recent gains. Suddenly, one of them seemed to spot something, his eyes widening in surprise. "Look over there. How did that kid manage to sneak in?" The crowd turned to follow his gaze and saw a dark-haired youth standing in line at the counter. The youth appeared quite young, barely having reached adulthood. He must not have snuck in. Some universities allow students to obtain temporary access permits for secret realms, and wealthy families can manage that too, remarked one of the men, who wore black-framed glasses. However, such permits are typically used by formidable individuals accompanied by a mentor, merely to experience the secret realm. "This kid is here all alone. Isn't that a bit too dangerous?" A lively discussion erupted among the group. Still too naive, even in a secret realm like Evergreen Forest. It's not a place for someone to venture alone. "I agree, this kid truly doesn't fear danger. I hope he stays safe." The counter was at least 20 meters away from this group. Under normal circumstances, Xiao would not have been able to hear their conversation. However, as he stood in line, boredom prompted him to activate his aura powers for training, inadvertently allowing him to overhear their discussions. Contemplating this, he murmured, "Who would have thought such a peculiar utility exists? Perhaps I should keep my aura powers activated in the future. After all, with my level of aura, the energy expenditure is negligible, and I can continuously enhance my proficiency. If luck is on my side, I might even glean some valuable information." Xiao was not particularly concerned about the content of their conversation. After all, for an ordinary peer to engage in the same activities as him would indeed be somewhat presumptuous. Yet he was different. He possessed complete confidence. As he pondered, the line progressed rapidly, and it was soon his turn to complete the registration procedures. The female staff member behind the counter was a striking young lady, who seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao. "Here is my temporary access permit." Xiao activated his phone, displaying the permit for her. The young lady quickly regained her composure, verified the information on his phone, processed his entry into the secret realm, and returned both the phone and a contract, politely stating, "Registration is complete. Before entering the secret realm, you must sign a waiver. Should any issues arise within the realm, the League and insurance companies bear no responsibility." Xiao glanced over the contract's contents, confirming everything was in order before signing his name. "All right, proceed to the left and walk straight to the end. That's the entrance to the secret realm. I wish you success." The young lady handed Xiao a card and bowed slightly. He nodded in acknowledgement, took the card, and exited the registration hall. Unbeknownst to him, mere minutes after his departure, chaos erupted within the hall. For an individual who should never have appeared there materialized, a tall woman clad in a black qipao, her figure graceful, adorned with a silver mask. This iconic attire instantly revealed her identity to everyone nearby. The youngest champion of Huagua, a prodigious trainer who astonished the world. A legendary figure known throughout the nation, Gu Qingyun. "Champion Gu, what brings her here?" "Ah, it's really her. I'm seeing the real deal. I have no regrets now. Champion Gu, I'm your fan. No, I'm your devoted admirer." Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the woman gracefully approached the registration counter. "Please assist me with the procedures," her cold voice resonated. The young staff member, finally snapping out of her stupor, quickly replied, "Ah, of course, no problem. I'll take care of it right away." Hesitating for a moment, she whispered, I'm also one of your fans. Could you please give me an autograph?" Chapter 18, The Secret Treasure. Phew, it seems I've made it in. Xiao took a deep breath of the fresh air, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, he had passed through the entrance of the secret realm and entered the evergreen forest. This secret realm spans approximately 50 square kilometers, not particularly large, and one might even say somewhat small. His target, a bee drill, lurked deeper within the secret realm. For an average individual, navigating within a secret realm necessitates utmost caution. The terrain is exceedingly intricate, posing a risk of getting lost, and various wild Pokémon roam about. Encountering them unprepared can easily lead to dire consequences. However, for Xiao, these obstacles were trivial. He promptly accessed the system panel and opened the map of the simulated secret realm. The distribution of Pokémon and routes throughout the evergreen forest were laid out before him with crystal clarity. I should move quickly in this direction. After glancing at the map and confirming his course, he set off. With the guidance of the route map, the notion of getting lost was utterly foreign to him. As for the wild Pokémon, he skillfully navigated around their habitats, utilizing the map's markers to avoid them as much as possible. With the enhancement of his waveguide power, he could now accurately detect movements within a 60-meter radius, rendering any wild Pokémon unable to elude his attention. However, it was not that he was incapable of defeating them. Rather, Xiao felt an urgent need to swiftly locate the bee drill that possessed the secret treasure. If someone else were to seize it first, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Thus, after several hours, Xiao finally discovered the bee drill at the far end of the secret realm. Buzzing ominously, there was no dramatic reunion. The bee drill was merely a phantasm conjured by the system. Upon spotting Xiao, the bee drill launched a fierce assault, brandishing its stingers as it dove towards him. Faced with such aggression, Xiao remained unperturbed, taking confident strides backward while simultaneously throwing 2 Pokeballs. With a flash of white light, the figures of Caterpie and Slaking appeared before him. "Ah, my old friends, I entrust this to you. Caterpie, Slaking." The 2 Pokémon positioned themselves resolutely in front of Xiao, prepared for battle. As they emerged, the Beedrill hesitated momentarily in its dive. Yet, upon discerning the appearance of these 2 Pokémon, its speed only intensified. A Caterpie and an unfamiliar Pokémon. Yet they appeared so feeble, hardly worthy opponents. First, I shall dispatch these two interlopers, and then I shall deal with the audacious human who dared to intrude upon my territory. The Beedrill had already made up its mind. However, an unforeseen event transpired. In response to its attack, the two Pokémon seemed to have anticipated it, deftly dodging to the left and right with impeccable timing. Simultaneously, a robust thread was expelled from Caterpie's mouth, ensnaring one of the Beedrill's wings. Everything occurred with such rapidity that the Beedrill could scarcely react. Xiao observed this scene with a hint of boredom, stifling a yawn. During their previous encounters in the simulated realm, Caterpie and Slaking had faced this Beedrill in tandem at least 10 times, becoming intimately familiar with its attack patterns and strategies. In less than 5 minutes, this battle would surely conclude. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Pokémon Slaking has achieved victory in battle, earning 240 by 2480 experience points, and has leveled up to level 24. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Pokémon Caterpie has achieved victory in battle, earning 200 by 2400 experience points, and has leveled up to level 18. 2 lines of notifications materialized before Xiao's eyes. Just as he had anticipated, 3 minutes later, the once mighty Beedrill lay defeated upon the ground, devoid of fighting capability. Its body bore scratches and was ensnared in threads, presenting a pitiful sight as if it had endured a grueling battle. Yet, in truth, the confrontation had been a one-sided affair. Every attack from the Beedrill had been adeptly predicted and evaded. Xiao chuckled lightly. Well done, both of you. He bent down, searching around the fallen Beedrill until his eyes brightened. He had found it. The bug chorus crystal lay beside the Beedrill, seemingly fallen from its body. Grasping it in his hand, he tucked it into his pocket. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. Let us go, we're heading back. With their objective secured, there was no reason to linger. He departed with Slaking and Caterpie in tow. Shortly after his departure, a slender figure emerged from the nearby underbrush. Clad in a black cheapao and adorned with a white mask, she emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. Accompanying her was a floating Shinado. Is it possible to achieve such gains on one's first venture into the secret realm? The woman murmured. Beside her, Shinado suddenly radiated a blue light. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback. What? You're saying that child possesses a certain power, and if you weren't suppressing it, he might have almost discovered us? Intriguing. Her voice continued. If he can contend with even the strongest Pokémon within this secret realm, he should pose no threat. Let us proceed. In an instant, the woman and Shinado vanished into thin air. At the secret realm base, Xiao returned to the counter and gently tapped on the glass. Hello. I need to sell some items I acquired in the secret realm. The female staff member behind the counter looked up, momentarily stunned. You are that boy from before. In her eyes, considering Xiao's age, merely returning intact from the secret realm was a remarkable feat. Who would have anticipated that he would return with spoils? Moreover, it had only been around 5 hours. The more she pondered, the more incredulous she became, finally speaking. If you truly have something of value from the secret realm, opting to sell it through our alliance may not yield the highest price, but it will certainly be the most convenient and fair. However, I must caution you, not everything is guaranteed to have value for sale. Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly halted, for at that moment, the young man produced a crystal and placed it before her. Well then, how much can you sell this treasure for? The female staff member was left in shock. A treasure? This young man had entered the secret realm for only 5 hours and had emerged with a treasure? And in a location like the Evergreen City Forest, where resources had been largely depleted and the chances of finding anything valuable were exceedingly rare. She trembled as she extended her hand to take the crystal, examining it closely, stammering, This treasure. I need to submit it for back-end verification. Please hold on. The young man crossed his arms, maintaining a calm demeanor. Sure, no problem. I'll wait. Your account balance, 245, 300 yuan. Xiao gazed at the numbers displayed on his phone screen, finally exhaling in relief as he reclined onto the soft bed behind him. Financial concerns could be set aside for the time being. Following evaluation, the secret realm base purchased the bug chorus crystal for a sum of 250,000 yuan. Although this figure was slightly below Xiao's expectations, the convenience of an immediate transaction without complications was worth accepting. At this moment, he found himself in a hotel. The balance of over 20,000 yuan remained after paying for 10 days of accommodation. Originally, Xiao had intended to rent an apartment, but it seemed that all nearby residences required a 3-month lease. With only a month left before his journey to the capital, he was left with no choice but to opt for a hotel. In any case, he had at least resolved his most pressing issues of finances and lodging. It was no wonder that the nightly rate of 500 Pokémon coins afforded him such a pleasant room. As Xiao surveyed the luxurious decor of the room, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Shaking his head, he released his 2 Pokémon, Slaking, Caterpie. The 2 sprites, upon encountering this novel environment, were filled with curiosity, embarking on a thorough exploration of the room. Meanwhile, Xiao, after observing for a while, composed himself to analyze the current situation. The sale of this rare treasure had significantly alleviated his financial burdens. In truth, he had contemplated whether to utilize this treasure on the Caterpie rather than selling it. However, after much reflection, Xiao ultimately decided against it. This was not due to a lack of funds, but rather because the Caterpie was merely 2 levels away from evolving into the Dragon-type Latios. The treasure, however, provided Bug-type energy, which was not suitable for his needs. Speaking of evolution, Xiao suddenly recalled a significant issue. His gaze fell upon the Sloth Pokémon. Wait a moment. Normally, the Sloth Pokémon would evolve into the Active Monkey at level 18. Yet here it was, already at level 24, and it had not yet evolved. Furrowing his brows, Xiao pondered this dilemma for a considerable time, eventually arriving at 2 possible explanations. The first was that the Sloth Pokémon, upon evolving into the Active Monkey, would undergo a drastic change in temperament, transforming from its inherent laziness to a more restless and hasty disposition for a period before reverting to its original lethargy upon evolving into the Sloth King. However, due to Xiao's modifications to his Sloth Pokémon's abilities, it had lost its laziness and instead gained the strength of a mighty warrior. This might have led to it bypassing the Active Monkey stage entirely, evolving directly into the Sloth King in due course. If that were the case, it would not be a significant concern, as evolving into the Sloth King merely required reaching level 36, and with the benefit of double experience, it would not take long. But if the situation were otherwise, it would pose a problem. The Sloth Pokémon might have experienced such rapid leveling that it had hit a plateau. In this scenario, it would necessitate the use of the treasure to assist in its evolution. Yet, considering his current financial predicament, it should be noted that the acquisition price at the secret base is lower than the market price, and the cost of general-type treasures exceeds that of bug-type treasures. Thus, if Xiao wished to purchase a treasure for his Sloth Pokémon, he would need to invest several thousand coins of his own. Just as Xiao was lost in thought, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Daily task refreshed. Daily task: Overcoming Trials, S rank. Task requirement: Defeat 10 trainers in succession within half an hour. Task reward: S rank General Type Treasure Clue X1, 2-star Simulated Secret Domain, Azure Lake. An S rank daily task. Upon scrutinizing the task details, Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. Was the reward truly not a deliberate ploy by the system? Regardless, this task undoubtedly addressed his immediate concerns. At the very least, the 250,000 he had just earned would not vanish without a trace. However, completing this task would indeed present a challenge. After glancing at the task panel, with its incessantly ticking half-hour countdown, he frowned slightly. The only way to defeat 10 trainers in such a brief period was to venture out. Let us go. He promptly withdrew the Sloth Pokémon and Caterpie into their Pokeballs and departed the hotel. 5 minutes later, Xiao found himself standing before a plaza. The square was dotted with standard battle arenas, populated by trainers accompanied by their Pokémon. This public battle plaza, constructed by the League, welcomed numerous trainers daily, seeking opponents to engage in friendly contests, thereby enhancing their Pokémon's battle experience and their own command skills. Among the 3 battle plazas in Yunlin City, this one was the smallest. However, it was more than sufficient for Xiao's purposes. After all, a smaller plaza typically meant trainers of a lower skill level would be present. Casually observing, he noted that the trainers here generally ranged from novice to intermediate levels, with no professional tier trainers in sight. In other words, even his Sloth Pokémon could hold its own. Time was of the essence, so he approached a battlefield, waving at a trainer occupying the space. "Hello, would you like to engage in a friendly battle?" He said this while retrieving his Pokeball to release his Sloth Pokémon. The trainer, a young man in his early 20s accompanied by a Froakie, displayed a change of expression upon seeing the lethargic and dazed Sloth Pokémon. Is someone really willing to capture such a Pokémon? He hesitated, realizing that battling against such a Pokémon would yield him no benefits. After all, the Sloth Pokémon was far weaker than a Caterpie, providing neither tactical growth nor significant experience for his Pokémon, merely a waste of time. However, Xiao raised 5 fingers. "I can wager 2,000 Poke dollars. Are you in?" The young man's eyes brightened instantly, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded vigorously. "I'm in." According to the rules of the battle arena, both trainers could place small bets before the match. Each would contribute an equal amount, and the winner would take home both their stakes. In other words, the young man perceived Yun Xiao as someone practically delivering free money. He produced a card, swiped it at a nearby machine, and entered the amount of 2,000. This sum was not insignificant for him, yet he had no fears of losing. After all, his opponent had a sloth Pokémon. If he could not triumph over a sloth Pokémon, he might as well abandon his trainer aspirations and head home to cultivate blueroot berries. Seeing the young man agree, Yun Xiao likewise swiped his card at the machine, mirroring the action, before stepping onto the battlefield. I look forward to your guidance. Likewise, the young man replied, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. The 2,000 poke dollars were enough to cover a month's worth of resources for nurturing his Froakie. He never anticipated encountering such a fortuitous opportunity. As both participants took their positions, an electronic voice reverberated throughout the arena. This was a referee system devised by the league. Present in every arena. Detection complete. Both sides are ready. The battle is about to commence. The additional wager for this battle is 2,000 poke dollars. Random selection result. The red side attacks first. Battle begins. With the proclamation, the young man commanded, Froakie, use Bubble Beam. His demeanor was relaxed and confident, for he believed that a sloth Pokémon, by nature, was so exceedingly lazy that it would likely struggle to evade any attacks. With a flourish, Froakie extended its arms to the sides, unleashing a flurry of rapidly flying oval bubbles, hurtling directly towards the sloth Pokémon. These bubbles were not fragile entities that would burst upon contact. Rather, they represented a fierce assault infused with water-type energy, as anticipated by the youth. In the face of the mosquito frog's assault, the sloth elder exhibited no intention of evading the attack, standing motionless with an expression of dazed indifference. However, in the next moment, Yun Xiao's calm voice resonated. Sloth elder headbutt. No sooner had the words left his lips than a glimmer of light ignited within the sloth elder's previously vacant gaze. It sprang to life, raising its head, its crown shimmering with a radiant white glow, charging straight toward the foamy obstacles. Every bubble that came into contact with the sloth elder's head was obliterated without exception, dissipating into thin air. Unyielding, the sloth elder surged forward at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily into the chest of the swift swim frog. A tremendous sound of impact reverberated, sending the swift swim frog soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, plummeting outside the arena and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze settled, it became evident that the frog's eyes were swirling, rendering it incapable of further combat. All of this transpired within a mere 5 seconds. At that moment, the young man on the platform stood dumbfounded, his mind reeling. His mosquito frog had been dispatched in an instant by the sloth elder. He felt as if his entire perception of the world had crumbled. Was this truly the sloth elder? Not a Snorlax? Yet, unbeknownst to him, at the conclusion of the battle, Yun Xiao had already returned the sloth elder to its poke ball and departed from the battlefield. After all, time was of the essence, and there were still 9 more to go. 20 minutes later, with the bewildered and dazed defeat of the 10th trainer, Yun Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Lured by the temptation of 2,000 poke dollars, finding opponents for the sloth elder in this arena had proven surprisingly effortless. Had Yun Xiao brought another Pokémon along, others might have hesitated over the wager of 2,000 poke dollars. However, upon witnessing the sloth elder, no one faltered. Naturally, Yun Xiao showed no hesitation in commanding the sloth elder to dispatch them either. After all, one must accept the stakes of their bets. Speaking of which, it was now time to reap the rewards. In addition to the 2,000 poke dollars that had been added to his account, a series of system notifications began to refresh before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily task. Overcome 5 challenges and defeat 6 opponents. Host has received task rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 2-star secret realm, Azure Lake. Accompanied by the system's notification chime, a new blue lake icon appeared in the simulation secret realm section. Azure Lake, 2 stars. Description: a unique secret realm centered around a vast lake. Home to a plethora of water-type Pokémon, characterized by relatively flat terrain, classified as a small-scale secret realm. Precious resources: rare water-type Pokémon, high-quality water-type Pokémon, water stones, water-type treasures. Materials for crafting humid incense, rare aquatic plants. Recommended level: 15 to 30. Note: Pokémon meeting the recommended level will receive double experience points while battling in the simulation secret realm. Secret realm unlock level: 0. Extra rewards will be granted once the unlock level reaches a certain standard. Gazing at the system's prompts, Yun Xiao took out his phone and searched for information regarding this secret realm, his brows arching in intrigue. Coincidentally, This secret realm was located near the Magic City University he intended to attend. This meant that after exploring the resources within this secret realm in the simulation, he could simply enter it once school commenced and convert his gains into tangible rewards. Moreover, the double experience point range of level 15 to 30 was perfectly suited for the Sloth Elder and the Caterpie to enhance their levels. He could only wonder what rare water-type Pokémon might emerge from this 2-star secret realm. Surely it couldn't be the starter Pokémon? As Xiao pondered this, he shook his head and swiftly redirected his attention to another notification. Compared to this simulation secret realm, the other reward was the main attraction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a clue for an S-rank ordinary treasure. Accompanied by the system's prompt, an image materialized before Xiao's eyes. It depicted a towering structure resembling a department store, shaped like a triangular pyramid. Recognizing it immediately, he realized, was this not the most renowned shopping mall in Yunlan City? The Lingyun department store? Was the treasure he sought located there? Xiao's expression turned complex. After all, this establishment was known for selling various Pokémon items and rare resources. And treasures were certainly included. Surely this notification wasn't implying he should go there to purchase a treasure, as that would be a rather fruitless suggestion. As he contemplated this, Xiao glanced once more at the image of the clue and suddenly noticed something. Wait a moment. What was this? At the entrance of the department store, there were more than a dozen enormous shelves arranged neatly. On those shelves were massive black stones. A striking red banner hung nearby. Lingyun Department Store's 10th anniversary celebration. Spend 50,000 Poke dollars at our store, pay an additional 30,000 Poke dollars, and receive a chance to gamble for stones. A plethora of precious treasures, ores, and rare items await your discovery. This banner flickered with light in the system's image, as if it were reminding him of something. Upon seeing this, Xiao was suddenly enlightened. So that was it. He exited the battlefield and flagged down a taxi. Driver, take me to Lingyun Department Store. Please hurry, and I'll pay you double. The middle-aged man driving the taxi broke into a smile upon hearing this. All right. Chapter 20, Blind Box of Raw Stones. 20 minutes later, Xiao hurriedly emerged from the department store, arms laden with various bottles and jars. Upon arriving, he had immediately dashed into the store, sweeping up 50,000 worth of high-grade energy cubes before heading straight to the checkout. He could only hope that the desired items had not yet been claimed. His gaze scanned the rows of black stones on the shelves, and he quietly activated his aura. An invisible blue wave began to radiate outward from Xiao, enveloping everything in its reach. As a result, he could now perceive what lay within these black stones. The first stone was utterly empty. The second stone, however, housed a crystal emitting a faint red glow. A series of messages materialized before Xiao. B rank or fire source crystal. Quality, average. Estimated value, 70,000 Poke dollars. In this world, secret realms produced numerous rare ores with various functions, and this fire source crystal was one such example. Upon seeing this, Xiao couldn't help but feel surprised. The Lingyun department store was indeed extravagant, as these raw stones could actually contain valuable items. However, time was of the essence, and he could not dwell on this. He continued to investigate each raw stone's contents. As he inspected each one, he discovered low-quality evolution stones, various ores, and even 2 shards of the heart, with a roughly 30% chance of obtaining worthwhile items from these raw stones, their values fluctuating between 10,000 to 78,000. 70% remains, yet all of it is either devoid of value or merely contains some worthless scrap ore. However, Xiao meticulously examined every piece of raw ore but failed to discover the ordinary secret treasure he sought. A frown creased his brow. According to the system's clues, he was indeed in the right place. Could it be that he had misunderstood the system's intent? Or was it possible that the raw stone containing the treasure had already been chosen by someone else? As he pondered these thoughts, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a raw stone nestled in a corner. This stone appeared noticeably smaller than the others and exhibited an unappealing dull gray hue, hardly suggesting that it contained anything of value. In fact, Xiao, utilizing his aura power, discerned that within this stone lay merely a small, worthless fragment of mixed ore, which would fetch at most 1 or 200 coins. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned. This stone seems somewhat peculiar. Had he not been particularly observant, he would have never noticed that the interior of this raw stone appeared to be partitioned by some unknown substance, which even his aura power could not penetrate. It was well known that the aura power he possessed had reached the pinnacle of human capability, capable of overcoming even some specialized obstructive materials. Yet, this raw stone managed to thwart his probing. Instantly, a determination took hold of Xiao. Don't miss this opportunity. For just 50,000 spirit coins, one can freely select a raw stone to unveil. Precious ores and treasures await your acquisition. On the elevated platform, the host continued to enthusiastically shout amidst pulsating music. Below, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Their expressions varied as they discussed the department store's event. Ling Yun was truly regressing. To boost performance, they resorted to such deceptive activities. Indeed, spending 50,000 for a single selection was no trivial matter. Could anyone genuinely believe that valuable items lay within these raw stones? Treasures? Who would buy that? I'd laugh at anyone who participated, haha, as the audience murmured. A young man with black hair approached the host, holding a small ticket. Without uttering a word, he promptly scanned the payment code with his phone, transferring 30,000 coins. I wish to select a raw stone. A brief silence engulfed the stage and audience as those who had just been discussing the event stood aghast. Someone actually chose to participate in this activity? The host, now beaming with delight, quickly nodded. Excellent. Feel free to choose. Would you like me to recommend a couple of pieces? Since the event had commenced, only 7 or 8 individuals had participated, far below the company's expectations. It was understood that the number of participants directly impacted his performance and, consequently, his bonuses, so he was quite anxious. Now that another participant had finally emerged, he resolved to offer Yun Xiao a special favor, showcasing something exceptional to entice further attendees. The host gestured towards a piece of raw stone on the front shelf, saying to Yun Xiao, based on my years of experience, this raw stone surely contains something valuable. The stone he indicated was the second one Yun Xiao had examined, a fire source crystal or valued at 70,000 spirit coins. However, in response to his recommendation, Yun Xiao merely shook his head and walked directly toward the dull gray stone in the corner. I want this one. The host was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that it contained nothing of worth. If this youth were to unveil a piece of scrap or in front of everyone, it would surely discourage further participation. Realizing this, the host quickly advised, this raw stone has a very poor quality. I suggest you reconsider. To be honest, we were planning to discard it, but it happened to be the 100th piece, so we brought it out for the sake of an even count. Nevertheless, Yun Xiao shook his head again. No need, I want this one. Just pack it up for me. I'll take it home to open. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, the host's furrowed brow relaxed. Letting this young man take it home to open was certainly preferable to him unveiling scrap or in front of everyone. He snapped his fingers, and 2 staff members swiftly approached to package the dull gray stone and hand it to Yun Xiao. Without a backward glance, Yun Xiao accepted the raw stone and departed. The entire process took no more than a minute. It was only after his departure that the audience resumed their chatter. I thought a plan had come up, but it turns out we have a genuine fool. Taking it home won't yield anything good, haha. Judging by his attire, he doesn't seem like a rich heir. When he discovers it's just a pile of worthless, or he'll surely regret it. 80,000 for a lesson. That's what we call the first lesson of society. Half an hour later, Yun Xiao closed the door to his room and carefully placed the raw ore on the table. He gazed at the stone, which even his aura power could not fully penetrate, deep in thought. To be honest, he felt a hint of gamble in this endeavor. After all, even he was unsure of what lay within this stone and whether it could possibly contain the ordinary secret treasure. If, upon opening it, he found nothing and the treasure had indeed been purchased by someone else, he would suffer a significant loss. With these thoughts in mind, Yun Xiao took a deep breath, retrieved a spirit ball, and released Lazy Wang. Chamo. Upon emerging, Lazy Wang first stretched lazily and then cast a puzzled glance at the unattractive stone on the table. Since the modification of his lazy trait, although Lazy Wang had become sharp-eyed and swift in battle, he still maintained a languid demeanor in daily life. As he put it, he had grown accustomed to laziness and found it hard to change his habits. There is something inside this stone. I need you to help me chip it open with your claws. Yun Xiao succinctly informed Lazy Wang of the situation. He added, take it slowly. Don't damage what's inside. Lazy Wang nodded in response, extending 2 clawed fingers that instantly glimmered with a sharp, white light. Having reached the formal level, he found no difficulty in chipping away at the stone. 5 minutes later, under Yun Xiao's guidance, the outer layer of the dull yellow raw stone was completely stripped away. Before Yun Xiao now lay several exceedingly dull crystals. A line of prompts also materialized before his eyes. E-grade or rock crystal. Description: worthless material, commonly found, of no value. Estimated selling price: 130 spirit coins. However, at this moment, Yun Xiao's attention was not on these few crystals. He was focused on a pure black, basketball-sized spherical ore that had been revealed after the outer shell of the raw ore was cut away. Bathed in sunlight, the surface of this sphere reflected not a glimmer. It seemed to absorb all the light that fell upon it. It was this black ore that had obstructed Xiao's aura power, preventing him from discerning what lay deep within the raw stone. At this moment, with the black ore exposed before Xiao's eyes, yet another line of prompts appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an S-rank rare mineral, Black Diamond Origin description, an exceedingly rare ore originating from the depths of the earth. Said to require millennia of tectonic movement to form, possessing remarkable isolation capabilities, making it an incredibly scarce material. Estimated value: 5 million spirit coins, not recommended for sale. As it is extremely rare and black diamond ore has yet to appear in the current mineral market, rendering its actual value unquantifiable. Upon reading this notification, Xiao was left in a state of bewilderment. To be honest, when he realized that this raw ore could isolate his waveguide power, he had already begun to suspect that it contained something extraordinary. However, who could have anticipated that within this raw ore lay an S-rank mineral valued at 5 million spirit coins? That amount could easily purchase 20 inferior ordinary attribute treasures. He took a moment to steady his breath and quickly regained his composure. Although this mineral held a value of 5 million spirit coins, it was clear that he would be unable to convert it into currency in the short term. The system had already informed him that such minerals had not yet made an appearance in the market, and attempting to sell it might not yield any buyers. Chapter 21. The Evolution of Lazy Old Man. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone to search, and indeed, he found no information regarding this mineral online. This was somewhat regrettable. However, it raised a question: where could that ordinary attribute treasure possibly be? Xiao mused, his gaze sweeping over the spherical mass of black diamond ore before him, pondering deeply. Could it be contained within? Based on his deductions, if the treasure had not already been claimed by someone else, it could only be nestled inside this very ore. This made the most sense, after all. A treasure worth at least 300,000 could not possibly exist among these raw stones. The staff at Lingyun department store would have certainly inspected each piece. The fact that the host had recommended this particular raw stone to Xiao made this abundantly clear. If a treasure had been found, it would have been kept for themselves. Therefore, it was likely that the presence of the black diamond was obscuring the treasure's existence. With this realization, Xiao nodded at Lazy Old Man, instructing him to carve a hole in the black diamond as cleanly as possible. Upon hearing this, Lazy Old Man extended his claws and began to slice through the stone. Despite the formidable isolation properties of the black diamond, its hardness seemed relatively low, even easier to cut than the outer layer of raw ore. Under Xiao's watchful gaze, Lazy Old Man effortlessly created a small opening at the top of the sphere. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from that opening. As Xiao leaned in for a closer look, he discovered that the interior of the black diamond sphere was hollow. Inside lay a triangular pure white crystal, roughly the size of half a palm, which was the source of the radiant white light. A prompt then appeared before Xiao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a rare item. Ordinary attribute treasure, pure crystal, medium grade. His eyes instantly lit up. A medium grade treasure. Although it appeared only one tier above the inferior grade, the disparity between them was monumental. The price of a medium grade treasure began at several million. Such treasures were typically found only in 4-star or even 5-star realms. Moreover, the minimum entry level for these realms was at least that of a curator. Due to their rarity, medium-grade treasures were exceedingly scarce even in the market for ordinary trainers. Wealth alone would not guarantee acquisition. He promptly retrieved the treasure, a smile breaking across his face. Not only had he gambled wisely, but he had also struck it rich. Meanwhile, Lazy Old Man seemed to sense something. Moving closer to Xiao and fixating intently on the crystal radiating white light, his instincts told him that this item would be immensely beneficial to him. Xiao, not one to hold back, placed the crystal atop Lazy Old Man's head. Although medium-grade treasures were costly, the energy they contained far surpassed that of inferior grades. Since Lazy Old Man was his Pokémon, it was only right to provide him with the best. With Xiao's action, the crystal's white light surged, transforming into a colossal torrent that began to envelop Lazy Old Man's form. In an instant, his entire body was shrouded in white light, obscuring his original appearance. As the energy surged within him, Lazy Old Man let out a contented sound. He felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring, radiating comfort, with every limb and sinew being revitalized. Following closely was an unexpected explosion of resplendent, multicolored light. Upon witnessing this brilliance, Xiao's brow arched. This was the light of evolution. It appeared his hypothesis was correct. Lazy Old Man's rapid power enhancement had led him to a bottleneck, preventing his evolution. Without the aid of the treasure, Lazy Old Man would have remained in this state for an extended period, hindering any further progress in strength. As Yin Xiao pondered. The vibrant light of evolution reached its zenith, culminating in a resonant hum before dissipating into the air. Lazy Old Man had completely transformed into another form. His fur was a pristine white, his physique erect, and his limbs long and robust. The crimson tuft atop his head, coupled with the brown rings around his eyes and chin, added to his spirited appearance. This was Lazy Old Man's evolved form, Hyperactive Ape. Before Yin Xiao, a series of prompts materialized. Pokémon, Hyperactive Ape. Qualities, Champion level. Attributes, Normal. Strength evaluation, level 28, early career. Ability, Strongman, physical attacks are doubled. Body becomes even more robust and powerful. Skills, Scratch, Fury Swipes, Cut, Endure. After reviewing the information on Lazy Old Man's evolution, now presumably called Hyperactive Ape, Yin Xiao exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the ability he had modified for Lazy Old Man remained unchanged post-evolution. Moreover, just as he had anticipated, Lazy Old Man's strength had directly surpassed the career level, even reaching the mid-career tier. This level of enhancement exceeded Yin Xiao's expectations. Generally speaking, the primary goal of an ordinary trainer is to attain the career level. Many strive for years, even a decade, alongside their Pokémon to break through this threshold. Yet, Yin Xiao had captured Lazy Old Man for less than a month and had facilitated his leap to mid-career level. Such a rapid progression, if spoken of, would leave many incredulous and astounded. However, upon further reflection, Yin Xiao found this situation quite reasonable. Firstly, Lazy Old Man possessed champion-level qualities, a rarity indeed. Secondly, under his modifications, the Strongman ability effectively doubled Lazy Old Man's baseline strength. Lastly, with the double experience bonus from simulating the realm and allowing Lazy Old Man to utilize a medium-grade treasure, these factors combined to propel Lazy Old Man's strength like a rocket, resulting in his evolution into Hyperactive Ape at this impressive level. Meanwhile, the newly evolved Slacketh was gazing down at its transformed physique with palpable excitement. Evolution stands as one of the most enigmatic and alluring attributes of Pokémon. Each transformation signifies a metamorphosis that bestows comprehensive enhancements to their abilities. Congratulations, Slacketh, Yin Xiao smiled, genuinely sharing in the creature's joy. With a cheerful hooray, Slacketh swung its arms in exuberance, circling Yin Xiao in a dance of delight. In its gaze, there was a newfound gratitude. This human had not only aided in reshaping its lethargic nature, but had also facilitated an astonishing elevation in its prowess. Reflecting on the disdainful moments spent in the breeding center, a resolute determination flickered in Slacketh's eyes. It vowed to steadfastly follow Yin Xiao, growing stronger until all Pokémon would look up to it in admiration. At that moment, Yin Xiao extended his hand to reclaim the precious artifact, the low-grade treasure. Typically consumed entirely upon a single use, contrasted with the mid-grade treasures, which contained such abundant energy that they necessitated multiple absorptions. For Pokémon of elite rank or lower, mid-grade treasures generally required 3 to 5 uses, with a minimum interval of half a month between each. However, upon inspecting the state of the treasure, Yin Xiao noted that the brilliance of the crystal had significantly dimmed, indicating it could only be utilized once more. This was, in fact, a positive sign, suggesting that Slacketh's capacity to absorb energy far surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon, indirectly affirming its extraordinary talent. The recent utilization of the treasure had not only enabled Slacketh to break through its constraints and evolve, but had also elevated its level by 4 ranks. Moreover, the residual energy from the treasure would continue to nurture Slacketh's body over the ensuing month, facilitating a comprehensive enhancement. Holding the crystal, Yin Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of sentimentality wash over him. It was no wonder that some spoke of treasures as the greatest enhancements for Pokémon. Once he had amassed sufficient wealth, he resolved to provide each member of his team with such bountiful resources. He stored the crystal in his system backpack, stretched languidly, and suddenly remembered something. Had he known the extent of the treasure's benefits for Pokémon, he would not have sold the earlier Bug Buzz crystal. It would have been perfect for his Caterpie. However, he quickly reconsidered. Caterpie was on the brink of evolution and would transform into a dragon-type Pokémon, rendering bug-type energy irrelevant. Furthermore, the low-grade treasure would not provide a significant boost for Caterpie. It would be prudent to acquire a mid-grade dragon-type treasure for it in the future. With that thought, Yin Xiao took a deep breath and summoned the system panel. System, I wish to enter the 2-star simulated secret realm, Azure Lake. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the room, with Slacketh disappearing alongside him. Chapter 22, Caterpie's Evolution, Points Credited. Azure Lake. A medium-sized secret realm located in northern Huagua, near Magic City, had only recently manifested in the past few years. Due to its relatively small scale, it had not been extensively developed or explored, indicating that abundant resources awaited Yun Xiao's discovery. Upon entering the simulated secret realm, Yun Xiao was greeted by an expansive azure lake that seemed to stretch endlessly. The lake occupied nearly half of the realm's area, hence its name. Crouching down, he observed the surface of the water. Though crystal clear, it possessed notable depth. He could even spot a few Magikarp and Goldeen leisurely swimming within. After a moment of contemplation, he walked a few steps along the shore and released both Caterpie and Slacketh onto a patch of open ground. Hooray! Caterpie immediately sensed something amiss. Where had Lazy Sloth gone? What was the situation with this new Pokémon? Blinking in confusion, it turned to the newly evolved Slacketh. Yun Xiao smiled, understanding the perplexity. He placed a reassuring hand on Slacketh's shoulder and explained, Caterpie, Lazy Sloth has just evolved. It is now Slacketh. Gee. Slacketh nodded affirmatively. Huh. Caterpie gazed at Slacketh's robust and powerful form, a glimmer of envy flickering in its eyes. It could sense the immense power that had surged within Slacketh following its evolution. Noticing Caterpie's emotions, Yun Xiao quickly reassured, Don't be anxious, Caterpie. Your turn is coming soon. As he spoke, a spark of excitement danced in his eyes. According to his modifications, Caterpie would evolve directly into Rayquaza at level 20. Currently, it had reached level 19, with only one level remaining for evolution. Huh. Caterpie blinked, momentarily bewildered. Being a newly hatched Pokémon, it was still naive regarding the concept of evolution. Yet, observing its trainer's demeanor, it began to ponder whether it too would become formidable after evolution. As a 2-star secret realm, Azure Lake naturally harbored a multitude of wild Pokémon. Yun Xiao effortlessly located a challenger for Caterpie, a level 23, officially mid-tier Whalemare. Splash! Whalemare lunged forward, head held high, charging directly at Caterpie. Despite the significant level disparity, Caterpie had displayed remarkable combat aptitude over the past week. Cater. Without needing direction from Yun Xiao, Caterpie deftly sidestepped Whalemare's assault, then swung its tail with vigor, sending Whalemare stumbling backward. But the onslaught did not end there. Caterpie unleashed a torrent of white silk from its mouth, ensnaring Whalemare, and then surged forward with determination. Whalemare, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Yun Xiao watched this unfold, a sense of admiration swelling within him. Truly, Caterpie was destined to evolve into Rayquaza. After just a week under his training, it had already begun to autonomously battle beyond its level without any guidance. The outcome of this battle was never in doubt. As Whalemare's eyes spiraled, the system's prompt chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Pokémon Caterpie has achieved victory in battle. Earned experience points, 300x, 41,200. Ding! Your Pokémon Caterpie has leveled up to LV20. Please be advised, it is about to evolve. Host must exit the simulated secret realm and return to the real world to complete the evolution. Must exit the simulated secret realm? A faint sense of foreboding washed over Yun Xiao. With a thought, he promptly exited the simulated realm. Upon reappearing in his room, a dazzling golden light erupted from Caterpie's form. Buzz! Countless golden specks of light began to swirl in the surrounding air, cascading into Caterpie's body. Yun Xiao was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. As the radiant light emerged, it was accompanied by a violent whirlwind that sent everything within the room tumbling chaotically. Books and pens swirled through the air as if a typhoon had swept in. In the next moment, the hotel building began to shake violently. Outside the window, piercing screams erupted. An earthquake! Run for your lives! Yun Xiao had not anticipated such a tremendous commotion accompanying the transformation of the green caterpillar. He struggled to steady himself, his gaze fixed intently on the golden glow. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the once clear skies over Cloud City had turned ominously dark, thunder rumbling in the distance. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, within a clandestine underground facility, red warning lights blared alongside the thunderous sound of alarms erupting throughout the establishment. Alert! Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Crisis level, maximum. Alert! Anomalous energy fluctuations are intensifying. Immediate action required. In a monitoring room cluttered with large screens, chaos reigned. Quickly upload the coordinates of the energy fluctuations to the Alliance. Have we pinpointed the exact location? It seems to be a small city to the south. Damn it! Why were there no warning signs? Amidst the tense atmosphere, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in a researcher-esque robe, stared intently at the golden light on the screen. His expression was grave, brows furrowed as he muttered to himself, Impossible. This is a legendary beast-level energy fluctuation. Why has it suddenly manifested in a city? According to historical records, The last occurrence of such energy fluctuations was 500 years ago. In the year 830, one of the Common Era, the god of currents, Lugia, awakened in the southern region of the White Cherry Nation and unleashed a catastrophic fury, resulting in nearly 500,000 casualties in a single day. In the face of beast-level power, humanity appears exceedingly frail. Now, with such energy fluctuations re-emerging in Huagua, it is only natural for everyone to feel their hearts leap into their throats. However, in the next instant, the dazzling golden point on the screen began to visibly fade. Within mere seconds, the light completely vanished, leaving not even a trace behind. The previously chaotic laboratory fell into an eerie silence, a profound stillness enveloping the room. The machines designed to detect energy fluctuations, valued in the millions, could identify any abnormal energy wave across the globe. A beast-level energy fluctuation, theoretically, would leave residual energy even after a day. Yet, at this moment, the screen displayed nothing but an empty void. This indicated that, within the brief span of several seconds, the beast-level energy had suddenly appeared and just as abruptly disappeared. Not a single remnant was left behind. Simultaneously, in Cloud City, the dim sky had reverted to a clear state, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Many noticed the sudden change in weather but dismissed it without a second thought. Inside the hotel, Xiao gazed at the turquoise entity before him, his expression a mixture of complexities. Upon hearing the system announce the need to exit the simulated realm to complete the evolution, an ominous premonition washed over him. Now, it seemed, that premonition was indeed justified. The commotion of the evolution was undeniably immense. Fortunately, the evolution had concluded. A smile crept onto his face. Before him, the crimson figure of the green caterpillar had vanished, replaced by a small, dark green dragon. This was none other than the sky god Rayquaza, a legendary being from the Fonyuan region. However, it appeared to be in its juvenile form, measuring just over a meter in length and with a diameter of less than 30 centimeters. Yet, Xiao felt immense satisfaction. Though small in size, the shimmering azure light glimmering on its scales and the subtle aura of pressure emanating from it were sufficient proof of its authenticity. Congratulations, green caterpillar. Or rather, it is time to call you Rayquaza now. Xiao applauded. A perplexed roar echoed, as Rayquaza sensed its newly acquired form and the astounding power surging within it, momentarily stunned. Despite evolving into a legendary beast, it remained, at its core, the green caterpillar that had only hatched 6 days prior. Meanwhile, the hyperactive monkey, who had witnessed the entire process, looked utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why is your evolution so much more spectacular than mine? Moreover, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the evolved green caterpillar. This isn't quite right, is it? At that moment, a cascade of data flashed before Xiao's eyes. Pokémon, Rayquaza, Sky God. Gender, type, dragon, flying. Ability, airlock. Pokémon with this ability can nullify all weather-related effects. Potential, level 1 god. Strength assessment, LV21, newly entered profession. Learn skills, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance. Dragon Breath, Origin Pulse, Hurricane. Upon reviewing Rayquaza's information, Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. A legendary beast indeed. Attaining level 21 strength directly upon entering the profession, and it had also learned several impressive dragon-type skills in one go. This was undoubtedly a boon for his Pokémon. With Rayquaza's evolution completed, a notification popped up before Xiao. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest, Breakthrough to Professional Level. Hey, congratulations, host. You have received the quest reward, Intermediate Modification Opportunity X1, S-Level Clue. With both the hyperactive monkey and Rayquaza now at professional level, the quest was naturally fulfilled. After a brief contemplation, Xiao decided to reserve the Intermediate Modification Opportunity, as the potential and individual values of his 2 Pokémon were already at their peak. There was little to modify. As for the S-Level Clue, Xiao's mind flickered, and an image immediately materialized in his thoughts. In a storage room filled with numerous items and ores, a stone lying at the bottom of a cabinet emitted a striking rainbow glow. Xiao's brow raised. This was one of the essentials for a Pokémon's Mega Evolution, a keystone. However, from this image, he could not discern the exact location of the keystone. This left him somewhat vexed. What difference does it make to receive such a clue if it leads nowhere? He scrutinized the image closely and soon found a small detail on the wall. It was a unique emblem, also shining with a conspicuous light in the picture. The upper half of the emblem was a golden yellow semicircle, while the lower half depicted a standard red and white pokeball. Regrettably, Xiao had never encountered this symbol before. Memorizing the emblem's appearance, the image faded from his view. He would have to keep an eye out for this emblem in the future, for the keystone was indeed of great importance. Just as he pondered, another system notification suddenly appeared before him. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have amassed a staggering total of 540 shock points from candidates, teachers, and the general public across the nation. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. It appeared that the news of his perfect score in the college entrance examination had circulated widely, prompting the system to tally his shock points. 540 points. To be honest, exceeded Xiao's expectations. This was quite commendable. With this, he could finally embark on that endeavor. System, I wish to expend 2,000 points to unlock Advanced Modification. Chapter 23, Advanced Modification Unlocked. Live broadcast commences. As Xiao's voice resonated, a system panel displaying several modification options reappeared. However, this time, the text following the advanced modification had undergone a transformation. Advanced modification. Upon utilization, you may select one of the following options. 1. Acquire a random advanced ability or item. 2. Obtain legendary level abilities, items, or clues about spirits. 3. Enhance existing abilities. 4. Alter the spirit's qualifications and individual values to the maximum, God-Beast level, with full qualifications. And liberate the primal shackles. Engaging in an advanced modification requires a cost of 5,000 points. Xiao cast a quick glance over the content of the advanced modification, nodding slightly. Aside from the somewhat steep point requirement for a single use, the other options seemed quite appealing. However, a particular phrase in the fourth option captured Xiao's attention. System, what are primal shackles? Replying to the host. Primal shackles are a common limitation present within ordinary spirits, which impose constraints on their potential strength. The system's response rang out immediately, yet the answer remained somewhat ambiguous. Xiao nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. The current dilemma was that after unlocking this option, he would be left with less than 3,000 points. Given that one advanced modification required a full 5,000 points, where would he procure the missing 2,000 points? Xiao furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. However, before long, his expression relaxed as he turned towards his bedroom. A solution had dawned upon him. Upon returning to his hotel, Xiao seated himself at his desk and powered on his laptop. The entertainment sector of this world, while significantly less developed than that of his previous one, be it songs, novels, or films, was still in its nascent stages. Yet, the realm of spirits was remarkably advanced online. In a world full of trainers, a video analyzing battle strategies or recommending spirit cultivation could easily garner millions of views. Without hesitation, Xiao accessed the most popular live streaming platform in the Flame Nation, Ducklet, and registered an account. Indeed, in a scenario devoid of costs, the most effective way to maximize visibility was through online streaming. As for the content of the stream, he had already devised a plan. He promptly changed the title of his live stream to World's Greatest Spirit Battle Teaching Live Stream, casually attaching an image of Pikachu, and initiated the broadcast. 5 minutes passed, and a few scattered viewers trickled into the live stream. Dust, world's greatest? The host certainly has a lofty opinion of himself, doesn't he? Loves eating Magikarp. Humorous host, is this title for real? You've certainly cracked the code for attracting views. Clearly, viewers were lured in by Xiao's ostentatious title, but they did not take it seriously, merely adopting a casual attitude of amusement. Xiao adjusted his microphone, simultaneously registering on a software platform, and began to speak. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will present a set of strategies that will guarantee an overwhelming advantage, regardless of your opponent. He had registered on a spirit battle simulation platform, meticulously crafted by the Spirit Alliance and various national authorities, allowing two players to engage in simulated battles online, even providing real-time commands via microphone, a phenomenon that had gained immense popularity worldwide. Instantly, a flurry of comments flooded the live stream. Loves eating Magikarp. Overwhelming advantage? I thought you were just a humorous host. Are you serious? Dust, you can't be serious, right? The host sounds like he's only 16 or 17, and he just registered on this battle simulation platform. If he really can teach us some tactics, I'll throw him a rocket. A box of strange canned goods sent a flower X1. Meanwhile, a few more individuals were drawn into the live stream by its title. Pikachu, just arrived. Brothers, what's going on in this live stream? QWE, same here. I'm curious too. At that moment, Xiao had already entered the battle platform, beginning to configure his team. He initially dragged a Pelipper and a Florges into his lineup, followed by a Dragapult. As he executed his moves, the comments ignited once more. Heartless brother, the host is clearly just a title merchant. Dragapult is one thing, but using a Pelipper, that's just pathetic. I'm out, this is boring. Pikachu, host. What is the point of Florges? While I know it's a decent healer, its stamina-based stats are far too low to withstand anything. And it doesn't even synergize with the other two spirits. Moreover, in the next moment, Yun Xiao's actions caused the live stream to explode again. He simply added 3 Rattatas to his team and clicked to start matching. In this battle simulation platform, the most popular combat style involved teams of 6 spirits engaging in 2v2 rotational battles. Yun Xiao's decision to include 3 Rattatas was tantamount to conceding to the opposing 3 spirits. If Yun Xiao possessed the ability to withstand 6 spirits with just 3, that would be one thing. The question was, how could these 3 spirits possibly achieve that? Ducklet, not selecting Charizard, Garchomp, or Dragonite. Yet expecting to take on 3 with 6? The host must be out of his mind, confirmed. Dust, I knew it. If this lineup wins, I'll throw the host 2 rockets. A box of Strangekin goods. I'm starting to regret this. Can the host refund my free gift? In the face of the barrage of skepticism, Yun Xiao quietly chuckled to himself. As he had anticipated, the top trainers in this world had yet to grasp the simplicity of weather teams, let alone the ordinary viewers. Moreover, with his exceptional insight, his understanding of spirit battles had reached the pinnacle of the world. Astonishing, these individuals posed no challenge whatsoever. As the matchmaking commenced, he began configuring the items and abilities of his first 3 spirits while speaking. These 3 spirits not only possessed synergistic connections, but were also inseparable. Lacking any one of them would be detrimental. You'll see shortly. As he spoke, yet another wave of comments surged through the stream. However, it was evident that the audience remained skeptical of Yun Xiao's claims, merely waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Meanwhile, in another live stream room on the Ducklet platform, a young man clad in a vibrant crimson tracksuit, adorned with a red and white cap emblazoned with a Pokeball motif, sat before his computer, waving at the audience in the live stream. "Good afternoon, everyone," he greeted, and in an instant, countless comments flooded the screen. "Chihiro, you've finally gone live. Mom misses you so much. Chihiro, you have no idea how excruciating the past 12 hours and 5 minutes have been without your stream. What will you be streaming today, Chihiro? Another simulation battle?" The live stream was abuzz with excitement. Within mere moments of starting, hundreds of thousands of viewers had already tuned in, and the numbers continued to rise. The reason was simple. This was the live stream of Chihiro, the champion from the land of Bainyao. Unfazed by the barrage of comments, Chihiro nodded slightly at the camera and, with a hint of hesitance, spoke in his imperfect Mandarin. "Yes, today we will also engage in simulated battles. If there are any other games you wish to see, I can certainly give them a try." No. Chihiro, we'll watch whatever you stream." "Exactly. We're all here for your charm. We'd watch you sleep if that were the case." Chuckling at the playful banter, Chihiro opened the battle simulation platform, deftly logged into his account, and pressed the matchmaking button. Even for him, this simulation battle game was exceptionally well crafted, allowing him to experience a genuine sense of Pokémon battling while competing against other players. The matchmaking was entirely random, and sometimes Chihiro would find himself pitted against unexpectedly intriguing opponents, a sensation he relished. Thus, during his free time, he would frequently launch this simulated battle game for a live session. Ding! Match found. An alert popped up on the screen, revealing a player with a Pikachu avatar and the ID name Psyduck134479. Chihiro seemed taken aback. A fellow streamer? This player appeared to be from the same platform as him. However, his eyebrows raised upon inspecting the opponent's team composition. A Kingdra, a Florges, and a Pelipper. These Pokemon were quite rare in simulated battles, and even in the real world, they were considered obscure choices. To his astonishment, behind these 3 stood 3 Rattatas. What could this team composition possibly signify? Not only was Chihiro puzzled, but the comments in his live stream exploded with excitement. 3 Rattatas? What is this guy thinking, looking down on others? He is probably a little streamer trying to show off by commanding 3 against 6 with obscure Pokemon. Haha, he must not have expected to run into Chihiro. I suspect that's exactly it. Haha, Chihiro, you ought to teach him a lesson. As the comments flew by, Chihiro began to piece together the situation. It seemed that this individual intended to leverage his tactical skills by using 3 Rattatas to overwhelm his opponent, thereby enhancing the entertainment value of his stream and attracting viewers. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. He hoped this player truly possessed the requisite skill to make the battle enjoyable. He clicked the button to accept the match, entering the interface to select his opening Pokemon. Chihiro's team was configured according to his real-world preferences: Pikachu, Charizard, Gengar, Lapras, Snorlax, and Chansey. Among these 6, for were popular choices in the simulation battles, and with Chihiro's formidable command as a champion trainer, he had yet to suffer a single defeat. With 4,000 matches under his belt, his win rate stood at a perfect 100%. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to send out Pikachu and Chansey as his initial duo. Excluding the Rattatas, two of the opponent's Pokémon were weak to electric-type moves, making Pikachu an ideal choice. Chansey would ensure Pikachu's well-being and could use Helping Hand to amplify Pikachu's damage. This strategy would undoubtedly complicate matters for his opponent. As Chihiro made his selection, the game interface transitioned once more, revealing a battlefield where 4 Pokémon appeared. On the left stood Chihiro's Chansey and Pikachu, while on the right were the opponent's Florges and Pelipper. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chihiro's eyes as he softly addressed his viewers. From this player's understanding of battling, it is clear he cannot match the level required to compete with 3 against 6. For my team, the greatest threat is undoubtedly Pikachu. If he had sent out Kingdra first to exchange blows with my Pikachu, he might have had a chance. However, he has inexplicably opted to deploy Pelipper, which is 4 times weak to electric-type moves, right from the start. Even with Florge's assistance, it will be challenging to withstand the onslaught. Perhaps his tactical abilities will surprise us. Though he spoke these words, Chihiro had already lost interest in the battle. In a sense, simulated battles mirrored real ones. A trainer incapable of devising even the most basic strategies could not possibly excel in tactical prowess. Chansey, Helping Hand. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Chihiro shook his head and spoke softly. Chapter 24. How do you intend to respond? On the screen, a gentle warm light enveloped Chansey's form and merged into Pikachu's body. This was Helping Hand, a move that significantly boosted the damage of the next attack from an ally Pokémon. Empowered, Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electricity, surging skyward. In the next moment, 2 massive bolts of lightning, pulsating with electric energy, locked onto Pelipper and Florges, ready to unleash their fury. Simultaneously, both Pelipper and Florges sprang into action. A radiant white light enveloped Florges, forming a protective shield. This was the move Protect, which would render the Pokémon immune to the next incoming attack. Meanwhile, Pelipper flapped its wings, darkening the sky as a torrential downpour began to fall. Rain Dance. Chihiro observed this unfolding scene, quickly realizing the implications. While rainy weather enhances the combat prowess of water-type Pokémon, it also augments the power of Pikachu's electric-type moves. This was detrimental for both Kingdra and Pelipper. Why would he choose such a strategy? At that moment, the 2 bolts of lightning descended with ferocious intensity, bolstered by Helping Hand and the rain. The 2 brilliant streaks of lightning, wrapped in fierce electric currents, seemed capable of obliterating anything in their path. Florges was struck first, but emerged unscathed beneath the shield of protection. However, Pelipper, having used Rain Dance, was not so fortunate. It was struck by thunder and was left with less than a fifth of its health. Thus, the first round of their encounter concluded, with Chihiro evidently holding the upper hand. The comments in his live stream were rapidly refreshing. Is this guy insane? The Pelipper is also capable of utilizing Protect. How dare it invoke Rain Dance while facing a thunderstorm? Haha, using Rain Dance against electric-type Pokémon. Is this to ensure that Pikachu won't miss? Protect is futile. It cannot be used consecutively, and prolonging the inevitable serves no purpose. This marks Red's 4,153rd consecutive victory. Let us capture this moment in a photograph for posterity. Although most of them possess only a rudimentary understanding of Pokémon battles, the fundamental concepts remain clear. Pelipper's stamina is nearly depleted, and Florges cannot continue to use Protect. The outcome of this battle is already determined. However, at that moment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The nearly exhausted Pelipper suddenly transformed into a red flash and vanished. In its place stood the imposing figure of Dragapult. At first glance, it merely appeared as though the opponent had switched Pokémon. Yet, it is crucial to understand that in this simulation battle, an active Pokémon switch requires a 10-second interval to mimic the real-world scenario where a trainer must allow their opponent to make an attack before switching. Yet this exchange occurred without any delay. Many viewers in the Crimson livestream noticed this detail and began to speculate. What is happening? A switch without delay? Is this guy cheating? Could it be a bug in the game? Then a scene even more astonishing unfolded. A sudden surge of green light erupted from Florges, exploding with lightning speed. This was Draining Kiss. Red was not surprised. As a champion trainer, he was well aware that Florges' ability is Healer, which allows it to execute healing moves with exceptional swiftness, almost guaranteeing a priority move against opponents of similar level. However, Florges' special attack stat is rather low, even abysmally so. Such an attack posed no threat to either Pikachu or Chansey. Yet, in the next instant, Even Red's eyes widened slightly. The draining kiss did not target Pikachu or Chansey, but rather struck Dragapult, its own teammate, at breakneck speed. This absurd scenario sent the barrage of comments in Red's livestream into a frenzy. Targeting the electric type with Rain Dance, and using a move that harms his own teammate? This streamer must be purely seeking entertainment. Can you really command your Pokemon to attack your own? This guy is redefining my worldview. However, the viewers failed to notice that Red, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly displayed a hint of gravitas. At that moment, a brilliant red light erupted from Dragapult. The Pokemon's aura surged ominously, followed by a colossal wave crashing towards Chansey and Pikachu. This was the Water-type area attack, Liquidation. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet Red, relying on his championship-level battle experience, reacted swiftly. Chansey, deploy Light Screen. It positioned itself in front of Pikachu, and a white barrier illuminated its form. With this shield, it could single-handedly defend against the impending onslaught for both itself and Pikachu. However, when the monstrous wave of liquidation struck, a shocking scene unfolded. The light screen shattered before the towering wave, crumbling into dust within seconds. Simultaneously, in Xiao's livestream, his relaxed and soothing voice resonated. A pure offensive setup with Dragapult. Coupled with rainy weather amplifying water-type moves by 15 times, alongside a 15-fold power boost for the same type. And the triggering of weakness policy enhancing both special and physical attack by 2 stages, enabled Dragapult to maneuver effortlessly with double speed. How do you, esteemed viewers, intend to counter this? Chapter 25. Red visits the livestream. After Dragapult's liquidation obliterated the light screen, it swiftly engulfed both Pikachu and Chansey, depleting their health bars to 0. Witnessing this, the comments in Red's livestream erupted. Although the Chansey in this simulation did not possess the true strength of the one in Red's team, it was nonetheless a formidable presence among all defensive Pokemon in the simulator. Regular viewers had even affectionately dubbed this Chansey the Pink Demon. The moniker derived from the fact that Chansey boasted exceptionally high defensive and health stats while excelling in moves like Light Screen, Reflect, and Recover, significantly enhancing its survivability. Under Red's exceptional command, it often transformed into an indomitable tank, standing resolute until the end of battles, becoming the adversary's nightmare. However, today, this Pink Demon was swiftly eliminated despite deploying Light Screen. How could they possibly accept this? A torrent of discussions immediately ensued. Wait, did Chansey's Light Screen not hold? This guy must be cheating. Indeed, and he made the switch without any delay. Can we report the opposing player? I'm heading over to his stream. As the comments flooded in, Red paid no heed to their words, but instead focused intently on the screen, where Dragapult shimmered with red light, appearing deep in thought. The subsequent events unfolded with little doubt. The remaining 4 Pokemon on Red's team entered the fray one after another, yet none withstood the might of Dragapult's assault. Throughout this process, Florges stood by Dragapult, never needing to attack again. In other words, Dragapult single-handedly defeated Red's entire team. As Red's final Pokemon, Gengar, collapsed. The word defeat appeared on his screen for the first time. The barrage of comments in the livestream continued unabated, denouncing the opposing player for cheating and exploiting bugs. A significant number of viewers had already departed from Red's stream to support the streamer with the Pikachu avatar. However, at that moment, after a long silence, Red suddenly shook his head and spoke. Esteemed viewers, my loss is not unjust. This opponent is quite formidable and possesses great ingenuity. As he spoke, Red exhibited no trace of disappointment. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His expression resembled that of a warrior encountering an equally matched and admirable rival. The reason Dragapult was able to switch in so swiftly, I suspect, is due to Pelipper carrying the item escape button. Meanwhile, Dragapult's item must be weakness policy. As he explained to the audience, he opened the Psyduck website and entered the livestream number corresponding to that opponent's name. Meanwhile, in Xiao's livestream, the viewer count had skyrocketed from a mere handful to thousands. Most of these newcomers were undoubtedly from Red's stream. Upon entering, they were ready to hurl accusations at Xiao for cheating and exploiting bugs. However, upon witnessing the situation in the livestream, they fell silent in astonishment. For the atmosphere of the comments was entirely different. Compliments, accompanied by an array of small gifts, continued to emerge incessantly. My goodness, streamer, you truly are a genius. I thought you were just a sensationalist, but it turns out you are the real deal. You devised such a tactic? Why aren't you competing on the world stage for your country's glory? Instead, you're cooped up here, just a small-time streamer, passing the days. Yin-shun, I admit I spoke too loudly earlier. There were many people then. Now, I humbly kneel before you, sending 2 planes as gifts. System notification. User Chen AI has sent 2 gift planes. Upon witnessing this scene, the furious fans who had burst in were rendered speechless. Tactics? Wasn't he this individual exploiting a bug to cheat? Someone immediately voiced their skepticism. Brothers above, I came from the opposing livestream. What tactic did this streamer just use? Didn't he exploit a bug for rapid Pokemon swapping? Did the Sizer just obliterate the Chansey with a light screen? Are you telling me this isn't cheating, but rather a tactic? The earliest viewers in Yun Xiao's livestream quickly responded. To be honest, before the streamer explained, we thought all of this was utterly absurd. However, after his explanation, everything began to make sense. Indeed, Yun Shun, please enlighten these newcomers. At this moment, Yun Xiao observed the influx of new viewers in his livestream. Feeling somewhat surprised, it seemed that his last opponent was also a streamer. This was fortuitous, as it would undoubtedly elevate his notoriety. Thus, he cleared his throat and reiterated his explanation. This tactical team, I dubbed the Rain Initiating Squad. The core of its strategy lies in utilizing the Healing Wish ability of Florges for preemptive healing, swiftly employing Draining Kiss on Sizer to trigger its weakness policy item, and in conjunction with Pelipper's initiation of Rain, achieving an overwhelming offensive with Sizer. Upon hearing this, the majority of the newly arrived viewers were left bewildered. Preemptive healing? Weakness policy? What are these terms? Why had they never heard of them before? Yin Xiao continued, I understand that many of you may have doubts, so please allow me to elaborate in detail. The effect of the weakness policy item is that if the Pokemon holding it suffers from a super effective attack, both its attack and special attack stats will be raised by 2 stages. Meanwhile, Florge's ability, Healing Wish, significantly accelerates the speed of restorative moves, ensuring it almost always attacks first when the opposing strengths are comparable. Thus, the strategy becomes quite clear. In the first turn, I deploy Pelipper and Florges. Florges uses Protect to endure, while Pelipper disregards the odds and summons Rain. After that, when Sizer enters the fray, Florges, leveraging its ability, swiftly employs Draining Kiss to activate Sizer's weakness policy. Under rainy conditions, Water-type moves receive an additional power boost, and combined with the 2-stage increase from weakness policy, even a Snorlax wouldn't withstand such an onslaught. Furthermore, the Rain synergizes beautifully with Sizer's ability, doubling its speed stat in Rain, complemented by Florge's own moves that aid in restoring Sizer's health, as well as disrupting opponents with moves like Draining Kiss and Leech Seed. Once this strategy is in place, the opponent is essentially rendered powerless. Upon reaching this point, Yin Xiao shrugged. To be honest, when I first encountered this gameplay style, I couldn't help but commend its brilliance. The perfect amalgamation of items, abilities, and weather culminated in the birth of this tactic. In that moment, the new viewers in the live stream were utterly captivated. Such gameplay exists? No wonder even Chansey was obliterated. No wonder Florges attacked its allies. No wonder both Pokemon moved with such incredible speed. It turned out all of this had been meticulously orchestrated. Yet, despite this, some still raised questions. Then, can the streamer explain why you managed to swap Pokemon without delay? Isn't that exploiting a bug? Yun Xiao chuckled slightly. Apologies. I neglected to mention that in this strategy, Pelipper merely needs to initiate Rain, and then it is no longer involved. Thus, the item Pelipper carries is a switcheroo button, which automatically returns to its Pokeball upon taking damage, facilitating a swift Pokemon swap without any delay, allowing Sizer to make a quick entrance. Upon hearing this, all the viewers who had come from the Crimson livestream fell silent. No bugs, no cheats. This individual triumphed over Crimson through an extraordinary series of strategies. Seconds passed before they began to voice their thoughts. Impressive, truly impressive. Your ability to conquer Chi Bao has won my respect. I'm suddenly tempted to remove my support for Chi Bao and come to this streamer instead. Accompanying this were a multitude of gift notifications. Yun Xiao looked at the viewer count in his livestream, now nearing 10,000, and the deluge of gifts, and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, the myriad strategies and tactics swirling in his mind, merely one of which could deliver a decisive blow to the people of this world. Of course, the highlight of this livestream was still the system notifications that had not ceased since the beginning. Yun Xiao glanced at the floating notifications before him. Ding. Received shock value from 25 viewers in the livestream, converted to 1 point. Ding. Received shock value from 120 viewers in the livestream, converted to 2 points. Ding. Received shock value from 120,000 viewers from the opponent's livestream, converted to 1,700 points. Upon seeing this, Yun Xiao was momentarily stunned. 120,000? Good heavens. It seemed he had matched against a major streamer. 1,000 points had been credited directly. Just as Yun Xiao felt a surge of excitement, he noticed another notification. Ding. Received shock value from the important character Crimson. Reward points. 300. Xiao was taken aback. Crimson? Could it be? This meant the opponent he had just matched against was named Der. Conversely, it was Red or Crimson. Moreover, his 6 Pokémon had instantly struck Xiao with a sense of familiarity, although he hadn't realized where he had encountered them before. Now, upon seeing that system notification, Xiao suddenly grasped the situation. Goodness, it seemed that in his very first match, he had faced an extraordinary individual. Crimson, the character renowned for subduing Mewtwo with Mega Charizard in the anime, the champion of the Pokémon League in the games, a legendary trainer, the true protagonist. The vanquisher of Team Rocket, with titles too numerous to count. Even Ash was a character inspired by Crimson. Xiao never imagined that a real Crimson would exist in this world. He was even more astonished that he had managed to outplay this legendary figure during his very first livestream. He couldn't help but touch his nose in disbelief. Oh, it is merely a simulation game. Surely, Qihong would not mind, would he? However, in the next moment, a striking notification, ablaze with flames, illuminated Xiao's livestream. The king has arrived. The #1 popular streamer, Qihong, has entered this livestream. Chapter 26. Brother Qi, this won't do. This truly won't do. With Qihong's entrance, the barrage of comments began to refresh at an astonishing pace. Qihong, you're here. Let us welcome the victim into the livestream. Brother Qi, this streamer's ideas are indeed rather twisted. Your defeat is not unjustified. Simultaneously, those who had entered Xiao's livestream early were now awakening from their stupor. Who is Qihong? A champion of immense renown worldwide. So that's why so many people suddenly flooded in. It was Qihong on the other side. My goodness. Streamer, you're about to make a name for yourself. Once you blow up, don't forget I was the first to send you a plane. Amidst the flurry of comments, a segment of red text suddenly floated atop the screen, lingering beside the chat box. This was a premium comment requiring payment, with tiers ranging from 30 to 10,000 spirit coins based on its duration and position. This particular message was of the highest tier, 10,000 spirit coins. Qihong, your tactical construction is remarkably intricate. I must say, I am genuinely astounded. Following that, another 10,000 spirit coin premium comment appeared. Qihong, however, I have a question. If at the start of the battle, I sent out Dragonite to use Dragon Dance to enhance itself and had Gengar use Mean Look to lock on a Swellow, wouldn't that be able to counter your strategy? With the emergence of these two comments, the audience began to chime in once more. Our Qihong is indeed worthy of his name. Thinking of a counter to this strategy so swiftly. That seems accurate. As long as the exchanges between Swellow and Kingdra are restricted, everything falls apart. Are you all focused solely on the battle? Am I the only one who thinks Brother Qi is rolling in riches? He could articulate all that in one premium comment, yet he splits it into two. Can Brother Qi support me? In response to Qihong's query, Xiao chuckled, his voice resonating through the livestream. Brother Qi, your idea is quite commendable, but the priority for the escape button triggers higher than Mean Look. Even if Gengar locks on a Swellow, it would still activate the exchange effect. While it is indeed beneficial for Dragonite to use Dragon Dance for enhancement, my Florges is equipped with the ability to use Recycle. In the first round, I will observe your Pokemon's actions before issuing commands. If you attack, Florges will use Protect. If you enhance, then Florges will utilize Recycle. Upon hearing this, Qihong, 1,000 miles away, fell silent. It must be said, Xiao was spot on. Mean Look could not interfere with Kingdra's switch-in, and if Dragonite were to use Dragon Dance, it would subsequently be forced to use Dragon Dance 3 times in a row due to Recycle, essentially becoming a living target. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. As a champion trainer, he naturally understood how foolish it was to attempt to use enhancement skills in front of an opponent during a battle. The most formidable aspect of the opponent's strategy lay in Kingdra being able to directly enjoy multiple enhancements upon entering the field, allowing it to strike with double speed. Meanwhile, Swellow and Florges, being robust support Pokemon, with Florges able to use Protect, could not be easily dispatched. As for Swellow, it was merely a utility bird. As long as it used Rain Dance, victory was assured. Qihong pondered for a moment before sending out 2 more premium comments. Qihong, then, I believe there's another method. Qihong, that is, instead of attacking your Swellow, I will have both my Pokemon focus their attacks on Florges, even if it uses Protect. It cannot simultaneously withstand 2 attacks. Seeing Qihong commenting again, Xiao was naturally more than willing to respond. After all, each comment from this guy was worth 10,000 spirit coins. The more he commented, the more Xiao would earn. Brother Qi, this idea is also quite good, but you have overlooked another issue. He spoke softly, Even if you directly focus on eliminating Florges, under rainy conditions, Hurricane will be empowered and will hit without fail. Therefore, in the second round, you will need to face both Swellow's guaranteed Hurricane and Kingdra, which will trigger its ability, Swift Swim. He did not elaborate further, merely chuckling softly. In truth, cracking this tactic was quite simple. One merely had to seize control of the weather to resolve the issue at its roots. For this entire lineup is constructed around the premise of rainy weather. No sooner had he said this than Shihong's premium comment appeared again. Shihong, I understand now. Is this a form of a rain team? No, it's merely a prototype. Do not forget, there can be 6 Pokemon in the team, Xiao replied. Shihong, I am immensely grateful. As the final premium comment appeared, a cascade of fireworks effects erupted in Xiao's livestream. Shihong has gifted the streamer a Radiant Carnival. Shihong has gifted the streamer a Radiant Carnival. The same notification appeared 5 times in succession. At this moment, the people in the livestream were in a frenzy. One must realize that the price of a Radiant Carnival is 200,000 spirit coins. 1 million. Brother Chi directly tipped him 1 million. The boss has gone mad. What are you all fussing about? 1 million is merely pocket change for Brother Chi. I'm not jealous, truly. To clarify for everyone, including the premium comments, it totals 1,600,000. Confronted with this sudden windfall, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Thank you for Brother Chi's gift. Brother Chi, please add me as a friend in private chat." Then, he uttered the words that sent the entire live stream into chaos. And to all the audience friends, the streamer has something to attend to and will take his leave for now. I'll stream again when I have time. Goodbye. In an instant, the live stream transformed into a black screen, leaving behind a flurry of comments, frantically refreshing with capital question marks. You started a stream, played 1 match, and then signed off? Is the streamer just cashing out and running? Does he have too much money? No one could comprehend Xiao's actions. With Shihong tipping 1 million spirit coins, his livestream would surely appear on the homepage of the streaming site, garnering a massive influx of traffic. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for gaining followers and earning money. Yet, he chose to end the stream at this moment. Why was that? Meanwhile, in Yin City, Xiao rose from his desk, stretching his limbs and loosening his muscles. Before him, a series of notifications popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have garnered shock value from 100,000 viewers in the live stream, which has been converted into 100 points. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, such a sudden end to the stream could also yield shock value. Yet, Xiao frowned, noticing a particular issue. System, why was it also 100,000 this time? Yet only 100 points? The system's prompt soon appeared. To the host, the amount of shock value is not solely determined by the number of targets. Repeatedly inducing shock in the same individual will result in a significant reduction in the shock value earned. Furthermore, the host's premature termination of the broadcast does not evoke the same level of surprise as defeating Shihong and explaining tactics, hence the meager points earned. Xiao nodded upon hearing this. So, I must strive to astonish different individuals? Precisely. Additionally, Shihong alone provided 400 points. Does this mean that the stronger the individual, the greater the shock value they can offer? Absolutely correct. Moreover, from 1 minute ago, this system will no longer answer the host's questions for free. A total of 3 questions, for a modest fee of 30 points, which has already been deducted from your account. Xiao? I had already figured it out. Do you still charge for this? To the host, indeed, additionally, a modest fee of 10 points. Xiao. He decided against engaging further with this unscrupulous system. That being said, this broadcast was indeed fruitful. One session yielded him over 2,000 shock points. Besides the shock points, Xiao unexpectedly received a tip from Qiong. After the platform's cut, he would receive approximately 600,000 spirit coins. While this sum may not be substantial for a champion, it is certainly enough for an ordinary family to thrive in the bustling heart of Cloud City for over a decade. After tallying his gains, Xiao opened the live broadcast backend and indeed noticed a small red dot, a friend request from Qihong. Upon accepting it, he sent a Pikachu smiley face in return. Thank you, Qihong boss, for the tip. You are quite generous. The next moment, Qihong responded with a Psyduck tilting its head, followed by a message in Chinese. You are someone I acknowledge. This money is merely a token of gratitude for the enlightenment you have provided. I have learned many new things from you. You flatter me, Qihong boss. Xiao added a shy Pikachu emoji. Xiao's victory was indeed earned within a simulated game. In reality, however, Qihong was a top champion trainer, while he had merely traversed into this realm a week ago and had only just reached a professional level through fortuitous means. Thus, Yun Xiao still held a modicum of respect for Qihong. At that moment, Qihong sent another message. If the opportunity arises, I would like to spar with you again. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Xiao replied. No problem, Qihong, you're the top boss. I'm ready for as many matches as you'd like. There was a brief silence on the other end before Qihong sent a message. I meant in real battles. Qihong, sorry, but that might not be feasible. Because I only obtained my first starter Pokemon a week ago. 1,000 miles away, Qihong stared at this message, utterly stunned in front of his computer. Just acquired a Pokemon? Chapter 27. Advanced Modification Activated, Master of Crafting. After a moment, Qihong regained his composure. He certainly found it hard to believe Yun Xiao's claim. The tactics of the Rain team had only recently begun circulating among champion trainers, and discussions were still in their infancy. Yet this individual had already established a comprehensive tactical team. Such tactical construction required not just extensive experience, but also a profound understanding of battles, something that could not possibly be conceived by someone who had only just acquired their initial Pokemon. Thus, Qihong concluded in his heart that the person on the other side of the screen was at least a trainer of the elite level or higher. As for the name Yun Xiao, it was likely just a pseudonym for the broadcast. Contemplating this, Qihong pondered for a moment before typing another message. I sincerely hope to engage in sparring with you, but if you are not inclined, I can only express my regret. A swift reply came from the other side. Definitely. If the opportunity arises. Yun Xiao was oblivious to the fact that he had already been regarded by Qihong as a trainer of at least the elite level. After sending his reply, he stood up from his chair and stretched. It must be said that pursuing live streaming was indeed a wise choice. In less than an hour of broadcasting, he had amassed a considerable amount of shock points and a significant sum of spirit coins. As for why Yun Xiao hastily ended the broadcast, it was because he now possessed enough shock points to utilize an advanced modification. Yun Xiao declared inwardly, System, I wish to use advanced modification. Ding. 5,000 shock points have been deducted. Remaining points, 345. Please select a modification option. Yun Xiao pondered briefly. The advanced modification offered 4 choices: acquire advanced abilities and items, obtain clues about legendary items and abilities, enhance the individual values and talents of Pokemon, or strengthen existing abilities and items. Currently, the individual values and talents of the 2 Pokemon in his team were top-notch, and there was no immediate need for enhancement. Strictly speaking, Lazy Old Man's qualifications were merely champion level, still a bit short of divine beast level, but it was sufficient for now. He could modify it later. Moreover, his current possession of aura power was entirely adequate for this stage. Even if he obtained clues about legendary items or abilities, he might not possess the capability to acquire them immediately. Thus, only the last option remained. System, I choose to randomly obtain advanced items and abilities. Yun Xiao stated. Ding. Modification initiated, randomly extracting items and abilities for the host. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level ability, Master of Energy Cube Crafting. Accompanied by the system's prompt, a swirl of pale green light suddenly appeared out of thin air and swiftly entered Yun Xiao's forehead. Yun Xiao felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his mind, followed by a flood of information and memories. These memories encompassed knowledge about berries, the recipes for energy cubes, and the techniques for crafting them. After a few seconds, Yun Xiao exhaled softly, having fully assimilated this knowledge. In terms of expertise in the realm of energy cubes, he now stood on par with a true master of energy cube crafting. On his character panel, a new line of information appeared. Master of Energy Cube Crafting, S-level skill. Effect. Your knowledge and crafting techniques regarding berries and cube production have reached a level unattainable by ordinary individuals. To have drawn such a skill was beyond Yun Xiao's expectations. Energy cubes, as the best nutritional supplement and food for Pokemon, hold significant weight in this world. 50 years ago, with the advent of the first energy cube, the entire world was set ablaze with excitement. Due to the intricate crafting techniques required, only professional cube crafters could master it, leading to the rapid rise of an organization that became one of the major global powers in just a few decades, the Energy Cube Crafting Association, commonly known as the Cube Association. The association has monopolized the production line of energy cubes and has begun to cultivate professional craftsmen. Those who emerge as certified cube makers from the association are naturally in high demand, akin to alchemists in a world of cultivation. The ranks of cube makers are categorized from novice to professional, expert, and master levels. Among them, master craftsmen represent the pinnacle of production skills, with only a little over 100 existing worldwide. Currently, Yun Xiao's crafting abilities are indistinguishable from theirs. As he feels the incessant influx of crafting formulas and techniques in his mind, a thought suddenly strikes him. He retrieves the cubes he purchased earlier from the system's space and sighs deeply. The cost of producing a $50,000 item is under $10,000. This is sheer profiteering. Had he known he could acquire such skills, he would have purchased different items at Lingyun department store, resulting in a significant loss. Nevertheless, from now on, he can create the highest grade energy cubes for his team, including the hyperactive monkey and the legendary Rayquaza. Unfortunately, that is not feasible at the moment. While the materials for cube production are manageable, the machinery is nearly monopolized by the Cube Association, and he must first join the association to become a professional trainer. In a small place like Yun City, there isn't even a branch of the Cube Association. However, Xiao is not in a hurry. After all, he will be heading to the Magic Capital in a few weeks, where he can seek out the association. Given his current level of cube crafting, passing their assessment will be a mere formality, even with his eyes closed. With this thought in mind, an idea suddenly emerges in Xiao's heart. Advanced modification can enhance the skills he currently possesses. Once the wave guiding power is strengthened, it is bound to transcend the limits of human control over such power. What if the skill of being a cube master is enhanced? Could it open up entirely new realms in energy cube production? If that is indeed the case, it would surely be a sensational breakthrough. At that point, he would undoubtedly accumulate a substantial amount of shock points. Alas, ideals are often grand while reality is stark. After using this advanced enhancement, Xiao's shock points plummeted overnight, leaving him with only a few hundred. To undertake another enhancement, he wonders how much time it would take to accumulate the necessary points. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao shakes his head. It seems that his journey as a streamer is still a long and arduous path ahead. According to the system's mechanics, to gain more points, he must expand his streaming room, continually attract new viewers, and astonish them. Once he has sorted through the matter of shock points, Xiao directly returns to the simulated secret realm of the Azure Lake, releasing the hyperactive monkey and Rayquaza to challenge the wild spirits within the realm one by one. Although accumulating shock points is important, continuously strengthening his spirits is the true main objective. He will not allow priorities to be inverted. Time flies, and by the time Xiao emerges from the secret realm, it is already evening. The Azure Lake, as a simulated secret realm, corresponds to levels 15 to 30, granting spirits within this range a fourfold experience bonus. Both Rayquaza and the hyperactive monkey meet the criteria. Coupled with their overwhelming combat power, they easily dominate all spirits within the simulated realm, resulting in an astonishingly efficient battle where they steamrolled through opponents. Consequently, their leveling speed is akin to riding a rocket. The hyperactive monkey reached level 30 in just one night, while Rayquaza attained level 25. At this moment, Xiao looks at the two spirits before him and smiles slightly. You both have worked hard. He places 2 jars of energy cubes in front of them. This is dinner. Eat while it's hot. Roar? Grunt. The two spirits momentarily pause upon seeing the cubes. Is this food? The hyperactive monkey, with a notably keen sense of smell, quickly detects the rich aroma of the cubes and tentatively takes a piece, savoring a small bite. The sweet scent and rich layers of flavor instantly captivate the hyperactive monkey's palate. Its eyes light up as it devours the cube voraciously, hugging the jar and indulging in a feast. Grunt. To be honest, having lived for so long, this is the first time he has tasted something so delicious. Seeing the hyperactive monkey enjoy its meal so much, Rayquaza naturally becomes curious as well. After trying a bite, it promptly buries its head into the jar. Watching the two spirits devour their dinner, Xiao can't help but smile. Indeed, the allure of energy cubes for spirits is akin to that of fish for cats. Moreover, not only do they taste delightful, but the abundant energy contained within also significantly promotes the spirit's growth. In fact, high-grade energy cubes, with prolonged consumption, can provide additional effects for the spirits. For instance, the 2 jars of high-grade energy cubes Xiao purchased today are known as the Source Cube and the Dragon Scale Cube. The former is the jar before the hyperactive monkey, suitable for ordinary-type spirits, and long-term consumption can greatly enhance the spirit's physical attributes and their control over ordinary energy. The latter, naturally, is the jar before Rayquaza, intended for dragon-type spirits, providing similar additional effects, but enhancing their control over dragon energy and increasing the hardness of their scales. These 2 cubes are quite expensive. Just these 2 small jars for this meal cost around 10,000 spirit coins. Yet, this is merely a high-grade energy cube. Beyond high-grade, there are expert and master levels. Master-level energy cubes possess extraordinarily exaggerated effects, as do their prices, often existing in a realm of unattainable luxury for 99 of trainers. Even those with money can't acquire them. Yet, for Xiao, This is not a concern at all, as he can create them himself. Chapter 28. Defensive Poison Tactics. The streaming room erupts. After feeding the two spirits their cubes, Xiao casually ordered takeout to resolve his own dinner before turning on his computer once more. As the standby computer powered up, the first thing that caught Xiao's attention was a series of crimson messages. No matter what, I truly wish to spar with you. Your tactical understanding is among the strongest I have seen among all trainers. Here is my contact number. If you change your mind or need anything, feel free to reach out at any time. Below the message, a crimson contact number was provided. Xiao gazed at the message, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Crimson is indeed the epitome of a pure fighter. Whenever he finds an opponent he admires, he will always seek to spar. However, his current real skill level is not suitable for a proper duel. Next time, he thinks to himself, next time. Xiao silently notes down the esteemed fighter's contact number before reopening the streaming room. Although several hours have passed, the number of viewers in the streaming room has actually increased instead of decreased, with more than 30,000 still present in the darkened room, occasionally flooding the chat with comments. Is this the streaming room of the host who ended Crimson's legendary winning streak? Where is he? Do not rush. The host has only been live for an hour before signing off. Who knows when they will return? Watching the recording, that team of the Stabbing Dragon King seems utterly diabolical. Is this truly a strategy devised by a human mind? The simulated battle between Qihong and Xiao had been recorded, edited, and uploaded online. In just a few hours, the video had begun to gain immense popularity, with views skyrocketing beyond 1 million. After all, Qihong is a world-renowned champion. Anything associated with him naturally attracts attention. Consequently, this video drew numerous viewers to Xiao's livestream. Amidst the barrage of comments, the darkened livestream suddenly illuminated, revealing Xiao as computer desktop. The comments erupted in excitement. Oh my, the host is live. God, you're back? I've missed you terribly. Are you the one who defeated Qihong? I'm curious to see if you possess any genuine skills. Why isn't the host turning on the camera? Countless comments flooded in, and many viewers sent small gifts, leaving Xiao somewhat overwhelmed. He could only smile and say, welcome everyone to my live stream. Tonight, without further ado, let us dive straight into the main topic. With that, he promptly opened the battle simulation platform, cleared the previous team composition, and added 5 little Rattatas to the configuration. The audience, initially surprised by his sudden broadcast, now cast aside their previous thoughts, inundating the chat with a sea of question marks. What is the host doing? 5 little Rattatas? During his battle with Qihong, he seemed to have brought 3 Rattatas. Does this mean he intends to take on 6 with just 5? If it were any other streamer, I might ridicule them for their lack of awareness. But now I simply want to see what they're up to. The speakers of these comments were largely those who had witnessed the clash between Xiao and Qihong or had seen the video and were somewhat mentally prepared. Meanwhile, those who had merely tuned in due to the livestream's hype, hearing about Xiao's exploits, were utterly bewildered. Some immediately voiced their doubts. Aside from fishing for easy wins, how could one possibly take on 6? What is the point of playing like this? Surely, one Pokemon cannot have any tactical depth? Yeah, I thought I might see something substantial, but fishing for easy wins is just dull. Xiao did not respond to the barrage of comments. Instead, he silently dragged a Pokemon adorned with a massive flower bud, positioned on all 4s, into his team, swiftly configuring its skills and attributes. He then clicked the button to start matchmaking. In the next moment, an avatar appeared. Ka1 Rose. Following the avatar was a brief line of text, ranked 56th in the world leaderboard. The game featured a ranking system. Qihong had not displayed a ranking because he only participated in casual matches, never in ranked play. Otherwise, given his skill level, he would likely be ranked 1st in the world. As Xiao successfully matched with an opponent, many in the livestream erupted in joy. I know this Ka1 Rose. He is a well-known streamer who exclusively uses precise Pokemon. Ha ha ha, what an excellent matchmaking system. First, he matches with Qihong, and now with a top 100 player. This game truly respects our God. Looks like the host might be in for a rough ride. I bet the opponent will be momentarily stunned upon seeing those 5 Rattatas. In an instant, comments flew across the screen. Most did not believe that Xiao could achieve a miraculous 1 versus 6 victory against a player ranked among the world's elite. After all, his previous victory over Qihong had involved a delicate interplay between 3 Pokemon, rather than relying solely on the prowess of one. However, unbeknownst to them, behind the screen, a faint smile crept across Xiao's face. The 50th ranked player? Excellent. The stronger the opponent he faced, the more astonished the audience would be, and the more points he would accrue. At this moment, the battle commenced. After a few seconds of contemplation, the opposing player sent out a Dragonite to lead the charge. Naturally, Xiao deployed his Venusaur. After both players entered their commands, the Dragonite surged forward, its claws glimmering with an icy chill. Ice Punch. The Dragonite flew with incredible speed, almost instantaneously reaching Venusaur, delivering a powerful blow. Gah! Venusaur let out a pained cry in response to this chilling assault. Had it not been for Venusaur's robust constitution and high stamina and special defense stats, another grass-type Pokémon might not have withstood such an attack. Even so, Venusaur's health bar plummeted to less than half. The livestream chat was ablaze with comments. Forget 1 versus 6. I'm beginning to question whether Venusaur can even survive this Dragonite. Indeed, I believe Venusaur is among the least effective of the starter Pokémon. I'm preemptively calling GG for Yun-God. Yet at that moment, Venusaur suddenly twisted its body, and a massive burst of purple poison erupted from the flower bud on its back, surging towards the Dragonite. The Dragonite, having just completed its attack, was unable to retreat in time and was struck by the venom, enveloped in a haze of purple mist. It became poisoned, suffering continuous health loss over time, with the damage escalating rapidly. After the initial exchange, the Dragonite roared in anger, its claws glowing white once more as it charged towards Venusaur. Ice Punch again. Judging by the health bar, Venusaur would not withstand this attack. But just then, Xiao issued his second command, Protect. A faint white light materialized before Venusaur, enveloping its entire form and completely absorbing the impact of the Dragonite's Ice Punch. The Dragonite, having finished its strike, was suddenly engulfed in purple mist, revealing a pained expression as the poison activated once more, inflicting significant damage. Roar! The Dragonite screeched, soaring into the air, its body ablaze with a rainbow of colors, transforming into a formidable dragon-shaped phantom that charged towards Venusaur. Dragon Rush, a skill of tremendous power inherent to dragon types. Clearly, the opposing player sought to conclude matters swiftly, unleashing the most powerful move to eliminate Venusaur. He seemed to have realized something. However, contrary to his expectations, at the moment the Dragon Rush struck Venusaur, its massive form suddenly became ethereal, fracturing under the impact and scattering into shards. As the fragments vanished, Venusaur remained unscathed and standing firm. Following this, a surge of intense purple mist enveloped the Dragonite. The poison activated for the third time, inflicting devastating damage. The viewers in the live stream were not fools. At this point, they understood Xiao's strategy. Goodness, this is utterly diabolical. Is it merely a matter of relying on toxic effects to wear down the opponent? I was just contemplating the inability to consecutively use Protect until he deployed his substitute. Continuously employing Protect to shield the substitute, even a divine being would have to yield. Yet, before long, a question arose. But utilizing a substitute also requires stamina. Even if one could exhaust the Dragonite, how shall we address the next Pokémon? This remark immediately captured everyone's attention. Indeed, even if this strategy is rather dubious, it ultimately results in just a one-for-one exchange. With repeated usage of substitute, and having already endured a super effective Ice Punch, Venusaur's health bar was nearly depleted, making it impossible to achieve a clean sweep. Just as perplexity enveloped the crowd, Venusaur suddenly sprang into action. A massive, luminous seed erupted from the flower bud on its back, landing atop the Dragonite, and instantly sprouting countless vines that ensnared its form. The move was Leech Seed. A multitude of glowing specks began to emerge from the vines, merging into Venusaur, causing its health bar to steadily rise. Meanwhile, the venom coursing through Dragonite's veins intensified, rendering it powerless to escape the encroachment of Leech Seed, gradually siphoning its vitality and transforming it into a mere vessel of energy for Venusaur. As if that were not enough, a brilliant white light suddenly radiated from Venusaur, causing its health bar to surge once more, fully restoring it to optimal condition. Simultaneously, the beleaguered Dragonite could bear no more and collapsed to the ground. After a silence of several seconds, the opposing player resolutely chose to forfeit. The battle concluded. Xiao's livestream erupted once again. Chapter 29, 90 Completion. The Mysteries of the Lake. Did the opponent just flee? Why? Do you think they're foolish? Swapping in another Pokémon would only lead to more torment from Venusaur. I'm impressed. That white light must have been leftovers. I never thought anyone would actually bring that item. I always deemed it useless. I used to think Venusaur was the most ineffectual of the starters. Who would have guessed it could be played this way? As the barrage of comments flooded in, Xiao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the strategy one have brought for you today. In essence, it relies on a cyclical combination of Toxic, Protect, and Substitute to wear down the opponent. By continuously rotating Protect and Substitute, We can overcome the limitation of not being able to use Protect consecutively. Theoretically, any Pokemon capable of learning these 3 moves can employ this strategy. We chose Venusaur due to its robust physique, making it less susceptible to being easily taken down by opponents. Furthermore, once the cycle is successfully established, utilizing items like leftovers, combined with Venusaur's Leech Seed and Giga Drain, allows for effortless replenishment of the stamina consumed by using Substitute, keeping Venusaur's health consistently at a safe level. I refer to this strategy as Toxic Substitute Defense. Naturally, there are numerous avenues for extension, such as incorporating moves like Sleep Powder or Paralysis Powder for control, or adding a touch of Synthesis for sustainability, which could elevate the strategy to new heights. As Xiao elaborated, a fresh wave of comments surged through the livestream. An odd, underhanded strategy has emerged. If I were that person, I'd certainly add the streamer as a friend to inquire about how their family is faring. I've learned something new. Where can I obtain a Bulbasaur? That evening, after more than 2 hours of streaming, Xiao finally signed off with a yawn. His follower count had skyrocketed from 0 at the start of the day to an astonishing 100,000, and it continued to rise. As for the number of viewers in the livestream, it had long surpassed the million mark. In this society where everyone aspires to be a Pokemon trainer, the most significant sector in the streaming world revolves around Pokemon battles. At this moment, Xiao closed the streaming software and reclined in his chair, stretching luxuriously. Streaming for 2 hours was indeed tiring, but entirely worth it. The demonstration of the Toxic Substitute strategy, alongside the influx of numerous new viewers, had garnered him considerable shock points, over 1,000. Additionally, various gifts and donations brought in more than 100,000 Poke Dollars. Just as Xiao was tallying his gains, a phone call suddenly interrupted him. He picked up the phone, and a respectful male voice greeted him on the other end. Is this Xiao? This is an official representative from the Psyduck streaming platform. I would like to discuss something with you. Xiao raised an eyebrow. The call had come sooner than he anticipated. Yes, this is I. What is the matter? The man's voice continued. It appears that your first broadcast today has become an internet sensation, coupled with your high-quality streaming. We would like to offer you an exceptional opportunity for a senior contract. Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Xiao shrugged. Having bested Qi Hong in a simulated battle earlier in the day and subsequently showcased the Toxic Substitute strategy before 1 million viewers, it was impossible for him not to gain attention. The Psyduck platform must have recognized his worth and sought to secure his presence. As expected, the man continued. With a senior contract, you will immediately gain access to resources and traffic support typically reserved for top streamers. You will only need to broadcast a certain number of hours each month to receive a base salary of 200,000 Poke Dollars. And should your viewership exceed the standard, additional bonuses will be awarded. The revenue split for gifts will also shift from the usual 50-50 to 60-40 in your favor. Xiao pondered for a moment. How long is the required broadcasting time? The man promptly replied, based on a natural month of 30 days. You will need to broadcast at least 150 hours each month. 150 hours a month translates to at least 5 hours a day. Xiao frowned. His primary motivation for streaming was to amass shock points, with monetary gain being secondary. A daily requirement of 5 hours posed a significant constraint. After some contemplation, he stated, I do not wish for a base salary, nor do I desire any restrictions on my streaming hours. I would like to retain everything else. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, seemingly in a quandary. Xiao quickly added, I stream for enjoyment. The more viewers, the happier I am. Money is a secondary concern, and with school starting soon, where would I find the time to stream 5 hours a day? The man's voice soon responded, Understood, Mr. Yun. Please hold for a moment while I discuss this with my superiors. Xiao hung up and glanced out at the city, now enveloped in night. Signing this contract was merely a means to attract more traffic to his livestream, thus accumulating more shock points. He believed it was only natural that the Psyduck platform would acquiesce to his request. After all, while Psyduck was a leading streaming platform, it faced several competitors. Losing him to another platform would be a significant loss. Sure enough, within minutes, another phone call came in. Mr. Yun, the terms you requested have been agreed upon. There are no restrictions on your live streaming hours each month, and everything else will be provided according to our premium contract. Additionally, we are offering you a base salary of 100,000 spirit coins. What do you think? Xiao seemed quite pleased with this arrangement and nodded in agreement. All right. Very well, we will send the contract to your backend tomorrow morning. If you have any further requests or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact me. The implication was clear. Xiao was expected to choose their platform without reservation. He acknowledged with a sound and set his phone down. Starting tomorrow, he would officially be earning a salary. At that moment, after a long day of exertion, Yin Xiao felt somewhat fatigued. He quickly refreshed himself and laid down on his bed, lost in thought. Once he accumulates 5,000 shock points, he plans to utilize a high-level modification to enhance his skill in crafting energy cubes. For if he could create more advanced cubes, it would not only send ripples through the world, but also directly benefit the Pokémon in his team, a veritable twofold gang. As for the Azure Lake, this simulated secret realm turned out to be even more expansive than he had anticipated. Throughout the day, he had only managed to explore a little over 10% with his active Pokémon. He wondered what additional rewards might await him once the exploration of this simulated realm reached 100%. Lost in contemplation, Yin Xiao gradually drifted off to sleep. Time spent productively always seems to pass swiftly, and before he knew it, 5 days had elapsed. Within the simulated realm, Sky Pillar, Dragon's Fury. At Yin Xiao's command, his little sky pillar spiraled gracefully in the air before unleashing a brilliant crimson blaze from its mouth, transforming into a dragon that surged forth. The dragon struck directly at an opposing Swampert, causing an explosion that sent dust swirling, and the Swampert collapsed, dazed and unable to continue fighting. Yin Xiao smiled, pleased. Well done, your proficiency with that move is improving. Roar. The sky pillar coiled around Yin Xiao's neck, exuding an air of joy. Incineroar, you've been performing admirably as well. Yin Xiao did not forget to commend his nearby Incineroar, reaching out to stroke its head. Over the past 5 days, aside from live streaming, Yin Xiao devoted the remainder of his time to challenging wild Pokémon in the simulated realm alongside his 2 Pokémon, honing the skills they had mastered. Both had become entirely familiar with their evolved forms, each stepping into the ranks of advanced professionals, on the verge of breaking through to the elite level. With the defeat of the Swampert before him, he had now challenged every wild Pokémon within the Azure Lake realm. However, when he accessed the system panel, he was surprised to find that his exploration of this realm had only reached 90%. Yin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, he had traversed the entire realm and challenged all the Pokémon. Why was the exploration percentage not full? He had even fished up every Pokémon from the lake one by one over the 5 days until the system indicated that there were no challengeable Pokémon left in the water. How peculiar. Yin Xiao turned to glance at the tranquil surface of the lake, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be that there were areas at the bottom of the lake that he had yet to explore? With that in mind, he closed his eyes and summoned the wave energy within him, probing into the depths of the lake. Over the past 5 days, in his spare time, he had also been training his wave energy, extending his detection radius from the previous 50 or 60 meters to nearly 100 meters. Logically, the lake should not exceed 100 meters in depth, and he should easily be able to ascertain its conditions. However, in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. Astonished, just now, he had sensed a terrifying force emanating from the depths of the lake, directly obstructing his wave detection and forcing him to cease its use. Simultaneously, the previously calm surface of the lake erupted into a swirling vortex, spinning violently. A pink figure soon emerged from the whirlpool, floating serenely in the air. It exuded an overwhelming aura that felt tangible, causing Yin Xiao to momentarily catch his breath. Before him hovered a Pokémon adorned with a golden crown, wielding a gem-studded scepter. Its body a blend of pink and white. It was a Hippowdon. A line of information swiftly materialized before Yin Xiao's eyes. Pokémon Hippowdon. Gender. Type, Psychic. Strength Evaluation, LV75 Mid-Tier Champion. Yin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Mid-Tier Champion. How could a Pokémon of such caliber appear in a 2-star secret realm? According to the Alliance's statistics, there were only a few thousand trainers worldwide capable of reaching champion level. Such trainers are venerated wherever they go, attracting admiration from passersby, and various factions would strive to curry favor with them. Additionally, while Pokémon of champion level typically only appear in 4-star and 5-star realms, with only a slim chance of encountering one. If an ordinary trainer were to stumble upon a champion-level Pokémon in a 2-star realm, they would likely collapse in despair, too overwhelmed even to flee. Yet, at this moment, faced with the imposing Hippowdon radiating an astonishing presence, Yin Xiao did not flee. On one hand, even if he encountered trouble in the simulated realm, he would not suffer any real harm. On the other hand, although the pressure from the Hippowdon was formidable, Yin Xiao, possessing wave energy, could sense that this force was not intentionally directed at him. It was simply emanating naturally. In other words, this Hippowdon bore him no malice or aggression. This was not the first time Yin Xiao had encountered such a phenomenon in the simulated realm. According to the system's explanation, simulated realms replicate the Pokémon scenarios of real realms, including their temperaments. A Pokémon like this Hippowdon, which does not initiate attacks, signifies a friendly disposition toward humans. However, Neither Sky Pillar nor Incineroar seemed to grasp this, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xiao, their expressions tense as they regarded the powerful Hippowdon. Both were encountering such a formidable Pokémon for the first time, and they were understandably anxious. Xiao, however, managed a wry smile and waved his hand. Relax. This fellow won't harm us. The Hippowdon stood there, tranquil as an NPC. Xiao had no intention of engaging with it. Knowing full well that the Pokémon within the simulated realm were merely instinctual replicas, incapable of true communication. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exploration of the 2-star simulated realm, Azure Lake, has reached 100. You have received an additional reward. A rare S-rank berry, the Clearwater Spirit Berry, has been added to your backpack. Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed that with the Hippowdon's discovery, his exploration of the realm had indeed reached 100%. The Clearwater Spirit Fruit, a reward for exploration, is an exceedingly rare and unique fruit that only grows at the heart of crystalline freshwater lakes. This fruit serves as an exceptional supplement for water-type and psychic-type Pokémon, and is an essential ingredient for many master-level energy cubes. Under normal circumstances, such a bounty should have greatly satisfied Xiao. However, at this moment, his gaze was intently fixed on the Dopey King, as if he were deep in thought. The Azure Lake, being a secret realm, was undoubtedly a place he intended to visit after the term commenced. After all, during his recent explorations, he had stumbled upon numerous intriguing items. Thus, he pondered whether he should make the acquaintance of this formidable Dopey King. Despite the inherent risks associated with encountering a Pokémon of such caliber, the amiable nature of this particular Dopey King, coupled with his own Pokémon affinity skill, led him to resolve to proceed with caution and meet it. After all, having more friends opens up more avenues. He could always bring along a gift. With this thought in mind, Xiao concentrated and exited the simulated secret realm, returning to his hotel room. It was now midday. Following his usual routine, he placed 2 energy cubes before the Ambipom and the Rayquaza and sat down at his computer, preparing to commence his live stream. Just then, his phone suddenly chimed. Pika pika. It was a text notification. Xiao picked up his phone and raised an eyebrow upon reading the message. Magic City University. Dear new student, greetings. According to the Ministry of Education's arrangement, the official start date of this semester has been moved up to August 1st. Please prepare for your studies in advance. And we wish you a pleasant new semester. In this world, the summer vacation was brief. Even high school graduates enjoyed only a month off. To think that they would start school less than half a month after the college entrance examination, with no vacation at all. Xiao had no objections to this, as he was eager for classes to commence so he could begin hatching that divine Pokémon egg. August 1st was merely 2 days away. He stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, in that case, I might as well purchase a plane ticket today and set off. This way, I will have tomorrow to visit the Cube Creation Association in Magic City and pass the Professional Craftsman Assessment. Resolute, Xiao swiftly purchased a ticket for that evening's flight and then opened his live streaming room. Over the past 5 days, he had streamed for several hours each day, showcasing new tactics to his audience. For instance, the miniature team 2 days prior and the Furious Pit yesterday. These strategies, although somewhat known among Pokémon enthusiasts in his world, were extraordinary and even astonishing in the eyes of ordinary trainers in this realm. The novelty of his live stream immediately attracted a plethora of viewers. And with the traffic support from the platform post-signing, the popularity of Xiao's stream skyrocketed to the top of the entire platform, peaking at an astonishing 10 million viewers. His follower count was on the verge of surpassing 1 million. Just 5 minutes into his live stream, a flood of viewers rushed in. Whoa, God is live. Brother Yin, what crazy tactics do you have for us today? I can hardly wait. Why is the streamer still hiding his face after signing? Afraid he looks too much like a shut-in? Don't worry, we 1T judge. I was just lamenting my lack of electronic pickled vegetables for lunch. And here comes God at the perfect time. As the barrage of comments flooded in, Xiao glanced at the screen, cleared his throat, and began. Good afternoon, everyone. The streamer is back to share some tactics. However, I have some unfortunate news to share. This will likely be my last live stream for a while. The chat momentarily fell silent, followed by an explosion of question marks filling the screen. Streamer, haven't you only been live for 5 days? You're quitting already? Brother Yun, I tolerated your sporadic streams, but now you're telling me you're done. Damn it, I'm coming for you. Didn't the streamer just sign as a senior host? Won't he incur a penalty for not streaming? Is there something significant going on? You're about to hit 1 million followers. Who would be foolish enough to forego that money, Brother Yun? Xiao scanned the comments and smiled as he explained, unfortunately, the first day of university is the day after tomorrow, and I simply 1T have the time. However, I will try to stream whenever I can. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat paused momentarily again, only to be inundated with even more question marks than before. Ah, the streamer is a university student? I can't believe a fellow countryman would deceive another. I refuse to accept it. Brother Yun, are you joking? Naturally, the audience found it hard to believe that this streamer, who had introduced countless game-changing strategies and had triumphed over Red in simulated battles, was actually a university student, and a freshman at that. Someone immediately ventured a guess. Do you think it's possible that Yun God is actually a university professor? Not a student? He said school started, but he didn't say he was a student. Professor Yun. Oh no, Professor Yun, which university are you from? I want my son to apply to your school. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in a villa surrounded by forests in the northern region of the Grey Bear Kingdom, a woman with a graceful figure, flowing golden hair, and attired in a black cheapao, pushed open the large door of the villa. Stretching her limbs, she hung her coat on a nearby rack, igniting the fireplace before sinking into the plush sofa of the living room. This mission has finally concluded, she murmured to herself. As if recalling something, she retrieved her phone, only to discover several unread messages. Read, Sharona, I recently encountered a rather intriguing individual in a simulated battle game. His understanding of Rain Team tactics astonished me. Read, moreover, I spent a few days in his live stream and encountered many novel tactical concepts, which were quite exquisite. Read, unfortunately, he seems unwilling to engage in a friendly match. All these messages were time-stamped from the day before yesterday. After reading them, Sharona appeared somewhat surprised. To be honest, having known Red for so long, it was the first time she had seen him give such high praise to anyone. Red's words piqued her curiosity about the person he mentioned. A profound understanding of Rain Teams? Recently, she had heard that many champion trainers were discussing concepts related to weather teams, although Red was not among them. The fact that he found someone's ideas so remarkable indicated that this individual's proposals were indeed extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Sharona began typing a response to Red. Sharona 10, apologies, Red. I just saw your message. I've been on a mission these past few days. Sharona 10, is this person truly as interesting as you say? Curiosity piqued. I found myself eager to know his livestream ID. However, after half a minute, my message remained unread. Sharona was not perturbed. As a fellow champion, she understood that Shi Hong, like herself, had countless responsibilities to attend to each day. Setting her phone aside, she approached the bookshelf beside the sofa, her gaze sweeping over the thick tomes lining the shelves. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately settled down at the computer adjacent to the bookshelf and pressed the power button. The past few days had been exhausting due to missions, leaving her little inclination to delve into ancient texts. Perhaps a brief diversion with the computer would suffice. As the screen illuminated, a vibrant azure sea of flowers appeared as the wallpaper, with countless white feathers drifting gracefully through the air, evoking a dreamlike quality. Sharona retrieved a packet of potato chips from the desk drawer, launched the battle simulation platform, and clicked the matchmaking button. As a champion trainer, engaging in battle simulation games remained one of her favorite pastimes. This software allowed her to experiment with various new Pokémon at no cost, deepening her understanding of them. The fair battles, constrained by equal strength, enabled her to shed her actual prowess, honing her reflexes and command skills. For her, this was less a form of entertainment and more akin to a rigorous training regimen. Observing the fervent discussions in the chat, Xiao was not surprised by the audience's reactions. After all, no ordinary viewer could fathom that he was actually a freshman at the Pokémon University. He deftly bypassed this topic, opened the simulation battle platform, and began to assemble his team. A Ninetales, a Tropius, and then, for Rattatas. As Xiao swiftly completed his team composition, the chat, which had been debating whether he was a student or a professor, suddenly shifted its focus. Another Rattata. I shall henceforth refer to the streamer as Rattata Sage. New viewers, hold your doubts. Let the veterans voice their skepticism first. Look, a Ninetales. It's rare to see a popular Pokémon here. My youth is revived. But why is a Tropius here too? Does it have a battle strategy? Aside from the Rattata, both Ninetales and Tropius were not uncommon Pokémon. Ninetales, with its stunning appearance and formidable talents in both fire and psychic types, was immensely popular. Tropius, recognized for its massive physique, commendable flying speed, and gentle nature, was widely utilized across the globe for transporting goods, earning it considerable fame. Yet, Tropius bore little relation to battling. Its presence in Xiao's livestream sparked curiosity among the viewers. After enduring several days filled with unconventional tactics, no one dared to question Xiao's capabilities any longer. As Xiao pressed the matchmaking button, he was quickly paired with an opponent. The opponent's avatar depicted a small, Cerulean Flower. Chironton. World Rank. 5. As this name appeared, the chat erupted. Wow, one must admit, the matchmaking system in this game is truly remarkable. First, he matched with Chi Hong, and now, the world's 5th-ranked player. Actually, this Chironton is the world number 1. He simply tends to vanish for stretches before returning to climb the ranks. Who would have thought the streamer would encounter him in a match? Indeed, this individual is quite renowned and enigmatic in the simulation community. No one knows his true identity, yet he has reached the summit numerous times. World number 1. Even if a god appeared today, the streamer would still triumph. As the chat buzzed with excitement, Xiao stared at the opponent's ID, momentarily taken aback. For some reason, the name felt vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Shaking his head gently, he accepted the match and entered the battle interface, sending out Ninetales as his lead. This time, he opted for a one-on-one battle, and his opponent sent forth an Ice Ghost. As both Pokemon took the stage, the chat began to refresh. Type advantage, what luck! That fragile Ice Ghost surely cannot withstand Ninetales' flames. The opponent will likely have to switch Pokemon. So, what's the purpose of the Tropius then? Just for numbers? As the viewers debated, the two Pokemon sprang into action. The Ice Ghost suddenly flickered, transforming into 5 identical copies of itself. Shadow Clone. It seemed the opposing player was aware that Ice Ghost lacked a type advantage, thus opting to create some space for maneuvering. By using Shadow Clone, the true form of the Ice Ghost was concealed, which would typically require Ninetales to spend time discerning the real one. However, Ninetales moved as well. Instead of attacking, it lifted its head, unleashing a brilliant crimson flame that shot skyward, causing the sunlight to become dazzlingly bright, enveloping the entire battlefield. Sunny day? The chat erupted anew. Now this is a battle of masters. God likely anticipated that the opponent wouldn't engage head-on, either switching Pokemon or creating space, so he decided to summon the weather. With Sunny Day and Ninetales, I can only imagine the firepower. It's staggering. With this blazing inferno, it could wipe out the Ice Ghost's true form along with its essence, no doubt. However, just as the audience anticipated Ninetales to wreak havoc under the Sunny Day, Xiao unexpectedly uttered the name of a skill they had never heard before. Parting Gift. As the words left his lips, a surge of dark energy erupted from Ninetales, surging toward the 5 Ice Ghosts, swiftly engulfing them. 4 of the Ice Ghosts vanished in an instant, leaving only one, hovering in the air, radiating a dim light, appearing somewhat weakened. Meanwhile, Ninetales collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling. Everything unfolded too rapidly for the audience to fully comprehend, and in the blink of an eye, Tropius automatically replaced Ninetales on the field. What was that skill? What on earth? Inflict 100 damage while suffering 80,000? I knew God's battles wouldn't be straightforward. What in the world is this supposed to achieve? As the chat frantically refreshed, Xiao's voice rang out in the live stream, clarifying the situation. Parting Gift is a dark-type move that consumes all of the Pokemon's HP, significantly lowering the opponent's attack and special attack stats. Most Pokemon capable of learning this move are Ghost types, though Ninetales can inherit it as well. Such a skill exists? I'm truly amazed. But isn't this a bit of a loss? Sacrificing all HP just to weaken an opponent's Pokemon? Without mourning Ninetales' fall for even a moment. Here comes the legendary transport Pokemon, Tropius. The chat was ablaze with opinions, and it was evident that they did not grasp the significance of this skill. Yet, as Xiao gazed upon the newly arrived Tropius, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Who said today as protagonist was Ninetales? Tropius, use Dragon Dance. He issued a direct command. Meanwhile, Sharona sat before her computer, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. The opponent she had matched with seemed to be a streamer, but for some inexplicable reason, they had deployed 4 small Rattatas into battle. That was one thing, but in the first round of combat, she had instructed her Frostlass to use Shadow Clone, only for the opponent to employ Sunny Day. She had initially assumed that her adversary possessed some level of skill, having read her intentions, and thus felt confident in initiating the weather. However, the subsequent actions of her opponent left Sharona somewhat perplexed. Truth be told, as a champion, she had never encountered the move Last Gift in battle throughout her years of experience. This move was notoriously ineffective, sacrificing a Pokemon's combat ability in exchange for merely diminishing the opponent's prowess, which could easily be negated by merely switching Pokemon in and out. At this moment, the opponent had used Last Gift with their Ninetales, and Sharona found it utterly incomprehensible. Under the effects of Sunny Day, Ninetales could have easily dispatched Frostlass. Instead, they sacrificed Ninetales and brought forth a Tropius, which was 4 times weak to Ice-type moves. Was this not simply chaotic play? Sharona shook her head, matchmaking was often unpredictable, and opponents were not always of high caliber like in ranked matches. With that in mind, she resolved to conclude this battle swiftly. Frostlass, use Ice Beam, she commanded decisively. Chapter 32, Skill Enhancement, a new field of block crafting. Frostlass gathered its spirit, unleashing a blue beam imbued with a chilling aura, aimed directly at the distant Tropius. However, in the face of the attack, Tropius showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it remained stationary, flapping its leaf-like wings, and began to spiral in the air. This was the enhancement move, Dragon Dance. Sharona observed with a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. Was the opponent attempting to weaken her to gain an opportunity to enhance themselves? Yet, even with Frostlass's special attack having been diminished by Last Gift, the 4 times effective Ice-type move could still take a significant toll on Tropius's health. At that moment, a primal and wild aura emanated from Tropius, signifying that Dragon Dance had amplified its speed and attack. The Ice Beam struck Tropius with precision, just as Sharona had anticipated. The attack dealt a devastating blow, reducing Tropius's health bar by 3/4. This was indeed a precarious situation, even with the reduced power of Ice-type moves in sunny weather. Tropius had barely managed to endure the onslaught. With Ninetales out of play and Tropius heavily injured, it appeared that the outcome was all but assured. Yet, at that instant, something hanging around Tropius's neck suddenly shimmered. It was a fruit resembling a starfruit. The fruit flashed and vanished into thin air, and a blue light enveloped Tropius's body. A notification appeared in the game. Defense. Sharona paused momentarily, quickly coming to a realization. That was a Starfberry. When a Pokémon carrying a Starfberry's health drops below a certain threshold, the berry automatically merges with the Pokémon, randomly providing a significant boost to one of its attributes. While it sounded quite advantageous, the trigger conditions were rather stringent, and it was an expensive consumable. Once used, it was gone, occupying a precious item slot, which is why it was seldom utilized. In this scenario, with Tropius already on the brink of defeat, what significance did the activation of the Starfberry hold? Ice Beam. Sharona commanded once more. However, this time, the Tropius, having enhanced its speed with Dragon Dance, struck first. A blue aura enveloped its body, successfully blocking Frostlass's attack. Protect. Sharona raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused by the opponent's decision to prolong the battle. Yet, the next moment, when a green light suddenly illuminated Tropius's chest, Sharona found herself momentarily stunned. What was happening? Meanwhile, in Xiao's livestream, he observed the Tropius, now glowing with a red light and boasting a significant increase in attack power, and smiled as he began to explain the principles of this strategy. To be candid, today's tactic bore some resemblance to a variant of the substitute toxic strategy. However, instead of wearing down the opponent, this approach focused on infinitely enhancing oneself. The essence of the enhancement hinged on 2 points. First, the Starfberry, which, when the carrying Pokémon's health fell below a certain threshold, would randomly amplify one of its attributes. Second, was Tropius's ability, Harvest. Pokémon with this ability, after consuming a held berry, have a 50 chance to replicate that berry and use it again after a period, with the probability increasing to 100 under sunny weather. Thus, the plan was simple, to alternate between Protect and Substitute until Tropius was sufficiently enhanced to unleash a devastating series of attacks. As he elucidated this strategy, the viewers in the livestream quickly grasped the concept. Substitute is the father of the streamer, Protect is the mother, and now the long-lost grandfather has been found. Named Starfberry. Had I not witnessed this livestream today, I would have never known what Tropius's ability was or that it could be used in such a manner. 1,000 words condensed into one. Amazing. I am at a loss for words. Tropius's attack power continues to rise. It is approaching 15,000 points. Amidst the flurry of comments and gifts, Tropius alternated between Protect and Substitute, repeatedly enjoying the enhancements from the Starfberry. Ultimately, when Tropius, shimmering with a radiant spectrum of colors, dashed through the air and sent Frostlass flying several meters away, the opponent fell silent for a moment before decisively conceding. In Xiao's livestream, countless comments flooded the screen. Before him, 2 notifications appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 800 shock points from 3.02 million viewers. Xiao's lips curled into a smile. As the audience in the livestream grew, acquiring shock points became increasingly effortless. Unfortunately, most of these individuals were seasoned fans who had already claimed shock points, making the efficiency rather low. However, when Xiao glanced at the next notification, he suddenly froze in place. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 300 shock points from the special individual, Sharona. Sharona, a A flash of realization sparked in Xiao's mind. No wonder the name of his opponent seemed so familiar. Chironanton was not that the name of a certain plant, also known as bamboo orchid, which was another moniker for Sharona. At that moment, Sharona gazed at the word defeat displayed on her screen, her expression tinged with complexity. In this simulation battle, due to her frequent use of unfamiliar Pokémon, she occasionally faced defeat. However, such occurrences were rare, for as a champion trainer, her extensive battle experience stood as a testament to her prowess. However, experiencing a defeat that compels one to concede, as happened today, is truly a novel experience. The reason is quite straightforward. The strategies employed by the opponent were beyond her wildest imaginings. Despite the loss, Cynthia did not exhibit any signs of disappointment. Instead, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Utilizing Ninetales to initiate Sunny Day, coupled with a farewell gift to substitute Tropical Dragon, she adeptly triggered the Harvest ability amidst the intricate interplay of Substitute and Protect, until her attributes reached a staggering level before striking. Such creativity was indeed remarkable. Cynthia couldn't help but murmur to herself. To be honest, even she had never conceived of employing that ability in such a manner. Although, in hindsight, it seems relatively simple to counter this strategy. One merely needs to deploy a Pokémon equipped with a skill capable of nullifying enhancement states. Who could possibly foresee this before the battle? The tactic of self-enhancement is quite rare among top-tier trainers, as they are all experts who would never afford one the opportunity to bolster their strengths, rendering the skills that dispel enhancements rather uncommon. Were this strategy to manifest discreetly in the championship finals, it might indeed carve a place in history. With this thought in mind, Cynthia grew increasingly curious about the player opposing her, promptly accessing the side-up platform to input the live stream number associated with the opponent's name. However, upon entering the live stream, she was greeted by 5 stark words: "Streamer has ended the broadcast." Meanwhile, Xiao had already shut down his computer. Following the astonishing points he had just accrued, his shock points had finally breached the 5,000 mark. Given this, there was no need to continue the live stream. He had briefly bid farewell to his audience before signing off. At that moment, he waved his hand, summoning the system. "System, I wish to use an advanced modification." Ding. Points have been successfully deducted. Please select modification options. "I wish to enhance the skill of Block Creation Master." As Xiao's voice echoed, a radiant sphere of golden light materialized before him, swiftly embedding itself within his consciousness. Accompanying this was the system's voice. "Ding. The skill has been successfully upgraded. SSS level character skill. Artisan level energy block creator. Skill description. Your proficiency and knowledge in energy block creation have transcended the historical limits of humanity in this world." In Xiao's mind, a plethora of new knowledge, insights, and techniques suddenly surged forth. It took him several minutes to fully digest this information. Currently, the pinnacle of block creation skill in this world is the master level. Beyond that realm lies the artisan level. Artisan level energy blocks are exponentially more powerful than master level ones, with an astonishing difference. However, the materials required and the difficulty of crafting artisan level blocks are vastly more demanding than those of the master level. In fact, the highest standard block creation machines available in this world cannot even produce the most basic artisan blocks. After processing this information, Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly. It seems his intuition was correct. If he were to introduce the artisan level into the public eye, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Yet, this endeavor must be approached with caution. After all, he has yet to even participate in the certification for professional block creators. One must eat their meal one bite at a time, and likewise, progress must be made step by step. That said, if he were to enhance this skill once more, what domain might lie beyond artisan level? He pondered for a moment, shook his head, and turned to pack his belongings. It was time to prepare for his journey to the Magic City. Chapter 33, Arrival in the Magic City, Professional Assessment. Yun City is situated at the southernmost tip of Huagua, while the Magic City lies to the southeast. The distance between them is not particularly far, yet it cannot be deemed close either. 6 hours later, within a hotel in the Magic City, Xiao stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling streets below, teeming with passers-by and tourists accompanied by their Pokémon, and caught sight of the iconic conical tower in the distance. Feeling a sense of nostalgia, the disparity between such a grand metropolis and a small place like Yun City is akin to the difference between heaven and earth, as if they belong to 2 entirely different realms. "From today onward, we shall establish ourselves here. Let's give it our all, my friends," he murmured softly. The little Rayquaza and the energetic monkey looked out at the vibrant scene, their eyes gleaming with determination as they responded enthusiastically. "Roar. Who? Having arrived at the hotel in the evening, the fatigue of travel led Xiao to retire early to his room. The following morning, he rose at dawn, departed the hotel, and arrived before an imposing structure. The square base supported a rectangular high-rise, its side walls adorned with a delicate golden hue. This was the headquarters of the Energy Block Creation Association in the Magic City. Although it was still early, the first-floor lobby was already bustling with people, some queued at the counter while others engaged in conversation in the lounge area, most of whom appeared to be over 30 years of age, making Xiao feel somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and casually chose a less crowded counter to begin his wait. The line progressed steadily until it was finally his turn. Seated behind the counter was a middle-aged woman. Although she was meticulously groomed, the passage of time was still evident on her face. Upon seeing Xiao, she initially seemed taken aback, but quickly donned a professional smile and spoke softly. "Hello, welcome to the Magic City Block Association. How may I assist you today?" While patrons of this age were uncommon in the association, she was not entirely surprised, as it was not unusual for some wealthy young masters to visit for block purchases. However, the next moment, the youth before her presented his identification card. "I wish to participate in the professional assessment." The middle-aged woman was momentarily taken aback, unable to refrain from scrutinizing Xiao's appearance anew. As the headquarters of the Magic City Block Creation Association, many individuals came here daily to register for professional assessments. Yet, it was her first encounter with someone so young expressing such an intent. It is worth noting that passing the professional assessment to become a certified creator is no simple task. One must possess a vast reservoir of knowledge and an exceptionally high skill level in block creation to succeed in both the written and practical tests. To reach this standard, most individuals require at least 7 to 8 years of continuous study and practice, with many approaching 30 without having passed the assessment. This not only tests one's diligence, but also one's innate talent. And here stood this youth, appearing barely 17 or 18, proclaiming his desire to participate in the assessment. Was this not folly? Nevertheless, the association had no age restrictions for assessments. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The professional assessment requires a registration fee of 50,000 Pokémon coins, and one may only participate once a month. If the assessment is not passed, the fee is non-refundable. 50,000 Pokémon coins is no trivial sum. The association established this regulation to prevent individuals lacking sufficient capability from repeatedly gambling on their luck. The middle-aged woman originally intended to use this statement to dissuade Xiao, but to her astonishment, Xiao simply produced his phone and scanned to pay 50,000 spirit coins. The examination room is located at the innermost part of the third floor. "You may proceed there now." The woman's expression grew somewhat complex as she sighed. After registering the details on her computer, she handed Xiao back his identification card. "Thank you." Xiao nodded and turned away from the counter. The middle-aged woman watched his departing figure and murmured to herself, "This young man can indeed afford it." How peculiar. The counter was merely 4 meters away from the lounge area, where several men seated and engaged in conversation noticed the entire process of Xiao as payment and departure, prompting them to comment. At his age, participating in a professional examination? What is this fellow thinking? Does he genuinely believe that paying will guarantee his success? One remarked, "Look at him. He is probably just a rich young master trying to experience life. 50,000 spirit coins, just like that. It pains me to watch. Haha, enough about him. By the way, Lao Zhang, you failed the examination again last month. This must be your 8th attempt, right?" A man with a buzz cut patted the shoulder of a scruffy-faced man beside him, displaying a look of sympathy. The scruffy man sighed, sipped his beer gloomily, and shook his head. "I'm ready to give up. It seems this path may truly not be suitable for me." The surrounding individuals immediately gathered closer. "Don't say that. You've come this far. You've already spent 400,000 on exams. Abandoning it now would be such a waste." "Indeed, Zhang, we're all in the same boat. We might as well try a few more times together." Faced with the crowd's persuasion, the scruffy man raised his head and drained his drink, shaking his head. "I've made up my mind. Today is my last day with you brothers. Tomorrow, I'm leaving Magic City to return home and start a factory." Seeing his resolve, the group ceased their attempts to convince him. After a moment of silence, the buzzcut man seemingly sought to lighten the mood and spoke again. "Let us change the subject. What do you think? Do you think that young man will be eliminated in just a few minutes? I bet a piece of emerald fruit he won't make it past the first question of the theoretical assessment within 3 minutes. Another chimed in. 3 minutes is too long. I wager he'll realize he can't pass as soon as he hears the examiner posing questions to others. Haha. The atmosphere lightened considerably as they continued to chat, all while keeping an eye on the elevator. However, 3 minutes passed, and still, there was no sign of the young man. 5 minutes elapsed, and he remained absent. After over 10 minutes, someone finally couldn't contain themselves. This shouldn't be happening. There were so many people in line for the exam this morning. Hasn't it come to that young man yet? Just as he spoke, the elevator doors suddenly opened, revealing a familiar figure. It was Xiao, with a star-shaped medal gleaming prominently on his chest. At that moment, the lounge felt utterly silent. This medal was the proof of passing the professional examination, the very thing they had all strived for over the years. Every person in the lounge now had their eyes wide open, as if questioning the reliability of their own vision. No, it can't be. He passed. He really passed? Xiao, under their astonished gazes, returned to the counter, placing the medal before the middle-aged woman, whose eyes were nearly bulging from her sockets. I would like to register as a professional craftsman. By the way, the examination fee for an expert-level craftsman is 100,000 spirit coins, correct? The middle-aged woman, who had already been bewildered by his appearance with the medal, was now completely flustered, her mind swirling with questions. How could someone so young pass the professional examination? Was he truly not benefiting from some extraordinary backdoor? Upon hearing Xiao's subsequent question, her brain seemed to short-circuit. Not satisfied with the professional level. You want to take the expert-level examination as well? As she watched Xiao pay the fee and depart towards the elevator once more for his evaluation, the expressions of those in the lounge turned peculiar, and no one dared to speak. Ultimately, it was the buzzcut man's mumbled voice that shattered the silence. He really passed? We have all worked towards this goal for so many years, and here we are, nearing 30, still unsuccessful. Could that young man be exceptionally gifted? A prodigy of legend? Another individual steadied himself, his brow furrowed with tension. Do you think it's possible for him to pass the expert-level examination? The buzzcut man inhaled deeply and shook his head with conviction. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You all know that expert craftsmen are usually aged 40 or 50. The youngest I know is 35. Even if he is a genius, transitioning from professional to expert requires at least 15 years of experience accumulation. Unless this lad has been crafting blocks since he was in the womb, it's inconceivable that he could pass. As he spoke, his tone was resolute. However, 10 minutes later, when Xiao emerged from the elevator adorned with a moon emblem, the buzzcut man's expression twisted in disbelief. That emblem was unmistakably the mark of an expert. He truly passed. How could this be? How could it be? In that moment, it wasn't just him. Everyone present felt as if countless stampeding elephants were thundering through their minds, creating tremors of disbelief. It was akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west, transforming into two moons while serenading Moscow nights, leaving them questioning whether they were lost in a dream, and a nightmare at that. Yet, amidst the prolonged silence, the scruffy-faced man suddenly stood, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Brothers, I've changed my mind. If he can pass the expert level at just 18, why can't I even pass the professional level? I'm going home to study. With that, he turned and dashed out of the hall, leaving his companions bewildered and disheveled in the wind. Chapter 34. Goods before payment. The examination fee has been refunded to your account. Starting today, you are an expert craftsman. The middle-aged woman said, somewhat dazed as she handed a small booklet to Xiao. This booklet contained all the rights and privileges associated with being an expert craftsman. If you have any questions, please feel free to return and ask me. Xiao took the booklet, glanced through it, and nodded slightly. The contents aligned with what he had learned. As an expert craftsman, he would enjoy numerous benefits, such as a monthly allowance of 100,000 spirit coins, a selection of materials from the association, and the privilege of free inquiry into recipes below the master level. These myriad privileges, especially the first one, were enough to drive many into a frenzy. A monthly income of 100,000 spirit coins would yield over 1 million annually, even without undertaking any work. However, in reality, for a master-level block craftsman, 1 million spirit coins is hardly a significant sum. The profits derived from crafting blocks for sale far surpassed this meager subsidy. After perusing the manual, Xiao made his way directly to a designated area on the 4th floor of the association, the Resource Procurement Zone. This space resembled a vast supermarket, but instead of conventional goods, it offered an array of materials such as various fruits and plants essential for block crafting. Xiao's decision to participate in the expert-level examination immediately after passing his vocational assessment was not merely driven by the allure of earning a monthly income of 100,000 spirit coins, but rather to gain access to a wider selection of materials. Although the materials for crafting energy blocks are not monopolized by the association as machinery is, acquiring high-quality and cost-effective materials is best achieved in the association's Resource Procurement Zone, which even stocks many items unavailable elsewhere. While the advantages of the resource procurement zone are numerous, vocational block craftsmen face restrictions on the quantity and types of materials they can purchase, rendering many advanced materials off-limits. Only upon attaining the status of expert craftsman does this area fully open to Xiao. As he stepped through the entrance, he immediately captured the attention of several onlookers. This was certainly no place for a youth. The security guard at the entrance furrowed his brow, advancing to escort Xiao away. But upon noticing the gleaming moon badge on his chest and the pristine expert craftsman manual in his hands, he abruptly halted. The reprimanding words that were on his lips transformed into a polite inquiry. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Xiao met his gaze, offering a courteous smile. "I'm merely browsing. Please continue with your duties." With that, he plunged into the resource area amidst a chorus of astonished and incredulous stares. Half an hour later, on the 5th floor of the Energy Block Association, within a spacious room filled with various uniquely designed machines and a comprehensive set of tools, Xiao found himself standing before the equipment, surveying the mountain of fruit materials beside him with a sense of reflection. This heap of resources had cost him a staggering 500,000 spirit coins. Were it not for the generous tips he received from the owner of the Scarlet Red during his previous livestream, he would have found such an expenditure burdensome. As he wheeled the cart of materials to the checkout counter, every pair of eyes around him regarded him as if he were a ghost. Everyone was eager to discover what he intended to do with such an extravagant haul of materials. However, this 500,000 was a necessary investment. After all, the materials required for crafting master-level energy blocks are anything but inexpensive. Xiao took a deep breath, selecting several items from the cart and settling beside the processing tools to commence his crafting endeavor. Although this was his inaugural attempt at creating energy blocks, the process was ingrained in his mind as if it were instinct, requiring little conscious thought. Time slipped by, and an hour soon elapsed. Finally finished. With the last energy block emerging from the machine, Xiao rose, wiping the sweat from his brow. Behind him, a neatly arranged row of jars stood, each containing 2 types of brilliantly glowing energy blocks, entirely free of impurities. All of these were master-level energy blocks, and their quality reached an exceptionally high standard. Were it not for the slight aging of the machines in this crafting room, Xiao believed he could have achieved an even higher quality. Stretching his limbs, he selected 2 jars of blocks, retrieved his pokeballs, and summoned his energetic monkey and Rayquaza, smiling as he said, "Dinner is served, gentlemen." Roar. Chomp. Given that the energy blocks Xiao had purchased 2 days prior from Lingyun department store had been devoured, and the two had subsisted on Pokemon food for those 2 days, the energetic monkey and Rayquaza were eager to indulge in this delicacy, diving into their meal without hesitation. As they feasted, both were taken aback by the superior taste of these blocks compared to the previous ones. The texture was exquisite, and the aroma was rich. Observing his Pokemon devouring the meal with fervor, Xiao smiled lightly. Master-level energy blocks are not merely delicious. Their effects are quite remarkable. The block prepared for Rayquaza, known as the Dragon's Breath block, would significantly enhance its growth rate and amplify the power of all Dragon-type skills with prolonged consumption, while also increasing its resistance to Ice-type moves. The jar before the energetic monkey was no less impressive, dubbed the Steady Block. It served as an exceptional supplement for normal-type Pokemon, solidifying their internal normal-type energy and greatly enhancing the consumer's physical attributes, including strength and defensive capabilities. These 2 master-level blocks had been meticulously selected by Xiao for his Pokemon. Calculating the cost, this meal could easily consume raw materials worth 50 to 60,000 spirit coins. In terms of standard pricing for master-level energy blocks, it would amount to several 100,000. This realization led Xiao to once again ponder the extravagant expenses of being a trainer. Fortunately, he now possessed a means to generate income. By crafting and selling master-level energy blocks, wealth would naturally flow in. Generally, block craftsmen can choose to sell their blocks to the association, which then resells them in various markets. However, master-level blocks are beyond the reach of ordinary trainers. Typically, only elite figures like champions can afford them. Moreover, the association does not purchase master-level blocks, necessitating that he find his own buyers. Contemplating whom to approach, Xiao furrowed his brow for a few moments before a name surfaced in his mind. He promptly opened his phone and sent a message. "Hong, I have master-level energy blocks available. Would you be interested?" The response was immediate. Read, Yun, market price at a 20% discount, excellent quality. Customizable for all block varieties, same-day shipping upon order, payment upon receipt. Red, are you serious? Yun, why would I deceive you? You are my boss. And besides, It's payment upon receipt. Are you still worried? After a prolonged silence, a message arrived. Read, all right, in that case, I would like an umbral block. Along with this, a delivery address followed. Xiao chuckled, knowing that a champion trainer like Qi Hong would undoubtedly require master-level energy blocks. After all, master-level block craftsmen are exceedingly rare within the entire Yin nation, fewer than the number of champions. In such circumstances, even Qi Hong, as a champion, cannot guarantee a consistent supply of energy blocks for every Pokémon. The umbral block is recognized as a high-tier master block, albeit one of the simpler varieties within that category. At this moment, Xiao turned to glance at the materials behind him, lost in thought. The supplies were insufficient. Another trip was necessary. Oh, and it would be just right to also create that cube. 2 hours later, thousands of kilometers away, in the kingdom of Bainyao. That's all for today's live stream, everyone. See you tomorrow. Qi Hong closed the streaming session, leaning back in his computer chair as he retrieved his mobile phone. He perused the messages on the screen. His expression beneath the red and white duck-billed cap somewhat intricate. He had initially believed that the sudden outreach from the other party signified they were finally prepared to engage him in a battle. However, to his surprise, they were merely offering to sell him a master-level energy cube. Although somewhat disappointed, it was rather fortuitous, as the master craftsman who had been consistently supplying him had recently entered seclusion for training, resulting in a depletion of the inventory of a specific master-level energy cube that his Gung Gue consumed. Just at that critical juncture, Xiao approached him with this proposition, and Qi Hong readily acquiesced. Nevertheless, to be frank, he harbored little confidence in this transaction. The Yuming cube was of master-level high grade, with an exceedingly high level of difficulty in its creation. Only the most exceptional craftsmen could produce it. Take, for instance, the craftsman supplying him, whose name was Chuan Dao Xiaoyu, ranked 10th in the world. Even his creations of Yuming cubes occasionally bore imperfections. Unless Xiao's source was a craftsman of even greater caliber than Chuan Dao Xiaoyu, it was inconceivable that he could produce Yuming cubes of exceptional quality. Moreover, as far as he knew, those few masters who surpassed Chuan Dao Xiaoyu had long regarded money as a mere trinket, refusing any custom orders, wholly engrossed in perfecting their craft. Contemplating this, Qi Hong couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. His straightforward nature did not favor such capricious dealings. However, considering Xiao's sincerity in the arrangement of goods before payment, he ultimately shook his head, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Just then, a steady knock echoed within the room. Following the sound, Qi Hong discovered a Dragonite donning a postman's hat, quietly stationed before his window. Is something of mine arriving? He paused for a moment before realizing. Could it possibly be that energy cube? With extraordinary speed, Dragonite could deliver international packages in mere hours. And this one was evidently bred specifically for such purposes. He opened the window, and with a smile, Dragonite presented a parcel before promptly departing. The sender's name on the package confirmed Qi Hong's suspicions. It was from Xiao. Taking a deep breath and bracing for the worst, he unwrapped the parcel. Upon revealing its contents, Qi Hong was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 35. The first day of school at Magic City University. Before him stood a large jar, emanating a soft purple mist and radiance, filled with crystalline energy cubes. Although Qi Hong was not a craftsman, as a champion who had dealt with cubes for many years, he could discern the quality of this batch at a glance. Immaculate, uniformly sized, and even exuding a subtle fragrance. The brilliance and mist emanating from these cubes were vastly superior to any Yuming cube he had previously encountered. This was undoubtedly a premium product. After a brief contemplation, he took out a deep blue Pokeball and released the Pokemon contained within. A flash of white light revealed a billowing cloud of darkness that swiftly coalesced into a form, with crimson eyes, white teeth, and a sinister, mocking grin. It was a Gung Gue, one of the cornerstone Pokemon in Qi Hong's team. What's up? Upon being suddenly released, Gung Gue tilted its head in confusion. However, it soon seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head toward the jar of energy cubes. As a champion-level Pokemon, Gung Gue was highly attuned to any ghost-type energy. The allure of the energy contained within the jar was such that every cell in its body felt exhilarated at this moment. Here's something prepared for you. Go ahead and indulge. Qi Hong nodded in affirmation. With a gleeful cackle, Gung Gue dashed to Qi Hong, licking its trainer's face with its tongue before effortlessly opening the jar with a wave of its hand. In the next moment, several cubes flew into Gung Gue's mouth, which it eagerly swallowed. The taste was at least 10 times more delightful than before. Without a moment's hesitation, Gung Gue devoured the entire batch, consuming every last piece. Buzzing with energy, The pure and overwhelming ghost-type essence surged within it. Dark clouds began to flicker around Gung-Gui, the aura it exuded intensifying dramatically, even creating a ripple of energy within the room. What's going on? Gung-Gui excitedly turned its head to gaze at Chi-Hong, who was equally astonished. Gung-Gui was a mid-level champion Pokémon that had been stuck at this stage for quite some time. Since 2 months ago, after a prolonged period of build-up, it seemed to finally show signs of breaking through its bottleneck. However, despite the passage of 2 months, there had been no movement whatsoever. Even the master-grade Yuming cubes he had procured for Gung-Gui's benefit had yielded minimal results. Yet now, after consuming this jar of cubes, Gung-Gui had directly broken through. While Gung-Gui's strength had long met the requirements, it was merely lacking an opportunity for breakthrough. This incident also indirectly demonstrated that the quality of these cubes was astonishing. Otherwise, it would not have facilitated Gung-Gui's advancement. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chi-Hong's expression turned complex. It seemed evident that Xiao was indeed backed by a craftsman far superior to Chuan Dao Xiuyu. This realization confirmed his initial suspicion. How could someone with connections to such a master be merely a newcomer who had just obtained their initial Pokémon? Not even a Magikarp would believe that. With a soft sigh, Chi-Hong picked up his phone from the side. Meanwhile, within a hotel room, Xiao, having just finished dinner, was reclining on the sofa with his 2 Pokémon, watching a variety show. With school starting tomorrow, he knew that matters would surely pile up. Thus, he took this opportunity to relax, striking a balance between work and leisure. At that moment, his phone rang beside him. Pokémon coins received. 200,000 Pokémon coins. Xiao raised an eyebrow. It seemed Chi-Hong had received the shipment he had sent out to the international courier company a few hours ago. Sure enough, upon opening his phone, he found a message from Chi-Hong. Read, the energy cubes are quite impressive. Read, I will reach out to you again if I need more in the future. Xiao casually sent a response with an emoji, conveying a simple okay, accompanied by a slight smile. It appeared that Chi-Hong was indeed pleased with the quality of the cubes. Upon reaching this thought, a sense of relief washed over him, for he had successfully elevated his skills in the crafting of blocks. Had he relied on his previous abilities, he would have found it impossible to create the ethereal block to perfection, thereby missing out on this lucrative opportunity. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the actual material cost of the ethereal block sent by Xiao was merely a few tens of thousands of elven coins. This realization prompted Xiao to reflect on the ease of earning such money. A single transaction netted him over 100,000 coins. Regrettably, opportunities to sell master blocks do not arise every day. After all, to his knowledge, even champions like Chi-Hong do not dare to feed their Pokémon top-tier energy blocks on a daily basis. A single Pokémon requires a minimum of 100,000 coins each day, and with so many Pokémon in his team, the monthly expenditure on energy blocks alone would amount to several million elven coins. Although champions do earn substantial sums, such expenses are unsustainable. They typically reserve expert-level energy blocks for critical growth periods of their Pokémon, opting for master-level blocks during regular times. However, Xiao found himself free from such dilemmas. Having the ability to craft master-level blocks himself, all he needed was to cover the cost of materials. After receiving the payment, Xiao squinted and reclined back onto the sofa. Time spent resting seemed to pass more swiftly than that spent in toil. The night slipped away in no time. On the following morning, Xiao checked out of the hotel and hailed a cab to the entrance of Magic City University. Magic City University stands as one of the premier institutions in Huagua, on par with Capital University, revered by countless students as a coveted destination. With a rich history spanning over a century, many elite trainers and even champions have emerged from its halls. Today marks the start of the new academic year. As Xiao alighted from the taxi, he found himself surrounded by youth of similar age, all making their way toward the university gates. This could very well be regarded as the Huada or Beta of this world, somewhat alleviating the regret he held from missing out by 30 points in his own academic journey. He chuckled softly to himself as he walked toward the gates. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly halted, for there loomed a symbol he recognized all too well, a golden semicircle adorned above a simple red and white sphere. Was this not the very emblem he had seen on the wall of the room housing the keystone in that S-level clue? What a coincidence! It seems that the keystone should indeed be located within the confines of Magic City University. Just as Xiao pondered this, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Yun, you've arrived. The speaker was none other than Zhao Qingsong, the admissions officer who had previously encouraged Xiao to enroll during the college entrance examination. At this moment, he approached Xiao with a radiant smile, inquiring, was your journey smooth? Do you have any luggage that I can assist you with? Oh, I'm so glad to finally see you. As Zhao Qingsong looked at Xiao, he found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. After successfully recruiting Xiao, his position had ascended 2 levels, from admissions director to resource supervisor, an elevation that felt akin to riding a rocket. Thank you, but I don't have much luggage. Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively at the overly enthusiastic Zhao Qingsong. All his belongings were stored within the system space, allowing him to travel without the burden of even a single bag. Planning to buy some clothes upon arrival? Ah, that's the spirit. Young people should live freely. Zhao Qingsong responded with a laugh. Come, let us take a tour of the campus. As one of the foremost Pokémon universities, Magic City University sprawls over an impressive area of more than 4,000 acres, boasting an array of well-equipped buildings and facilities. From breeding houses and laboratories to battle arenas and libraries, even swimming pools, cinemas, and gyms are at the students' disposal. Due to the vastness of the campus, there were even shuttle cars designated for faculty and students. As Zhao Qingsong led the way, he elucidated the university's features. Yun, you made the right choice in selecting our university. Our facilities and teaching standards are second to none. Over there is a dedicated research institute, currently. The most advanced Pokeball technology in Huagua originates from here. And that is the Battle Arena, where the school hosts large-scale competitions each month, providing generous rewards for those who place highly. As Xiao listened, he suddenly interjected, Xiao, does our university have any resource libraries or similar facilities? I believe you mentioned something about that before. Zhao Qingsong paused in surprise, then quickly nodded. Yes, would you like to see it now? Xiao smiled. Of course. Considering I enjoy an 80% discount on resources. Zhao Qingsong chuckled. You are quite the savvy one. Rest assured, all the conditions I promised you will be fulfilled. He gestured. The resource library is just over there. Follow me. 5 minutes later, Zhao Qingsong guided Xiao to the foot of a towering structure. The tower, entirely black and soaring for dozens of meters, seemed to reach the clouds. Let us go. All the resources of Magic City University, along with the most valuable items, are housed within this tower. Zhao Qingsong indicated the entrance on the first floor. Upon hearing this, Xiao surveyed the surroundings, his expression turning slightly curious. Zhao Qingsong seemed to anticipate his thoughts, and said, Are you wondering why there isn't a single security guard around here? He lowered his voice, feigning mystery. Let me let you in on a secret. There is indeed one. A champion-level psychic Pokémon resides at the top, and under its watchful eye. No one dares to covet the treasures within. No wonder, Xiao thought, realizing the formidable power of a champion-level psychic Pokémon, capable of causing an entire building to crumble with merely a thought. Anyone daring to steal would be truly reckless. Upon entering the resource library, Xiao could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. It must be said that Magic City University lives up to its reputation as a top-tier Pokémon institution. Each floor was brimming with various items, stacked high. Pokeballs, evolution stones, an array of tools and berries, skill manuals, nurturing insights, and energy blocks were all present. The inventory here was even more comprehensive than that of Lingyun department store. One entire floor was dedicated to an assortment of low-level treasures of various attributes. As they walked, Zhao Qingsong continued to explain, Everything in this resource library is exclusively available for purchase by the faculty and students of Magic City University, priced significantly below market value, and can even be bought using points. Successful completion of studies, outstanding performance in various activities, or achieving high ranks in examinations can all earn you a substantial amount of points. This is part of our university's support policy for students. Listening attentively, Xiao nodded repeatedly. No wonder it is said that those from ordinary backgrounds who wish to pursue a long-term career as trainers must find a way to enroll in a reputable Pokémon university. Even without wealth at home, the support from the school can facilitate a smooth path to becoming a professional trainer. After exploring the library with Zhao Qingsong for a while, he suddenly asked, Xiao, is there anything unusual here in the resource library? As he journeyed forth, although he encountered numerous resources, he failed to behold the storeroom depicted within that vision. Yet, the arcane emblems etched upon the walls confirmed to him that the keystone resided within this tower. Indeed, when questioned by Xiao, Zhao Qingsong hesitated momentarily before ultimately nodding in affirmation. Ordinarily, only distinguished third and fourth year students possess the privilege to exchange for such items. However, I believe that with your innate talent, you shall soon meet the criteria. Come, allow me to show you. Having spoken, Zhao Qingsong led Xiao directly to the pinnacle of the resource tower. Not far away stood a pair of towering doors shimmering in dark gold, and before them stood a tall, black and white clad sprite resembling a maid. A cascade of information promptly materialized before Yun Zhao's eyes. Sprite, Miss Goth. Qualification, champion level. Strength evaluation, LV65, mid-tier champion. Attribute, psychic. Ability, competitive spirit. When the opponent lowers an attribute in battle, the special attack significantly increases for each level reduced. Mastered skills, telekinesis. Illusion beam, future sight, magical space, psychic force, hypnosis, self-suggestion, guard, rock lock, light screen, psychic impact seal. Individual values. Exceptional, physical attack, 25, special attack, 25, speed, 19. Stamina, 19, physical defense, 25, special defense, 31. At this moment, Miss Goth stood before the door with her eyes closed, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority and pressure. She was the reason security was deemed unnecessary here, Zhao Qingsong murmured, a hint of reverence in his tone. He produced his teacher's credentials and approached. Greetings, Miss Goth. I wish to take this student inside for a brief observation. Miss Goth opened her eyes to glance at Zhao Qingsong, then swept her gaze over Yun Xiao, promptly closing her eyes once more. Yet, the grand doors behind her swung open with a resounding crash. Seeing this, Zhao Qingsong let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Come, Xiao Yun, let us proceed. Chapter 37 Zhao Qingsong. What piques your interest in this mere stone? Upon entering the grand doorway, Zhao Qingsong continued, according to the rules. You are not permitted to be here. Fortunately, Miss Goth harbored no objections. However, do refrain from discussing what you see here outside. Yun Xiao nodded, though he could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Refrain from discussing? What could he possibly say? Nevertheless, upon entering, Yun Xiao quickly confirmed that this chamber was indeed the one he had glimpsed in his clues. Compared to the lower floors, the items within this room were of a far superior caliber. The tools and items on the lower levels predominantly ranged from A to B grade, while those before Yun Xiao were uniformly a grade or higher, with numerous S-grade items among them. His gaze fell upon a circular stone emanating a chilling white mist, prompting a line of information to instantly appear. S-grade item, frigid egg stone. Description, in long-standing frigid regions, specific minerals in the depths of rock layers may mutate into this egg stone, containing potent ice attribute energy. Effect, when carried by an ice attribute sprite. Ice-type skills power increases by 30, and there is a 10 chance to freeze the opponent. Effective level, champion level and below. The world of items here differed from that in the original work. Their varieties and effects were bewilderingly diverse, each with a corresponding effective level. Should a sprite surpass the item's level restriction, the effects would diminish drastically or even vanish entirely. Such S-grade items effective against champion-level sprites were exceedingly sought after in the marketplace. For instance, Yun Xiao estimated that if someone were willing to sell this eggstone, it could fetch a staggering 5 to 6 million Pokemon coins. Yet, beneath this stone's label, no price was indicated. Instead, it read 5,000 points. Zhao Qingsong's voice broke through his thoughts. Many of the valuable items on this floor can only be exchanged for points. 5,000 points is quite a high threshold. However, if you exert yourself, accumulating it within 3 to 4 years should pose no insurmountable challenge, he remarked, smacking his lips. Yun Xiao shifted his gaze away. While this item was indeed admirable, he had no sprites in his team who could utilize it. Furthermore, he had not forgotten the true purpose of his visit. After a brief search, he finally discovered his objective on a shelf designated for rare minerals. There lay a keystone, quietly nestled and shimmering with iridescent light. As Yun Xiao focused on it, a prompt materialized before his eyes. Special SS grade item, keystone. Quality, exceptional. Description, a stone imbued with special power, which resonates with Mega Evolution stones to awaken latent forces within a sprite. Additionally, sprites carrying this stone receive a gentle infusion of energy. Gazing upon this prompt, Yun Xiao's attention sharpened. At last, I found it. This item was essential for Mega Evolution, a priceless treasure in this world where Mega Evolution had yet to manifest. He glanced down at the label, which indicated 100 points. Noticing his lingering gaze, Zhao Qingsong inquired with curiosity, "What? Are you interested in this item? I recall that a professor from our school purchased it at a high price from an auction. Upon further study, it was determined that aside from a faint energy, it bore no substantial value. According to that professor, it offers minor benefits to sprites below champion level, but not significantly, hence its placement here. It's only natural that no one wishes to buy it. After all, 100 points could acquire a set of advanced skill learning manuals." Yun Xiao, however, interjected, "What level of excellence must one attain to exchange for this item?" Zhao Qingsong was momentarily taken aback. He had initially brought Xiao here to expose him to these advanced resources to inspire his ambition. Yet, it seemed that Xiao had little interest in those esteemed resources and was instead fixated on this obscure stone. Well, Zhao Qingsong continued patiently. To gain the right to exchange items here, you must finish in the top 10 of your grade in the annual intra-school competition. Furthermore, you must excel in the internship tasks during your 3rd and 4th years. After fulfilling these 2 conditions, you will need to undergo review by the school principal. Only upon passing will you gain eligibility. Such stringent criteria exist because the resources in this area are reserved for the most elite students. Upon hearing this, Xiao slightly furrowed his brow. Frankly, these conditions were not particularly daunting for him. However, 2 years remained until his 3rd year. Not to mention that Xiao was reluctant to wait so long. If someone else exchanged for this keystone during that time, he would be at a significant loss. Upon reaching this thought, he furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Is this the only way to exchange for items here? Zhao Qingsong's heart sank at once. This tone from Xiao reminded him of when the latter had asked over the phone whether he could obtain a temporary qualification certificate. There were indeed resource libraries at Beijing University, but due to the differing depths of resources between the 2 institutions, the treasures within Beijing's library far exceeded those of Magic University. Although their library also had areas that required students to meet certain criteria for access, the requirements were considerably simpler than those at Magic University. Realizing this, Zhao Qingsong felt a twinge of regret for bringing Xiao here. It was worth noting that just yesterday, Zhang Tianming from Beijing University had messaged him to convey to Xiao that even after classes commenced, Beijing University would keep its doors open for him. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Qingsong's forehead as he hurriedly replied, "That may not be the case. After all, you are a genius freshman whom Magic University has not admitted for many years. I will speak to the principal in person shortly and see if I can make an exception for you." Xiao's brow relaxed slightly. "Thank you, Teacher Xiao." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "If points cannot be exchanged, could you kindly inquire with the principal whether this item can be sold to me privately? I am willing to pay any price." Zhao Qingsong froze momentarily. He had assumed that Xiao was dissatisfied due to his lack of qualifications for exchanges, but it appeared that Xiao was genuinely interested in that unremarkable stone. Chapter 38, New Function. This time, it's a major windfall. For a moment, Zhao Qingsong was at a loss for words. He simply could not comprehend why, amidst so many valuable items, Xiao had fixated on this mundane stone. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts and merely nodded. "All right, I will consult the principal shortly. Do not fret." With Zhao Qingsong's assurance, Xiao finally diverted his gaze from the keystone and began to leisurely stroll around the room, scrutinizing every object within it. Since a keystone had appeared here, perhaps he might stumble upon other hidden treasures. Regrettably, after a thorough inspection of the room, he found no similar wonders. However, he halted before a resplendent display stand. 3 exhibition platforms were arranged in a triangular formation, encircled by a barrier adorned with warning signs. Upon the platforms, encased in tempered glass, lay 3 extraordinary items. The first was a deep blue conical ice crystal, exuding a chilling aura that caused frost to form on the surrounding glass. The second was a red feather, its surface ablaze with ethereal flames, warping the tempered glass due to the intense heat. The third appeared to be an unremarkable deep gray bead, yet upon closer inspection, one could see dazzling currents of electricity surging within, absorbed by the surrounding special material. Before Xiao's eyes, 3 notifications abruptly appeared. Ding. The host has discovered the SS-level legendary item, the Ice of Regice. Ding. The host has discovered the SS-level legendary item, the Feather of Molters. Ding. The host has discovered the SS-level legendary item, the Lightning Orb of Zapdos. With these 3 notifications, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao's eyes. In a world where second-tier divine beings existed only in legends and history, and where third-tier divine beings were rarely witnessed by trainers in their lifetimes, Magic University surprisingly possessed 3 legendary resources belonging to divine beasts. Zhao Qingsong, observing the items on the display, could not help but smile with pride. Little Yun, you may not realize that each of these items, if taken out, could cause a global sensation. They all belong to legendary divine beast artifacts. We generally refer to them as legendary resources, and even the Pokémon League currently only possesses 8 such items. What do you think? Are you impressed by the profound heritage of Magic University? Beijing University lacks such treasures. Xiao, however, remained silent. Yet at this moment, he felt a certain degree of surprise. It was indeed astonishing for such high-caliber treasures to reside within a Pokémon University's resource library. It was no wonder the school had arranged for a champion-level garde of war to serve as security here. Noticing Yun Xiao's silence, Xiao Qingsong awkwardly chuckled and began to elaborate. These 3 items were brought back by our previous principal. He was a legendary figure among the presidents of Magic University, reputed to be powerful enough to contend with the world's strongest, the champions. The former principal? He has retired? Yun Xiao inquired with newfound curiosity. Xiao Qingsong shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. No, he mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago and has not been seen since. When I had just started working at Magic University, I didn't even have the chance to meet him. Suppressing his regret, Xiao Qingsong turned his gaze to Yun Xiao. Let us not dwell on the past. These 3 legendary resources, due to their unique nature, are not available for exchange by teachers and students. However, with the principal's approval, they can be borrowed. Borrowed? Is that even possible? Yun Xiao asked, perplexed. Xiao Qingsong nodded. These are legendary resources. Even a mere glance can confer benefits to ordinary Pokémon. If one can absorb the energy they emit up close, the effects would surpass even the highest quality treasures by countless measures. However, I am uncertain about the conditions for borrowing them. You would need to discuss this with the principal. After hearing Xiao Qingsong's explanation, Yun Xiao nodded. If it were merely a matter of borrowing, he found himself temporarily uninterested in these 3 items. After all, even legendary resources required compatible Pokémon to utilize them. His Apom was a normal type, and his Rayquaza was Dragon Flying type, completely mismatched with the attributes of these 3 treasures. Just as Yun Xiao pondered this, a series of system notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! The system has detected that the host has discovered legendary resources. The new function, Divine Beast Pokédex, has been activated. Accompanied by the system's notification, a brand new interface emerged, along with an explanatory message. When the host comes into contact with Divine Beast-related items, the system can absorb a small portion of their energy, thus illuminating the corresponding Divine Beast Pokédex sequence. Once the sequence is illuminated, the host can view detailed information about the Divine Beast, including preferences, affinity, personality traits, and aversions, in addition to basic information such as level and skills, and can also track the real-time location of the Divine Beast. When the affinity with a Divine Beast reaches a certain threshold, the host will receive a mysterious reward. And once a certain number of illuminated Divine Beasts is attained, substantial rewards will also be granted. Please strive, host, to illuminate the entire Pokédex as soon as possible. With a single breath, Yun Xiao grasped the implications of this new function. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Having arrived in this world and embarked on the path of a trainer, engaging with legendary Pokémon, and even capturing them was indeed his fervent aspiration. The emergence of the Pokédex would undoubtedly provide him with substantial support, not to mention the additional rewards it promised. Instinctively, Yun Xiao sensed that, given the nature of this legendary Pokémon-related feature, the system would be generous with its rewards. With this thought in mind, he silently communicated with the system. System, can you directly extract the energy from these 3 items to illuminate the Pokédex? According to the system's explanation, the extraction merely involved a small portion, which would not materially affect these legendary resources. In response to Yun Xiao's inquiry, the system affirmed, ding. The system will commence energy extraction immediately. Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this were indeed feasible, he would reap substantial benefits. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a flash of light, the 3 legendary resources on the pedestal vanished without a trace, all transposed into Yun Xiao's system space. Instantly, Xiao Qingsong, who had casually glanced at the pedestal, appeared as though struck by lightning, frozen in place, trembling as he exclaimed, "Where did the items go?" No sooner had he spoken than a black and white figure materialized above the pedestal. It was none other than the previous Miss Gothitelle. Yet at this moment, she emanated an overwhelming aura, exuding a palpable intent to kill, her eyes glowing blue as they fixated menacingly on Yun Xiao and Xiao Qingsong. A chill ran down Yun Xiao's spine. Oh no, this could spell disaster. Chapter 39. Illuminate the sequence, collect rewards. The atmosphere in the resource vault plummeted to a frigid low. Both Yun Xiao and Xiao Qingsong felt an invisible yet formidable force locking onto them, poised to crush them at any moment. Xiao Qingsong quickly raised his hands in surrender. We're innocent. We truly haven't done anything. His face was a mask of despair, his head spinning. The terrifyingly menacing Miss Gothitelle cast a glance at Xiao Qingsong before shifting her gaze to Yun Xiao. At that moment, the 3 legendary resources that had just vanished reappeared atop the display. Xiao Qingsong's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Is this a haunting? Miss Gothitelle seemed to notice this development as well. Her terrifying aura momentarily faltered. After observing the 3 legendary resources, she turned to glance at Xiao before vanishing into thin air. With her departure, the suffocating pressure in the air dissipated. Zhao Qingsong sighed in relief, taking deep breaths as he surveyed the 3 legendary resources, muttering to himself with a complex expression, "This is absolutely bizarre. What on earth just happened?" Meanwhile, Xiao was also adjusting his breathing, his expression one of bewilderment. Yet his confusion did not stem from the sudden disappearance and reappearance of the 3 legendary resources, but rather from a different concern. System, must you absolutely extract these 3 items to harness their energy? Even so, it would have been courteous to notify me in advance. He raged inwardly. Had he delayed a few more seconds, he suspected Miss Gothitelle would have acted decisively. The system's cold, emotionless voice immediately resonated in response, replying to the host. The energy absorption process is intricate and requires the resources to be stored in the system space. Understood. Answering your 2 queries has cost you 60 shock points. Xiao sighed, opting to refrain from further discourse with the system. Following this brief interlude, Zhao Qingsong led Xiao away from the resource tower, expressing his bewilderment. Honestly, I have no idea what transpired, but you must have seen it. The items truly vanished and then reappeared out of nowhere. It can't be pinned on us. I'll head to the principal's office to relay your request. I'll get back to you shortly. Why don't you return to your dorm and assess the situation? Contact me if anything arises. With that, Zhao Qingsong turned to leave. Xiao contemplated for a moment before hastily making his way towards the residential area. The system indicated that the energy conversion activation would require 3 more minutes, rendering it unnecessary for him to linger here idly. 5 minutes later, Xiao pushed open the door to his dormitory. As one of the foremost Pokémon universities in the nation, the accommodations at Magic University were, of course, distinct from those of ordinary institutions, featuring single rooms. This spared Xiao considerable inconvenience, as he was not yet ready to reveal the existence of his legendary Pokémon, and the noise from practicing his aura abilities would likely disturb others. Otherwise, he would have to find a nearby hotel. The room was spacious, boasting an area of 70 to 80 square meters, complete with a living room, kitchen, and storage space, infinitely superior to the dilapidated house he had rented previously. Every student admitted to Magic University was entitled to such a suite. Reflecting on the university's generosity, Xiao settled onto the sofa in the living room. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Energy has been extracted and converted. 3 new sequences have been illuminated. With this announcement, 3 vivid and imposing figures radiating immense power illuminated the legendary Pokémon interface. The first was a colossal Pokémon composed entirely of ice crystals, resembling a towering glacier, with frost spreading across the ground beneath it, enveloping the world. The second was a gigantic bird basking in intense sunlight, the surrounding air distorted by the extreme heat. The third was a lion-like Pokémon aglow with golden light amidst dark clouds and lightning. Xiao instantly recognized these 3 as Regice, Moltres, and Raikou. In terms of classification, all 3 were categorized as third-tier deities, representing the lower echelon among legendary Pokémon. Yet in this world, they were remarkably formidable beings beyond human comprehension. Xiao first focused his gaze on Regice, and immediately, a stream of information appeared. Sequence 009, Regice, the Ice Pillar. Description: one of the 3 pillars. Its body is composed of enormous glaciers, solidifying to a degree many times that of diamonds. Preferences: extremely cold environments, frozen delicacies, and shimmering gemstones. Aversion: any sources of fire and heat, and cacophonous noises. Personality: honest and simple-minded. Current affection level: 0, unacquainted. When affection reaches 80 or above, a mysterious reward will be bestowed. In addition to this information, a scalable world map was displayed below. A red dot blinked continuously in the northern region of Baying Country, indicating Regis's current location. The details regarding Moltres and Raikou were similarly listed. A smile crept across Xiao's face. Although he had narrowly evaded a confrontation with Miss Gothitelle, which had been perilously close, it seemed that taking that risk had indeed been worthwhile. Possessing the aura ability allowed him to communicate effortlessly with these legendary beings. And with the added advantage of his Pokémon affinity, along with the knowledge of their preferences and personalities, establishing a connection with them would not prove difficult. As Xiao pondered, an icon of a treasure chest suddenly bounced onto the interface. Host has currently unlocked a total of 3 sequences, and has triggered a collection reward. The treasure chest burst open with a buzzing sound, transforming into 2 glowing orbs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a treasure chest reward. Advanced modification, chance, X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a treasure chest reward. SSS grade special item. Plot world travel scroll, X1. Chapter 40, Chinshuchi. An advanced modification opportunity, equivalent to 5,000 astonishment points, is indeed a remarkable acquisition. However, at this moment, Yun Xiao's gaze was fixated on the latter glowing orb. What on earth is this? As he focused his attention, a line of prompts materialized before him. SSS grade special item, plot travel scroll. Description: who says parallel worlds do not exist? Item effect: upon use, it provides a chance to traverse into a random cinematic world, taking the place of the original protagonist group. After crossing over, the user will receive a plot task, and upon completion, will be rewarded handsomely. Note: this item requires a month to recharge after each use, and can only be utilized once a member of the team reaches the gym leader level. Should the user perish in the plot world, it will be regarded as a task failure, and the host will be safely transported back to the real world. Having perused this information, Yin Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Such a thing exists? The cinematic world refers to the various Pokémon movies, where each film's protagonist is either a powerful divine beast or a mythical creature. As a devoted fan of Pokémon, Yin Xiao was naturally well-versed in the narratives of these films. Stepping into the shoes of the protagonists to complete various tasks should pose no challenge whatsoever. Furthermore, he could even amend some of the regrettable moments within those plots. With this thought, Yin Xiao's eyes glimmered, and he promptly stored this item in his system space. After all, it could only be used upon reaching the gym leader level. Once the travel scroll was safely tucked away, a new prompt appeared. Collection reward has been successfully claimed. The next reward node is 36. Please continue your efforts, host. Yun Xiao nodded slightly. This reward is indeed commendable. It seems he should seek out more items related to divine beasts in the future. As for interacting with these divine beasts and building rapport, that can be addressed later. Not to mention, encountering divine beasts inherently carries a certain degree of risk. According to the markings on the maps, the locations of these divine beasts are either in high-star secret realms or in desolate wildernesses, teeming with high-level Pokémon. Venturing into such areas without sufficient strength would be courting disaster. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yun Xiao was deep in thought, a knock echoed at the door. He paused momentarily, surmising it must be Zhao Qingsong bringing news. However, when he opened the door, he was greeted by a middle-aged man clad in a suit and top hat. The man extended a hand, his deep voice resonating. Hello, classmate Yun. Welcome to Magic University. I am the principal, Chinshuchi. Yun Xiao, taken aback, shook the man's hand. Why have you come personally? Please, come in. The two entered the dormitory, and the door closed behind them. At that moment, a large gathering of Magic University students had assembled in the corridor, all casting curious and astonished glances in their direction. Everyone knew that Principal Chinshuchi was a legendary figure. Under his leadership, numerous unreasonable rules and policies had been reformed, many capable teachers promoted, and substantial increases in student funding achieved. This had directly resulted in a remarkable rise in the number of outstanding trainers produced by the university in recent years. Moreover, Chinshuchi harbored yet another identity. He was a champion-level trainer. Such a principal naturally garnered widespread acclaim, even among newly enrolled students. Yet, on the very first day of school, this principal had personally visited a student. Curiosity sparked among the crowd. What kind of new student could warrant such attention from the principal? Meanwhile, within Yun Xiao's dormitory, Chinshuchi had seated himself on the living room sofa. I just arrived today, and I'm sorry there's nothing to drink, Yun Xiao said, placing a glass of plain water on the table while sizing up the principal. The man appeared to be in his early 50s, with a few strands of white hair atop his head. Yet, his eyes gleamed with vitality, and his erect posture and broad chest belied that of an average middle-aged man. No problem. Classmate Yin should have had a brief tour of our Magic University by now. What do you think? Chinshuchi raised the cup and took a sip. The facilities are comprehensive, and the financial resources are substantial. Yun Xiao candidly shared his thoughts. Chinshuchi seemed quite pleased with this response. He set down the cup and retrieved a box from his pocket. I heard from teacher Xiao that you seem quite interested in this. As such, consider this a welcome gift from the principal. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao accepted the box and opened it to find a keystone lying quietly within. He had never anticipated that Chinshuchi would directly gift him such an item. Thank you, principal. You're welcome. You are the student I hold in highest regard this year, and the only one in recent years to achieve a perfect score in the theoretical examination for the Pokémon exam in Huagua. Chinshuchi smiled slightly, rising from the sofa and adjusting his tie. I hope classmate Yun has a pleasant experience at Magic University. I look forward to your forthcoming performances. As he spoke, he placed a business card on the table. My contact information is on this card. Today is the first day of school, and I have many matters to attend to. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. With that, he turned and departed from Yun Xiao's dormitory. Yun Xiao glanced at the business card and the keystone on the table, feeling a sense of admiration. The principal truly knows how to engage. Not only did he come personally to visit, but he also presented a keystone as a gift. Such sincerity is indeed commendable. Taking a deep breath, he gently picked up the keystone. Now he only needed a Mega Evolution Stone to complete the components for Mega Evolution. However, where could he possibly find a Mega Evolution Stone? After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly recalled the advanced modification opportunity he had just acquired today. Advanced modification allows for the direct acquisition of random high-level items. Given this, should he take a gamble and give it a try? He pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. The scope of high-level items is far too vast. Trying to draw a Mega Evolution Stone would be akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. He also wondered if the God-level modification, which requires 10,000 astonishment points to unlock, might allow for the targeted acquisition of specific items. Just as Yun Xiao was lost in thought, his phone rang. He answered the call, and Zhao Qingsong's voice quickly came through. Xiao Yun, the principal mentioned that he has resolved your matter. Is that correct? Indeed, I have no issues. Yun Xiao affirmed confidently. Zhao Qingsong seemed to exhale in relief, remarking, "That's splendid to hear. By the way, there's another matter. You may now proceed to the breeding area to select your quasi-divine Pokémon egg. I shall await you there." Chapter 41. The Breeding House of the Mage, Quasi-Divine Pokémon Eggs. The breeding house of the mage is situated at the southernmost edge of the campus. Upon Yun Xiao's arrival, after a brief journey on the shuttle, Zhao Qingsong had been waiting for quite some time. Today marked the arrival of a new batch of quasi-divine Pokémon eggs, all procured from the league, with a minimum qualification starting at the champion level, ensuring high quality. "Feel free to choose any you like once we enter," he said, giving Yun Xiao a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he led her into the breeding house. Rather than merely a breeding house, this establishment resembled a miniature breeding park, with various sections mimicking diverse natural environments, far superior to the place where Yun Xiao had initially acquired her sloth Pokémon. As they wandered through the park, Zhao Qingsong elaborated. Though the space may seem modest, it houses a wide array of Pokémon, with a comprehensive range of species. Some are available for students to purchase or receive as rewards, while others are bred to assist the research institute with experiments. Yun Xiao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the myriad Pokémon, from Magnemite and Ampharos to Tauros, Meowth, and Bulbasaur. The selection spanned from the commonplace to the rare, including the legendary starter trio. Moreover, the individual values of these Pokémon were generally impressive, with their qualifications never dipping below the elite level, clearly indicating meticulous selection. Before long, they reached the innermost chamber of the breeding house. A young woman, elegantly dressed in an apron, approached them promptly. "Mr. Xiao, is this the student you mentioned who is here to choose a quasi-divine Pokémon egg today?" she inquired. "Indeed," Zhao Qingsong replied with a nod and a smile. "Have the Pokémon eggs been settled in? Thank you for your efforts." The woman turned her attention to Yun Xiao. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yulan, the head of the breeding house. Should you wish to capture new Pokémon in the future, please feel free to reach out to me. All the Pokémon here are nurtured with great care," she added with a gentle smile. "Just between us, even the Pokémon from the league's breeding park cannot compare to those here." Zhao Qingsong chimed in. "Sister Yulan here is a 3-star breeder, a true luminary in her field. It took significant effort to invite her to our establishment." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao understood immediately. No wonder the Pokémon she had seen along the way had such lustrous fur and appeared exceptionally healthy. This woman was indeed a professional breeder. Furthermore, a 3-star breeder ranks alongside gym leaders in terms of prowess. Enough of idle chatter. I believe you are eager to select your quasi-divine Pokémon egg. Let us commence," Zhang Yulan said, moving towards a large cabinet and pressing a button. The cabinet opened to reveal a series of glass jars, each containing a Pokémon egg the size of a basketball, nestled within warm lighting and straw. "Would you like me to provide an introduction, or would you prefer to examine the labels on the jars yourself?" Zhang Yulan inquired, gesturing towards the stickers affixed to the cabinets. "Thank you. I can manage on my own," Yun Xiao replied, shaking her head as she approached the cabinet to begin perusing the information of the first Pokémon egg. Pokémon egg, Dratini. Estimated qualification, champion level. Estimated individual value, excellent. Estimated hatching time, 12 days and 3 hours. Inherited skills, none. The first Pokémon egg was indeed that of Dratini. The evolutionary form, Dragonite, is the sole dragon-type Pokémon from the first generation. With its charming yet fierce appearance and formidable strength, it enjoys immense popularity. Capable of learning a plethora of skills, including Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Punch, its versatility in combat is vast. Additionally, Dragonite is renowned for its astonishing speed in flight, regarded as the world's finest mode of transportation. However, Xiao was not in haste and continued her examination. After several minutes, she had scrutinized the details of each egg. Just as Zhao Qingsong had mentioned, the quality of these quasi-divine Pokémon eggs was exceedingly high, with all possessing a minimum qualification of champion level. A total of 6 eggs were available, housing Dratini, Medong, Bagon, Dano, Gible, and Drakazalt. Each of these Pokémon's final evolutionary forms is quasi-divine, boasting far superior base stats compared to ordinary Pokémon, thus showcasing immense potential. At this moment, Xiao's gaze was fixed on the last Pokémon egg, resolutely declaring, "I want this one." Zhang Yulin responded with a hint of surprise, "What an eye for quality. In terms of appearance, this egg is indeed the finest among the 6, and its hatching potential should be the highest. However," she added, her tone shifting, "I would advise against selecting this one. You might want to reconsider." Zhao Qingsong, puzzled by her statement, interjected, "Did you not just say this egg had the best appearance? Why then should it not be chosen?" Zhang Yulin glanced at him, her expression somewhat complex. "Because this is the egg of Bangiris." Zhao Qingsong's eyes widened in realization, and he gasped, his expression shifting to one of concern as he turned to Xiao, taking over the explanation from Zhang Yulin. "Little Yun, you should be aware that breeding quasi-divine Pokémon requires a substantial investment of resources, which you likely already know. However, if we are to discuss which quasi-divine Pokémon demands the greatest resources, it would undoubtedly be Bangiris. This creature is often referred to as the Super Snorlax, capable of consuming an entire mountain in a single day. While we will provide you with the necessary breeding resources for the first 3 months, you must seriously contemplate the subsequent expenses." Both Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin meant well. Even among prestigious families, it is rare to find individuals breeding Bangiris due to the exorbitant costs involved. However, upon hearing this, Xiao shook her head resolutely. "I have made my decision. I want this one." Money? With the block-making technology at his disposal, he was more than capable of amassing wealth as needed. Moreover, there was a specific reason behind his choice of the Bangiris egg. At that moment, a piece of information hovered before Xiao. Pokémon egg, Bangiris, estimated qualification, champion level, estimated individual value, immaculate, estimated hatching time, 6 days and 3 hours, inherited skills. Outrage. This Bangiris was the only one among the 6 eggs with a champion qualification. Chapter 42. Zhao Qingsong. Are you cheating? Note, this egg has a high probability of being a shiny individual. In the realm of the game, shiny Pokémon are merely distinguished by their unique appearance and relative rarity, lacking any substantial differences. However, in the real world, shiny Pokémon possess intriguing characteristics. According to the records that Xiao perused, shiny Pokémon often exhibit remarkable traits, such as the ability to learn skills that are otherwise unattainable, or possessing attributes that significantly surpass their kin. Moreover, a shiny Tyranitar is adorned in a resplendent golden hue, its aesthetic appeal undeniably striking. Strength may be ephemeral, yet beauty endures a lifetime. Ultimately, Xiao resolutely chose this particular Pokémon egg. Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin regarded his decision with a measure of bewilderment. Could it be that this lad is a touch too obstinate? Although Tyranitar is a quasi-legendary Pokémon, should Xiao lack the financial means to procure ample ores for its nourishment, the malnourished Tyranitar may well fall short of even the basic starter Pokémon, experiencing a painfully sluggish evolution. However, witnessing Xiao's unwavering determination, the two refrained from further persuasion. Zhao Qingsong lit a cigarette and stood up, stating, "In that case, this Pokémon egg is yours from today onwards. Congratulations. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. You cannot take it with you just yet." Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" Zhao Qingsong exhaled a puff of smoke, scratching his head. "Because you already possess a Pokémon. Have you forgotten? Before one becomes a professional trainer, university students are permitted to capture only one Pokémon, as per the league's regulations. Even the principal cannot grant you an exception. After all, it is illegal for students to hold 2 Pokémon simultaneously." Realization dawned upon Xiao. How could he have overlooked this? The existence of his little Latios was known solely to him, precisely due to this regulation. On the surface, his active monkey had already claimed his soul capture eligibility. Zhao Qingsong continued, "Until you become a professional trainer, The Pokémon that hatches from this egg will have to remain in the breeding house. Zhang Yulin chimed in. While the breeding resources for the first 6 months will be covered by the school, do not forget to visit him regularly. After all, he is your Pokémon. Once you become a professional trainer and gain the right to capture a second Pokémon, you may take him home. Ordinary students might only pass the professional assessment in their 4th year, but having heard of your exceptional talent, I believe you should manage it by your 2nd or 3rd year. However, after contemplating these words, Xiao uttered a phrase that left both of them perplexed. I'll return in an hour. With that, he turned and exited the breeding house. Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. What could this lad possibly be up to? Zhao Qingsong muttered. Zhang Yulin shrugged. I don't know, but he certainly seems different from the other students. He's quite special. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 bottles of frosty beer from a nearby foam box, handing one to Zhao Qingsong. Old Zhao, it's the first day of school. As an admissions officer, you should have nothing pressing to do. Care to chat with me? Zhao Qingsong pondered briefly, accepting the beer and nodding. My task today is to welcome this kid. In that case, let's wait for his return. He twisted off the cap and took a hearty swig, as if recalling something. Oh right, I was showing this kid around the resource tower earlier. When we were in the top-level resource room, those 3 items suddenly vanished right beside us. Zhang Yulin, aware of what he referred to, widened her eyes in shock. Vanished? Zhao Qingsong nodded, a look of fear etched on his face. Indeed. Before I could react, Miss Goat appeared. I swear, I genuinely thought she would strike at that moment, but thankfully, those items reappeared. Zhang Yulin, evidently skeptical, took a sip of her beer. Is that really possible? It sounds absurd. However, if those 3 items had indeed disappeared and you were crushed by Ms. Goad, I would consider that entirely reasonable. After all, those are relics left by the former principal. To her, they represent the sole vestiges of her trainer. Now, it was Zhao Qingsong's turn to be taken aback. His eyes wide with disbelief as understanding dawned upon him. She is the former principal's Pokémon? Zhang Yulin shrugged, placing a finger to her lips for silence. Few know of this. Don't go spreading it around. Zhao Qingsong nodded, murmuring, no wonder she is so strong yet chooses to remain in the warehouse 24 hours a day. Doing so for 5 years. Speaking of which, I wonder if the old principal is still alive. An hour later, Xiao reappeared before them, holding a brand new credential in his hand. 5 bold characters leapt out. Professional trainer. In that moment, both Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin stood frozen, dumbfounded. So in that hour, Xiao had gone to obtain his professional trainer certification? Indeed, this was the case. The headquarters of the League in Huagua was conveniently located adjacent to Modi University, and Xiao had just participated in the professional assessment. His active monkey had reached a professional high tier, effortlessly passing the battle examination. Yet, these 2 were oblivious to all this, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. You passed the professional assessment in your 1st year? Zhang Yulin was somewhat unfazed, aware that Modu's history boasted numerous prodigies who achieved professional status in their 1st year. However, Zhao Qingsong's expression upon looking at Xiao was akin to encountering a ghost. He distinctly remembered that just 15 days prior, Xiao Sloth King had barely managed to reach the upper echelon of intermediate strength. How could it be that in less than 2 weeks, he had ascended to professional level? Had this lad somehow cheated? Chapter 43, Freshman Military Training? What a coincidence. After confirming the authenticity of Xiao's professional trainer status, he departed with the egg of Dratini amidst Zhao Qingsong's incredulous gaze. He cradled the container holding the egg as he returned to his dormitory, carefully placing it on the table, his heart brimming with anticipation. The Soul Eye's notification indicated that this egg had a high probability of being a shiny Dratini. He wondered if he might hatch a shiny one. One could only hope. Having settled the Pokémon egg, Xiao sank into the sofa, stretching lazily. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a professional-level trainer. For ordinary individuals, achieving this level of status is a goal that many strive for throughout their lives, often remaining elusive. Not everyone possesses the means to cultivate Pokémon, nor does every individual gain admission to a prestigious Pokémon university. Yet for Xiao, this was merely a starting point. Beyond professionalism lies elite status, and beyond elite status, the title of gym leader. His ultimate goal, however, was not merely to become a champion, but to emerge as the most powerful trainer in the entire world. Just as Xiao was deep in thought, a line of information refreshed before him. Detected that the host has become a professional-level trainer. The main quest has been updated. The host has received an S-level main quest. Elites? I am destined to defeat the elites. Quest requirements. Within 1 month. At least 3 Pokémon in the team must reach elite status and pass the assessment to become elite trainers. Quest rewards, 2 opportunities for advanced modification, and 1 random SS-level character skill. Xiao glanced at the quest details and nodded slightly. The elite level, as a tier above the professional rank, demands a higher caliber of Pokémon. To be recognized as an elite trainer is to be welcomed wherever one goes. For him, elevating his Latios and Infernape to elite status within a month posed little challenge, as both Pokémon were already at the advanced professional level. The true difficulty of this task lay in nurturing his Gible to elite status within the same time frame. The early growth rate of a quasi-divine Pokémon like Gible is considerably slower than that of ordinary Pokémon. However, Xiao remained confident. With his mastery of energy cubes maximized, coupled with the quadruple experience from 3 simulated secret realms, he believed it feasible to elevate Gible from 0 to elite in just over 20 days. The 2 opportunities for advanced modification and the SS-level character skill were certainly within his grasp. While Xiao was deep in thought, the screen of his phone lit up suddenly. He picked it up to find a message from Xiao Qingsong. Xiao Qingsong. Hey Yun, once that Gible hatches, remember to let me know. I'll arrange for the finance department to send you weekly resources. Rest assured, it will be ample. Xiao Qingsong. Also, here's the QR code for your class group. Make sure to add it. The counselor should be notifying us about the details of the military training soon. Upon reading the second message, Xiao paused momentarily. Military training at the beginning of the school year? Does this world-s Pokémon University also conduct such activities? Surprised, he saved the QR code and scanned it, joining a group chat named Magic University Class of 2041-5, which included over 40 individuals, himself included. At that moment, the students in the group seemed to be discussing the upcoming military training. Pikachu, have you all heard? Starting this year, freshmen will undergo military training in secret realms right at the beginning of the semester. Roasted scallion duck. Is that for real? In a secret realm? Wow. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Who stole my Starmie? This news is absolutely true. My uncle is a teacher at Magic University, and it seems they've been planning this since last year. Xiao pondered upon this. Military training in a secret realm? This made sense, considering that institutions like Magic University aim to cultivate top-tier trainers. And for any trainer, the concept of secret realms is inescapable. To acquire resources and capture rare Pokémon, one must venture into these realms. Challenging oneself and enhancing a Pokémon's battle experience and level is best achieved in secret realms. A trainer who rarely enters such places can hardly be regarded as competent. Magic University's approach undoubtedly aims to familiarize students with secret realms early on, preparing them for their careers as professional trainers. However, there lies a dilemma. Even among the freshmen admitted to Magic University, most possess only mid-level formal strength. Entrusting these students to enter secret realms implies considerable risk. Yet, Xiao mused, if Magic University is bold enough to implement this, they must have confidence in the safety measures. If students are to be sent, it is highly probable they will be taken to a low-level, well-developed, and safe secret realm. Alternatively, they might designate a closely monitored area within an ordinary secret realm for student experiences. After all, if any incidents were to occur, parents would undoubtedly be the first to protest. Regardless of the type of secret realm, Xiao felt assured. In recent times, training in the use of aura has become his daily routine. His detection range has now extended to approximately 100 meters. Should he unleash an aura attack, its power would likely rival that of an ordinary professional-level Pokémon. Coupled with the formidable strength of his Latios and Infernape, encountering elite-level Pokémon would not daunt him. Meanwhile, the students in the group expressed a mix of anticipation and excitement regarding their entry into the secret realm, with only a small fraction harboring concerns about safety. This was only natural. Being admitted to Magic University signifies that they are among the finest students in all of China, and exuberance is to be expected. Amidst this fervent discussion, an individual bearing the title of group leader stepped forward to address the class. Zhang Tianming. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhang Tianming, your class counselor, and I have an important announcement to make. Zhang Tianming. Starting tomorrow morning, all freshmen will enter a secret realm for a 6-day military training session. Zhang Tianming. For this military training, aside from clothing and pokeballs, no other items are permitted. Zhang Tianming. Participation is voluntary, but students who join will earn substantial credits based on their performance. Zhang Tianming. I will provide detailed rules and the military training location in the document below. Zhang Tianming. Military training document. Xiao opened the document and raised an eyebrow. This military training requires students to form groups, establish camps in the secret realm, and survive for a period without any tools or food. This task is no trivial matter. It is akin to wilderness survival. However, the school likely desires precisely this outcome. Utilizing Pokémon to survive in the secret realm is a fundamental skill for professional trainers. Moreover, with multiple Pokémon in a group, effective cooperation can accomplish many tasks. As Xiao continued reading, his gaze suddenly halted on a line of text. This military training will take place in the 2-star secret realm, Azure Lake. Oh, such a coincidence. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. According to his original plan, he intended to visit this secret realm soon, as it harbored many resources he had discovered in the simulated realms waiting for him. Additionally, he had planned to meet that elusive Kingdra. Now that the military training location is set here, it serves a dual purpose, saving him the time of making an additional trip. Moreover, if he performs well during the military training, he could earn credits. Magic University's resource library contains numerous valuable items. Any opportunity to exchange for them would be beneficial. After understanding the military training details, Xiao closed the group chat. The military training commences tomorrow morning, and today marks the first day of school, with no classes scheduled, allowing students to manage their time freely. Xiao accessed the system panel and, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon, entered the 3-star simulated secret realm, Lava Canyon. Observing the vast chasm before him and the bubbling pits of lava surrounding him, Xiao mused aloud. I wonder if this realm holds any hidden treasures. Unlike the Azure Lake, he set forth, venturing deeper into the mysterious realm. By the time Xiao departed from the simulated secret realm, it was already dusk. In those few hours, he had managed to elevate the exploration rate of this simulated secret realm to 20. Although no treasures were unearthed, he did stumble upon a remarkably fine firestone, estimated to fetch around 200,000 elven coins in the market. Moreover, both the hyperactive ape and the Rayquaza had ascended 2 levels, increasingly demonstrating signs of potentially breaking through to the elite tier. As for the Pokémon encountered within the realm, while most were of high professional rank, and a few even elite, they were utterly no match for the hyperactive ape and Rayquaza. Xiao surmised that, despite their apparent status as top-tier professionals, in a true confrontation, they would likely align more with the mid-elite Pokémon. After all, both creatures possessed exceptional qualities, individual strengths, and abundant resources, one being a divine beast, and the other endowed with extraordinary traits, rendering them beyond ordinary scrutiny. At this thought, Xiao suddenly recalled another matter. That fellow Wang Yang, with commendable theoretical and practical achievements, had successfully enrolled in his dream university, Zhujiang University. Given that everyone else had commenced their studies early, he must have arrived at school by now. Yet, he wondered whether Zhujiang University conducted military training for freshmen in the secret realms. Chapter 44, Arrival at the Azure Lake. Chingqing and by Ningxuan. As he had to rise early for assembly the following day, upon leaving the simulated secret realm, Xiao merely freshened up and retired to bed early. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The next morning, when Xiao arrived at the assembly point on the school playground, a considerable number of students had already gathered in anticipation. He swiftly located his class's designated spot and quietly joined the line. Although it was merely the first day of school, some students in the class had already become acquainted, chattering animatedly about the upcoming military training. I checked last night. The Azure Lake seems to be a 2-star secret realm. The school certainly dares to send us in. One student remarked. At first, I thought it would be the kind of military training where we marched in camouflage for the leaders, but I didn't expect this. How thrilling. While they engaged in discussion, Xiao's gaze swept across the entire playground, observing intently. In his previous world, Peking University admitted approximately 3,000 to 5,000 students annually. In contrast, the current freshman cohort at Magic University numbered barely 1,000. It appeared that the rumors about Magic University's high admission standards were not unfounded. Moments later, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses and a well-proportioned physique approached the front of the line. He was Zhang Tianming, the counselor for Xiao's class. Following him was a robust, muscular man with dark skin, clad in camouflage attire, exuding a presence that set him apart from the ordinary. The burly man scanned the now quiet students with a commanding gaze before speaking in a booming voice. Listen up, kids. I am your military training instructor, Li Guanlan. From this moment onward, I expect you to rein in your usual laxity and approach the upcoming training with utmost seriousness. You are about to embark on your first journey into a secret realm. His words elicited a noticeable shift in the expressions of the students. Despite having gained admission to Magic University, they were still merely students. The term secret realm, both familiar and foreign, sparked excitement in some while inducing anxiety in others. Yet, Yun Xiao remained unmoved, exuding a serene composure. The reason was simple. This was far from his first experience. He had just spent a substantial amount of time in a 3-star simulated secret realm the previous day. After a brief mobilization, the 17 classes of freshmen boarded buses, en route to the 2-star secret realm, Azure Lake. Situated merely over 50 kilometers from Magic University. They arrived at the secret realm's base within an hour. The base of Azure Lake bore resemblance to the evergreen forest that Yun Xiao had previously visited. However, today, the hall was devoid of any trainers. The imposing instructor Li Guanlan approached Yun Xiao's class once more, elaborating on the rules and content of the military training. I know you're all curious about the training's details. Listen carefully. I will say this only once. For the next 6 days, you will enter this secret realm in groups of 4, cooperating to survive. Before entering, you are permitted to carry only your clothing and pokeballs, no other items. Each moment of these 6 days must be spent within the realm. At the conclusion of this period, your performance will determine the credits you earn. Li Guanlan's gaze swept over the students, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. However, before you concern yourselves with credits, your foremost task is to ensure your survival within the secret realm. At this pronouncement, several timid students displayed signs of trepidation. They had lived sheltered lives within the school, only hearing tales of the dangers lurking in secret realms. Facing such a reality naturally incited fear. Li Guanlan, however, clapped his hands, his expression turning serious. In my view, military training is a lesson designed to teach you that the path of a trainer is fraught with challenges. If you cannot even manage to survive a week in this secret realm, I suggest you return home and take up farming. Now, I will ask just once. Is there anyone who wishes to forfeit their credits and withdraw? Seconds passed in silence, with no one daring to speak. Li Guanlan chuckled. Now that is more like it. Let us proceed. 10 minutes later, the last few students approached the entrance of the secret realm, vanishing from sight. Only 2 figures remained before the entrance. The instructor Li Guanlan on the left, and the principal of Magic University, Qin Shuqi, on the right. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuqi slowly spoke. Instructor Li, I have a question for you. Li Guanlan turned to Qin Shuqi, adopting a respectful demeanor, entirely shedding his earlier ferocity. Naturally, he held great respect for the principal of Magic University, a renowned trainer. Please, Principal Qin, feel free to inquire. I am at your service to clarify any doubts. Qin Shuqi glanced at the entrance of the secret realm, which radiated a purple glow. Is the situation within the secret realm confirmed to be safe? Li Guanlan nodded promptly. You're concerned for the students, I presume? Rest assured, since the initiation of this plan 6 months ago, the Education Bureau has dispatched personnel weekly to inspect the realm for any emerging threats from wild Pokémon. My earlier remarks were merely to encourage them to take the training seriously. Furthermore, throughout the military training, instructors will be monitoring the students' activities to prevent any mishaps. Based on our assessments, it is likely that only a few students may sustain minor injuries within the secret realm. Nothing serious should arise. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuqi displayed an expression of hesitation. Observing this, Li Guanlan added, Does Principal Qin have any particularly noteworthy students? Should I call someone to keep an eye on them? Qin Shuqi replied, There is a student named Yun Xiao from Class 5. Please ensure he encounters no problems. After a brief pause, he added, Of course, I hope none of my other students face any issues either. All right, rest assured, Li Guanlan smiled, striding toward the teleportation portal. I'll head in first, Principal Qin. Take care, and we can contact you at any time if anything arises. It's no trouble at all. Li Guanlan shook his head in response. Compared to the efforts you've put forth for the Magic University, our work hardly counts. With that, he vanished into the purple rift of space, leaving Qin Shuqi standing at the entrance, deep in thought. Yesterday afternoon, Zhao Qingsong had suddenly informed him that Yun Xiao had advanced to the professional level within a mere 2 weeks. Such a rapid progression from novice to professional was something even Qin Shuqi found hard to believe. However, upon reviewing Yun Xiao's personal information through the academic records, he was compelled to accept this astonishing fact. This also made him realize something significant. He had not misjudged the talent. This student named Yun Xiao might indeed be a once-in-a-century genius. At this moment, Qin Shuqi gazed contemplatively at the entrance to the secret realm, his eyes shimmering, murmuring, Yun Xiao, I hope you will bring me even more surprises. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, is this truly the secret realm? It feels no different from the wilderness. The air is so fresh. I feel as though I haven't breathed such fresh air in 800 years. City life is simply suffocating. The sky appeared as if dyed with laundry detergent, and upon seeing this sky, I knew we had arrived. I still feel a bit dizzy. How about you all? In the clearing of the secret realm, The students who had entered were chattering excitedly. It was their first time entering such a place, and excitement was palpable among them. However, Xiao surveyed his surroundings before swiftly approaching a tree and parting some underbrush. Beneath the concealed branches, a triangular brown mushroom lay quietly, continuously releasing pure white spores into the air. Upon seeing this mushroom, Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had not been discovered yet. Information materialized before Xiao. S-grade material, triangular brown mushroom. Description: a rare mushroom that grows in humid areas, possessing a lifespan of up to 1 month. Consuming it raw can induce poisoning and hallucinations, but after processing, it holds immense nutritional value. He promptly plucked the mushroom and stored it within his system space. This mushroom was an unexpected find during his exploration of the simulated secret realm and could be deemed the most valuable material within the entire secret realm. Even among all S-grade materials, this mushroom was an exceedingly rare variety. Xiao had not encountered it in the procurement area of the block association. It was also a component in the Master Energy Cube formula he had planned to create for the active ape. After harvesting the mushroom, Xiao discreetly returned to the group. A new instructor had reappeared before their class. You are likely familiar with the rules of military training. Now I will elaborate further. The students from all classes will be randomly grouped into teams of 4 and assigned their own designated areas to serve as this military trainings camp. During the entire military training process, leaving the secret realm or visiting other camps is strictly prohibited. Any infringement of these rules will result in immediate forfeiture of credits. After 6 days, we will provide final evaluations based on the condition of the camps and individual performances during the training. Is that understood? At the same time, another instructor nearby raised a megaphone and began announcing to the student groups. Starting with the first group, by Ningxiang, Chengqing, Luo Chun, Li Yong. At this, the students erupted in a flurry of excitement. What? By Ningxiang and Chengqing are in the same group. Amidst the murmurs, a boy beside Xiao appeared somewhat bewildered. Are these two well known? As soon as he spoke, others flocked to him. Not from around here, are you? Brother, you don't know these two? Chengqing, the acknowledged school beauty of the first high school in Magic City, has been the top scorer in this year's Magic University Elf College Entrance Exam. It's said she has been a professional trainer for over a year. Bai Ningxiang is even more distinguished. She is the daughter of our former principal at Magic University. Chapter 45. Military training commences, camp establishment. The boy who had asked the question was taken aback, murmuring, such big names? Indeed, this is Magic University, the responder shrugged. Turning his gaze forward, the 4 individuals whose names had just been called were now under the scrutiny of all. Among them, the 2 girls stood out prominently. The girl on the left was tall, with flowing, glossy black hair. Despite wearing no elaborate attire, her simple clothing made her strikingly memorable. Her eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, radiated an aura that discouraged approach, reminiscent of a glacier. In contrast, the other girl, although also possessing a beautiful visage, wore a fitted athletic outfit that accentuated her figure. Beneath her short, wavy golden hair, her eyes sparkled with confidence and pride, exuding an untamed spirit. The appearance of these two elicited another wave of excitement from the students below. One was the top scorer of Magic City, while the other was the daughter of the principal of Magic University. This combination was simply unimaginable. I envy those 2 boys so much. Being in a team with these 2 is almost unbearable. Meanwhile, the instructor's voice echoed again through the megaphone. Second group, Xiao, Lu Jiao, Chu Mu, Gu Qinger. Suddenly, someone in the crowd seemed to recall something and exclaimed, Xiao? Is he the one who scored a perfect score in the theoretical examination throughout history? Wow, he really came to our Magic University. Although Xiao's achievement of a perfect theoretical score was not widely renowned, several news outlets and television stations had reported on it. So some had indeed heard his name. A perfect score in theory? I didn't expect someone this impressive to be in the same year as us. Could it be a coincidence? Are you sure it's the same Xiao? Someone questioned, perplexed. At that moment, the 4 members of the second group stood before everyone. Yet while they had heard of Xiao, they did not know what he looked like and could only scan the 4 for hints. Meanwhile, Chengqing, the golden-haired girl, furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, her gaze shifting toward the second group. A perfect score in theory? There's someone like that? Beside her, the black-haired girl, by Ningxiang, only glanced discreetly in the direction of the second group before retracting her gaze. The grouping proceeded smoothly, and within 10 minutes, all teams had been escorted to their designated camp areas. Within the span of the next 6 days, they must establish a camp within their designated area, forage for sustenance and sources of water, and ensure their survival. At this moment, Yun Xiao and his trio of companions stood upon a clearing amidst the woods. After leading them to this spot, the instructor turned and departed. The first to break the silence was a slightly stout, somewhat shorter boy with a face adorned by two moles, who spoke with a southern accent. Since we've been grouped together, it must be fate, right? How about we introduce ourselves to become better acquainted? I'll go first. My name is Chu Mu, hailing from Jiang City, and my Pokemon is a Scyther. As he spoke, he produced a Pokeball and released a Scyther, its form materializing in a flash of white light before Yun Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Scyther. Type, Bug. Potential, Gym Leader level. Strength Evaluation, LV21, Initial Stage. Ability, Technician. Bug type moves increase by 50 when health is below 1/3. Mastered skills, Bug Buzz, Swords Dance, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Slash, Night Slash. Upon reviewing the information, Yun Xiao couldn't help but nod slightly. This Pokemon, both in terms of data and appearance, was evidently far superior to the one he had observed at the high school breeding facility. Indeed, students who gain admission to the prestigious Magic University are anything but ordinary. With Chu Mu's introduction, the other two members naturally followed suit. A girl with playful twin tails and a charming demeanor smiled gently and said, "I'm Lu Jiao, a local from Magic City, and my Pokemon is this one." As she spoke, she opened her Pokeball, revealing a crimson figure, a Vulpix. The final member, a shy girl of diminutive stature, spoke softly, "I'm Gu Qingshan, also from Magic City, and I hope we can all get along well. My Pokemon is a Flababy." Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing her words. The Pokemon she mentioned was one he had employed in a strategy during a live stream, and he hadn't expected to encounter it in such a context. At this moment, with 3 out of the 4 team members having introduced themselves, all eyes naturally turned to Yun Xiao. Chu Mu pointed at Yun Xiao and exclaimed, "Whoa, bro, you're the one they say scored full marks on the theory exam, right? Impressive. With such difficult questions this year, you still managed a perfect score. I salute you, academic deity." He gestured with a slight bow. The 2 girls, though silent, regarded Yun Xiao with curious and astonished expressions. "You're too kind. Given that, I suppose I needn't introduce myself," Yun Xiao replied with a shrug, feeling somewhat perplexed. It appeared that his achievement of full marks in the college entrance examination had garnered considerable attention. Yet, the astonishment it evoked within him was rather minimal. Was it because the shock value of such an accomplishment was insufficient? After a moment of reflection, he concluded that it indeed seemed to be the case. In his previous world, had he heard of a student achieving full marks in a city, he would have merely been mildly surprised. Returning to the matter at hand, once the introductions were complete, Chu Mu spoke again. The instructor mentioned before leaving that we need to elect a leader to guide our actions. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. "I vote for Yun Go." The 2 girls turned their gazes towards Yun Xiao in response. A full marks achiever must possess sharp intellect, making him ideal for such a role. Yun Xiao had no objections to the unexpected responsibility thrust upon him. A team certainly requires a leader, and thus, there were no dissenting opinions. Yun Xiao naturally ascended to the position of team leader. He stood and surveyed the surrounding environment, then turned to his companions, stating, "Given this, you 3 will follow my lead from here on out. Is that agreeable?" All 3 nodded in unison. Then, under their watchful gaze, he continued, "Since learning about the tasks of this military training, I have been contemplating what capabilities we are primarily being tested on. It appears that the focus is on our survival skills within the secret realm. We must adeptly manage each member's strengths to effectively establish our camp." He raised 4 fingers. Analyzing, the 4 crucial points to consider are camp establishment, food and water sources, safety concerns, and quality of life. At this initial stage, our first priority is to set up a camp, for this will be our abode in the days to come. He then looked at Chu Mu. "Chu Mu, I entrust my Pokemon to you. Go and gather some trees nearby, aiming for those with a diameter of about half a meter." He released his Slaking. The trio gaped in astonishment at the sight of his Pokemon. A Slaking? Such a Pokemon was rarer than even the starters or quasi-legendary Pokemon in their experience. The reason was simple. Few would bother to raise a Slakith. After all, evolving a Slakith into a Slaking is a feat that is arguably more challenging than nurturing a quasi-legendary Pokemon to its final form. According to the League's regulations, a student's first Pokemon must be raised from its initial form. This rule ensures fairness in battle assessments. Yet it also implied that Yun Xiao could not have simply captured a Slaking outright. How, then, had he managed to evolve his Slakith? While the 3 pondered this enigma, Chu Mu looked at the Slaking and seemed to recall something, quickly saying, "But Yun Go, if you give me your Pokemon, what will you do? We are in a secret realm where wild Pokemon could emerge at any moment. With everyone possessing only one Pokemon, Relinquishing yours to another places you in a precarious situation. However, Xiao merely shook his head. He was well acquainted with the Pokémon in this secret realm, and given the current strength of his aura, no wild Pokémon, save for a Dunsparce, could rival him. Furthermore, he had another Pokémon in reserve. Don't worry about me. Just go ahead. Remember to choose older trees, as the wood from them will be sturdier. Slaking, I appreciate your hard work. Seeing Xiao's resolve, Chumu hesitated for a moment before taking the slaking and scyther and turning to leave. After he finished speaking, Xiao turned to Gu Qingshan beside him. Take your Pokémon to gather some clean leaves and vines. The more, the better. Be cautious and don't stray too far. If you encounter any wild Pokémon, call for help immediately. Okay, Gu Qingshan replied, nodding, before she ventured into the nearby thicket. Now, only Gu Qingshan and Xiao remained in the clearing. Gu Qingshan looked up at Xiao and suddenly inquired, what should I do? Xiao shook his head. For the time being, nothing. While your Pokémon may not be suited for battle, its healing abilities could prove invaluable. You can stay here with me while we await their return. Upon concluding his words, Xiao picked up a twig and began to draw lines upon the clearing. Gu Qingshan, upon hearing this, contemplated and realized that Xiao was indeed correct. So he stood by curiously observing his industrious efforts. Xiao sketched several lines on the ground, deep in thought. Although the military training ostensibly required merely surviving for 7 days within the secret realm, it was, in fact, quite challenging. Students were forbidden from bringing any possessions upon entry. Thus, they had to devise ways to manage accommodation, sustenance, and daily life using the resources of the wilderness. For humanity, rest was paramount. Without proper rest and energy, one would struggle to accomplish any task. Hence, his intention today was to establish the rudimentary framework of their campsite. While Xiao diligently drew his lines, Gu Qingshan, driven by curiosity, broke the silence surrounding the campsite. You seem quite adept at this. Have you lived in the wild before? Xiao shrugged. No, not really. I merely attended a summer camp during my childhood, where the instructors happened to teach us these skills. This statement was truthful, albeit a reminiscence from another world. Following that summer camp, Xiao developed a keen interest in wilderness survival, occasionally indulging in documentaries and materials related to the subject. Little did he anticipate that this knowledge would prove invaluable in another realm. By a stroke of fortune, an hour later, both returned to the clearing simultaneously. Brother Yun, I've brought back the hyperactive monkey, and the wood you requested. Chu Mu exclaimed, his voice filled with enthusiasm. To be honest, I always thought my praying mantis was strong. But after witnessing your hyperactive monkey chop trees, I realize your creature is quite formidable. Following him were the praying mantis and the hyperactive monkey, both burdened with dozens of felled logs. Brother Yun, I have returned as well. Lu Jiao had also complied with Yun Zhao's request, bringing back several bundles of grass leaves and vines, which she laid before him in the clearing. Thank you all for your hard work, Yun Zhao remarked, examining the wood before crouching down to feel the grass bundles, satisfaction evident on his face. He turned to Chu Mu, saying, come lend a hand. Let us construct the basic structure of the campsite. Sure thing, Brother Yun. What do you need me to do? Chu Mu eagerly stood up. Just follow my instructions. I will call upon you shortly. No need to rush, Yun Xiao replied, kicking a log aside and addressing the hyperactive monkey. Could you please use your alloy claws to slice this log in half? This was a new skill the hyperactive monkey had acquired during its training in the simulated secret realm the day before. Then, divide it into 2 equal parts from the left side. For the next half hour, Yun Xiao directed the hyperactive monkey to process all the logs, transforming them into manageable pieces of timber. Subsequently, he utilized these materials to construct 4 simple wooden beds within the meticulously marked area. The bed stood approximately half a meter above the ground, adorned with soft grass leaves, and even featured pillows fashioned from intertwined vines. Undoubtedly, the assistance of the hyperactive monkey and Chu Mu, alongside the praying mantis, was indispensable in achieving such a feat upon completion. Yun Xiao stood beside the beds and clapped his hands. All done. The others stood in stunned silence. In less than 2 hours, Yun Xiao had managed to organize their sleeping arrangements, and they appeared quite satisfactory. A thought suddenly crossed the minds of the trio. Everyone is here for military training. Yet it feels as though Yun Xiao is preparing for a prolonged stay. Chapter 46 Brother Yun, you should consider opening a grilled fish restaurant. Lu Jiao finally remarked after a moment of contemplation. I had mentally prepared myself to sleep on the ground for these 7 days, yet here I am, on the very first night, with a bed to rest upon. Gu Qingshan nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. However, Yun Xiao shook his head, stating, this is merely a preliminary structure. For it to serve as a proper sleeping area, it requires walls to shield against light and a roof to protect from rain. I shall devise enhancements later this evening. After a brief moment of silence, Chu-Mu silently gave Yun Xiao a thumbs up. Almost immediately, his stomach grumbled. I apologize. I haven't had lunch yet, and I'm quite hungry, he chuckled, scratching the back of his head. The two women then realized that they too were feeling somewhat peckish. After all, they had entered the secret realm shortly before noon, and nearly 2 hours had passed since then, making lunchtime a distant memory. As they could not bring any provisions into the secret realm, the matter of sustenance had become a significant dilemma. As Yun Xiao had mentioned earlier, they would have to fend for themselves. At that moment, Chu-Mu suddenly extracted 7 or 8 round red berries from his pocket, each about the size of an egg. I found these while I was out, but I'm unsure if they're edible. Lu Jiao took one, scrutinizing it with a furrowed brow. Could they be poisonous? They look rather vibrant. If they were to consume them and suffer poisoning, it would pose a serious problem. The healing rings could only mend injuries, and their team lacked any other means to counteract toxins or any medicinal supplies. Chu-Mu shrugged, expressing his resignation. That seems plausible. We'll have to think of another solution. At this juncture, Yun Xiao interjected, I recognize these fruits. They are called redwood berries. They are non-toxic and can help to replenish moisture and provide some sustenance, albeit with a rather unpleasant sour taste. It could be said that there was no fruit variety that Yun Xiao was unfamiliar with. Is that true? Lu Jiao appeared somewhat skeptical, while Chu-Mu promptly took a berry and took a bite. His expression became rather complex. It's quite sour. My teeth feel like they might fall out. Gu Qingshan also sampled a berry, raising his eyebrows slightly at the taste. Seeing that the other two had taken the plunge, Lu Jiao decided to join them. Reaching for a berry, she was genuinely hungry, and under the circumstances, there was little room for picky eating. However, Yun Xiao suddenly stood up and, accompanied by the hyperactive monkey, ventured into the adjacent forest. Aren't you going to eat, Brother Yun? Chu-Mu mumbled through a mouthful of fruit. Yun Xiao's voice echoed back from a distance. You all continue eating. These berries are insufficient for everyone. I shall seek out something more substantial to eat and return shortly. With that, he disappeared into the woods. Lu Jiao and Chu-Mu exchanged glances. Gu Qingshan pondered aloud. What do you think Brother Yun is going to find to eat? Lu Jiao shook her head, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes as she glanced at the nearby beds. I don't know, but I feel incredibly fortunate to have such a captain. After all, when it comes to survival in the secret realm, he seems to be quite the expert. 20 minutes later, the trio had consumed nearly all the berries brought back by Chu-Mu, leaving only a few for Yun Xiao. Yet, they still felt the pangs of hunger. Given the limited quantity of berries initially brought back and the necessity for 4 individuals to share, it was hardly sufficient. Fortunately, just then, Yun Xiao reappeared. I'm back. As the crowd glanced upwards, they were momentarily taken aback. For behind him stood a hyperactive monkey, cradling in his arms a dozen fish. In this world, while many animals had succumbed to extinction due to the encroachment of spirits, commonplace creatures such as fish, birds, pigs, and cows still thrived across various regions. Within the secret realm, however, one could typically only encounter fish and insects. Goodness, Brother Yun, where did you find these? Chu-Mu exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the fish. Yun Xiao pointed towards the direction behind him. The lake is just a few steps back. With that, he approached the group, gathering wooden planks and stones to construct something. As Chu-Mu watched, he gradually snapped back to reality. Brother Yun, are you planning to grill the fish? Yun Xiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Under his deft hands, a simple grill took shape. Louis, could you lend me some fire? A compliant Louis exhaled a burst of flames, igniting the fire pit. Yun Xiao then picked up a sharp stone, expertly scaling the fish and removing their entrails. Chu-Mu watched in astonishment. Brother Yun, you possess such a skill? Yun Xiao, without elaboration, merely nodded. I know a little. In truth, he was far from a novice. During his high school days in another world, he had worked every summer at a small barbecue stand to earn tuition. The stand was modest, yet it drew many patrons due to its exceptionally delectable grilled fish. It took him 2 summers to master this culinary craft, specifically to learn how to grill fish. Now, within the secret realm, should they desire a delightful meal, grilling fish was the simplest solution. As smoke curled and flames flickered, an enticing aroma began to waft across the clearing after 10 minutes. The tantalizing scent made the mouths of the other 3 water. Chu-Mu, unable to contain himself, gazed longingly at the golden-hued fish on the grill, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother Yun, Yet Yun Xiao, unhurried, sprinkled a light red substance onto the fish, causing it to sizzle and emit juices. Patience, it will take a while longer to cook. Oh, Chu-Mu reluctantly retreated. After several more minutes, Yun Xiao suddenly extinguished the fire. All right, dig in. The 3 others gathered around, each skewering a fish on a stick. Chu Mu, unable to resist, took a bite and immediately froze in place. He then began devouring it voraciously, as if fearing someone would snatch it away. Lu Jiao, after tasting a piece, also transformed, silently gnawing on the meat at an alarming pace. Gu Qingshan, observing their reactions, took a delicate bite of fish. In an instant, she understood why the two had reacted so fervently. The fish skin was crisp yet retained moisture, exuding a delightful aroma. The tender flesh, perfectly seasoned, released an irresistibly enticing scent. With each bite, the juices burst forth, mingling meatiness with a refreshing essence and a hint of spiciness that made their taste buds dance with delight. As locals from Magic City, both girls had grown up in affluent households, dining in numerous high-end restaurants. Yet before this grilled fish, all those experiences paled in comparison. They abandoned their decorum, surrendering to their appetites and feasting heartily. Yun Xiao, watching the three devour their meals, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, it seemed that despite the passage of years, his culinary skills remained intact. He selected a fish for himself and handed another to the hyperactive monkey. Be careful, it's hot. Take your time. At that moment, Chu Mu had already consumed an entire fish, leaving only bones behind, his expression yearning as he gazed at Yun Xiao. Brother Yun, you should open a shop selling grilled fish. You could charge 100 spirit coins per fish, and people would be clamoring to buy. Chapter 47. Time to unleash the dogs, the bewildered instructor. Yun Xiao grilled all the fish he had brought back. Yet under the voracious appetites of the 4 individuals and their 4 spirits, the bounty didn't last even 5 minutes. The reason was simple. The fish was simply too delicious. The flying mantis, flower therapy ring, and Louis each received a fish, and at that moment, the 3 spirits gazed at Yun Xiao with eyes full of goodwill and admiration. Even the hyperactive monkey, accustomed to energy cubes, savored the meal with satisfaction, joyfully waving its arms. At this moment, Lu Jiao, her face smeared with grease, displayed an incredulous expression as she turned to Yun Xiao. Brother Yun, how did you make the fish taste so exquisite? We are in a secret realm, and we didn't bring any spices, yet I distinctly taste saltiness, spiciness, and aroma. Yun Xiao shrugged. I didn't bring any seasonings, but the secret realm has its own. Lantern grass provides a spicy flavor, while green fennel can produce a taste similar to that of spices. These flavoring plants and fruits were sourced based on his understanding of block-making materials found in the forest. After all, if spirits could consume them, so could humans. The flavor of the fish grilled with these ingredients pleasantly surprised him, proving far superior to ordinary seasonings. Brother Yin, next time you go fishing, take me along. I could easily catch 20 fish by myself. Chu Mu wiped his mouth, unable to resist adding, since it's Brother Yin who grilled the fish, let us handle the next fishing and gathering of materials ourselves. There's no need for Chef Yun to intervene. Lu Jiao chimed in cheerfully. Yes, I'll help catch fish next time too. Gu Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. In just a few hours, the group had grown increasingly familiar with one another, and Gu Qingshan seemed to have relaxed considerably. Yun Xiao viewed this camaraderie as a positive development, as they were to coexist in this secret realm for the next 6 days, and fostering harmony early on was advantageous. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly rose and approached a large stone nearby. The remaining 3 pairs of eyes instantly turned to him. After all, less than half a day into the secret realm. Every time Yun Xiao stood up, it indicated he was about to undertake something significant. They were all eager to see what he was up to this time. However, moments later, they found themselves perplexed. Yun Xiao began directing the hyperactive monkey to use its metal claws to chop at the massive stone. What could he possibly be doing? As time passed, the stone was gradually fashioned into the shape of a water tank. The onlookers, being astute, quickly deduced Yun Xiao's intentions. Having resolved the issues of food and shelter, he was now aiming to secure a source of water. Yet Lu Jiao was the first to voice her confusion. Brother Yun, where are we supposed to get water? Although the lake is nearby, the water doesn't seem very clean, does it? Chu Mu, suddenly enlightened, clapped his hands. I understand now. Yun Gu intends to use this water tank to boil the water from the wild. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the water from the wilderness is far from pure, rife with numerous impurities. Simply having Lu Wei boil it would not suffice. It must be filtered as well. His gaze fell upon the water tank before him, which stood at least half a person tall, and he continued, this is not difficult at all. I will construct a water filtration system shortly, using layers of stones, gravel, and grass leaves to filter the water. All right, Yun Gu. I will assist you in gathering these materials. Chu Mu exclaimed, leaping to his feet and dashing out of the encampment. The 2 women exchanged glances, their expressions towards Yun Xiao shifting. You have truly survived in a secret realm before, haven't you? How do you know so much about everything? Time swiftly passed, and evening descended. Throughout this period, Xiao had been directing the other 3 individuals and their Pokémon, further refining the construction of their camp. After a considerable amount of time, the encampment finally resembled his envisioned design. Each bed, initially a mere sleeping area, now featured 4 walls made of tightly arranged wooden planks, blocking most of the surrounding light while leaving a small window for ventilation. The tops of the beds were adorned with a multi-layered wooden ceiling, covered with a layer of rock that provided protection from the rain. The exits of the beds utilized vines to create roll-up curtains, allowing easy access while ensuring adequate airflow. Upon completing these 4 beds, Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This is nearly perfect. Unfortunately, the conditions of the secret realm are rather lacking. Otherwise, it could have been even better. The other 3, having heard his words, found themselves at a loss for words. They accepted that it was rather normal for Xiao to be unsatisfied given the quality of his work. Once the beds were completed, they all ventured to the riverbank and caught over 20 fish, which Xiao expertly grilled for their dinner. The group relished a hearty meal as the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon rising to usher in the night. Gathered around a crackling campfire, they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Honestly, when I first heard that we would be living in a secret realm for 6 days as part of military training, I was mentally prepared to give up halfway, Lu Jiao confessed. After all, surviving in the wild with nothing is quite a challenge for me. But now, with Yungu here, everything seems to have suddenly become simpler. We have such comfortable beds to sleep in, food to eat, and even clean water. To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. She glanced around at the water tank, the beds, and the fish grilling rack, her expression a mix of awe and gratitude. You are not alone in your sentiments. I can only say that Yungu is truly remarkable, Gu Qingshan chimed in. Lifting the wooden bowl crafted by the hyperactive monkey from earlier that afternoon, filling it with freshly filtered water from the stone bucket, and savoring a refreshing sip. After spending a day with everyone, she appeared to have completely relaxed, revealing her genuine self. Suddenly, Chumu seemed to recall something and interjected, by the way. The instructor mentioned that the credits for this military training depend on our performance over these 6 days. But how do they know how we are faring in the secret realm? I have no idea, Lu Jiao replied, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps there are cameras nearby monitoring us? I can't help but feel that's a bit unrealistic. She proposed her thoughts, but quickly dismissed them. Only Xiao, upon hearing this topic, fell silent and gazed thoughtfully at a patch of grass nearby. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in a room within the base, several instructors sat at a table adorned with sunflower seeds, tea, and a small plate of snacks. Before them loomed a massive screen divided into numerous small sections. It was evident at a glance that each section corresponded to the conditions of different student groups within the secret realm. Lu Jiao's speculation was not unfounded. Every student group entering the secret realm was under constant surveillance within their designated area. This was implemented not only to prevent accidents, but also to monitor their progress and performance for grading purposes. The Alliance had invested significant resources and effort to establish this monitoring connection with the secret realm. At that moment, the instructors were engrossed in munching on sunflower seeds while observing the scenes from various encampments. One lean instructor spoke up. How many students do you think will manage to endure until the last day this year? Immediately, another responded, I don't know. But I feel that if 1/3 can make it, it would be considered good. According to estimates from above, fewer than a quarter were likely to last. Such outcomes were entirely expected. Living in the secret realm for 7 days without bringing anything posed an extreme test of the student's abilities. During these 7 days, food, water, shelter, and sanitation all became significant challenges. Moreover, there was one crucial point to consider. At that moment, a well-built instructor with a beard glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 10 o'clock. It's about time, I assent it. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was time to unleash the dogs. In a student camp within the Azure Lake secret realm, for students, 2 boys and 2 girls sat before the campfire, looking rather fatigued. One boy voiced his frustration. What on earth was the school thinking, subjecting us to this military training activity? If it weren't for the credits, I wouldn't have come here even if it meant dying. The others remained silent, but their weary expressions suggested they shared similar sentiments. After entering the secret realm today, their group had struggled for a long time just to find something to eat. The only food available seemed to be a type of red berry, sour and scarce, hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. They wandered around the forest, finding little of value. Now, as night fell and safety became a concern, they had no choice but to send one member of their team to summon a fire-type Pokémon to create a small campfire around which they sat. Suddenly, one girl clutched her stomach, her face contorted in discomfort. "Oh dear, my stomach hurts terribly." The girl beside her looked on with concern. Xiao, you didn't actually drink from that pond, did you? Is that why you have a stomachache now?" The girl holding her stomach wore a tearful expression. "But the water looked so clean, and I was so thirsty. There's nothing we can do now. We'll just have to endure it." "We can figure out the water situation tomorrow," the last boy said, seemingly the leader of the group. Yet, he too felt a sense of helplessness. After a day of effort, apart from finding a few fruits and fashioning a makeshift sleeping area with vines and grass, they had achieved virtually nothing. Now, all four felt exhausted, thirsty, and drained, enduring immense discomfort. "Let us all hold on a little longer. At least we haven't encountered any wild Pokémon yet. So we're safe," he sighed inwardly, attempting to comfort them. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression froze in shock. In the nearby thicket, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged, fixating upon them. The boy immediately sprang to his feet, grasping his Pokeball, and shouted, "Danger! Release your Pokémon quickly." Instantly, the entire camp descended into chaos. Back in the monitoring room of the secret base, the large screen displayed a wild Pokémon assaulting students in nearly every camp. These creatures, resembling wolf dogs, were covered in coarse brown and black fur, armed with razor-sharp claws. They were none other than the malevolent dark-type Pokémon, the Hyena Canis. These beasts moved in packs, throwing every camp into disarray. However, the instructors in the monitoring room exhibited no signs of concern, and some even wore smiles. The reason was simple. The wild Pokémon in this secret realm had been largely eradicated, and these Hyena Canis were intentionally unleashed to test the students. Although the creatures acted in swarms, their actual combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Furthermore, the Hyena Canis that appeared in the camps were trained and posed no real threat to the students' safety or lives. Nevertheless, for most students, such an attack was evidently beyond their capabilities. Some of the campers managed to deploy their Pokémon to form a makeshift defense, while others had already crumbled, sitting on the ground in tears amidst the pack of Hyena Canis, with some fleeing in panic, creating a scene of utter chaos. One instructor observed the footage from 3 camps and shook his head with a smile. Camps 18, 12, and 23 have been completely overwhelmed. Send someone to retrieve them. Although these individuals were not in mortal danger, their scores for the military training would undoubtedly be low. Over the next 6 days, similar assaults would occur daily. These precious credits were not easily earned. Suddenly, one instructor noticed something peculiar in one of the camps. He immediately called over a few other instructors to take a look and magnified the surveillance footage of this particular camp. On the screen, 2 boys and 2 girls were sitting by a campfire, laughing and chatting. Beside them, there were several massive stone water tanks and 4 suspended small wooden cabins. What was going on in this camp? An instructor raised an eyebrow. Another voice chimed in. It appears that among these 4, there is someone knowledgeable about survival in the wild. And those cabins, is this a home now? To have set up a camp like this on the first day in the secret realm, even they might not have managed it. As the instructors continued to observe, they abruptly noticed another anomaly. While the other camps were under assault by the Hyena Canis, this particular camp remained remarkably tranquil, with not a single Hyena Canis in sight. The instructor who first discovered this camp remarked curiously, "Did we overlook this camp when we released the dogs? Let's contact the people inside and inquire." Another instructor picked up the nearby communicator. "Hello? Camp 40 seems to have been bypassed by the dogs. What's the situation?" After a moment, he set the communicator down and shrugged. "They said they weren't overlooked, but they don't know what's going on. Someone is currently going to check." The others nodded in agreement. Their responsibility extended beyond merely observing the student's performance in the secret realm and preventing accidents. It was also to ensure each student faced a fair challenge. This was a project of great importance to the Education Bureau and could not be taken lightly. A minute later, the communicator rang. The instructor who had just picked it up soon wore a puzzled expression. After a while, he finally set it down. They reported that there were originally about 15 or 16 Hyena Canis surrounding that camp. However, when they checked just now, it seemed that these Hyena Canis were terrified, lying on the ground as if they were about to perish, refusing to approach. They just stayed there, no matter how much they were called. The other instructors exchanged glances, and each saw the word strange reflected in the other's eyes. Afraid to approach? Is there something in that camp? The Hyena Canis, known for their extreme activity and aggression, exhibiting such behavior could only imply one possibility. There was a presence nearby with a far more powerful aura than theirs. However, to achieve such an effect, it would have to be a being of at least high professional rank. In this secret realm, which had already been cleared, it was impossible for such a creature to exist. The instructors stared at the images displayed on the screen, utterly perplexed. Unbeknownst to them, just beyond the camera's range, A verdant figure was quietly hovering in the air. An ancient and somewhat ethereal aura emanated from it, the unmistakable presence of a dragon-type divine beast. This was, of course, a deliberate arrangement by Xiao. As long as the legendary Pokémon stood guard in this location, the aura it exuded would deter most weak wild Pokémon. And indeed, as he anticipated, sensing the presence of the legendary Pokémon, a pack of hyena canis lay submissively dozens of meters away, paralyzed with fear. There was simply no way they could muster the courage to move. Chapter 48. A visit to the Dopey King, Secrets Beneath the Lake? As for whether this would expose the presence of the legendary Pokémon, Xiao was unconcerned. Upon arriving at the camp, he had activated his aura power to scan the surrounding area. As he had predicted, there were at least 3 or 4 hidden cameras observing their situation. He was well aware of the coverage range of these cameras and would ensure that the legendary Pokémon remained concealed from view. At this moment, Xiao sat before the crackling campfire, appearing contemplative. In his mind, he envisioned the scene of the pack of hyena canis trembling and lying flat on the ground. About 50 meters away, it seemed he had indeed guessed correctly. The instructors would undoubtedly unleash Pokémon to attack the camps as a means of testing the students. He shrugged lightly, comfortably leaning against the wooden structure behind him, with the legendary Pokémon's aura shielding them, even if the instructors made repeated attempts. The pack of hyena canis ultimately dared not approach Xiao's camp. They were left with no choice but to retreat in resignation. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals had spent the entire day in the secret realm and were now somewhat fatigued. After chatting for a while by the campfire, they retreated to their wooden cabins to sleep. Xiao, however, rose from his spot by the fire and approached the tree where the legendary Pokémon was situated. Retrieving 2 energy cubes from his system space and calling out the primate Pokémon. You both worked hard today. Come and have something to eat. To maximize the effects of the energy cubes, it was essential that the Pokémon consume them daily within a certain time frame. Thus, even while in the secret realm, Xiao had no intention of neglecting this task. The 2 Pokémon, upon seeing their familiar food, displayed expressions of excitement. Roar! Roar! Xiao's gaze was fixed on the primate Pokémon. The hyperactive ape, I may need to trouble you with a task today. While I take my rest, please remain vigilant regarding the surroundings of the camp. If any danger arises, rouse me immediately. Since evolution, due to the innate nature of its species, the hyperactive ape is perpetually energetic, even foregoing sleep at night. Thus, entrusting this responsibility to it is quite fitting. Roar! The hyperactive ape nodded and patted its chest with a paw, signifying its commitment. After ensuring the safety for the night and feeding the 2 Pokémon, Xiao returned to the camp, lying down in the wooden cabin. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky. Following the lightning, a torrential downpour ensued. Inside the wooden cabin, Xiao opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Rain on the very first night. While he lay comfortably sheltered from the downpour, the other students were certainly not so fortunate. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, when Xiao awoke, the other 3 were still sound asleep in the cabin. He could even hear Chu Mu's snoring, akin to thunder, resonating through the wooden walls. The rain had ceased by midnight, leaving the ground uneven and puddled, with the air feeling refreshingly crisp. Xiao reached into his pocket and retrieved a greenish-blue fruit, taking a few bites before departing the camp with the hyperactive ape. Although he had spent the entire previous day organizing the camp, he had not forgotten his other objective, to visit the King DDD residing in the lake. For other students, it would be highly probable to lose their way amidst this forest. However, Xiao was thoroughly familiar with the intricacies of this secret realm, utilizing his aura abilities. He skillfully evaded the surveillance cameras and swiftly arrived at the lakeside. Taking a deep breath, he retracted the aura that had been diffusing around him and concentrated it, probing into the waters of the lake. Throughout his journey, he had not spotted a single wild Pokémon. And considering the Education Bureau's decision to allow a group of students into this secret realm, Xiao inferred that the wild Pokémon within had likely been cleared out and relocated to other areas. The state of the lake mirrored this observation. It was eerily empty, devoid of any Pokémon. Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. If this were the case, he wondered if the King DDD still resided within the lake. However, just as he pondered this, a familiar sensation suddenly enveloped him. It felt as though some force obstructed his aura's probing, preventing any further descent. The previously tranquil surface of the lake erupted into violent waves. In the next moment, a pink figure emerged atop the water, gracefully hovering before Xiao. It was none other than the formidable King DDD. Compared to its presence in the simulated realm, the aura it radiated now was significantly more imposing. At such close proximity to a wild Pokémon of this caliber, It was impossible for Yun Xiao not to feel a surge of nervousness. Fortunately, upon noticing Yun Xiao, the King Dedede's aura immediately softened. With a deep, penetrating gaze, it scrutinized Yun Xiao for a moment, and then a steady, resonant voice echoed within Yun Xiao's mind. Human? What brings you here? Yun Xiao understood that this was one of the psychic Pokemon's abilities, telepathy. Pokemon endowed with this capability could establish a mental connection with other Pokemon or humans, directly conveying their thoughts and intentions. However, only a select few exceptionally powerful and gifted psychic Pokemon possessed such strength. Yet, in the next moment, King Dedede was taken aback. For Yun Xiao's earnest voice resonated in its mind. Greetings, I mean no offense. I merely passed through here, curious to see what lies beneath the lake. This was, of course, the effect of his aura abilities. Establishing a connection through aura not only facilitated mental communication, but also allowed the genuine thoughts and emotions to be transmitted. In the next instant, the pressure emanating from King Dedede dissipated, its aura entirely vanishing. It sensed that the human before it bore no ill intent. The lake bottom is my home. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao suddenly realized. No wonder when he had scanned the lake bottom in the simulated realm. King Dedede had rushed up to him. From its perspective, it was simply lounging in its home when an intrusive force suddenly probed into its sanctuary. Naturally, it would be compelled to investigate the situation. Understanding this, Yun Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had inadvertently disturbed its peace. I apologize. I did not know this was your residence, he said, his face reflecting his contrition as he produced a canister of sky blue energy cubes from his system space and presented it before King Dedede. As an apology, please accept this. King Dedede's gaze swept over the canister, which then levitated into the air, floating towards it. A curious voice echoed in Yun Xiao's mind. What is this? Energy cubes. A delicacy exclusive to Pokemon, delicious and highly beneficial, Yun Xiao elucidated. Indeed, these cubes were crafted for King Dedede when he had previously made a batch for another Pokemon. The cubes were named Clear Heart, advanced grade creations that worked wonders for water and psychic-type Pokemon, making them perfectly suited for King Dedede. Coincidentally, a crucial ingredient for these cubes was the rare S-grade fruit known as the Clearwater Spirit Fruit, which could only be obtained by fully exploring the Blue Lake simulated realm. It is worth mentioning that the Clearwater Spirit Fruit was not available in the market or the association sales area. If Yun Xiao were to believe that the system's reward was not intentionally orchestrated, he would find it hard to accept. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's explanation, King Dedede turned its attention back to the energy cubes. A blue glow ignited within its eyes, as if confirming something. Moments later, the canister opened seemingly of its own accord, and an energy cube flew out, landing directly in King Dedede's mouth. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. One after another, energy cubes soared from the canister, all consumed by King Dedede, just as the canister contained only half of its original contents. A sudden surge of energy radiated outward from King Dedede, expanding in all directions. Simultaneously, the blue glow in its eyes intensified dramatically. This phenomenon lasted for only a few seconds before everything returned to normal. However, Yun Xiao sensed a change. Have you broken through? He inquired, feeling the aura emanating from King Dedede was substantially more potent than before. Indeed, King Dedede replied, its tone now imbued with warmth and friendliness. A stark contrast to its earlier demeanor. It had not anticipated that the persistent bottleneck it had faced for so long would dissolve due to the presence of a human. Following the consumption of the energy cubes, it felt its psychic abilities surge to life, an overwhelming excitement coursing through its being. Moreover, a vast reservoir of water-type energy flowed into its body, merging with its psychic powers. In a remarkable dual effort, he shattered the limitations of his own power. Moreover, the flavor of this cube is truly exquisite. After a moment of contemplation, the simple-minded king nodded directly at Yun Xiao. Thank you, human. Your gift is invaluable, and I intend to repay you. Please, follow me, he said, extending a claw toward Yun Xiao. Instinctively, Yun Xiao reached out to grasp it, only to be enveloped in a flash of white light, causing the surroundings to transform entirely. The air was damp, and the rock walls were adorned with moss and aquatic plants. It appeared to be a cavern, yet above him, a sound of rushing water resonated. He instinctively looked up, and was momentarily stunned. Above him flowed a crystal-clear lake, bubbles and water plants swaying gently, while faint sunlight filtered through the undulating waves, casting its glow upon Yun Xiao. Just 5 meters above him, the lake's water seemed to be separated by a transparent barrier, placing the entire cavern beneath the lake's surface. In Yun Xiao's mind, the voice of the simple-minded king echoed, "Welcome to my home, human." Simultaneously, an electronic voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered an SSS-level ancient altar of the relic site. Chapter 49, SSS-level relic. The Sacred Stone Gate. Xiao had initially intended merely to familiarize himself with the king of the simple-minded, but he never expected that without a word, the king would bring him directly to the lake's depths. He also did not anticipate that within this lake's bottom lay a remarkable location. Such special spaces as relics do not manifest from thin air. Since the emergence of relics a century ago, humanity has uncovered substantial evidence of another civilization's existence within them, such as ruins, texts, and architectural remnants. These artifacts seem to originate from an unknown civilization. The place where Xiao currently found himself appeared to be a relic belonging to this civilization. Typically, relics harbor either precious information from the preceding civilization or treasures of immeasurable worth. Given that the system classified this location as an SSS-level relic, he should soon reap some rewards. He pondered briefly, glancing at the simple-minded king, who was clutching the cube jar. However, it is worth noting that while this place is termed a relic, it simultaneously serves as the simple-minded king's home. Even if treasures exist within, they rightfully belong to the king first. With these thoughts, he looked up at the ethereal sight above and spoke. Did you grow up here, simple-minded king? The king quickly shook his head. No, I once lived in a swamp, and one day I opened my eyes and suddenly found myself here. About 2 or 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The azure lake within this relic had no swamp areas. Furthermore, the timing of this relic's arrival coincided precisely with 2 or 3 years ago. Where, then, was the simple-minded king's home prior to this? Yet, it was clear that this was not the time for such musings. After a moment's thought, Xiao continued to inquire, in your 2 to 3 years here, have you discovered anything unusual? The simple-minded king shook his head. No, aside from moss, there is nothing else. He spoke sincerely, and his words did not sound like a lie. Now it was Xiao's turn to feel puzzled. Nothing special? What then constitutes an SSS-level relic? Just as he was lost in thought, the simple-minded king's voice rang out again. However, one day I found something in the lake that you might find interesting. With that, he produced a sphere of blue luminescence from an unknown source. Before Xiao's eyes, a series of information materialized. Mid-grade secret treasure, light of the clear stream. Description, a water attribute treasure, which has an extremely low probability of occurring only at the bottoms of pure lakes. It is an invaluable treasure for water-type spirits. Seeing this information, Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Another mid-grade secret treasure. No wonder he had not discovered any treasures in the simulated relic. It turned out this item was with the simple-minded king. The item you brought has greatly aided me, and as a return, I gift you this, human. The voice of the simple-minded king resonated again as the treasure floated before Xiao, swiftly entering his pocket without leaving him any room to refuse. This contains potent water attribute energy, but it is of no use to me anymore. You may take it. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you. Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. This simple-minded king was genuinely generous, willingly offering valuable items. Although, considering the king's power, the enhancement from this treasure would be somewhat diminished if he were to utilize it. It was undoubtedly a boon for Xiao at this moment. With this in mind, he retrieved one last jar of cubes from the system space, placing it before the simple-minded king. As a token of my gratitude, this is my final jar of that type of cube. However, I will make a point to visit you often to bring you more cubes in the future. Upon hearing this, the king's eyes sparkled with evident delight, and his gaze toward Xiao softened. After arriving in this place, he had encountered many humans near the lake, but only this particular human felt distinctly different to him. Suddenly, the simple-minded king seemed to recall something, and once more, a telepathic message emerged. By the way, it seems there is something special here. Xiao's interest piqued instantly. What? The simple-minded king gestured toward a direction not far away. Follow me. This relic resembled a vast cavern, yet as the simple-minded king had mentioned, apart from the rock walls and moss, there was nothing visible at first glance. The simple-minded king led Xiao deeper into the cavern while sharing some insights. For instance, the separation of the lake water was not a result of his psychic powers. It had existed that way when he first arrived. Furthermore, he could scarcely remember his previous home, only holding on to vague memories. As they conversed, the pair reached the cave's end. The simple-minded king pointed ahead, and his voice resonated in Xiao's mind. This is it. I do not know what this is, but my power cannot penetrate it. Xiao followed the simple-minded king's gesture and was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a door, a grand entrance crafted from silver metal. The door was cloaked in dirt and dust, adorned with patches of moss and mushrooms, bearing the marks of time and age. Yet inexplicably, when Xiao brushed away some of the grime, he discovered that the door itself bore no rust, remaining pristine as if newly forged. At that moment, a line of information suddenly flashed before Xiao. SSS level special mineral, sacred stone. Introduction. The current world has yet to witness the birth of a peculiar mineral, possessing the ability to absorb all forms of energy, indestructible, immovable, and unalterable, of unknown origin. What a perplexing notion. Could it possibly originate from another realm? Xiao paused momentarily. Judging by this information, it seems that this grand portal is indeed composed of that very mineral. What lies beyond this door? Could it be that the SSS class relic altar is situated just behind it? With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath and pushed against the door with all his might. Chapter 50. The military training concludes. Results announced. As anticipated, the door did not budge an inch. This was within Xiao's expectations. If it were so easily opened, the foolish king would not have been perplexed for so long. After some contemplation, he decided to harness his aura powers, hoping to penetrate the door. After all, there was nothing to lose by attempting. Indeed, upon the application of his aura, it seemed as though it was repelled by some unseen force, unable to delve any deeper. However, in the next moment, a marvelous scene unfolded. The aura began to merge with the door itself. The entire structure trembled, erupting in a resplendent blue glow, accompanied by a resonant hum. Seeing this, Xiao instinctively took a step back. What was happening? As the radiant light continued to shine, the dust and dirt upon the door began to fall away, revealing its true form. In the center of the door, there was a strikingly unique triangular-shaped insignia, intricately carved. Surrounding this depression were countless wondrous and dynamic symbols. At the heart of the triangle lay a deep black imprint. Upon discerning the design of the imprint, Xiao's heart jolted once more. A body of yellow and white, resembling that of a sheep, emanated an aura of unparalleled sanctity, while two metallic constructs resembling wheels behind it seemed to shimmer with light. It was none other than the legendary creator deity Arceus. Could this relic truly be connected to Arceus? In his moment of surprise, he noticed something else. The triangular formation, centered around the Arceus emblem, had its uppermost corner illuminated by Xiao's aura, with a soft blue light continuously flowing towards the central insignia, cloaking it in a mist reminiscent of the ocean. The symbol at this corner depicted 3 parallel wave lines. The other 2 corners bore a leaf and an eye, respectively. Feeling the resonant aura within himself echoing the formation, Xiao quickly deduced that to unlock this door, he would need to channel 3 distinct powers into the formation. Each corner of the triangle represented a unique force, aside from the aura he had already infused. The other 2 powers likely corresponded to psychic abilities and the power of Eternatus. To validate his hypothesis, Xiao turned to the side and pointed at the eye in the lower left corner. Dada Wang, could you assist me? Please channel your psychic energy into this formation. Dada Wang, surprised by the sudden turn of events regarding the door, seemed to comprehend Xiao's suggestion. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant deep blue light surged toward the lower left corner. Buzz! As the light reached its destination, the door quaked once more, and the symbol in the lower right corner indeed illuminated, transforming into a stream of light that merged into the central Arceus emblem. The black insignia suddenly burst into color, as if it had gained a soul and life of its own, with deep, steadfast eyes that seemed to gaze into Xiao's very soul. It appeared his guess was correct. Seeing this, Xiao felt a surge of joy. However, his expression soon shifted to concern. To fully activate this formation, he still required the final power represented by the leaf. From his understanding of all the unique powers in the Pokémon world, it was highly probable that this was the power of Eternatus. In the original narrative, the power of Eternatus stemmed from the Eternatus Forest in the Kanto region, a sacred healing force capable of directly mending Pokémon's injuries. Only those destined to be chosen by the Eternatus Forest could potentially acquire such power. For Xiao, obtaining this power would be considerably simpler, with a modifier. Yet, there remained the age-old dilemma. Even if he activated the advanced modifier and randomly selected a power, he could not guarantee that he would obtain the power of Eternatus amidst the multitude of options. With this thought, Xiao frowned. A staggering 10,000 shock points would unlock the divine modification. If it were divine modification, he should be able to specify the acquisition of the power of Eternatus, right? Regardless, for now, this door remained temporarily sealed. As Xiao pondered, the triangular formation upon the door began to dim gradually, and the central Arceus emblem lost its vibrancy, returning to its original state. Still 1 power short. The Dawang gazed at the door, then at Yun Xiao. Possessing a high intelligence, he naturally discerned the implications. Indeed, Yun Xiao, slightly regretful, cast a glance at the imposing door and nodded. This relic was not only of high caliber, but was also linked to Arceus. His intuition told him that something extraordinary lay within. After assessing the situation at the door, Yun Xiao exchanged a few words with the Dawang, expressing his intention to visit frequently before requesting to be escorted out from the lake's depths. Returning to the shores, Yun Xiao gazed thoughtfully at the tranquil surface of the lake. He had not anticipated that his encounter with the Dawang would lead him to a site associated with Arceus. He immediately clarified his forthcoming objective: to collect 10,000 shock points, unlock divine modification, and then devise a means to acquire the power of Eternatus. Clearly, amassing such a substantial number of shock points through streaming would be far too slow. Yun Xiao contemplated the most direct approach for the short term, participating in various competitions and showcasing his overwhelming prowess before all the spectators. However, he was uncertain where such opportunities might arise. Perhaps it would be best to conclude the military training first. Yun Xiao shook his head slightly and turned in the direction of the camp. The military training at the Azure Lake lasted a total of 6 days. Throughout this period, instructors would periodically unleash Pokémon upon the students' camp to initiate attacks. Starting with a pack of Rockruff, the pressure on the students escalated with each passing day, culminating in a single Beware on the 3rd day, which proved increasingly taxing. As the instructors anticipated, by the 3rd day, half of the students could no longer endure and chose to withdraw, either voluntarily or involuntarily, from the training. The remaining students were merely clinging to their resolve. However, none of this seemed to pertain to Yun Xiao's camp. With ample food, drink, and shelter, the first 2 days saw no sign of other Pokémon. On the 3rd day, when a Beware charged into the camp, everyone was on high alert, but hyperactive apes swiftly intervened, swatting the Beware away with a single blow. Indeed, with just one slap, the Beware covered its face, looking utterly aggrieved as it ran off. That scene left Chu Mu and his companions utterly stunned. Unbeknownst to them, the instructors in the monitoring room were equally astonished. The hyena hounds had been too intimidated to approach the day before, and the small pack of Lada had also refrained from advancing. Yet today, what on earth was transpiring? Hadn't our beloved Circle Bear been thoroughly examined, with each one deemed to be of professional caliber? And yet, here it was, unceremoniously sent packing by this hyperactive monkey with a mere swipe? The instructors in the monitoring room were abuzz with speculation, while Li Guanlon leaned against a nearby wall, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, he comprehended the principal's explicit admonition to ensure that nothing unfortunate befell this Yun Xiao. With such prowess, if he were in the principal's shoes, he would undoubtedly want to keep a watchful eye on him around the clock. However, considering the strength exhibited by this hyperactive monkey, he felt the principal's concern was entirely unwarranted. Even if the secret realm were teeming with unvanquished spirits, none could possibly contend with this hyperactive creature. As the remaining 5 days unfolded, Yun Xiao spent his days leisurely roasting fish and gathering fruits, while evenings were spent around the campfire, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the other 3. His existence during this period could be aptly described as idyllic. Naturally, he did not neglect to seize the opportunity to collect the more valuable items from the Azure Lake secret realm. Thus, the 6 days of military training passed in the blink of an eye, when the 4 returned to the entrance of the secret realm under the guidance of their instructor. Lu Jiao was the first to voice her astonishment. I thought these days would drag on interminably, yet here we are. It's already been 6 days. Chumu shrugged. Primarily because we were fortunate enough to have Yun Gu as our backbone. Oh no, from the moment that hyperactive monkey sent that Circle Bear flying, I resolved to refer to him as Yun Shun. Gu Qingshan, however, seemed somewhat melancholic. Is it over? That means no more roasted fish. In less than a week, she felt she had nearly put on a few extra pounds. Upon hearing this, not only Lu Jiao and Wang Yang, but even the flying mantis and the six-tailed were taken aback. It was undeniable. The culinary skills of Yun Xiao were simply extraordinary. Outside this realm, where else could they find such delectable roasted fish? As 6 days passed, Yun Xiao and the trio had developed a bond of camaraderie. He shrugged and smiled. After all, we're all in the same class. There will be more opportunities in the future. Just bring fish to find me. Let us go. It's time for us to exit. He took the lead, stepping forward and vanishing into the fissure. The other 3 followed suit. What they remained unaware of was that the instructor observing their departure from the secret realm wore a somewhat complex expression. He had just arrived that day, solely responsible for escorting the students out. Earlier, when he had escorted students from other camps, they had emerged disheveled, their clothing in tatters, wailing as if they had escaped a harrowing ordeal. He could understand that, After all, for those students to endure 6 days in the secret realm was no small feat. Yet why did these 4 from this camp appear so radiant and invigorated, even displaying a hint of reluctance to leave? Their demeanor was entirely at odds with that of the other camp students. Today marked the conclusion of military training. Whether they had just exited the secret realm or had left early, all students were now gathered once again upon the school playground. Conversations erupted all around. This military training was utterly brutal. By the 3rd day, my group couldn't take it anymore and requested to withdraw. You managed to last 3 days? I heard one group was taken out on the 2nd day due to fever from being soaked all night. Goodness, on our camp's 3rd day, a circle bear charged at us, and I nearly fainted from fright. It was evident that most students had underestimated the difficulty of this military training. Now, as they reminisced, they were filled with trepidation. As for credits, they had long since ceased to concern themselves with that matter. The sensation of returning to the city was far more gratifying. Amidst the discussions, a trumpet sounded from a nearby high platform. Now, let us welcome Principal Qin Shuqing to announce the scoring for each group in this military training. Instantly, the students in the playground fell silent, their gazes fixed on the stage. Qin Shuqing stood there, microphone in hand, ready to speak. This military training marks the first of its kind in the history of our university. In terms of results, I am not satisfied. His tone was somewhat stern as he continued. Half of the students did not endure to the 3rd day and withdrew from this military training, indicating you are not yet prepared to become trainers. The profession of a trainer is indeed coveted, yet it is also the most perilous, with the highest mortality rate among all professions. Upon hearing this, the students fell into a profound silence. Through this military training, many had come to truly understand what it meant to become a genuine trainer. Although their current abilities did not warrant entry into the secret realm, should they one day become trainers, they would inevitably confront challenges far more daunting than those faced during this experience. The path of a trainer has never been a trivial pursuit. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuqing's voice resonated once more. However, all first-year freshmen, in the face of the secret realm, did not retreat. Even those who persevered for just a short while, their courage is commendable. Moreover, a select few exceptionally outstanding students successfully persevered until the end, showcasing the courage and wisdom of this cohort. He proceeded to announce the performance scores of each group, from lowest to highest. Behind Qin Shuqing, the large screen illuminated with a series of characters. His voice echoed alongside the display. Group 13, Group 16, Group 34. Score, 10 points, with a reward of 5 credits. Group 17, Group 6, Group 13. Score, 15 points, with a reward of 10 credits. As the scores continued to be announced, students in the audience exhibited a range of emotions, from joy to disappointment. Higher performance scores corresponded to greater credit rewards. And though they had only recently joined the university, they were well aware of the value of these credits. 3 minutes later, the majority of groups had already been called, prompting some to begin speculating. Which group do you think will achieve the highest score? Is that even a question? It must be Biting Frost's and Chengqing's group. I heard they were the ones who made it to the end. Just as the crowd was engaged in discussion, the screen behind the principal suddenly flickered to life. His voice followed suit. In this military training, 3 groups performed exceptionally well, not only enduring to the end, but also exceeding my expectations in various aspects. They will receive additional credit rewards as encouragement. The large screen displayed the number 3, followed by a series of images. Within the camp, for beds meticulously constructed from grass and vines were shown. At midday, the group gathered together, sharing the various fruits they had foraged. When the circle bear attacked, the 4 worked together, calmly yet anxiously defending themselves. These scenes illustrated the performance of one group, captured by the camp's cameras over the 6 days within the secret realm. As these images were revealed, gasps of astonishment resounded from the audience. Their self-made beds evoke a deep sense of envy within me. During my stay, I could only lay upon the ground, merely spreading a layer of grass, and I could scarcely find restful sleep. These individuals exhibit an extraordinary calmness. Upon encountering the circle bear, they did not exhibit fear, but instead swiftly congregated. It is no wonder they persevered until the end. I feel utterly inadequate in comparison. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the principal's voice rang out, announcing Group 10, led by Ling Feng from Class 7, with members Li Yong, Zhao Kai, and Gu Tingting. Their final performance garnered a score of 92 points, and each member would receive a reward of 200 credits. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. 200 credits are sufficient to exchange for a starter Pokémon at the Magic University. Although they all come from relatively affluent backgrounds, the significance of obtaining a starter Pokémon through personal effort is incomparable. Before the crowd could dwell on their envy, A new tableau flashed across the large screen. These scenes resembled the previous ones, yet the conditions within this camp were notably superior. They possessed sleeping bags woven from vines and a large stone pot for cooking fish. At this moment, the students below began to stir restlessly. The reason was simple. The unmistakable figures of Bai Ning Shuang and Cheng Qing appeared on the screen. Some boys were already brimming with excitement. Indeed, Ning Shuang single-handedly drove away the circle bear using her snow sprite. Those sleeping bags were all crafted from Cheng Qing's wonderful grass frog, complete with leaves for rain protection. How could she and her companions sleep so comfortably? In the footage, the duo's performance was indeed impressive. However, it did not take long for someone to realize a pressing question. Wait, Cheng Qing and Bai Ning Shuang's group ranked second. So who secured first place? Could anyone truly outperform them after such a stellar 6-day performance? Surely, there must be some underhanded dealings. My sister Ning Shuang single-handedly pursued and defeated a circle bear. How could that not secure first place? Below, amidst the crowd surrounding her, Bai Ning Shuang slightly raised her head to glance at the large screen, her eyes betraying a barely perceptible surprise. Beside her, Cheng Qing, also encircled by eager students, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the screen. How could someone's score surpass their own? This was inconceivable. At this moment, the principal had finished announcing the members of Bai Ning Shuang and Cheng Qing's group, along with their final score of 97 points. Each member of this group would receive a commendable reward of 300 credits. Under normal circumstances, the crowd would be envious of such a substantial credit haul. Yet now, all eyes were fixated on the screen. They were desperate to discover which group had performed even better than the combined efforts of Bai Ning Shuang and Cheng Qing. Amidst the collective anticipation, a golden numeral 1 flickered on the screen. The principal continued, stating, while all members of this group performed admirably, it is the leader who holds the key. He guided the other 3 in establishing such an exceptional camp. As the principal concluded, images began to materialize behind him. The first image depicted a camp with 4 neatly arranged, spacious, and sturdy wooden cabins, providing shelter from the elements, with interiors that were warm and inviting. The second image showcased 4 individuals alongside their Pokémon, gathered around a campfire, joyfully feasting on golden brown roasted fish. The third image illustrated a lively monkey splitting 2 stones into the shape of a water jug, with the assistance of a 6-tails Pokémon to boil water, purifying it in the process. The fourth image, beneath a full moon, captured 4 individuals sitting in the camp, toasting by the fire while savoring colorful tree fruits and engaging in cheerful conversation. As these scenes unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the entire playground. Although the performances of the preceding 2 groups were commendable, the stark contrast rendered them akin to the disparity between primitive society and modern civilization. To describe it as a dimensional reduction attack would not be an exaggeration. The students below began to draw comparisons between the conditions of their own camp and that depicted in the images. The difference was akin to paradise juxtaposed with hell. Overwhelmed by such a profound disparity, the crowd could no longer contain their dismay, erupting into cries of despair. One boy slapped his thigh, torn between anger and envy, exclaiming, "Are these 4 individuals on a spring outing? They have everything, food, drink, and shelter. At night, they're by the bonfire, singing songs and holding a cozy pre-bedtime chat." Someone lamented wistfully, "Did we truly enter the same secret realm? Did they conjure their cabins from a beginner's gift package?" A girl, her face awash with envy, remarked, "Why do they have so many wooden structures? They even have 6 tails to dry their clothes. My clothes reeked by the time I returned. I now understand why they secured first place. This is simply remarkable." As the crowd discussed fervently, a monumental question loomed in the minds of all. Since the principal stated that all of this was the result of the group leader's efforts, without him, the team could not have thrived so splendidly. So, who exactly was this illustrious group leader? The next moment, the principal's voice rang out, finally revealing the answer. "Congratulations to Group 2 for achieving first place with a score of 100 points and a credit reward of 500 points. Group members, Gu Qingshan, Lu Jiao, and Xu Mu." As the principal spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the platform below, extending a finger. The group leader, Yin Xiao. In that instant, all eyes turned toward the direction indicated by the principal. A striking young man clad in a black trench coat, engrossed in his phone, slowly raised his head as if sensing the collective gaze. Upon noticing the multitude of stares directed at him, he appeared momentarily taken aback, his handsome features displaying a look of mild confusion. "Ladies and gentlemen, is there something you require of me?" Chapter 51. The Tumult of the School Forum and the Hatching of Pokémon Eggs. As they departed from the secret base, the 4 members of the group exchanged contact information on their messaging apps. Thus, When Yun Xiao returned to his dormitory, he was immediately greeted by a barrage of messages from Chu Mu. Chu Mu, damn, Yun Shen, you really know how to show off. The principal pointed right at you, and everyone was watching, yet you pretended to be absorbed in your phone? Chu Mu, from this day forth, I shall refer to you as Bully God. Yun Xiao read the texts and felt a sense of exasperation. He hadn't deliberately been playing on his phone at that moment. Rather, the entire score announcement process had been rather tedious, and he had nearly dozed off. Coincidentally, his phone chimed again, this time a message from Chi Hong, the owner of the Red Flame. Chi Hong expressed his desire for double the energy cubes from their last transaction and requested several additional high-level energy cubes. Moreover, he had also reached out to other champions and Tier 1 trainers who needed energy cubes, inquiring if Yun Xiao could supply more. Faced with such a lucrative opportunity, Yun Xiao could not afford to slack off. Instantly alert, he began typing a response to Chi Hong. Completing this deal could yield over 300,000 Pokemon coins. When he finally regained his composure, he realized that everyone was still staring at him. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did. However, Yun Xiao was disinclined to offer any explanations. He simply sent a meme to Chu Mu, stating, "Come find me sometime for a fish barbecue." After that, he turned off his phone. To be honest, he had not anticipated that the principal would single him out for all the new students to recognize. Nevertheless, this turned out to be quite favorable. Yun Xiao lifted his gaze towards a hovering segment of text before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a total of 600 shock points from all the freshmen, dozens of instructors, and teachers. Beyond these shock points, the military training had bestowed numerous other rewards upon Yun Xiao. The resources he had previously discovered in the simulated secret realm had been gradually collected over the past 6 days and placed into his backpack. Now, Yun Xiao roughly estimated that the various materials in his backpack, excluding the S-grade mushroom, could be valued at around 200,000 to 300,000. Though not an enormous sum, every little bit counts. In addition, he had successfully made the acquaintance of the Silly King and even received a piece of intermediate treasure as a gift. Moreover, he had uncovered a mysterious ruin related to Arceus, and now he merely needed to find a way to obtain the power of eternity to venture inside and explore. Furthermore, he had earned a generous reward of 500 academic credits. This was enough to exchange for 2 starter Pokemon from the breeding house and a plethora of resources. In summary, Yun Xiao was exceedingly pleased with the gains acquired over the 6 days spent in the secret realm. Approaching his bedside, he glanced at the Curlia egg resting atop it. There were still 3 hours left until hatching. Given the timing, Yun Xiao stretched and stepped out of his dormitory. He first made his way to the resource tower, intending to exchange some skill learning manuals. After all, to empower his Pokemon sufficiently, relying solely on skills learned through natural leveling was decidedly inadequate. However, as he stood in front of the tower, he hesitated for a moment, wondering if the incident from last time would cause Miss Gothitelle, the Tower Guardian, to hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, the reality seemed to affirm that his concerns were unfounded. Yun Xiao entered the tower without incident and exchanged 150 credits for several advanced skill manuals. Throughout the entire process, Miss Gothitelle's presence was conspicuously absent. Stepping out of the resource tower, Yun Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief. Leaving the tower, he proceeded to hail a vehicle, heading straight for the Block Crafting Association. Meanwhile, within a particular female dormitory at the university, a freckled girl leaned against her bed, scrolling through her phone. She was Lu Jiao, a member of the same team as Yun Xiao. Regardless of anything else, the comfort of her dorm bed was undeniable. Lu Jiao stretched and then opened a web page. As a premier university, the institution naturally had its own community forum. At that moment, countless threads were buzzing with discussions regarding the recently concluded military training. Lu Jiao quickly noticed a post titled "The Fairness of this Military Training Ranking" that was rapidly gaining traction. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it, but her expression shifted swiftly. The reason was simple. The content of the post was far from amicable. Qingfeng Shirley. Everyone should know that the first group in this military training ranking is led by Yun Xiao. I must say, the conditions at their campsite are indeed vastly superior to others, but I also noticed a particular issue. Qingfeng Shirley. When the principal announced the rankings, I believe everyone saw the footage from that campsite, yet I discovered that while there were all sorts of scenes, there was conspicuously none of them battling wild Pokemon. Qingfeng Shirley. Why is that? Either there weren't any confrontations, or they simply weren't shown, whereas the second and third ranked camps had footage of their Pokemon battling the instructors. Why were they the only ones exempt? The post concluded there, but given the title, anyone could discern the implications of his words. He was insinuating that Yun Xiao's group had received special treatment, remaining entirely safe and untouched by wild Pokemon attacks. As soon as these remarks were made, a flurry of replies ensued. Greedy Snorlax, huh? Now that you mention it, it does seem odd. Why isn't there any footage of them battling those Pokemon? I love turkey noodles. I think it's just a case of it not being shown, no need to overthink it. Their campsite was genuinely well built, wasn't it? JKL? Haha, do you even hear yourself? Since someone has clearly been providing them protection, I wager those beds, water tanks, and everything else were not constructed by them. Even the footage is fabricated. Goddess of Frost, I love you. Though Xiao seems to have some connections, the remaining 3 in his group are utterly backgroundless. Can they truly compare to Shuang and Qing? They are both professional-level prodigies. The post had barely been up for an hour, and already there were over 300 comments. Only a small fraction of individuals were thoughtfully considering the issue, while the majority were raising various doubts. Especially those who supported by Ning Shuang and Qing, who had already concluded that Xiao's group had leveraged connections. The instructors did not send any Pokemon to attack them. Even the water tanks, fish barbecues, and wooden cabins in their campsite were arranged for them. Observing these comments, Lu Jiao couldn't help but furrow her brows. Although they had indeed not faced wild Pokemon attacks during the first 2 days in the secret realm, the subsequent 4 days saw a considerable number of Pokemon visiting their campsite, all of which were easily driven away by Xiao's hyperactive monkey. Moreover, everything within the campsite had been meticulously organized by Xiao step by step, right before their eyes. While these individuals could claim that the 3 of them had little contribution, they could not deny Xiao's achievements. With this thought in mind, her normally straightforward character could no longer contain itself. She took a deep breath and began to reply to the posts. I am one of the members of the second group, Lu Jiao. You people are merely sour grapes. The wild Pokemon that attacked our campsite were not few, but all were driven away by Xiao. However, mere minutes after posting, a deluge of responses flooded in. Oh, the main character has arrived. You really dare to speak up? Driven away by Xiao alone? Even the professional-level circle bears were formidable on the 3rd day. You're not suggesting Xiao is a professional trainer, are you? In the final days, even by Ning Shuang and Qing had to collaborate to deal with those Pokemon. Are you implying Xiao could handle them single-handedly? Do you think we're fools? You're right. Then why not release the battle footage or records? Could it be that there was never a battle at all? Watching the continuous stream of comments refresh, Lu Jiao's brows knitted tighter. The truth was evident, yet not a single person was willing to believe her. Her forthright nature compelled her to rebut each comment. But how could one person contend against so many? 3 hours later, Xiao pushed open the dormitory door once more. After over 2 hours of intense yet efficient crafting, the energy cubes ordered by Qi Hong and the champions he was acquainted with had been entirely produced and dispatched through an international courier service. The sum of 3 million had simultaneously been transferred by Qi Hong. Xiao glanced at his ever-increasing balance and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The speed at which energy cubes generate income is truly remarkable. However, the fatigue is indeed palpable. If this were to be a daily endeavor rather than a weekly one, he would surely find it unbearable. Setting his phone down, Xiao's gaze fell upon the egg of a new Pokemon resting on his bed. A line of information materialized before him. Remaining incubation time for this Pokemon egg, 1 minute and 30 seconds. It seemed his timing was impeccable. Taking a deep breath, he carefully extracted the egg from its container, cradling it in his hands. Under Xiao's watchful eyes, the countdown continued to tick away. 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time reached its end. At that very moment, a faint cracking sound echoed from the eggshell, followed by the emergence of a fissure. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth. The Pokemon egg had finally hatched. Chapter 52, Shiny Gibble. At this moment, Xiao held his breath, intently focused on the radiant glow. Beside him, both Rayquaza and Infernape mirrored his expression. Xiao had informed them that this egg contained their next companion, making the occasion significant to them. Rayquaza, in particular, observed with curiosity, having himself hatched from an egg just a month prior, and now he had the opportunity to witness another Pokemon's emergence. The sensation was undeniably peculiar. Moments later, the light enveloping the egg gradually dissipated, revealing within the remaining half of the shell a Pokemon resembling a small dinosaur, blinking its eyes and gazing up at Xiao. This Pokemon boasted rock-like, dark green skin, adorned with a blunt horn atop its head and a segment of black carapace covering its abdomen. Concurrently, a series of data materialized before Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Gibble, Shiny. Type, Rock Ground. Potential, Champion Level. Ability, Sand Veil, which greatly enhances speed in sandstorm conditions and makes it harder to detect. Strength rating, level 1, newborn. Learn skills, dragon rage, tackle, bite. Individual values, perfect, full attributes. In truth, there was no need for the soul eye to provide data. Upon seeing this gibble, a smile began to form at the corners of Yun Xiao's mouth. It was indeed a shiny gibble. Furthermore, it had inherited dragon rage, a hidden ability, and champion-level potential, with perfect individual values. However, it must be noted that the visual distinction between a shiny gibble and a standard one is not particularly pronounced. The shiny variant simply possesses a deeper coloration. Only upon evolution would the differences in appearance become more apparent. Hello, little one. From this day forth, I shall be your trainer. Yun Xiao gently patted Gibble's head. Gibble, just born, appeared somewhat confused by Yun Xiao's words, yet its eyes brimmed with affection and a desire for closeness. This instinct is akin to that of newborn animals, which tend to regard the first being they encounter post-hatching as a parental figure. At this moment, Yun Xiao cradled Gibble in his arms and placed a brown stone into its embrace. Gibble blinked, and without hesitation, its small, stubby arms grasped the stone and began to gnaw at it. A stone the size of a fist vanished in mere seconds beneath its voracious appetite. Observing this, Yun Xiao quickly retrieved another stone from his system space and offered it to Gibble. He felt a surge of relief. Even as a juvenile, Gibble's appetite was astonishing, perhaps even surpassing that of a Snorlax. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Having purchased a substantial quantity of earth minerals from a factory on his way back from the Block Association, stashing them in his system space. This ensured that the little one would not go hungry. Meanwhile, Rayquaza and Infernape, watching Gibble devour the stone at lightning speed, appeared somewhat bewildered. They had believed their own eating speed and capacity to be unmatched, yet here was a Pokémon that surpassed them in this regard. It seemed a new rival for their food had emerged within their ranks. Chapter 53. The Principal's Conversation, Newcomer Tournament. Once Gibble concluded its repetitive eating motions, Yun Xiao's expression shifted subtly. He realized he had somewhat underestimated this little one's appetite. In less than 10 minutes, the 30-plus pounds of earth minerals in his system backpack had dwindled to less than half. According to Yun Xiao's original estimate, these minerals should have been sufficient for Gibble to feast on for several days, yet now it appeared they might barely last a single day. Now he understood why Zhao Qingsong had that expression when he firmly chose the Gibble egg. If it were an ordinary student, it would be utterly unsustainable. Fortunately, Yun Xiao was not lacking in funds at present. Moreover, the resources for this little one's first 6 months would be covered by the Magic University. So he need not worry for now. As for the situation 6 months hence, that could be addressed when the time came. At this moment, after finishing its first meal, Gibble contentedly patted its belly and nestled against Yun Xiao, drifting into slumber. It was astonishing how it could consume a pile of minerals several times its own size. Yun Xiao gazed at the sleeping Gibble, reaching out to stroke its smooth back, pondering the wonders of the Pokémon world, which truly defies the laws of science. Then, lifting his gaze, he noticed Rayquaza and Infernape wearing expressions of dread, staring at Gibble in his arms. Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly. A touch exasperated. What's with those faces? We're quite well off now. No matter how much he eats, it won't diminish your share. He won't be stealing your cubes, so what's there to fear? Upon hearing this, the two Pokémon sighed in relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. There was no denying that this little one had an insatiable appetite. They had been quietly discussing what to do if Gibble attempted to encroach on their food. As a freshly hatched Pokémon, Gibble would remain in its newborn phase for about a week. During this time, it would behave much like a human infant, primarily eating and sleeping, with very little waking time. Thus, Yun Xiao decided to store Gibble in a pre-prepared Pokeball, allowing it to rest, while he took out his phone to notify Zhao Qingsong of Gibble's hatching and discuss matters regarding nurturing resources. Just as he lifted his phone, serendipitously, Zhao Qingsong called in first. Xiaoyan, congratulations. I heard from the principal that your performance during the military training has truly overshadowed that of the other freshmen. The principal mentioned he has a matter to discuss with you and is currently waiting for you in his office. If you have a moment, would you mind paying him a visit? Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. Of course, I'll head over shortly. Moreover, Teacher Xiao, the Ugula has already hatched. Zhao Qingsong's voice, tinged with surprise, responded, so soon? It hasn't even been a week. I will contact the finance department immediately to ensure that the resources for Ugula's first week are delivered to you by this afternoon at the latest. Seeing that Zhao Qingsong understood her intent, Yun Xiao expressed her gratitude, set her phone down, and departed from the dormitory. The principal's office was located on the top floor of the teaching building, not far from the dormitory area, so she opted to walk instead of taking the shuttle bus. As she made her way, Many students seemed to recognize her, casting curious glances and murmuring amongst themselves. After all, the post on the school forum was still gaining traction, and the voices questioning Xiao's capabilities were growing louder. Nevertheless, Xiao was preoccupied with contemplating the direction for nurturing Ugela and remained oblivious to the attention she garnered. Eventually, she arrived at the door of the principal's office and politely knocked. "Come in," came the voice of Qin Shuqi from behind the door. Xiao entered the office to find the principal seated behind his desk, intently examining a deep brown piece of metal. As her gaze fell upon it, a stream of data materialized before her eyes. S-Class Special or reddish-brown stone. Description: possesses a remarkably strong magnetic property and belongs to a type of, or that does not originate from the current world, sourced from ancient relics, and appears to be inscribed with some ancient script. She was momentarily taken aback. "Another or not from this world? Xiaoyan, you've arrived. Please, take a seat," Qin Shuqi exclaimed, breaking into a smile upon recognizing her, as he placed a cup of tea on the table opposite him. Xiao, feeling at ease, sat down and took a sip from the cup. "Principal, Teacher Xiao mentioned that you wish to speak with me?" Qin Shuqi, toying with the stone in his hand, did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a question. "Your Monferno must have reached a high professional rank by now, hasn't it?" Xiao was taken aback. The principal, being a top-tier trainer, could discern the true strength of her Monferno with just a glance. Only seasoned experts could gauge a Pokémon's general power level through its appearance and aura. It was worth noting that the principal had never seen her Monferno in person. He had only viewed its battle footage through the camp's cameras. However, she quickly recalled that her Monferno had effortlessly dispatched a professional-grade Teddiursa on camera, making it understandable for the principal to evaluate its true capabilities. Thus, she nodded confidently. "Yes, it reached high professional rank just before the military training, and I'm currently contemplating how to break through to elite level." Upon hearing her words, Qin Shuqi burst into laughter, a newfound admiration glimmering in his eyes. "I knew I had not misjudged you, Xiaoyan. Without further ado, I have indeed summoned you for a purpose. Tomorrow, the school will conduct a battle competition specifically for freshmen, and I hope you will participate." Xiao seemed momentarily perplexed. Given that the principal was aware of her Monferno's professional high rank, why would he still require her to partake in such a freshman competition? The professional high rank was merely a facade of her Monferno's strength. In a real battle, even an elite initial-level Pokémon might not stand a chance against it. Thus, it was improbable that any freshman could rival Xiao. Given the caliber of her opponents, it would be more beneficial to spend the day leveling up in a simulated secret realm with her Monferno. Seemingly sensing her confusion, Qin Shuqi set the stone down and explained. "The winner of the competition will receive 300 credits and a chance to join the university's battle team as a reserve member. In a month, the National University Battle Competition will commence." At this, Xiao understood the principal's intention. The competition was secondary, even the credits were of lesser importance. Qin Shuqi merely wished for her to secure that qualification to join the university team and participate in the national competition. The National University Battle Competition was one of the most prestigious events in all of China, attracting a multitude of young talents each year, thus garnering immense attention. For Xiao, such a stage was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to amass points of astonishment. Realizing this, Xiao nodded affirmatively. "I understand, and I will participate." However, the principal raised his gaze to Xiao. "There's no need for you to compete. I will arrange for you to go directly to the finals. In fact, I would prefer to grant you that reserve spot outright, but I suspect it would lead to discontent among other students. Therefore, make sure to perform well." Xiao chuckled upon hearing this. "Understood. Very well, the competition begins at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ensure you arrive on time. Now, you may return and prepare well." The principal waved his hand dismissively. As Xiao turned to leave, she suddenly glanced back at the brown stone in Qin Shuqi's hand. "Principal, do you have an interest in archaeology?" Qin Shuqi appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he wanted to say something. However, Xiao had already exited the office, leaving him to watch the door close, swallowing the words he had intended to voice. Meanwhile, within the principal's office, a young man in a suit who had been standing silently by the desk suddenly spoke up. "Old Qin, this student possesses such strength at such a young age. He is indeed a rare talent, but isn't it a bit premature for him to join the team?" His words carried a hint of concern. The team was comprised of seasoned fourth-year students, the elite among those nearing graduation, who had completed countless practical tasks and possessed strength starting from elite mid-level. Allowing Xiao to compete in such a high-stakes environment could be excessively daunting, as the disparity in strength could prove to be a significant blow to his confidence. However, Qin Shuqi merely chuckled and shook his head. "The reserve spot, while termed as such, is essentially just a companion role. He won't be required to participate in battles. This lad is indeed a genius, and it would be beneficial for him to gain exposure. After all, the most common pitfall for the young is arrogance. Only by witnessing a towering mountain can they comprehend their own insignificance. Yet, I believe he is not the type to be discouraged if he encounters a higher peak. He will only strive to ascend rather than falter. The man paused, taken aback by the high praise coming from Qin Shuqi. Is he truly that remarkable? In response, the principal, toying with the brown stone in his hand, turned his gaze to the man. I have faith in him. His demeanor reminds me of my own youth. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia and reminiscence flickered in his eyes, only to quickly fade as he shook his head and said, "Let us not dwell on his matters. What of the situation regarding the ruins?" Upon this topic, the man opposite him immediately adopted a grave countenance. To be honest, the outlook is rather bleak. Chapter 54. Doubts abound as the competition approaches. After departing from the principal's office, Xiao returned to his dormitory and instinctively took out his phone to glance at it, only to discover that 3 individuals had sent him messages: Lu Jiao, Gu Qingshan, and Chu Mu. The contents of their messages were nearly identical, conveying an urgent sense of alarm and urging him to check the school forum. What had transpired? Xiao was momentarily taken aback as he opened the forum. Upon seeing the title of the first post, he seemed to grasp the situation. As he clicked on the post and perused its content along with the myriad of comments, his brows began to furrow increasingly. Were these people devoid of any worthwhile pursuits? Countless individuals were questioning his achievements, doubting whether his group had received any undue advantages. Since the post had been published, its popularity had soared, attracting even sophomore and junior students eager to witness the spectacle. Moreover, Xiao even stumbled upon a photograph in one of the replies. It depicted Qin Shuqi personally visiting his dormitory on the first day of school. Beneath the photo, numerous comments ensued. Wow, there's photographic evidence. Could it be that Xiao is related to the principal? This photo is authentic. I reside on the same floor as him and witnessed the principal enter his room. At that moment, I thought this person was quite the deal, but it turns out he has connections. Such favoritism makes sense. This is utterly disgraceful. I never expected that even a prestigious institution like Magic University would harbor such darkness. We demand that Xiao and the school provide an explanation. Having scrolled through the forum for a while, Xiao pondered for a moment before decisively closing the webpage. Had it been the younger version of himself, witnessing such unfounded slander online would have undoubtedly incited a furious response. Yet, he was no longer that person, having traversed another world and even seen his company go public. He held little regard for allowing such trivial matters to disturb his peace of mind. After all, tomorrow would mark the day of the freshman competition. If they believed his prowess paled in comparison to Bai Ningxiang and Cheng Qing, then he would demonstrate just what kind of strength had earned him first place in this military training in the ruins. Time swiftly passed, and by the next morning, the Magic University's combat arena was already teeming with students. This day marked the annual tradition of the freshman competition. However, this year's rules differed slightly from those of the past. Only students who had participated in the military training and ranked within the top 100 of their groups were eligible to register. The audience was abuzz with animated discussions, but their chatter revolved not around the freshman competition itself, but rather the contents of the forum post from the previous day. Have you heard? Xiao seems to be related to the principal. No wonder he could secure special treatment. Really? I was wondering how they managed to perform so well in the ruins. It all makes sense now. Do you think Xiao will dare to participate today? Of course he won't. If he truly possessed greater strength than Bai Ningxiang and Cheng Qing, he would have come forward to rebut us by now. He hasn't said a word after being disparaged all day yesterday. Clearly, he is feeling guilty. In a single night, the rumor of Xiao's connections had spread like wildfire throughout Magic University. Almost every student in the audience was engaged in discussions about this matter. Meanwhile, in one corner of the audience, a tall girl clad in a snug red sports outfit, her golden, wavy hair framing her face, was surrounded by several students, exchanging opinions animatedly. Cheng Qing, this school is truly outrageous. We have been advocating for you against Xiao. You should have been the one to claim first place in military training. Indeed, such favoritism is appalling. Xiao is utterly repugnant. Cheng Jia, I apologize for the distress this has caused you, but rest assured, we will ensure that justice is served. In response to their comforting words, Cheng Qing wore a somewhat forced smile, tinged with helplessness. It's quite all right, everyone. I understand the circumstances. The military training has already concluded. The highly discussed post from yesterday was indeed authored by her. The photograph of the principal entering Yun Xiao's dormitory had been procured from a boy and disseminated under a pseudonym. Observing the current situation, she appeared quite pleased. After all, she believed that there was no way Yun Xiao could surpass her and achieve the top score. What did it matter if he scored full marks in the theoretical assessments? She had become a prodigy in professional training a year ago, an existence that garnered attention wherever she went. How could someone from an obscure town, who merely relied on theoretical scores to gain admission to Magic University, possibly be her equal? She would not easily forgive someone who dared to usurp her rightful place at the top. Just as her dissatisfaction simmered, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, eliciting gasps from the surrounding students. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chengqing's expression momentarily faltered, her brow furrowing slightly. The newcomer was none other than Bai Ningxiang. Few were aware that 3 years prior, Bai Ningxiang had been a fellow student who entered Magic High School alongside her. For reasons unknown, Bai Ningxiang had garnered a slightly greater popularity during their time at school, which had irked Chengqing. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, as Bai Ningxiang abruptly withdrew from school, allowing Chengqing to reclaim her status as the sole genius girl at the institution. However, since then, she had frequently heard whispers suggesting that had Bai Ningxiang not left, the title of the school's most outstanding flower would likely not have belonged to her. These thoughts had always nagged at Chengqing, yet she never anticipated encountering Bai Ningxiang again at Magic University, let alone being placed in the same group for military training. At this moment, the frown she had just formed began to ease, and she looked at Bai Ningxiang with a familiar smile. "Sister Ningxiang, what brings you here?" However, Bai Ningxiang merely cast a glance at her, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, "Follow me." With that, she turned and walked away. Chengqing's demeanor instantly chilled. "Are you ordering me about?" Nevertheless, after contemplating, she rose and followed. The two traversed through the audience seats and made their way to the backstage lounge, where Bai Ningxiang finally halted. With no one around, Chengqing approached her, the friendly smile she had worn moments ago entirely vanished, replaced by a frosty countenance. "Did you summon me for something? If so, speak." Bai Ningxiang, seemingly unfazed by Chengqing's sudden change in demeanor, simply spoke softly. "The post on the forum, was it you who posted it?" Chengqing regarded Bai Ningxiang with evident displeasure. "One must provide evidence when making accusations. Just because you say I posted it, does that make it true? Do you think I have that much free time?" Bai Ningxiang, however, met her gaze with a steely resolve. "Yun Xiao has no connections with Qin Shuqing. You would do well to delete the post." Upon hearing this, Chengqing's expression grew even colder. "Why are you defending him? We are all second place solely because he took the backdoor route, and yet you still defend him? Oh, I almost forgot. Your father is the former principal of the Magic University, and he is related to the principal. You are the daughter of the former principal, making you two practically relatives. No wonder." As Chengqing uttered these words, a sneer graced her face. Upon hearing the mention of the former principal, Bai Ningxiang's previously expressionless visage transformed suddenly. Her cold gaze fixated fiercely on Chengqing, and at that moment, the air in the entire lounge seemed to freeze. Chengqing almost anticipated that Bai Ningxiang would retaliate, yet in the next instant, she said nothing and simply turned to leave. Chengqing watched her retreating figure, scoffing derisively. "White Lotus, what are you pretending for? They must be utterly deluded to think you surpass me in any way. In this upcoming freshman competition, I shall surely trample you underfoot and demonstrate to everyone who the true genius is." With that, she too exited the lounge. Time swiftly progressed to 9 o'clock. The annual freshman competition commenced under the auspices of the host. As the host ascended the stage, they unfurled a roster and began to announce the names of all eligible students who had registered by last night at 9. Cheng Haolong, Ling Cheng, Luo Xianning, Wang Xing. The audience fell silent, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the contestants, as if anticipating something significant. One name after another was called, but when the last name was announced, Yun Xiao's was conspicuously absent. Expressions of realization swept across the faces of the crowd. Yun Xiao did not come. He truly lacked the courage. I had previously held a neutral stance on this matter, but it now seems overwhelmingly clear that this Yun Xiao indeed has issues. How amusing. I wonder how the school will handle this. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Chengqing sat in her seat, casting a victorious glance towards Bai Ningxiang, a triumphant smile adorning her face. "What do you think? Do you believe he dares to compete?" However, Bai Ningxiang did not even spare her a glance. Sitting there quietly, waiting for the competition to commence, Chengqing's smile promptly faded. "No matter, that Yun Xiao is too afraid to show up. In this freshman competition, the final showdown will undoubtedly be between me and Bai Ningxiang. Based on my observations in the secret realm, While by Ningxuang's Snow Child is indeed a professional-level Pokémon, its strength pales in comparison to my Ivysaur. Even though there may be a type disadvantage, I am confident I can defeat by Ningxuang. Just wait until I seize the championship trophy from your grasp in front of everyone. I shall relish seeing how you maintain your composure then. Cheng Qing mused silently, and as she envisioned such a scene, a smile once again graced her lips. Chapter 55. The Strength of Bai Ningxuang and Cheng Qing. An early showdown? Nearly 100 students registered for this freshman competition. To conclude the event within a single day, the school divided the first round into 4 zones within the battle arena, allowing matches to occur simultaneously to expedite the process. At this moment, the computer screen displayed the draw results for the first round, and amidst the announcements, the 4 groups of students ascended to their respective battle arenas. Typically, with 4 matches proceeding concurrently, the audience would struggle to keep up, but when a solitary, chilling figure took to one of the arenas, all eyes instinctively locked onto that particular spot. Bai Ningxuang had been assigned to the first round. A wave of murmurs erupted among the spectators. The boy drawn as Bai Ningxuang's opponent stood frozen, bewildered. What are we even doing here? Both sides, please release your Pokémon. The referee lowered the flag. Bai Ningxuang gently tossed her red and white Pokeball, and a flash of white light heralded the appearance of her Pokémon. It was a Snow Child. With a triangular body enveloped in a pale yellow conical hat, its deep blue eyes round and innocent, complemented by small, black, spherical hands, exuding a certain charm. A chorus of murmurs rippled through the audience. In one corner of the crowd, several boys engaged in conversation. Such an adorable creature. It's hard to believe it possesses professional-level strength. Quite terrifying. Have you forgotten? That Snow Child chased after the Circle Bear in the Secret Realm. As by Ningxuang's Pokémon, the Snow Child naturally had a reputation. One voice piped up, who do you think is stronger? By Ningxuang's Snow Child or Cheng Qing's Ivysaur? Hard to say. I don't know. But it's certainly superior to that hyperactive monkey belonging to a certain privileged brat. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into laughter. However, unbeknownst to them, the so-called privileged brat was seated nearby, wearing sunglasses. Although he believed no first-year student could possibly rival him, he still attended out of respect for the principal's special request. Additionally, since today's competition occurred before the official start of the school year, he had nothing else to occupy his time. Moreover, he was quite interested in the team selection and wanted to ascertain if any of these individuals could pose a threat to him, a prudent measure indeed. At that moment, Xiao appeared oblivious to the chatter around him, his focus solely on the Snow Child beside Bai Ningxuang. Lines of information continuously materialized before him. Pokémon, Snow Child, Type, Ice, Qualification, King Level, Strength Evaluation, LV37. Entry-Level Professional, Under Suppression. Held Item, Evolution Stone, S. The Pokémon holding this item will receive a boost in both defenses if it has further evolutionary forms. But its strength will also be suppressed, no level restrictions. Ability, Icy Body, recovers health continuously in hail weather. Skills, Powder Snow, Icy Wind, Bite, Ice Fong, Ice Beam, Headbutt. Scare Glare. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Snow Child, Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. He was aware that the Snow Child was a professional-level Pokémon, but he had not anticipated its level to be so high, reaching an impressive 37. What puzzled him even more was why Bai Ningxuang equipped the Snow Child with such an item. Logically, a 37-level Pokémon should at least possess intermediate professional strength. However, due to the suppression from the Evolution Stone, Bai Ningxuang's Snow Child only rated as entry-level professional. The cost of such a trade-off for a defensive boost seemed hardly worth it. Why then would she choose this route? Was she deliberately lowering her strength to hone her skills? Just as Luo Chun pondered these questions, the boy opposite Bai Ningxuang released his own Pokémon. It was a large flower Pokémon, slightly over level 20, with a Gym Master level qualification and a strength evaluation of Formal Intermediate. To be honest, this level and qualification would be considered quite respectable among all the freshmen at Magic University this year. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Bai Ningxuang. Xiao shook his head. The referee's flag fell once more. Both sides' Pokémon were now in position. Should either Pokémon lose its ability to battle, the match would be declared lost. Now, let the battle commence. The male student opposite Bai Ningxuang issued the first command, seemingly eager to make a desperate attempt. Vileplume, use Leaf Blade. With the command, Vileplume twisted its body vigorously, and 5 or 6 razor-sharp leaves sliced through the air, charging straight towards the Snow Child. In the face of such an assault, Bai Ningxuang's expression remained utterly unchanged as she softly uttered, Ice Beam. The Snow Child's hands glimmered with a deep blue light. emanating an icy aura as it transformed into a beam that met Vileplume's leaf blade head-on. The sharp leaves barely made contact with the beam before losing all momentum, becoming encased in a thick layer of frost and shattering upon impact with the ground. Meanwhile, the beam traced a swift trajectory through the air, striking Vileplume directly. The crystalline sound of ice shattering rang out as thick ice crystals instantaneously encased Vileplume, transforming it into a lifelike ice sculpture. All of this transpired in mere seconds, leaving the students in the audience momentarily stunned. The referee's flag had already fallen. The battle is over. Vileplume has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Bai Ningxuang. As soon as the announcement was made, Bai Ningxuang turned and descended from the stage. The snow child then rushed to the ice sculpture of Vileplume, tapping it lightly before turning to catch up with Bai Ningxuang. The frost enveloping Vileplume began to melt rapidly, turning into a puddle of water. However, its eyes were already swirling, for even without being frozen solid, the power of that ice beam had been enough to render it incapable of battle. With a mournful countenance, the boy reluctantly withdrew Vileplume into its pokeball and left the battlefield. Bai Ningxuang's performance undoubtedly astonished the students in the audience. Is this the overwhelming presence of a professional? How terrifying. Sigh, that ice beam is in an entirely different league compared to the ice beam my dodo releases. The goddess Ningxuang is truly formidable. I admire her even more. Amidst the murmurs of the students, Xiao gazed thoughtfully at Bai Ningxuang's figure disappearing backstage. That ice beam was indeed indicative of professional-level prowess. He shook his head slightly. Nevertheless, even if he had obtained the evolution stone, the snow child's strength was merely at the high professional tier. Given the current strength of his primeape, handling it should pose no significant challenge. With that in mind, he decided not to dwell on the matter further. The strength of the newly admitted students generally fluctuated between the initial to high professional tiers, with most being at the intermediate level. Pokémon of such strength, combined with a lack of practical battle experience, meant that each match was straightforward and concluded rather swiftly. Rounds of competitions began and ended incessantly. 3 hours later, the first round was drawing to a close, with only the final match remaining. Amidst the anticipation of the students, Chengqing took to the stage. Her opponent was a young man sporting round glasses and a buzz cut. Competitors, please release your Pokémon. As the referee's voice resonated, the buzz-cut youth, appearing quite nervous, hurled his Pokeball. Out came a high professional tier Electrode, which appeared to be well-trained, albeit a relatively rare Pokémon. However, the moment Chengqing released her Pokémon, Electrode paled in comparison. A robust, vibrant bud adorned with several shimmering green leaves encircled it. Before Xiao, a series of information materialized. Pokémon, Ivysaur. Type, Grass Poison. Potential, Champion Tier. Ability, Overgrow, when health is below 1/3. Grass-type moves gain a 50 power boost. Strength Evaluation, LV 34. Intermediate Professional. Skills, Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Photosynthesis, Sleep Powder, Paralysis Powder, Mega Drain. Upon reviewing the data of this Ivysaur, even Xiao couldn't help but nod slightly. To cultivate a starter Pokémon to the point of evolution at this stage speaks volumes about one's skill. After all, in this world, the evolution of starter Pokémon bears resemblance to that of semi-legendary Pokémon. Merely reaching a certain level is insufficient. The internal elemental energy must be potent enough to facilitate evolution. Evaluating Ivysaur's data, with its champion potential, level 34, and an impressive array of skills, it truly stood out. However, one must not conflate things. If it were merely at this level, it would still not be a match for Primeape. The outcome of this battle, given the significant disparity in strength, was naturally devoid of suspense. Electrode barely had the chance to act before being sent flying by Ivysaur's Vine Whip, losing its fighting capability. Chengqing's decisive victory prompted a new wave of discussions among the audience. Chengqing is remarkable. She has managed to evolve her starter Pokémon in her first year. My Charmeleon is still far from evolving into a Charizard. It seems that the final showdown of this freshman competition will likely be between Chengqing and Bai Ningxuang. I wonder which of them is stronger. I believe it's Chengqing. After all, while Bai Ningxuang's Snow Child is indeed powerful, it remains in its first form and has a long way to go before evolution. I too feel that Chengqing has the upper hand. Amidst the discussions, Chengqing returned to her seat in the audience. Listening to the surrounding chatter, a smile crept upon her lips. She had keenly observed Bai Ningxuang's previous battle, realizing that the Snow Child's strength was indeed only at the initial professional tier. If the Snow Child were at the intermediate tier, her Ivysaur would be at a disadvantage. However, if it is merely at the initial tier, then it is a different story altogether. As Chengqing pondered. The matches on the 4 battlefields concluded. The host's voice echoed within the arena. After a fierce morning of competition, out of the 86 participants in this freshman cup, only 43 remain. The second round will commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we will now reveal the matchups in advance. Accompanied by the host's voice. The groupings for the second round appeared on the large screen. When the students laid eyes on the first matchup in the first group, the audience erupted in astonishment. First group, first battle area by Ning Shuang versus Chengqing. By the randomness of the computer draw, these two competitors, who were destined to meet in the finals, were set to face each other early. Given that half the participants remained, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low, yet fate had conspired in this manner. Amidst the students' discussions, the host's voice rang out once more. Students, after lunch, let us reconvene. The students within the battle arena rose, flocking towards the cafeteria. They were too eager to witness the impending clash between Bai Ning Shuang and Chengqing to care about the remaining match arrangements. They hurried off for lunch, eager to return for the monumental showdown. Meanwhile, those who had emerged victorious in the first round breathed a collective sigh of relief. Bai Ningxiang and Chengqing are two formidable opponents, each a monster in their own right. And facing one another in the second round inevitably means that one must be eliminated. Consequently, regardless of whether it is Bai Ningxiang or Chengqing who remains, the probability of encountering either of them has been halved, thereby increasing the chances of advancing to a higher rank. Meanwhile, in the audience, Xiao stretched lazily and decided to leave this place. He did not follow the throng of students rushing to the cafeteria for meals. Instead, he made his way towards the dormitory. In the past 3 hours, he had observed all the competitors in this event and concluded one crucial point. None posed a threat to him in securing a spot on the school team. Thus, he resolved not to return to the battle arena until the finals that evening. Instead, he planned to take his Primeape and Rayquaza into the simulated secret realm in the afternoon to practice the newly acquired skill manuals. In the girls' dormitory, Bai Ningxiang pushed open the door to her bedroom and closed it behind her. The snow child followed closely behind, bouncing onto the bed with its pair of blue eyes blinking curiously at Bai Ningxiang. She brushed her disheveled hair aside and spoke softly. I had intended for you to hold on a bit longer, but it appears that the time has come. The snow child nodded vigorously, indicating its readiness. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningxiang reached out with her left hand to remove a pendant hanging from the snow child's neck, while her right hand placed an oval-shaped emerald stone atop its head. In an instant, a brilliant light of evolution spread throughout the room. Chapter 56, The Faux Finals and the True Finals. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao discovered Zhao Qingsong directing several Mashoks, who were laboriously transporting boxes to his door. Upon seeing Xiao, Zhao's face brightened with a smile. Xiaoyun, I've arranged the resources for you from Gila's weekly supply. If you run out early, do let me know. Such a grand display naturally caught the attention of other students in the corridor, who regarded the scene with disdain and contempt. Zhao Qingsong noticed their reactions and, glancing around, lowered his voice. Xiaoyun, I saw that post on the forum. Aren't you going to say something? You earned your first place through strength. Why not participate in this freshman competition and silence those whippersnappers? Having recognized Xiao's prowess with Primeape, Xiao naturally wished for him not to be looked down upon by so many. Xiao merely shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The principal has assigned me directly to the finals. Zhao Qingsong paused, momentarily taken aback, then raised a thumb in approval. No wonder you're so composed. Now I can rest easy. After directing the Mashoks to move the boxes into Xiao's room, Zhao took his leave. Xiao then closed the door and approached one of the boxes, opening it to reveal it was filled to the brim with A-grade earth ore. Of commendable quality, this single box was worth a staggering 100,000 Pokémon coins. The other boxes contained various nutrient solutions and energy cubes specifically designed for new trainers, none of which were cheap. It seemed that Magic University was indeed generous in investing in him. Feeling a sense of awe, Xiao casually retrieved Gila's Pokeball and released it. Gila? A day had passed, and Gila had noticeably grown larger, exhibiting astonishing growth. All of this is yours. Feel free to indulge. Xiao gestured towards the boxes nearby. Gila's eyes sparkled with delight as it scampered towards the boxes, burying its head in the pile of ore. Shortly thereafter, it seized a bottle of nutrient solution, gulping it down without even opening the cap, crunching and swallowing it eagerly. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly abandoned the idea of teaching Gila how to open nutrient bottles. After all, this little fellow could digest various metallic ores without issue, so a simple glass bottle was no concern. In contemplation, he glanced at his phone. Sure enough, he had received several messages from Chu Mu, Gu Qingshan, and Lu Jiao. Chu Mu, Yin Shun, why didn't you sign up? We're all waiting for you to slap them in the face QAQ. Lu Jiao, are you there, Brother Yin? Aren't you going to prove yourself? Gu Qingshan, Brother Yun. More and more people are speaking ill of you outside. The trio had naturally gone to the freshman competition site today and noticed that Yun Xiao's name was absent from the list of participants. They were all eager for Yun Xiao to showcase his prowess with Primape and validate his reputation, and now that they saw he wasn't competing, they felt anxious for him. Yun Xiao scanned their messages and pondered momentarily. These three genuinely cared for him after that post surfaced. All the blame had been directed at Yun Xiao, while no one targeted them. Yet, they had been the first to step up and defend him in the comments, drawing some of the ire towards themselves. Lu Jiao, with her forthright nature, had responded to every comment, resulting in her receiving the most backlash. With this in mind, he began typing, responding to each of them to inform them of his direct participation in the finals. After replying, Yun Xiao patiently awaited Gila to finish its meal before recalling it into its Pokeball. Then, with a thought, he retrieved several thick tomes from the system space. These were the skill manuals he had exchanged from the Magic University Resource Library. Unlike in games, where one could simply use a machine to teach a Pokemon a skill, skill manuals in reality are written guides by powerful trainers within the league, detailing how to teach Pokemon to learn and master specific skills. Although a Pokemon's ability to learn a move depends on its strength, talent, and compatibility with the skill manuals remain highly sought after and expensive commodities. Some high-level skill manuals can even fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the manuals available in the market were often authored by ordinary gym trainers, while those in the Magic University Resource Library were penned by elite trainers, even champions, individuals who were once students of the university themselves. When Yun Xiao exchanged for these materials, a warning popped up on the exchange screen stating that only the exchanger was permitted to use them, with strict prohibitions against sharing. Violators would face legal action from the university. This indirectly affirmed that the skill manuals in his possession were of far superior quality compared to those on the market, their value immeasurable. That said, teaching Pokemon new skills in the dormitory was certainly impractical. A suitable venue was necessary. However, this posed no challenge for Yun Xiao. He opened the system panel and activated the simulated secret realm of the Azure Lake. In the next moment, Yun Xiao's figure vanished from the spot. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round of the Magic University freshman competition was about to commence. At this very moment, the audience seats within the battle hall were completely filled, with even some sophomore and junior students who had no classes in attendance. The reason was simple, as previously discussed. The first match of the second round was almost tantamount to the finals. The school authorities seemed to have recognized this and promptly suspended the matches at the other three battle arenas. At this moment, Bai Ningxue and Qing Qing stood upon the arena, having awaited this day with great anticipation. Qing Qing smiled at Bai Ningxue, speaking in a voice only audible to the two of them, her eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness. Bai Ningxue remained silent, standing still, but her gaze towards Qing Qing was markedly colder than before, as frigid as a piercing winter. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense, and at that moment, the referee's voice rang out, "Please release your Pokemon." Qing Qing was the first to throw her Pokeball, and the figure of a Bulbasaur materialized before her. In the next instant, Bai Ningxue pressed the button on her Pokeball. As the white light flashed, the students in the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. The reason was clear. The Pokemon that appeared before Bai Ningxue was not the Snow Child. This creature, with its snow-white form, resembled a figure draped in a kimono, akin to an ethereal silhouette of a graceful woman amidst the snow. This was, without a doubt, the evolved form of the Snow Child, Snow Maiden. The audience erupted in a flurry of murmurs, as none had anticipated that, just before this critical match, Bai Ningxue as Snow Child had quietly evolved. Qing Qing, standing opposite Bai Ningxue, was equally taken aback, her expression darkening as she gazed at the Snow Maiden. How could the Snow Child evolve at such a pivotal moment? She shook her head, quickly regaining her composure. No, that's not it. Bai Ningxue could have chosen to let the Snow Child evolve at any moment she desired. After all, evolving the Snow Child into a Snow Maiden required no specific conditions, merely the use of an awakening stone. With this thought, Qing Qing's mind was awash with turbulent reflections. Well played, Bai Ningxue, resorting to such a method. Generally speaking, a Pokemon's evolution necessitated reaching a certain level and power before it could transform. Without the awakening stone, the Snow Child's natural evolution would lead to the Ice Guardian, a Pokemon that required an extensive training period. Qing Qing had learned that the Snow Child would only naturally evolve into an Ice Guardian once it reached the pinnacle of its professional stage. Correspondingly, Only upon reaching this evolutionary threshold could an awakening stone be employed to unlock the full potential of the Snow Maiden. If the awakening stone was used prematurely, it would severely hinder the Snow Maiden's future potential, and the rate of power enhancement would consequently slow significantly. Yet, Bai Ningxue had chosen to forcibly evolve her Snow Child with the awakening stone, risking everything in pursuit of victory in this battle. As this realization dawned on Chengqing, a glimmer of mockery flashed in her eyes. So what if the Snow Maiden had evolved? This forced evolution through the use of an item rendered it akin to hastily ripened crops. Even after evolving, its power would not experience significant enhancement. At most, it would only reach the mid-tier of the professional stage. Meanwhile, her Bulbasaur was already at the late stage of the mid-tier, on the verge of touching the threshold of the high-tier professional stage. Even if Bai Ningxue's Pokémon had evolved, victory was not assured. As Chengqing pondered, the referee's flag fell, signaling the commencement of the match. Without hesitation, she launched an aggressive offensive. Bulbasaur Leaf Blade. The Bulbasaur let out a fierce cry, its flower bud quivering as dozens of razor-sharp leaves, each the size of a fist, glimmered with a verdant light and hovered in the air, poised for action. The contrast in power compared to the previously used Victory Bell was stark. It was as if one was in the heavens while the other was on the ground. In the next moment, the leaves shot forth, crisscrossing through the air as they fiercely assailed the Snow Maiden. Simultaneously, Bai Ningxue spoke softly. Flurry of snow. The Snow Maiden's ethereal voice echoed like a girl's whisper, and with a graceful motion of her flowing arms, a chilling wind swept across the entire arena. Countless delicate white specks materialized and danced in the wind. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed tiny snowflakes. The Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade attack froze midair, transforming into ice crystals that were swiftly scattered, utterly helpless against the onslaught. Flurry of Snow, originally a low-power ice-type move, now unleashed in astonishing force. To describe it as a blizzard would not be an exaggeration. Meanwhile, sensing the aura emanating from the Snow Maiden, Chengqing's expression shifted dramatically. This was not merely a mid-tier professional Pokémon. No, she had encountered high-tier professional Pokémon before, and none exuded such overwhelming strength. This was an elite-level Pokémon. The Snow Maiden had evolved and surpassed the elite level. How could this be possible? Yet, there was no time for Chengqing to dwell on this revelation. The blizzard of white specks, accompanied by the biting cold wind, was hurtling towards Bulbasaur. Dodge, Bulbasaur! Chengqing instinctively shouted. Dana! Bulbasaur reacted swiftly, leaping several steps to the left, narrowly evading the attack of the flurry of snow. The icy wind, laden with white specks, crashed into the ground where Bulbasaur had just stood, instantly freezing that patch of earth. Chengqing's mind raced as she calculated her next move. However, the battle concluded in that very moment. The Snow Maiden, with her graceful and enigmatic form, had somehow appeared behind Bulbasaur. A flash of cold light, and Bulbasaur collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Previously, when watching Bai Ningxue and Chengqing swiftly defeat their opponents, they had deemed it reasonable, given the immense disparity in strength. Yet now, both combatants were professional trainers. Why had the outcome been so drastically different? Moreover, prior to the match, many had believed Chengqing to be somewhat stronger than Bai Ningxue. What kind of power did the current Snow Maiden possess to be so terrifying? Meanwhile, several third-year students in the audience felt utterly stunned. Initially, they had come to witness the freshman tournament out of curiosity, hoping to enjoy the light-hearted battles of these naive newcomers. Yet now, the aura radiating from that Snow Maiden was unmistakably that of an elite-level Pokémon. What did it mean to be at the elite level? They considered themselves among the more accomplished students in their third year, still stuck at the high-tier professional stage, unable to break through. And this freshman, named Bai Ningxue, had entered school already at the elite level? Was there any hope left for them now? Following the conclusion of the battle between Chengqing and Bai Ningxue, the second round of the freshman tournament continued. However, for the observing students, this new freshman tournament had essentially ended with Bai Ningxue's overwhelming victory over Chengqing. After all, whether the remaining contenders can surpass the formidable snow sprite, Bai Ningxuang, remains a question. Even the heated forum discussions surrounding Xiao were swiftly overshadowed by a thread lauding Bai Ningxuang's astonishing prowess. As twilight descended, the grand arena was graced by the presence of Bai Ningxuang and another girl who stood poised on the battlefield. After a series of intense matches, they emerged as the final two contestants, signifying the culmination of what was essentially the championship round. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the girl opposite Bai Ningxuang raised her hand to the referee and declared, "I concede." Such a scene had repetitively unfolded in the earlier rounds. Every contestant who faced Bai Ning Shuang had unhesitatingly chosen to forfeit. The rationale was simple. Even Cheng Qing had been defeated in an instant. To step into the arena oneself would only invite humiliation. Surrendering before Bai Ning Shuang was, in a peculiar sense, not an act of disgrace. As the girl exited hastily, only Bai Ning Shuang remained on the battlefield. In the ensuing silence, a voice from the audience called out, "Bai Ning Shuang." This was soon followed by a chorus of cheers. "Bai Ning Shuang! Bai Ning Shuang!" Applause and jubilant cries erupted as students celebrated her victory in the freshman competition. However, at that pivotal moment, a familiar figure slowly ascended to the battlefield, positioning himself opposite Bai Ning Shuang. It was none other than Xiao. A brief silence enveloped the audience, which was quickly replaced by a cacophony of murmurs. Xiao, has he lost his mind? The competition is over. What is he doing up there? I thought he wouldn't dare show his face again, yet here he is? Is he trying to leverage his connections to declare himself the champion while relegating Bai Ning Shuang to second place? The presence of this controversial figure naturally elicited waves of derision and scorn. Nevertheless, the referee's voice rang out, cutting through the tumult. According to the rules, the leader of the top-ranked group during military training has the right to directly participate in the finals. Thus, the ultimate showdown is now set, Xiao against Bai Ning Shuang. Under normal circumstances, the declaration would have incited a backlash from the audience. After all, from their perspective, Xiao's late entry into the arena appeared to be an opportunistic move, capitalizing on the exhaustion of the contestants who had fought valiantly to reach this point. Yet, in this moment, a surprising silence fell over the crowd, and no one voiced dissent. Instead, excitement shimmered in the eyes of the students as they eagerly gazed at the battlefield. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, Bai Ning Shuang, having faced a string of opponents who promptly surrendered, had fully regained her strength. Secondly, and most importantly, given Bai Ning Shuang's displayed power, even a seasoned competitor like Cheng Qing had faltered within a minute. Would Xiao dare to step forward only to invite his own disgrace? The audience anticipated that Bai Ning Shuang would decisively vanquish this privileged contender, delivering a resounding blow to both the school and Xiao himself. What did it matter if he had secured first place through connections? His abilities were still vastly inferior to those of Bai Ning Shuang. In an instant, the crowd erupted into cheers. "Go, Sister Ning Shuang. Teach him a lesson. Defeat the privileged one. Bai Ning Shuang, don't hold back. We're counting on you to avenge us." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Bai Ning Shuang regarded the unexpectedly appearing Xiao with a glimmer of subtle surprise in her cool gaze. Xiao met her gaze and offered a polite smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Xiao held a favorable impression of the daughter of the former principal of the Magic University. According to his inquiries, unlike Cheng Qing, Bai Ning Shuang had reached her current standing through sheer effort rather than familial connections. It was said that the former principal, Xiao Qingsong, left her with nothing but the snow sprite upon his passing. Although the school had offered to support her, she had outright declined. Even the Magic University had proposed to admit her directly, yet she refused, earning her place at the top high school in Magic City through hard work, and subsequently achieving the highest honors to enter the Magic University. For such a person, Xiao felt a tinge of respect. She had a background, yet chose to forge her own path through diligence and talent. At that moment, Bai Ning Shuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Xiao without uttering a word. The referee's flag fell, signaling the commencement of the battle. "Let the duel begin. Please release your Pokémon. Let us go, a Pecker." Xiao released his Pokémon, and a radiant flash illuminated the arena as a Pecker's imposing figure materialized. Under Xiao's meticulous training, a Pecker now shimmered with vitality, its muscular frame exuding an aura of strength. Compared to the average a Pecker, it appeared at least 50% larger. Upon witnessing a Pecker's impressive form, several students in the stands remarked, "I didn't notice before, but this a Pecker looks quite formidable. Indeed, my uncle runs a breeding house, and he has an a Pecker that pales in comparison to this one." Yet, soon others interjected, "What does appearance matter? Can it possibly surpass Bai Ning Shuang's Snow Sprite or Cheng Qing's Bulbasaur?" Exactly. If this a Pecker truly possessed strength, why didn't he dare clarify his position when the forums were abuzz with discussions about him? Most spectators were now eagerly awaiting Xiao's performance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Bai Ning Shuang pressed the button on her Pokeball. A radiant glow enveloped her as the Snow Sprite, wreathed in a chilling breeze, reappeared before the crowd. Xiao paused at the sight of the Snow Sprite. It evolved? When did this happen? The data regarding the Snow Sprite swiftly appeared before him, and upon seeing the strength rating marked Initiate Elite, he was taken aback. The last time he had seen the snow sprite, it had merely been at the professional entry level. How had it leaped a whole tier through evolution? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Xiao. No wonder she had given the snow sprite an evolution stone. The snow sprite's strength must have already reached the advanced professional level. By utilizing the evolution stone to suppress the snow sprite's power, Ning Shuang had cleverly avoided its premature evolution into an ice guardian. This strategy not only prevented early evolution, but also maximized the potential of the snow sprite in its initial form. When the time was ripe, removing the evolution stone and employing an awakening stone would unleash the long-suppressed power within the snow sprite during its evolution. Realizing this, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He should have anticipated this. Meanwhile, the referee's flag had already dropped. The battle had begun. Bing Yangshuang was the first to speak. Snow Demoness, Frost Ray. Her eyes radiated a seriousness that conveyed no hint of underestimating Xiao. With a graceful lift of her long sleeve, a piercing azure beam of chilling light surged forth, gliding along the ground toward the primate. The moment it passed, the air around it grew frigid, and frost spread across the surface beneath. The frost ray unleashed by the Snow Demoness at this moment was incomparably mightier than the one previously emitted by the Snow Boy. In the audience, all eyes were fixated on the icy beam, eagerly anticipating the next moment when the primate would be encased in ice. Yet in the arena, Xiao remained unfazed as he calmly declared, "Split." With his command, a colossal and potent aura erupted from the primate's form. Fiery crimson light ignited upon his left claw, directly confronting the frost ray. However, in the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the bewildered spectators. The frost ray was cleaved in two right down the middle by the primate, retreating behind him as though it were merely a stream of water. His claw acting as a mere barrier, redirecting its path effortlessly. The students in the audience gaped in disbelief at this scene, and even Bing Yangshuang's expression registered rare surprise. How could this be possible? Chapter 57. The Birth of a Champion. What Bing Yangshuang and the audience found hard to believe was the same. In the face of the elite Snow Demoness full-throttle assault, Xiao not only survived, but appeared to be handling it with ease. This indicated that his primate was not inferior to the Snow Demoness, and indeed, it seemed even stronger. As fate would have it, the primate, which had already shown signs of a breakthrough, had entered the elite realm earlier that afternoon in the simulated secret realm. Xiao was contemplating finishing this final match swiftly to seek a fitting elite opponent to assess the primate's strength, not anticipating that Bing Yangshuang would deliver the Snow Demoness directly to him. At this moment, Bing Yangshuang regained her composure, and her command rang out once more, "Frost Claw." A piercing cry erupted as the Snow Demoness surged forward, traversing a considerable distance in an instant, appearing right before the primate. Her claws emerged from beneath her long sleeves, gleaming with a menacing cold light, and she struck with ferocity. The Snow Demoness moved with astonishing speed. Before the primate could react, she struck his arm, icy crystals swiftly spreading toward his wrist. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the primate as all the ice crystals shattered upon his wrist. He unleashed a powerful punch. With such unrefined ferocity and devoid of any skill, the punch landed squarely on the Snow Demoness, sending her hurtling back 7 to 8 meters before crashing to the ground. It took her several seconds to struggle upright, letting out a pained cry, her floating form trembling, clearly suffering significant damage. In this moment, Bing Yangshuang's expression turned grave. She realized that she had perhaps underestimated the strength of Xiao's primate. Just a casual punch wielded such devastating power. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Observing the Snow Demoness as she struggled to rise, Xiao raised an eyebrow. Now, bolstered by the strength of a powerhouse, the primate's raw power was likely on par with some of the elite top-tier fighting-type spirits. The Snow Demoness was not a particularly robust species. Having taken a direct punch from the primate, she could still stand? It seemed Bing Yangshuang had indeed trained her well. Nevertheless, the battle must continue. "Primate, charge in with Metal Claw," Xiao commanded loudly. The Snow Demoness, being a ghost-type spirit, was immune to normal-type moves, and the Steel-type Metal Claw would effectively counter the Ice-type, making it the most suitable skill at present. With an excited roar, the primate propelled himself forward with even greater speed than the Snow Demoness had shown earlier. His claws glimmered with white light as he aimed for the midsection of the Snow Demoness. Shadow Clone. Bing Yangshuang's command emerged almost simultaneously as the primate moved. This primate possessed overwhelming strength. Let alone enduring the Metal Claw, the Snow Demoness would likely lose her combat ability even from a mere ordinary punch. There could be no more direct confrontations. As Bing Yangshuang's thoughts raced, the snow demoness responded to her directive, her form flickering as she transformed into 4 identical replicas of herself, all hovering in the air. The shadow clone technique could create several identical illusions of the original. Though they could not launch genuine attacks, they were effective at confusing the opponent and concealing the true location. Seeing this development, Bing Yangshuang felt a slight sense of relief. Throughout her journey thus far, she had faced numerous battles, even encountering evenly matched opponents. Yet, the oppressive feeling the primate instilled in her was unlike anything she had ever experienced. However, just as she began to relax, Yunxiao's voice rang out suddenly. "Primate, the one on the far left." At his words, Bing Yangshuang's heart jolted. Even she could not discern which was the true snow demoness. How could Yunxiao tell? Or was he merely guessing randomly? Before she could ponder further, the primate had already leapt high, his claws striking fiercely at the far left snow demoness. A pained howl erupted, and the other 3 snow demonesses trembled, vanishing from the air. This meant that the one the primate had chosen was indeed the true snow demoness. With a flash of cold light, the snow demoness collapsed to the ground, her eyes swirling, having lost her combat capability. The referee raised the flag in his hand. The match concluded. The snow demoness was incapacitated, and the victor was Yunxiao. As per tradition, the audience should have erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers to welcome the champion. However, at that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in a profound silence. The reason was simple. Everything that had transpired since Yunxiao's appearance had exceeded the imagination of everyone present. Bing Yangshuang's snow demoness had succumbed to the primate in less than a minute. The students who had come to spectate were utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that Yunxiao was merely a privileged underdog with no real strength? Why did he seem even stronger than Bing Yangshuang? While Bing Yangshuang's snow demoness had just entered the elite tier, what power did Yunxiao's primate possess? The few third-year students who had been so confident earlier were now slumped against their chairs, gazing vacantly at the arena's ceiling, utterly despondent. Some muttered softly, their expressions bordering on despair. A first-year elite, a first-year elite. Meanwhile, those who had previously clamored for Yunxiao to emerge and provide an explanation, deriding him as a mere beneficiary of connections and a cowardly turtle, now wore expressions of profound complexity, rendered speechless. They had anticipated witnessing Bai Ningshuang decisively vanquish Yunxiao, using tangible evidence to deliver a resounding slap to both Yunxiao and the institution. Yet now, all they felt was a searing pain in their own faces. With the prowess Yunxiao displayed today, did he truly need to rely on connections to secure first place in military training? He could have simply unleashed the energetic ape and demonstrated a skill for all to see, declaring himself the preordained champion, and none would dare to object. If even Bai Ningshuang could not overcome him, who would dare voice dissent? Chapter 58. The final moments of the match. Feeling unwell today, I apologize. Within the arena, an inexplicable silence enveloped the atmosphere for an indeterminate duration, until a solitary round of applause broke through. Gradually, more joined in, and the entire battleground resonated with applause and cheers. Yunxiao, incredible. I told you this guy had something special, but none of you believed me, huh? Yunxiao validated everything through his strength, and as everyone realized the misunderstanding, their attitudes naturally shifted. On the battlefield, Bai Ningshuang recalled her snow sprite. Gazing at Yunxiao with a complex expression, she seemed to have numerous questions, yet ultimately, she only uttered a single phrase. Did you guess? Yunxiao was taken aback by her sudden inquiry. After a moment's pause, he merely smiled and shook his head, refraining from answering. In truth, if one were to assess this battle, the smoothness of the proceedings far surpassed his initial expectations. The energetic ape's greatest strengths lay in its sheer power and robust physique. However, when pitted against Bai Ningshuang's snow sprite, it actually found itself at a disadvantage. Firstly, the common type skills in which the energetic ape excelled could inflict no damage upon the ghostly snow sprite. Secondly, while the ape had just exhibited remarkable speed, this was merely a result of its tremendous leg power, which provided significant kinetic energy. This speed, albeit impressive, was rather clumsy when faced with a nimble opponent. It would lead to complications. No matter how strong one might be, if they could not touch their adversary, such strength was rendered futile. Coincidentally, the snow sprite was precisely the type of sprite that embodied agility. Bai Ningshuang had realized this and commanded the snow sprite to utilize Shadow Clone, intending to create distance and capitalize on its speed advantage to secure victory. Unfortunately, her strategy, though sound, faltered before Yunxiao, as he possessed both the Soul Eye and Wave Guidance powers, which allowed him to discern the true from the false at a glance. Yet, Yun Xiao had no intention of explaining such intricacies to Bai Ningxuang. Upon seeing Yun Xiao shake his head, Bai Ningxuang fell into a moment of silence. You are formidable. We shall meet again. With that, she descended from the battlefield, leaving Yun Xiao alone to bask in the cheers and applause of the audience. At least for this moment, he was the champion, and all of it rightfully belonged to him. In a corner of the Magic University, Cheng Qing sat on a long bench, her complexion pale. Having lost to Bai Ningxuang, the blow had already been significant. Following the conclusion of the final match between Yun Xiao and Bai Ningxuang, she felt as though her entire world had collapsed. It turned out that Yun Xiao was indeed far superior to her, having utterly crushed her. Leaning against the bench, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain some composure. In retrospect, the remarks she had made on the forum now appeared utterly foolish. Fortunately, no one online knew her identity. Cheng Qing exhaled in relief, but in the next moment, she froze in horror. Did no one truly know who she was? The university's forum required real name registration linked to student IDs. In a panic, she fumbled for her phone, desperate to delete her posts. Yet, at that very moment, an announcement echoed throughout the campus. Attention, students. We have an important announcement to make. Cheng Qing from Class 3, 2025, under the account name Qing Feng Shirley, has posted inappropriate remarks on the forum, leading the charge in spreading rumors and questioning the integrity of the school. The situation is severe, and she is hereby given a demerit. The school will conduct a stern educational critique, and all credits earned from 2 activities since the semester began will be revoked. We hope all students take this as a cautionary tale. With a clatter, Cheng Qing's phone fell to the ground. Around her, passing students cast incredulous glances, as if their gazes could burn through her skin, igniting a fiery discomfort across her face. Sharp whispers pierced her ears. That post was actually made by Cheng Qing? No wonder the poster was so agitated. Isn't this just pure slander against Yun Xiao? To speak without evidence is utterly excessive. She always pretended to be kind and approachable, but it was all an act. Cheng Qing could bear no more. Her face drained of color as she shot up from the bench, turning to flee as if escaping a tempest. However, at that moment, the entire student body of Magic University had already come to know the truth. From this point forward, she would have to confront this history, living amidst the whispers of others within the university. After the match concluded, Yun Xiao returned to his dormitory, clutching the champion's commemorative prize, a solid gold trophy. Having emerged victorious in this competition, he had attained renown among the new students of Magic University, with several trailing behind him. Some girls adorned in vibrant attire attempting to strike up conversations, while boys requested his autograph. It took considerable effort for him to extricate himself from the throng and discreetly slip back to his dormitory. At that moment, as he closed the door, Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Fame often brought with it a host of troubles. Leaning back on the sofa, he allowed himself to relax. Securing the championship in the freshman competition had yielded substantial rewards. Firstly, there were the 300 credits awarded for being champion. Previously, he had amassed 500 credits during military training, having barely utilized half. Now, he had acquired an additional 300. Life was certainly becoming increasingly promising. Secondly, to have claimed victory in such a manner before the entire freshman cohort and some upperclassmen undoubtedly garnered him a significant number of astonishment points. Moreover, the quantity of these points far exceeded Yun Xiao's expectations. At that moment, a message materialized before him. Ding. Congratulations. The host has astonished a total of 890 students at Magic University through the demonstration of strength, rewarding 1,000 astonishment points. Competition bonus applied. Points earned through competition received a bonus. This efficiency was undoubtedly far superior to live streaming. Lastly, the most coveted reward was the qualification to join the school team as a substitute a month later. Yun Xiao understood that Qin Shuqi intended to provide him with an opportunity for exposure and growth, rather than genuinely expecting him to participate in national college competitions. Yet, Yun Xiao thought otherwise. If a mere freshman competition within Magic University could yield such a plethora of astonishment points, then participating in a high-profile intercollegiate competition, where all eyes were upon him, would surely allow him to crush his opponents and amass an abundance of astonishment points. By then, unlocking God-level modifications would no longer be a daunting task. Chapter 59. Can he offer you a commission? On another note, after the principal had a discussion with Yun Xiao, he took to the internet to learn about the national university competition. Given that the league allocates educational funding for the next 4 years based on the rankings of various universities in the competition, the contest is undeniably fierce. Those who stand on this stage are all top-tier juniors and seniors from prestigious institutions, the creme de la creme among their peers. Their abilities rarely dip below the elite mid-tier level. However, for Xiao, these challenges pose no concern. 4. When the national university competition commences a month later, the prowess of his overactive monkey and Latios will undoubtedly transcend the elite level. The stronger overactive monkey becomes, the more ferociously it will crush its adversaries, naturally accruing a greater number of shock points. Speaking of shock points, Xiao suddenly recalled something and lifted his gaze towards the system panel. Previously, by unlocking the Divine Beast Encyclopedia, he had acquired an additional high-level modification opportunity, which he had not utilized at the time. Now, with the competition approaching, he inadvertently remembered this, and, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao directly summoned the system panel, stating, "System, I wish to use the high-level modification to enhance the skill of Artisan-level Block Creator. This skill has provided Xiao with immense benefits, enabling him to amass a considerable number of Pokémon coins through the creation of energy blocks. Moreover, the prowess of Latios and Overactive Monkey has been significantly bolstered, undoubtedly owing much to the master-level energy blocks." After some thought, Xiao decided to take the plunge and elevate this skill to a higher tier. He felt a surge of anticipation within him. Artisan-level energy blocks represent a pinnacle never before reached by block creators in this world. Thus, what realms lie beyond the artisan level? However, just as Xiao's anticipation peaked, a notification from the system abruptly shattered his imagination. Ding. Host. Please note that to enhance the artisan-level block creator to the next tier, a modification condition must be met. Enhancement requirement. Personally create at least 3 different artisan-level energy blocks, 03. Upon seeing this prompt, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This requirement interface had only appeared once before when modifying the lazy old man trait. Since then, any modifications had been executed directly without such stipulations. Were it not for Xiao's encounter with the modification conditions today, he might have forgotten that such a situation existed. Returning to the present, upon seeing this condition, Xiao could only sigh and temporarily abandon the idea of enhancing this skill. Although he had dozens of recipes and crafting methods for artisan-level energy blocks in his mind, he had yet to attempt their creation. The reason was simple. The requirements for crafting artisan-level energy blocks far surpassed the mere skill involved in creating them. Even the highest-grade block-making machines in this world cannot be utilized to produce artisan-level blocks. Moreover, most of the materials required for artisan-level blocks are exceedingly rare, regarded as treasures by master-level block creators. The remaining scant materials have yet to appear in this world, making them virtually impossible to procure. Had it not been for the exceedingly high crafting requirements, Xiao would have long since allowed Latios and Overactive Monkey to consume artisan-level blocks. Given that this modification condition could not be fulfilled in the short term, Xiao could only regretfully choose to cancel the modification. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to allocate this high-level modification opportunity elsewhere. System, expend 1 modification opportunity to acquire a lead on a legendary level ability, item, or Pokémon. This was the second function of high-level modification, an option Xiao had never attempted before. What he currently sought, the power of the Eternal Forest, should be even more advanced than the Wave Guidance, belonging to the realm of legendary abilities. Legendary level items would presumably correspond to those of equal standing in the vast resource repository of mythical beasts. As for legendary Pokémon, there's no need to elaborate further. Xiao would be content with any lead obtained. Clearly, acquiring clues does not necessitate prior modification conditions. No sooner had he finished speaking than a line of text appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. An SS-level clue regarding the legendary item Mega Evolution Stone has been discovered. Xiao's brows immediately lifted in surprise. Mega Evolution Stone. Discovering such an item, especially when he already possessed a keystone, was akin to winning a grand prize. Who would have thought it would be classified as a legendary item? Before he could ponder further, a scene materialized before his eyes. Within an exhibition hall, a spherical, glass-like, multicolored crystal lay quietly in a box adorned with silk and feathers, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of lights in the shadows. Upon seeing this crystal, Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The prompt from his soul I had already manifested before him. SS-level special item, Mega Evolution Stone for Tyranitar. This truly was the grand prize among grand prizes. There are dozens of Mega Evolution Stones, each corresponding to a specific Pokémon. Although Xiao currently possessed a keystone, should he acquire the Mega Evolution Stone for a different Pokémon, he would be unable to utilize it. He would need to specifically cultivate a Pokémon corresponding to that Mega Evolution Stone. By sheer coincidence, the clue he discovered was indeed for Tyranitar's Mega Stone. He had only just hatched a larvitar yesterday. Xiao steadied his mind and immediately began to scrutinize the image of the clue. According to his previous experiences, the clue image would undoubtedly contain some highlighted indicators to signify the location of the item. Sure enough, he soon spotted a logo composed of 3 feathers on the upper left wall of the exhibition hall. Below the logo were several words: Magic Feather Auction House. Xiao promptly took out his phone and located the address of the auction house. It was situated right in the heart of the Magic City. Without a second thought, he donned a trench coat and left his dormitory. In this world, auction houses are quite common. However, what sets them apart is that all items auctioned are related to Pokémon. Items, resources, carry-on goods, supplies, and even rare Pokémon can all be up for bid. According to the information Xiao had uncovered, the Magic Feather Auction House is one of the largest in Magic City, with annual exhibits valued in the millions. At this moment, he stood before the edifice of the Magic Feather Auction House. A massive banner hung at the entrance. The 14th high-grade exhibit auction will commence tonight at 8:30 p.m. Stay tuned. Beside the banner was a list of auction items, showcasing images, descriptions, and starting prices for each item. Quickly, Xiao found the Mega Evolution Stone at the end of the list. Item number 38. Description: a marvelous mineral discovered by the Alliance's scientific research team from an ancient mystical ruin a week ago. Its uses remain unclear, but it holds significant commemorative value. Starting price: 50,000 Pokémon coins. The starting bid, when juxtaposed with the actual worth of the Mega Evolution Stone, seems rather ludicrous. Yet, it is not entirely unexpected, for the inhabitants of this world remain oblivious to its significance. Having ascertained that what he sought was indeed within these confines, Xiao ventured directly into the grand hall on the first floor, approaching the counter. Behind the counter stood an exquisite young woman clad in a rather revealing qipao, exuding a potent fragrance of perfume. Upon noticing a patron at the counter, she pressed the communication bell, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Welcome to the Magic Feather Auction House. How may I assist you?" However, as her words trailed off and she beheld Xiao's countenance, her smile promptly evaporated. As one of the largest auction houses in the magical city, she typically catered to the affluent elite, so the sudden appearance of a mere child naturally irked her. With a dismissive curl of her lip, she pressed the communication bell once more, her tone decidedly unwelcoming as her voice echoed through the thick glass. To participate in the auction, one must become a member. The initial recharge cannot be less than 200,000. If you wish to attend tonight's premium auction, a minimum recharge of 500,000 is required to attain intermediate membership. For advanced membership, a recharge exceeding 2 million is necessary. Would you like to recharge now? Though the boy possessed a pleasant appearance, his unbranded trench coat and trousers suggested he hailed from a less affluent background. To her, entertaining such a patron was nothing short of a waste of time. Thus she promptly divulged the exorbitant membership fees. Without sufficient funds, this lad would have no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Just then, another girl behind the counter hesitated before leaning in to speak. "Sister Zhang, didn't the boss specifically instruct us to treat every guest with care?" This girl appeared considerably younger, wearing only a hint of makeup and dressed in a modest manner. Zhang, the woman she addressed, cast a disdainful glance at her and remarked, "Do you know why your commission was so much lower than mine last month? It's precisely because you lack insight. This is an upscale venue, a place where only the wealthy can afford to spend. A child like him, clearly devoid of funds, is merely a distraction. How can you expect to treat him as a guest and hope for a commission? Don't be foolish." Her tone grew increasingly self-satisfied, as if she were imparting wisdom to a novice, and she patted the girl's shoulder. "Xiao, listen to me. Invest your efforts in charming those who are already affluent. If they are in a good mood, they might casually recharge 50 or 80,000, and your commission will soar." After listening to Sister Zhang, the girl seemed to wish to respond, but ultimately said nothing. She raised her gaze, inadvertently meeting Xiao's eyes, and offered a bittersweet, apologetic smile. The counter was equipped with soundproof glass, and logically, the conversation between the two should have been inaudible to the guest outside. However, Xiao had long cultivated the habit of activating his aura power at any moment, rendering the soundproof barrier ineffective and preventing him from hearing their words clearly. Contemplating for a moment, Xiao approached the counter where the girl stood. "Hello, I would like to apply for an advanced membership." He produced a card, swiped it against the machine at the counter, and entered a few digits. The machine emitted a prompt sound. Ding. Transaction successful. Transaction amount: 3 million Pokémon dollars. Behind the counter, the girl stood frozen in place. For new members, her commission on the initial recharge was 1/10. This meant she would earn 300,000 Pokemon dollars from this transaction. 300,000. That was more than her 5 years' worth of base salary. Meanwhile, the woman beside her, who had once worn a triumphant smile, now found her expression frozen in disbelief. This exorbitant commission should have rightfully belonged to her. Chapter 60. The Magic Feather Auction House. The bidding commences. Sir, your membership has been successfully processed. Here is your membership card. The girl, still in a daze, handed over a sleek black card with a reverent demeanor. She was still grappling with the reality of the astounding 300,000. The woman beside her was equally stunned, feeling as though she were about to regret the very fiber of her being. Who could have anticipated that this young man was genuinely affluent? Advanced members enjoyed priority entry to the auction, exclusive seating, and a temporary overdraft limit of 3 million during bidding. The girl elaborated on the privileges of advanced membership and presented Xiao with a brochure detailing the items available at tonight's premium auction. You may review this in advance. I wish you success in your bidding. Thank you. Xiao accepted the card and the brochure, turning to depart from the counter. To him, 3 million Pokemon dollars was hardly a concern. Firstly, he had intended to deposit a substantial amount at the auction house, as many of the materials for crafting advanced energy blocks could only be procured here. Secondly, it served the purpose of teaching that woman a lesson. The essence of earning money resided in experiences like these. After securing his membership card, Xiao swiftly located the hall where the auction would take place that evening. As an advanced member, he was entitled to a private front row seat. However, Xiao was indifferent to such privileges and chose a seat further back. Possessing both aura power and a soul eye, even seated in the last row, he could discern every item on display with clarity. Opting for a rear position allowed him to maintain a low profile, thus averting any notions from others about contending with him for the Mega Evolution Stone. Just as he settled into his seat, a young man in his early 30s sat down beside him. The man glanced at Xiao before his eyes widened in surprise. Leaning closer to scrutinize their surroundings, confirming that no one else was nearby, he gave Xiao a thumbs up. You've got some nerve, kid. Did you sneak in? The security will soon begin checking membership cards, and anyone unable to produce one will be kicked out. But don't worry, since you've met me today, I'll have your back. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, about to explain, when a security guard clad in uniform and wielding a baton approached their row, scrutinizing both the man and Xiao before extending his hand. The auction is about to commence. Please present your membership credentials. Without hesitation, the man produced a silver card and then patted Xiao on the shoulder. This is my cousin. I brought him out to see the world. The guard cast a skeptical glance at Xiao, but, after verifying the man's credentials, nodded and moved on. Once the guard had left, the man exhaled in relief and chuckled as he looked at Xiao. You seem like a student. Are you in university or high school? Xiao nodded. First year of college, just started. The man expressed a moment of nostalgia upon hearing this. Youth is truly a marvel. In my own heyday, I was considered the heartthrob of my class at your age. Time, however, is relentless. He rambled on, his tone shifting abruptly. You needn't thank me. It's only natural for the young to be curious about what such a prestigious auction entails. Today, I shall introduce you to a broader world. However, do take care next time not to sneak in alone. With so many eyes upon you, being ejected would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Xiao understood completely that there had been a misunderstanding. Yet, considering the man's good intentions, she chose not to clarify, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. There's no need for formalities. My name is Li Qingchuan. You may call me Chuan Gu. If you have any questions later on, feel free to ask. The man chuckled, pulling a cigarette from his pocket to offer it to Xiao, but then seemed to recall something and hastily withdrew it. Noticing Xiao's gaze, he cleared his throat and said, Don't emulate me. It's a bad habit. At your age, focus on your studies and channel your energy into proper pursuits, avoiding frivolous distractions. As the man's words lingered in the air, the lights of the auction hall suddenly dimmed. A graceful woman clad in a red cheap house stepped onto the main stage, illuminated by a bright spotlight. Her voice, soft yet playful, echoed throughout the venue. Esteemed guests, welcome to the MOU auction house. Today marks the 14th high-end auction of the year, and as per tradition, we have meticulously prepared an array of exquisite items for your enjoyment. Without further ado, let us commence with our first item. With a clap of her hands, a young lady emerged from the shadows, pushing a moving display that showcased the first item on a large screen behind her. It was a feather glimmering with flecks of violet starlight, seemingly imbued with some form of magic, suspended gracefully in the air. The woman's introduction followed. Behold our first auction item, a precious consumable known as the Spirit Feather, harvested from a 4-star secret realm. When utilized on a Pokémon, It can significantly enhance their special defense and special attack for 1 hour, making it an exceptionally useful strengthening tool. The starting bid is 50,000 Pokemon coins, with a minimum increment of 10,000 Pokemon coins. The auction begins now. As she made her announcement, a flurry of numbers surged across the screen. The woman continued to call out bids with increasing enthusiasm. Bidder number 22 offers 70,000 Pokemon coins. Bidder number 24 offers 100,000 Pokemon coins. Bidder number 113 offers 150,000 Pokemon coins. This first item was undeniably valuable. An hour's worth of enhancement may seem trivial, but for the majority of attendees, professional trainers who frequently ventured into secret realms, such a feather could mean the difference between life and death in a critical encounter with wild Pokemon. Investing to safeguard one's own life was a choice any trainer with a modicum of wealth would readily embrace. Within a minute, amid the fervent bidding, the price of the Spirit Feather had soared to an impressive 250,000 Pokemon coins. 250,000 once, 250,000 twice, 250,000 thrice. Congratulations to bidder number 17, who successfully acquires the Spirit Feather. You may choose to collect the item now from the backstage or wait until the auction concludes. The woman in the cheap house struck her gavel, declaring the item's final ownership. Soon, the next item was presented. It was a rectangular white talisman, adorned with deep crimson markings at its center. This second exhibit, the Purity Talisman, was also sourced from the same secret realm as the Spirit Feather. It is a rare consumable. When a Pokemon carrying it succumbs to an abnormal status, the talisman will instantly alleviate the condition, remaining effective for 3 instances before it vanishes. The starting bid is 50,000 Pokemon coins, with a minimum increment of 10,000 Pokemon coins. Let the bidding commence. With the woman's introduction, a new round of intense bidding erupted. 20 minutes later, one item after another had been showcased and spirited away amidst the fierce competition. It was undeniable that the MOU auction house was indeed one of the premier auction houses in the Magic City, with the quality of the items presented being exceptionally high, even stirring interest in Xiao. After a prolonged wait, Xiao finally saw his target materialize. The Mega Evolution Stone for Bangilas had been brought forth onto the stage. The voice of the female host soon followed. This upcoming item is rather unique, having been discovered by an Alliance research team in a secret realm in Antarctica. While it possesses no practical value, its commemorative significance is immeasurable. The starting bid for this item is 10,000 Pokemon coins, with a minimum increment of 5,000 Pokemon coins. Let the bidding begin. As the female host made her announcement, a series of numbers illuminated the screen. Current price, 10,000 Pokemon coins. However, a silence enveloped the auction hall for several seconds, as no one chose to bid. The reasoning was simple. While 10,000 Pokemon coins was not an exorbitant sum, few were inclined to purchase a stone of no utility, purely for its ornamental value. A full half-minute passed before someone finally made a bid. Bidder number 23 offers 15,000 Pokemon coins. The host, sensing the stone's value, glanced awkwardly at the audience, seemingly waiting for a higher offer. After all, the auction house had expended 100,000 Pokemon coins to procure it from the research institution, and selling it for such a paltry sum would incur a significant loss. After a brief pause, a new bid emerged. Bidder number 38 offers 20,000 Pokemon coins. Yet again, silence reigned for several seconds, with no further bids forthcoming. The host sighed, letting her gavel fall. 20,000 once, 20,000 twice, 20,000 thrice. Suddenly, a new bid broke the silence. Bidder number 137 offers 100,000 Pokemon coins. Upon hearing the latest offer, the host's smile brightened, as at least the base cost had been recovered, sparing her from a deduction in commission. 100,000 once, 100,000 twice, 100,000 thrice sold. Congratulations to bidder number 137 for successfully acquiring this item. You may proceed to collect it immediately from the backstage or wait until the auction concludes. The host's gavel fell heavily, declaring the ownership of the item. Meanwhile, seated towards the back, Xiao, who was indeed bidder number 137, let out a sigh of relief. He had refrained from immediately raising the bid or calling out an excessively high figure. 10,000 Pokemon coins were within reach for the attendees of this auction. Yet it was a sum that did not warrant extravagance. Xiao's intention was to remain inconspicuous. It has indeed been proven that he succeeded. As the next exhibit was presented on stage, the audience's attention was entirely captured by the display, with no one paying heed to the identity of guest number 137. Even by Yun Xiao's side, Li Qingchuan, seated at number 136, failed to register that Yun Xiao had made a purchase. Thus, the Mega Evolution Stone of Banjira's was successfully obtained. However, Yun Xiao was not in a hurry to retrieve it. He found himself intrigued by several items up for auction. Anticipating that even better offerings might follow, he decided it would be prudent to wait until the auction concluded before claiming the Evolution Stone, as time was on his side. 10 minutes later, several more items were sold, and the next item was brought forth. This particular item was rather unusual. A transparent glass case contained a peculiar plant. 7 or 8 flower buds, resembling fist-sized blue orbs, hung from the branches of the plant, appearing somewhat dull and withered. Inside the case, a small machine continuously sprayed frost crystals, causing the walls of the glass to fog over due to the low temperature. The voice of the female host resonated, introducing the next exhibit, which was another unique specimen, a special plant known as ice trap grass, acquired by the Alliance's scientific expedition team during their recent journey to the Antarctic secrets just a week prior. Any trainer who has cultivated ice-type Pokémon would be familiar with this plant, as it thrives only in the extreme cold of the Arctic and Antarctic, and its scarcity makes it highly coveted. The rationale is straightforward. Ice trap grass provides an abundance of elemental energy for ice-type Pokémon, significantly enhancing their physical skills and boosting the power of their ice-type moves for an extended period, often surpassing even the efficacy of 2 inferior ice-type treasures. Typically, such a specimen would fetch no less than 500,000 Poke Dollars in the market. However, today, our specimen starts at a mere 100,000 Poke Dollars. Upon hearing this, many trainers who had raised ice-type Pokémon felt their hearts stir with desire. Securing it for 100,000 Poke Dollars would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. Even if it escalated to 200 or 300,000, it would still be preferable to purchasing it outright at an exorbitant market price. However, in the ensuing moment, the host's voice rang out once more. Before we proceed, I must caution everyone about one important detail. Not all ice trap grass is created equal. Their quality can vary significantly. The true value of ice trap grass lies in the white mist contained within its flower buds. Once opened, this mist dissipates into the air, vanishing quickly, and can only be absorbed directly by ice-type Pokémon. The ice trap grass requires an extremely low temperature to survive properly, and we have endeavored to create a suitable environment for it. However, due to the unique properties of the mist, the auction house cannot guarantee the quality of this particular specimen. If you have reservations, please refrain from bidding. At this revelation, the previously excited trainers fell silent, their enthusiasm dampened. It was only logical. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky, and such bargains are rarely found. A closer inspection revealed that the flower buds of this ice trap grass exhibited a sickly yellowed wilt, indicating that its quality was likely poor, thus diminishing the effectiveness of the white mist it could provide. If that were the case, acquiring it for 100,000 Poke Dollars might still be acceptable, but a higher price would warrant careful consideration. Meanwhile, from his seat, Yun Xiao noticed that Li Qingchuan appeared to be contemplating the ice trap grass on stage, his expression betraying uncertainty. "What's the matter? Are you interested in this item?" he inquired. Li Qingchuan turned to glance at Yun Xiao, then returned his gaze to the ice trap grass. "I came here intending to find something worthwhile for my Snow King to assist it in breaking through the elite-level bottleneck," he confessed, his expression tinged with frustration. "When I first saw this ice trap grass, I was intrigued, but now with the quality being uncertain, those buds look quite poor." Li Qingchuan, like the other guests, was evidently apprehensive about the quality of the ice trap grass. Although wilted buds do not guarantee abysmal quality, no one wishes to gamble on such a slim chance. If they were to lose that bet, they would be left as fools. However, after hearing Li Qingchuan's concerns, Yun Xiao suddenly spoke up. "You can rest assured in your purchase. Although this ice trap grass may appear lackluster, its quality is quite commendable, even superior to what is typically found on the market." Li Qingchuan paused, taken aback, and chuckled as he looked at Yun Xiao, half-jokingly asking, "Little brother, is that true? I can't see you possessing the ability to see through things like a psychic Pokémon." Yet, Yun Xiao leaned back in his seat, maintaining a steady demeanor as he replied. "Li Qingchuan, male, registered address Jiangxing Hongguang County Shilin Town New North District, Sunshine Community Building 8, Unit 3, Floor 2, Room 11, born March 7, 1991. Li Qingchuan's smile froze on his face, realization dawning upon him. He was certain he had never encountered this young man before. How did he know such personal information? Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao pointed at a pocket on his chest. Li Qingchuan instinctively reached for it and quickly pulled out a card, his identification. A sudden thought struck Li Qingchuan, and he turned to Xiao, concealing one hand behind his back. What am I thinking of now? 2. Came the immediate response from Xiao. Li Qingchuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly followed up with, now? 5. Now. 8. At this, Li Qingchuan could no longer contain his astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Xiao. You're actually a psychic. Xiao shrugged, I suppose so. Li Qingchuan's shock lingered for a while, his gaze fixed on Xiao. He had initially assumed the boy was merely an ordinary student, only to discover he was a psychic. In society, psychics typically hold a high status due to their formidable abilities, which they can harness to aid Pokémon in battle, granting them a decisive advantage over other trainers of equal standing. A psychic is invariably a sought-after individual. After a moment, Li Qingchuan broke into a hearty laugh. All right. In that case, I shall heed your advice. Thank you, little brother. No sooner had he spoken than the female host's voice echoed once more. Item No. 56 is now open for bidding. Faced with the average quality of the ice trap grass, most attendees hesitated, with some even choosing to forego bidding altogether. Yet, empowered by Xiao's insights, Li Qingchuan confidently placed his bids, ultimately securing the ice trap grass for 250,000 poke dollars. At this moment, Li Qingchuan excitedly left his seat to retrieve the ice trap grass from backstage, while Xiao remained seated, deep in thought. Although the ice trap grass appeared unimpressive, his use of aura sensing revealed that its quality was, in fact, quite remarkable, with the internal mist even more abundant than that of typical specimens. If an ordinary ice trap grass could command a market value of 50 to 60,000, this particular specimen was likely worth 70 to 80,000. The reason for his familiarity with this particular plant is rather straightforward. The ice cage grass is indeed one of the premium materials that can be utilized in the creation of energy cubes. Had it not been for his encounter with Li Qingchuan, Xiao would certainly have seized the opportunity to collect it for himself. However, at this moment, he graciously chose to allow Li Qingchuan to take this chance. Firstly, the energy cubes he planned to craft next did not require ice cage grass at this time. Secondly, since Li Qingchuan had extended a helping hand to him, regardless of whether Xiao would make use of it, he intended to return the favor. The disparity of 500,000 spirit coins was negligible for him at this stage, yet for Li Qingchuan, it was undoubtedly a significant sum. Moments later, when Li Qingchuan returned to Xiao's side, his face radiated excitement, flushed with enthusiasm. After retrieving his goods from the backstage, he discovered, just as Xiao had indicated, that the quality of this ice cage grass was indeed exceptional. His Blizzard King, upon absorbing the ethereal mist, experienced a breakthrough after being stalled at the elite level for a full 3 months. Even the staff who assisted him in opening the flower bud marveled at his luck, proclaiming that he had struck a remarkable deal. Only Li Qingchuan himself understood that this was not merely a stroke of good fortune. Had it not been for Xiao's timely reminder, he would never have spent 250,000 on what appeared to be a subpar ice cage grass. Upon seeing Xiao again, he did not hesitate to pull out his phone. Little brother, I truly appreciate your help this time. Please show me your payment code, and I shall transfer 200,000 to you as a token of my gratitude. Xiao merely smiled in response. Li Gu, you are being too formal. Did you not say you would look out for me during this auction? Consider it my way of repaying a kindness. Li Qingchuan seemed resolute in his intention to transfer the 200,000, insisting that Xiao present his payment code. Unbeknownst to him, this only reinforced Xiao's determination to refuse any monetary compensation. Such genuine kindness is a rarity in this world, since he was in a position to do so. Encountering someone like Li Qingchuan warranted a proper treat. After much back and forth, Xiao ultimately refused to reveal his payment code, and Li Qingchuan had no choice but to relent. Yet, he solemnly expressed his gratitude. I owe you one this time. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Although I am not a person of great importance, from this day forth, I am at least an elite-level trainer. Xiao accepted his contact information with a smile, simply nodding without further comment. Had he revealed that he was also an elite-level trainer, Li Qingchuan's reaction would surely have been quite entertaining. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, the auction began to draw to a close. The voice of the female host resonated across the hall. Esteemed guests, this auction is nearing its conclusion. But the final item we present is undoubtedly the highlight of the evening. This item can be described as the most valuable artifact discovered by the Alliance's scientific expedition team within the Antarctic secret realm. As the host spoke, Miss Kuhn pushed a small cart draped in crimson cloth onto the stage. The lights dimmed entirely, leaving only a single spotlight illuminating the cart. I assure you, this is an item that will leave you all in awe, the female host said with a mysterious smile, stepping forward to unveil the cloth. A dazzling array of colors erupted in the darkness. The source of this radiant light was an impressive, multifaceted crystal, roughly the size of a basketball, unmistakably extraordinary. The host continued her introduction. As you can see, this is a superior secret treasure. Moreover, it is a treasure of all attributes. The announcement sent shockwaves through the previously quiet audience. An all-attribute superior treasure. The price of a mid-tier treasure can reach around 1 million, while a superior treasure starts at a minimum of 5 million. Furthermore, superior treasures are even rarer than quasi-divine Pokémon, making them exceedingly uncommon. Let alone that this treasure is an all-attribute one. As its name implies, it is suitable for any attribute Pokémon. With these 2 points combined, this treasure is indeed as remarkable as the woman claimed. The host's voice continued. This treasure has been authenticated and is of exceptional quality. Furthermore, as it is today's final item, any guest who successfully bids on it will also receive a complimentary ancient sword discovered in a secret realm in South China. At this moment, trainers in the back rows of the auction hall gazed longingly at the treasure. Such a prized item was beyond their financial reach. Meanwhile, the affluent guests in the front rows appeared eager and ready to pounce. Beside Xiao, Li Qingshan was also fixated on the treasure, seemingly astonished. Wow, a superior treasure. I've never seen one in person before. He was unaware that Xiao was fixated on the complimentary item quietly resting beside the treasure. It was an aged iron sword, its blade marred with rust and devoid of any distinctive patterns. Had it not been for the host's introduction, others would likely have dismissed it as mere scrap. However, before Xiao's eyes, a line of information lingered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the mythical level item, Decayed Sword, SSS. Chapter 62. The auction concludes, Decayed Sword. Part 1. To be honest, upon seeing this prompt, Xiao was momentarily stunned. The Decayed Sword. This item is the exclusive artifact of the prestigious legendary Pokémon, Xiang. From the Galar region, when wielded by Xiang, it evolves into the immensely powerful Sword King form, ranking among the strongest of all legendary Pokémon. The fact that this artifact appeared here, even as a complementary item to a superior treasure, was astonishing. In a flash of thought, Xiao resolved to acquire it. Its value was incalculable. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to secure it today. Simultaneously, the voice of the female host rang out once more. Now, we shall commence the bidding for the final item, starting at 2 million spirit coins, with a minimum increment of 100,000. As she made her announcement, the numbers on the large screen began to refresh rapidly. Guest 31 bids 1 million spirit coins. Guest 56 bids 2 million spirit coins. Guest 8 bids 5 million spirit coins. Compared to the previous items, this superior treasure was evidently far more sought after. After all, based on market value, it was likely to sell for at least 7 to 8 million. Moreover, being an all-attribute treasure, trainers cultivating Pokémon of any type would be keenly interested. The bidding was intense, and in an instant, the price skyrocketed from 2 million to 3 million, with more bids continuously pushing the price higher. Beside Xiao, Li Qingshan watched the numbers on the screen rise, unable to suppress his astonishment. My goodness, these individuals are truly affluent. If I were to possess such wealth, I would undoubtedly devise a means to procure a high-quality treasure for my Blizzard King. However, when he cast his gaze upon Xiao, he was taken aback. For Xiao had directly pressed the bidding button on the chair. You intend to purchase this item? Li Qingshan was utterly bewildered. Even as a superhuman, Xiao was merely a student. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? In the next moment, the numbers on the screen surged from 3 million to 3,500,000. The announcement from the female host soon followed. Wow! Guest number 137 has raised the bid by 500,000 in one go. Truly a grand gesture. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, a brilliant light illuminated the big screen, and a line of colorful text refreshed. Guest number 03 from the VIP section has bid 5 million. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This auction actually had a VIP guest. VIP guests must have spent at least 10 million spirit coins at the auction house to obtain this esteemed status. The high-tier members are situated beneath the suspended lofts on either side of the auction venue, while VIPs are granted the privilege of sitting at the very top. At this moment, upon seeing a VIP bid, many who had previously made bids displayed expressions of regret, their desire to increase their offers dissipating. VIPs are invariably individuals of considerable wealth, with assets in the tens of millions. When a VIP places a bid for an item, only another VIP could hope to compete. Moreover, this particular VIP had escalated the treasure's price to an astonishing 5 million, an amount that was beyond the reach of many. Even the inclination to bid further became a futile endeavor. The majority chose to withdraw, with only a handful of front-row guests who could barely afford this price, hesitating on whether to continue bidding. Meanwhile, in a private room at the top of the loft on either side of the auction hall, a young girl with soft pink hair, clad in a flowing orange dress, lounged on a sofa, cradling a cup of milk tea while swinging her legs. Casting a bored glance downward, before her stood a massive glass screen, affording a clear view of the entire auction hall. To her left, a monitor displayed detailed information about the current auction item. Beside the girl, a middle-aged man resembling a butler bowed respectfully and reminded her, "Miss, this is already the third cup of milk tea you've consumed this week. If you continue to exceed your sugar intake, it may affect your figure." The girl did not even spare a glance at the butler, rolling her eyes instead. "If I gain a few pounds, so be it. If I can't indulge in these sweet delights, my life would hold no meaning," much like this auction itself. The girl was named Xiao. Her father was the owner of a publicly listed technology company in Magic City, a figure of considerable prominence. His company's assets had long surpassed several hundred billion. And naturally, the VIP membership at the Magic Feather auction house belonged to him. However, her father had not visited the auction house in years, opting instead to pass this VIP status to Xiao, who would occasionally come to the auction house for amusement. Little did she expect that today she would actually come across something that piqued her interest, the very high-quality treasure currently up for bid. "I wonder if my father would think I'm astute if he knew I spent 5 million on such a treasure," Xiao mused, taking a sip of her milk tea before glancing at the butler. The butler nodded in agreement. "Indeed, miss, this treasure's market price is at least 7 million. If you manage to acquire it for 5 million, it would certainly be a wise investment." Hearing this, Xiao rolled her eyes again. "What ifs? If I say I can secure it for 5 million, then I undoubtedly shall." Before the auction commenced, she had surveyed the loft. The usual elderly VIPs were absent today. Who among the remaining attendees would dare contend with her? Xiao stood up, her gaze sweeping over the rows of seats below, feeling as if she were a giant surveying the earth from her lofty perch. As she anticipated, seconds passed without anyone making a new bid. 5 million was a figure she had carefully considered before making her offer. For her, acquiring a high-quality treasure at this price would be a modest gain. For the audience below, it was apparent that any further bids would be futile. After all, the VIP's offer was not merely a bid but a declaration of intent. "I have my eyes set on this item. If one wishes to continue navigating the social elite of Magic City, it is wise to avoid provoking these wealthy individuals." However, at that moment, the numbers on the big screen suddenly flickered. The female host, upon witnessing the string of digits, momentarily froze before her voice quivered as she announced, "Guest number 1137 has bid 10 million spirit coins." At this proclamation, the entire auction hall fell into a state of disarray. 10 million spirit coins. Has this person lost their mind? With 10 million spirit coins, one could acquire 2 exceptionally high-quality single-attribute treasures in the market. Why would one expend such a fortune on an all-attribute treasure? Not only were those in the audience bewildered, but Xiao, having just sipped her milk tea, nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, the most bewildered of all in the auction hall was undoubtedly Li Qingchuan, standing beside Yun Xiao. Upon hearing the familiar number 138 and that utterly unfamiliar bid, Li Qingchuan's gaze towards Yun Xiao transformed completely, akin to a daylight encounter with a ghost. He had initially believed Yun Xiao was merely an ordinary university student who had infiltrated the auction house to broaden his horizons, only to discover that he was a superhuman. He had then assumed Yun Xiao was just a typical superhuman, only to find out he was a millionaire. Meanwhile, in the loft above, Xiao cast aside her cup of milk tea in frustration, exclaiming, "Does this 138 not know who I am? How dare they compete with me for this item?" In all the auctions she had attended, whenever she placed a bid, even the VIPs in the loft would yield to her, out of respect for her father's stature. This was the first time someone dared to contend with her. Moreover, they had doubled her bid, clearly indicating that this was not a normal competition but a targeted affront. After all, a bid of 10 million far exceeded the intrinsic value of the treasure itself. As a young heiress, Xiao found this affront intolerable and pressed the bid button without hesitation. 10 million, is it? Then I shall raise it to 15 million, and see if you dare to continue. However, upon pressing the button, a message appeared on the screen. Insufficient credit. unable to increase bid. Xiao Zishuan was instantly left in a state of shock. Insufficient credit? How could this be? Not to mention her father was a VIP member here and had a temporary overdraft limit of 5 million. Furthermore, her father had deposited a significant sum in this VIP account, and despite her frequent visits over the past 6 months, she had never encountered any issues with insufficient credit. What was going on? Summon someone from the auction house. With a displeased expression, she directed her gaze towards the butler. However, at that moment, the butler standing beside Xiao Zishuan spoke up softly. Miss, I must remind you that after you spent 5 million acquiring an S-level item, your account balance has dwindled to a mere 10 million. As for the temporary credit limit, it is stipulated by the auction house that a certain amount must be recharged annually to activate this limit. Unfortunately, the master's account has not seen any recharges in quite some time. Xiao Zishuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Is that so? She furrowed her brow and promptly picked up her phone. Then I shall call my father and ask him to transfer another 5 million to me. Her father was exceedingly indulgent towards her, especially concerning financial matters, and would never deny her. However, the butler sighed in response. Miss, have you forgotten that it is currently the time when the master is in a meeting? Xiao Zishuan's actions faltered immediately. Indeed, this was the hour when her father was occupied with his meetings. His phone would be switched off during this time, rendering her unable to reach him. How could such a predicament arise precisely at this moment? Chapter 63. The auction concludes. The Decayed Sword. Part 2. Once the price of 10 million was announced, no one was willing to raise their bid any further. In fact, the spectators began to question what exactly the individual, number 138, was attempting to achieve. To spend 10 million spirit coins on a treasure valued at 7 million, while simultaneously offending a VIP, was perplexing. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by the auction house? The voice of the female host rang out with delight. Congratulations to our esteemed guest number 138 for successfully acquiring this treasure and its accompanying gift for 10 million spirit coins. Thus, we conclude this auction. Thank you all for your company. We shall meet again next time. Upon hearing this announcement, Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief and set his phone down. The screen still displayed the chat history between him and Qihong. Chigo, are you there? Red, where have you been lately? You haven't been streaming. I've been quite busy recently, but I'll stream when I have the time. By the way, could you lend me 5 million? Thanks. Red, indeed. After deciding to acquire the Decayed Sword at any cost, Xiao's first course of action was to seek a loan from Qihong. His entire fortune, combined with the auction house's credit limit, amounted to precisely 10 million spirit coins. 10 million spirit coins was an utterly insignificant sum for this treasure. Should there be anyone willing to continue raising bids, he was prepared to contest them to the end. If necessary, he could always request a bit more from Boss Qi. After all, for Qihong, a champion, 10 million was a mere trifle. As for whether Qihong would be willing to lend him the money, Xiao felt quite confident. It wasn't due to any particular charm he possessed, but rather the familiarity that had developed between them over time. Moreover, given Qihong's passion for battles, anything aside from that seemed trivial. Money? Could it possibly hold more significance than a battle? However, it appeared that his concerns were somewhat unfounded. After contemplating, Xiao returned the 5 million to Qihong. Yet, the very next moment, Qihong promptly transferred the money back to him, accompanied by a note. Keep it for now. Deduct it when you purchase blocks. Also, when will we battle? Even a simulation will suffice. After the auction concluded, Xiao exchanged contact information with Li Qingchuan and made his way to the backstage area alone. A middle-aged man in a work uniform approached him immediately, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Hello, I am the manager of the MOU auction house. The items you purchased at this auction are ready. Please follow me. With that, he began to lead Xiao, casting a scrutinizing glance his way, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. This young man appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary student. It was well known that making a bid at the auction house necessitated having the equivalent funds in one's account. Thus, since this young man could produce 10 million spirit coins, his identity must surely be extraordinary, which is why he was here to attend to him. As they proceeded through the backstage area, they soon arrived before a small room. Your items are inside, the manager said respectfully, holding the door open for Xiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao stepped into the room. Inside, on a pedestal of half a person's height, lay 3 items neatly arranged. To the left was the Mega Evolution Stone for Bangiras, now encased in a transparent glass box wrapped in silk. In the center was a radiant, multi-hued treasure of supreme attributes. And to the right, of course, was the Decayed Sword. Ironically, among these 3 items, the most expensive was the treasure, while the most valuable was merely a gift and a souvenir. As Yun Zhao's gaze swept over the decayed sword, a series of information prompts materialized before him. SSS level mythical item. Decayed sword, damaged. Description: an ancient sword imbued with mysterious powers, appearing severely damaged and requiring restoration before its true capabilities can be realized. Effect: unlock upon completion of restoration. Upon reading this information, Yun Xiao could not help but furrow his brow. In the original narrative, the decayed sword was a unique item belonging to Tsang Xiang, allowing him to evolve directly into the Sword King form as long as he possessed it. Little did he expect that in the real world, he would first need to repair the sword before it could exhibit its effects and powers. The pressing question arose: how would he go about repairing it? The modifier did not seem to possess the functionality to directly restore items, meaning he would have to devise a solution himself. Just as Yun Xiao pondered this, a new prompt suddenly appeared. Repair conditions to restore this sword. The following materials must be collected for secondary forging. Beneath the prompt lay an extensive list of ores and materials, numbering 40 to 50 items in total. Among these, the lowest grade was S level, and the black rock diamond, which Yun Xiao had previously collected, was prominently listed. The final item, the highest grade material, was none other than the Holy Stone, the very substance used to construct the relic gate in the Azure Lake secret realm. Upon reaching this point, Yun Xiao felt the situation becoming rather troublesome. Acquiring such a holy stone for the purpose of forging this sword would indeed pose a significant challenge. After all, even the superpower of the Dawdling King could not budge that gate. How on earth was he supposed to procure those stones? It seemed that the matter of restoring this sword would require careful planning, and he would need to start by gradually collecting the lower-tier materials. However, before he could address the sword's restoration, he still had at least one task to undertake. With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao stored the decaying sword into the system's space, silently contemplating. System: unlock the Divine Beast Pokédex. Since the decaying sword corresponded to the item associated with Tsang Xiang, it could naturally be utilized to activate the Divine Beast Pokédex. Detected an item associated with the Divine Beast. The system is extracting the power of the item. As the system's voice echoed, a figure gradually illuminated the interface of the Divine Beast Pokédex. It was a majestic spirit, draped in deep blue fur, with two long brown braids swaying in the breeze. Even as a mere phantom, Yun Xiao could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from it. Tsang Xiang was, after all, his favorite divine beast from the days he played Pokémon Sword and Shield. Beyond its striking appearance, the skill Giant Beast Slash, which inflicted double damage to Dynamax Pokémon, had made it an indispensable offensive asset during competitive battles. Beep, energy extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new Pokédex entry. Below are the detailed information of the Divine Beast. Entry 036, Tsang Xiang. Description: a legendary spirit from the Galar region, said to have once saved the entire region, revered as a legendary hero. Preferences: sweet treats, brave and kind-hearted humans, grooming its own fur. Dislikes: any form of evil deeds. Personality: just and benevolent. Current affection level: 0, strangers. When the affection level reaches above 80, a mysterious reward will be granted. At the bottom of this information, as is customary, was a map displaying Tsang Xiang's current location. However, upon closer inspection, Yun Xiao found himself momentarily stunned. How could Tsang Xiang's current position be in the Arctic? From what he understood, the Arctic in this world was not merely a place of low temperatures and harsh climates. Unlike the Antarctic, the Arctic had been designated by the Alliance as a training ground for trainers. This was due to the abundance of high-level descent realms found there. Descent realms are a special form of secret realms. Unlike the secret realms Yun Xiao had previously visited, descent realms do not exist independently of the real world. Instead, they occupy a segment of real-world space, overlapping with it. The original terrain would be directly enveloped by the secret realm, and the Pokémon emerging from these realms would enter a frenzied state, filled with aggression and murderous intent, making them exceedingly dangerous. Every year, numerous secret realms would suddenly manifest in the real world, occurring without any forewarning, posing significant risks. If a secret realm were to materialize in a remote wilderness, it would be one thing. However, if it were to appear directly within a city, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Historical records indicate that in the past century, at least 20 to 30 such incidents occurred in Huagua. Even with the Alliance's timely responses, the casualties resulting from descent realms had long exceeded 1 million. That said, the Arctic was indeed peculiar. For reasons unknown, since the year when the secret realms and Pokémon first appeared, there had been a continuous influx of descent realms in the Arctic region every year. Some experts speculated that it was related to the unique magnetic field present in the Arctic. Regardless of the cause, the current Arctic was an exceedingly perilous place, even for champions. If Xiang remained in the Arctic and did not emerge, Yun Xiao would indeed find it quite challenging to seek him out. With this thought, Yun Xiao shook his head slightly. Never mind. Considering the decaying sword was still not repaired, it would be best to postpone the matter of meeting Xiang for now. He also stored the treasure and Mega Evolution Stone into the system space before stepping out of the room. This treasure would be perfect for Rayquaza. And acquiring the Mega Evolution Stone meant that Yun Xiao could showcase Mega Evolution to the world, securing a substantial amount of astonishment points. Thus, the auction event concluded successfully with considerable gains. Yet, matters seemed far from simple. As Yun Xiao exited the auction house, a figure abruptly blocked his path. "Stop! Do you know who I am to dare snatch my things?" Upon hearing the voice, Yun Xiao looked up to find a strikingly beautiful young girl, similar in age to him, standing before him. She had long red hair, donned an elegant dress, and adorned her wrists and neck with expensive designer jewelry. Clearly hailing from an affluent background. "Who are you? What do you want?" Yun Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he regarded the girl with indifference. The girl, seemingly taken aback by Yun Xiao's reaction, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "I am Xia Zishuan, the daughter of the owner of Xiao's Technology Company. Now do you understand? Xiao's Technology Company is a leading enterprise in the scientific community of Huagua, with many of its products having found their way into the homes of common people, contributing significantly to the advancement of the trainer domain. It is a name known and recognized throughout Magic City and the entirety of Huagua." At this moment, Xia Zishuan imagined the astonished expression that would adorn the young man's face, causing her lips to curve into a slight smirk. However, the next moment, Yun Xiao's reaction completely exceeded her expectations. "Oh." Yun Xiao did not even bother to lift his eyelids. "So, do you have something to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." At this point, Xia Zishuan could hardly contain her frustration, rushing in front of Yun Xiao and exclaiming, "Knowing my identity, you still dare to compete with me for the item? Let me tell you, even if you offer 10 million, I could go as high as 15 million or even 20 million. If my father weren't occupied with a meeting, you would never stand a chance against me." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao deduced that this girl must be the high bidder he had encountered earlier. At this juncture, listening to her words, he felt a sense of exasperation. Do all of you wealthy heirs have a screw loose? If the auction does not allow others to bid, what on earth is it even called an auction? With that thought, he glanced at Xia Zishuan, pulled out his phone, and displayed a payment account. "All right, transfer 10 million over, and I will hand the treasure over to you. Frankly, I am not particularly interested in this item. I merely want the bonus gift." This treasure was only worth around 7 million, and had it not been for the presence of the decaying sword, Yun Xiao wouldn't have spent 10 million on this treasure. Upon hearing this, the previously imposing Xia Zishuan stood frozen in place, uninterested in the treasure, merely desiring that shabby bonus gift. What was this person's situation? Had he lost his mind? She never imagined that this young man had no intention of contending for the treasure at all. "Do you have the money or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Noticing that Xia Zishuan had fallen silent, Yun Xiao turned to leave. "Stop! Who says I don't have money?" Xia Zishuan immediately chased after him, gritting her teeth as she pulled out her phone to transfer the money to Yun Xiao. Once the transaction was completed, she glared at Yun Xiao and extended a hand. "I've transferred the money. Now hand over the treasure." Yun Xiao retrieved the treasure from the system space and tossed it into Xia Zishuan's hands. "Thank you, my generous boss." With that, he turned and walked away. Xia Zishuan stood in place, clutching the secret treasure, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at Yun Xiao's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. She had come to intercept him because, following the conclusion of the auction, her father had just finished a meeting and, upon learning of the situation, promptly transferred 10 million to her. This financial backing had emboldened Xia Zishuan, prompting her to seek out Yun Xiao directly. The treasure and the money were trivial matters. What truly mattered was that no one could snatch away what she had set her sights on. Initially, Xia Zishuan had prepared to offer as much as 15 million or even 20 million to procure the treasure from Yun Xiao, ready to revel in the opportunity to taunt him afterwards. However, to her surprise, Yun Xiao had sold the item to her at its original price. Now, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if something was amiss. It appeared that he was utterly indifferent to the treasure. How could that be? Xia Zishuan stared blankly at the treasure in her hand, then glanced in the direction Yun Xiao had departed, her face reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. After a while, she seemed to arrive at a conclusion, her gaze turning resolute as she muttered to herself, Who would spend 10 million on a mere broken sword? No, that is simply impossible. Yes, he must be feigning indifference. He is merely intimidated by my status. A smirk played on her lips as she reveled in her cleverness. No wonder he fled so hastily. It turns out he was feeling guilty. TSK. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zishuan, had Yun Xiao heard her musings, he would likely have rolled his eyes. His willingness to part with the treasure had nothing to do with fear of her. It was purely a matter of recouping his costs. Retrieving that 10 million while acquiring a decayed sword for free, what could be better? As for his swift departure, it was because he was in a hurry to attend the Energy Block Association. Qi Hong had just sent a message indicating the need for a new batch of master-level energy blocks. For this loyal client, Yun Xiao could not afford to be neglectful. After heading to the association to create and dispatch the required energy blocks for Qi Hong, Yun Xiao returned to his dormitory, quickly washed up, and retired for the night. The following morning, he rose early. Today marked the official start of the first year for the new students following the conclusion of their introductory competition. The curriculum at the Elf University differed significantly from that of traditional universities. Students were not required to spend excessive hours attending classes daily. The course schedule for the first and second years was notably relaxed, typically consisting of only 2 classes per day. This was because the school encouraged students to dedicate more time to training their elves and engaging in battles. This was the foundation for a trainer's growth and of paramount importance. Speaking of which, today was the first day of classes, with only one session scheduled for the morning, a class meeting. When Yun Xiao entered the multimedia classroom, he found around 30 students already seated. As he pushed the door open, silence enveloped the room, all eyes turning to him. There was no escaping it. Yun Xiao had become a prominent figure on campus after gaining fame from his performance in the Freshman Cup just yesterday, which had also brought to light his impressive practical exam score. The post shared by Cheng Qing, initially intended to rally others against Yun Xiao, had instead served to bolster his reputation, and nearly every student at the university now recognized him. Under the scrutiny of his peers, Yun Xiao remained unfazed, casually choosing an unoccupied seat and engrossing himself in his phone. Those seated beside him felt as though they were on pins and needles, sitting next to an elite figure. Who could remain calm in such a presence? Before long, Zhang Tianming, the class advisor who had previously explained the rules during military training, entered the classroom. After taking attendance and confirming that all students were present, he leaned on the podium, scanning the room as he began to speak. Students, starting today, I welcome you to officially enter the realm of Magic University. Unlike high school, there will be no teachers chasing after you for assignments. But this does not imply that your next 4 years will be leisurely. If you fail to pass the semester assessments, the outcome will be expulsion from Magic University. Upon hearing this, the students below felt a surge of anxiety. After finally gaining entry into Magic University, no one wished to face expulsion. Without further ado, the first class meeting commenced, starting with self-introductions from each table. The content of the meeting aligned with Yun Xiao's expectations, covering essential regulations within the school, such as prohibitions against battling outside designated areas and the improper use of skills within dormitories and classrooms. Additionally, Zhang Tianming elaborated on the compulsory and elective courses for students. The required courses included 4 subjects: basic knowledge of elves, elf battle training, theoretical research on elves, and history of elves, while the elective courses were more varied, encompassing topics from elf breeding and care to research on elf artifacts and elf medicine. Ordinary students were expected to enroll in at least 2 elective courses alongside their compulsory subjects. Both types of courses would culminate in examinations at the semester's end, contributing to the overall assessment scores. Insufficient scores would result in direct dismissal from the university. Beyond these regulations, Zhang Tianming also mentioned a crucial point. 1 month into the semester, first-year students would undergo a class division. They could choose to pursue a specialization in trainer studies or elf research, thereby determining their future paths. The former path led into society, aiming to become professional trainers, aspiring to reach elite status, gym leaders, or even champions. The latter offered a route into elf research, potentially becoming a researcher or historian. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. To others, it seemed evident that, given his youth and status as an elite trainer, he would naturally choose the former path. However, Yun Xiao felt that the latter path held considerable appeal for him as well. It was not that he had a profound interest in research. Rather, as a transmigrator, he possessed knowledge of many secrets unknown to the inhabitants of this world. Concepts such as mega evolution, trait evolution, numerous undiscovered hidden traits, hidden evolution routes, the crafting of special pokeballs, friendship mechanics, Gigantamax energy, and Z-moves. Any one of these could send shockwaves through the research community. To unveil these secrets, Xiao would undoubtedly require a platform. For him, Magic University was the perfect starting point to embark on his journey into the realm of research. Chapter 65, A Promise. The class meeting had merely allowed students to introduce themselves briefly, and after Zhang Tianming outlined a few rules, it concluded swiftly. All right, the remainder of today is free time. The online course selection feature is now open, so please attend classes in accordance with your schedules starting tomorrow. After finishing, Zhang Tianming cast a glance towards Xiao. Xiao, please stay behind for a moment. Once the other students had departed, Xiao approached the podium, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Mr. Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Tianming smiled warmly. In truth, there is nothing of great consequence. It is merely that your performance, Yun, has been exceedingly exceptional, prompting the principal to ask me to convey a few words to you. As for the elective and mandatory courses, feel free to attend those that pique your interest. However, should they fail to capture your enthusiasm, there is no obligation to pursue them. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But what of my semester-end examinations? Zhang Tianming waved his hand dismissively. That regulation is intended for the encouragement of average students. Exceptional students like yourself are not required to partake in such assessments. The principal expressed his desire for you to have more time to freely train and nurture your Pokémon, explore the mysterious realms, and engage in various battles to enhance your strength. Of course, in my view, the battle tutorials and history lessons within the mandatory curriculum are both worth attending, but ultimately, the decision rests with you. Xiao nodded, somewhat surprised. The principal's arrangements for him were indeed a boon. After all, his purpose in coming to the Pokémon University was not merely to attend classes, but to utilize this as a launching platform, to ascend while enjoying the myriad resources available. At that moment, Zhang Tianming continued. Additionally, the principal asked me to remind you of one thing. This weekend at noon, remember to visit the school gymnasium and meet with the members of the school team. Since you are already a substitute for the team, it is quite necessary to make their acquaintance. Understood, Teacher Zhang, Xiao replied, nodding, while pondering deeply within. The National University League is set to commence in a month. During this time, he must dedicate himself to significantly enhancing his strength. With determination, Xiao returned to his dormitory and promptly entered the simulated secret realm of the lava canyon. How has the training gone today? He inquired, smiling at his two Pokémon companions. Given that the simulated secret realm is an independent space, during his free time, both the Latios and the Infernape remained within the simulation, diligently training as per his directives. In a burst of energy, Infernape sprinted over, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, a trunk thick enough for two people to embrace shattered in two. Infernape then stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the fallen tree with one hand and tossing it aside. Throughout the entire process, Infernape appeared exceedingly relaxed, as though exerting no effort whatsoever. Xiao watched with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Impressive, your strength has indeed improved since yesterday. Infernape's physique was now exhibiting explosive muscle growth, and under the influence of its ability, Iron Fist, its power had reached terrifying levels, rivaling that of elite-tier fighting-type Pokémon. And what of the skill? How goes the learning? Xiao inquired further. Upon hearing this, Infernape took a deep breath, raised its arms above its head, and began to spin at an increasingly rapid pace. Its form became a blur, transforming into a whirling blade. As the speed intensified, a gust of wind was generated, rustling the leaves below, accompanied by a deep crimson glow emanating around Infernape's body. It appears you have mastered this technique. Congratulations, Xiao remarked, a hint of surprise in his smile. The skill scroll he had selected for Infernape from the resource library was indeed the move Swords Dance. In the realm of gaming, it is generally considered inadvisable to equip a Pokémon such as Infernape with Swords Dance. The reasoning is straightforward. Infernape's ability would render it capable of acting normally only every 2 turns. If it were to use Swords Dance to enhance its power, it would require a 3rd turn before being able to attack, which is simply too slow. Moreover, Infernape's base stats are already remarkably high. Even without the boost from Swords Dance, it is capable of obliterating most frail opponents in a single blow. In the real world, the situation is quite similar. Even if someone painstakingly raised an Infernape, it is unlikely they would allow it to learn Swords Dance. According to the data Xiao had gathered, an exceedingly small number of trainers who raised Infernape as their primary Pokémon only managed to mitigate the negative effects of its ability, lazy, to a certain extent, without fully eliminating it. In simpler terms, their Infernape would still occasionally collapse mid-battle, refusing to rise. All trainers who raise Infernape prioritize swift victories. as spending even a second longer in battle can greatly diminish their chances of success. However, for Xiao, these concerns were rendered moot. After all, upon evolving into Infernape, its ability would not be lazy but rather Iron Fist. Thus, the addition of Swords Dance, a skill that significantly amplifies the physical attack stat of a Pokémon, in conjunction with Infernape's Iron Fist ability, is undoubtedly a perfect synergy. Once Infernape evolves into Infernape, the benefits derived from Swords Dance will become even more formidable. Since you've mastered it, I urge you to practice diligently, aiming to familiarize yourself with this technique, Xiao advised Infernape. The proficiency of enhancement skills not only influences the speed at which the Pokémon can execute the enhancement, but also affects the overall efficacy of the boost. The higher the proficiency, the faster the enhancement, and the greater the results. Infernape nodded in response, obediently moving aside to continue training in Swords Dance. Given its talent, it wouldn't be long before it fully mastered the move. Having organized Infernape's training, Xiao then shifted his focus to the other Pokémon, Latios. To be candid, after so many days of growth, he could no longer refer to Latios as merely young Latios. With the nourishment from Xiao's master-level energy cubes, Latios now measured over 3 meters in length and was nearly 2 palms wide. At this size, one would expect Latios to exhibit a regal demeanor befitting a legendary Pokémon. However, at that moment, Latios hung its head low, gazing at Xiao with an expression of profound discontent. Seeing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What troubles you? Since hatching, he had never encountered Latios displaying such a countenance. Typically, Latios was vibrant and full of life, letting out a low, sorrowful roar. Latios conveyed its feelings of grievance and confusion. Possessing the power of aura, Xiao immediately comprehended Latios' sentiment. Latios was inquiring why he had never been sent out to battle. Though confined within its Pokeball, Latios could still observe the world outside. With another call, Latios questioned why it was not as capable as Infernape. Why, despite not being inferior to Infernape, could it not take the field in battle? As one of Xiao's Pokemon, it yearned to experience the thrill of fighting alongside its trainer, standing together in the spotlight. After a moment of silence, Xiao stepped forward, enveloping Latios in an embrace and gently stroking its head. I apologize, it seems I neglected to mention this to you. In his heart, he felt a twinge of regret. Though a legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza is, after all, merely a newly hatched creature, possessing a sensitive heart. Having watched the energetic primate take the stage time and again without ever being called upon to battle, Rayquaza must undoubtedly feel a pang of sorrow. However, it is not that Xiao wishes to keep Rayquaza from participating. With a wry smile and a deep sigh, he confides, Rayquaza, you are indeed a rare and exceptional Pokémon. It is not that I perceive you as inferior to the primate. It is simply that, at my current level of strength, I cannot guarantee your safety. In this matter, Xiao's mind is remarkably clear. Despite possessing a modification device, having ascended to the ranks of an elite trainer, and even wielding the protective power of aura, he remains at the nascent stage of his journey. Should the existence of Rayquaza be revealed at this juncture, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout Huagua and the world, inevitably drawing unwelcome attention from others. Although we reside in a society governed by law, it is certain that some would fixate on him due to Rayquaza. After all, capturing a legendary Pokémon in its infancy is a feat that has not occurred in the annals of history for centuries. In light of such formidable temptation, both Xiao and Rayquaza find themselves in perilous circumstances. Thus, Xiao understands that he must keep Rayquaza's existence concealed. The ramifications of exposure could be disastrous. With this thought, he takes a deep breath and thoroughly explains the situation to Rayquaza. Upon hearing this, the look of dejection on Rayquaza's face vanishes, replaced by a radiant smile. Roar! He swishes his tail and nuzzles Xiao's hand, signaling that he comprehends the situation and that Xiao need not worry about him. His only concern was whether Xiao felt he was lesser than the primate. Since Xiao harbors no such disdain, all is well. Observing this, Xiao cannot help but feel a twinge of guilt towards Rayquaza. After a moment of silence, he gazes earnestly at Rayquaza and extends a hand. Rest assured, Rayquaza, I will dedicate myself fully to ensuring that you and I stand together in the spotlight, amidst the gaze and cheers of the crowd. I promise, that day shall not arrive too late. Roar! Rayquaza raises his tail and rests it upon Xiao's hand. Thus, a vow is forged between man and dragon.